Show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Woo! Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out.
Good morning. Welcome into the Kap and J Hood Show on ESPN 1000 with Kap Abdalla in for Hoodie, who'll be with Silvy later. We're at the Griffin and Sip It Classic, our annual Fun Fest at Seven Bridges. I'm David Kaplan. We've got Justin Pottinger with us here. Jay Moore is at the controls. Jake is back at the plant. Shea's going to be on the air later. It's a smorgasbord from the show. And our phone lines are open at 312-332-3776. We've got audio play for you and discuss from Ben Johnson as rookie OTAs, plus Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze is going on this week at Hallis Hall. But baseball, my favorite sport, baseball, last night we saw a debut for a good prospect for the White Sox. They win at Houston, and the Cubs bludgeon the Phillies, Adam. Good night for baseball in town.
Yeah, great night for baseball. It's a Baseball City, USA again, right? Everybody's happy about what's going on. The Sox are going to get close to 60 games. The Cubs bounce back from their 2 losses here in a row, the last game against Detroit, and then the first game of the series that went to extras against the Phillies. And, yeah, it was a good – listen, when the Cubs can hit, they win. It's simple as that. Like, when the Cubs can put up a bunch of runs, 4+ runs, 5+ runs, they win.
And their bullpen, 4 1/3 of shutout baseball yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where, everybody can agree that if and when they add here in the next month or so, by the end of July when the trade deadline gets here, that they'll be a much better team. And you'll see, like a series loss against the Tigers could turn into a series win. Later on in the season. We'll see what they do today against the Phillies as they try to win that series today. But then, you've got 4 games against the Pirates where they can go and build on their lead some more. And then you've got the Brewers and the Mariners in there too, and then the Cardinals. So you've got some more, I wouldn't say lesser competition coming up again. The Pirates obviously are, not the Brewers
but they've
and the Cardinals.
The Pirates have been playing good ball, and I'm going
they're still
tomorrow
the Pirates,
night.
Though. That's like saying the White Sox have been playing good ball when a team looks at them like, yeah, they've been playing good ball, but okay, they're still the White Sox.
But, I'm going to the game tomorrow night. My sister-in-law's in town. It's her birthday. She's a She went to 30-some games last year, and she moved to San Diego, so she flew in for her birthday. So we're taking her to the game tomorrow night. And then we're going again on Friday. And Friday, it's Cade Horton against Paul Skeens.
It's a good game.
Oh, phenomenal. And I'm in the bleachers both games. Don't have to work. Normally when I'm at a game, I have to work. Nope. I am hanging out in the bleachers, chilling like a villain, man. And it's going to be fun. The Cubs are going to get Imanaga back sooner rather than later. Craig Counsell spoke yesterday and said he threw about 45 pitches and came out of it unscathed, thank goodness. He's going to do that again. Might go on a rehab assignment for a start, but there's talk he may just throw in Arizona, and then let's get him back and get him going. They just want to make sure, are we good? Is he ready to go and compete at the major league level without restriction? So that's what they've got to figure out. They just got to go out and make a big trade. They got to get a number 1 starter.
Well, okay.
I want Chris Sale.
Yeah, the question about that is you mentioned before the show when we were talking that in his starts, they're what, 5-1?
5-1
in his starts?
6 starts he's missed.
Okay, so in the 6 starts he's missed, he's 5-1. If you're, obviously, Jed Hoyer wants to do everything he can to add whatever he can to the baseball team, whether it's a starter, whether it's bullpen arms, whatever it is, he wants to add. Obviously, you don't need to add any offense. You have more than enough offense on this team. So if you're adding pitching, if you get Imanaga back and he pitches really well coming back, and, I heard you guys talking about this yesterday morning, that when you get Imanaga back, he's been resting for his arm because this isn't an arm injury. This is a hamstring injury. And so he's going to have a more fresh arm late in the season, September,
More
October.
bullets when the stress is higher.
Exactly. Do you need to go out there and will they look at it and say, hey, we're 5-1 when he wasn't here. When he comes back, we can have a better pitching staff. Do we need to go out there
100%.
and give out a bunch of prospects for a 1-year or 2-year rental for a starter? Or do you think they'll be fine with him as their ace coming back and being that number one starter? And because they've been able to be just fine without him.
Adam, my friend, you get very few moments where you're like, we can, not saying they will, we can realize our dreams and win the World Series. Not saying they will. You can.
Mm-hmm.
You could wake up next year and go, wow, we re-signed Tucker, PCA's on a 7-year deal, and we got who? Wow. And 4 guys are on the injured list for 60 days and your season's over. That can happen. You can wake up, the team picked to win their division looks in Atlanta at 28-38, 14.5 games out, 2-8 their last 10, goes, our season's basically over. So when you get that rare opportunity where you wake up and you go, okay, we've been blessed. We got a rare mix. We've got guys that like each other, guys competing hard. This team plays for Craig Counsell. They hustle on everything. They've got a vibe about them. You don't know when that's going to happen again. Guess what? You push your chips in and you go, we're going for it. And I've been told they're all in on whoever becomes available. Now, who that is, like I would love to get Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom has a full no-trade clause, and he's got $95 million left on his deal.
That's
I'm sure Texas.
That's also a lot riskier than some of the other guys that might be available.
I'm sure Texas would love to unload $95 million.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced the Cubs would take that kind of money, and he's an injury risk waiting to happen.
Yeah.
So, but Chris Sale, 1 year left at a club option.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to cost. Like, you're going to give up probably 2 of your top prospects to get him.
No, absolutely. And that's where, you have to weigh what your options are as far as giving up those prospects. Do you hold on to those prospects and use, lesser prospects to get bullpen arms, or do you go for everything that you can? I know you want to go for everything you can. I know absolutely you do, and I know Jed would too. The question is ownership going to go for it? We were looking at an article in The Athletic from Jim Bowden talking about possible targets, and your exact words were Bowden's shopping in the dollar bin. Well, that's where your owner also shops. That's where Tom Ricketts likes to shop, is the bargain bin. Well, going out and getting the dollar DVD that's in the Walmart bin that's, never been kissed or something like that.
Well, is he shopping at the bargain bin when he goes and gets Kyle Tucker? He's a top 10 player. That's not the bargain bin.
No, I get that, but you also have to. It takes 2 to tango too. Do the Braves think that they can compete again next year? They're obviously having a down year. You just mentioned all the positives of Chris Sale. Don't they see that too? That say, hey, we've got a club-controlled option. It doesn't cost a lot of money to keep Chris Sale.
If we think we can, 18 or 19 million.
If we think we can compete next year, why even look at trading Chris Sale to the Cubs this season? Why can't we compete next year in our division? Because they're just having a down year this year.
Okay, but he's 36, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not, if you're Atlanta, go, wow, we're 10 games under, we're 14.5 out, and in the wild card, because everyone likes to keep their hopes alive, the Atlanta
No,
Braves
I understand this year.
are
this year.
9.5
yes,
back.
This year. But you can agree with me that they're below expectations for this year.
No question.
They thought they would be competing this year for the division, playoffs, all that good stuff. I would bet to believe that they would think that they can compete again next year. Why would they trade Chris Sale?
To get a guy with 6 years of control, like a 22-year-old outfielder like
Okay,
Kevin
but then what do they
Alcantara.
do it? But then how are they replacing Chris Sale?
There's pitching every winter. They'll have money to be able to do that. I would think if I was running that team, I would try and extort somebody for as good a prospect package as I could get.
I just don't believe – I'm willing to bet you that at the end of the trade deadline, when we get to the end of July, Chris Sale is still a Brave. Because they're going to try to compete again next year. They're still well within a window of competition. They can still try to compete in their division next year. They're having a down year. They're not the White Sox. They're not trying to showcase everyone so they can trade half their team by the deadline and bring up all these young players. They're in they can compete in their division next year.
Okay, so let's look at the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
The Diamondbacks are 1 under 500.
Yes.
They're 5 back of the wild card, and in the division,
they're 6.5 back.
Yeah, they're 6.5 back in the division.
Mm-hmm.
They are not going to go to the playoffs, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They just lost Corbin Burns, their big offseason $210 million signing, who turned down more money in other places, said, I'm only going to sign with the Diamondbacks. My family lives here. Like, he wasn't going to the Cubs. I think the Orioles offered him $40 million a year. And he said, nope, I'm only, and that's where he was pitching, I'm only going to Arizona. Now he's getting Tommy John. Just blew out last week.
Yeah.
Sad to see that. I hate when guys get hurt like that. So, did they trade Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly? That's not dollar store shopping. But some of the other names he has on there, Trevor Williams? Oh, stop. Don't make me puke.
Yeah, obviously, if you go out there and get a Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly, that's not shopping in the bargain bin. That's
correct.
Those are their top-line starters there. So you're going there and you're getting guys that, Merrill Kelly's got a 3 ERA. Zach Gallen's up a little bit at 5. But, they're pitching really well. And that's a team, okay, fine. Like, obviously, they're only 6.5 out. They could still be a wild card team. They're still in the mix. But when you look at what the injuries they've sustained, how they're going to compete next year, that's a little bit more realistic.
What do the Padres do? Padres are just a game back.
The Padres don't sell.
Okay, they have 2 pitchers. They can't afford both. They've already said it. And both are free agents. Dylan Cease and Michael King. Both are free agents. They're not re-signing both of them.
Yeah,
they
but
might re-sign one.
Yeah, but I would think they still think that they can still make it. They can still make a run here and try and do something and try and make a run. I don't see why they would. They're only 1 game out. Why would they trade guys?
We've got a little over a month. Let's
Yeah.
see where it unfolds.
Okay.
Here is Cubs president of baseball operations, Jed Hoyer. And again, keep in mind, we're about 5 weeks away from stuff really heating up.
Yeah, I think we'll be looking for pitching for sure. I think our guys have done a really good job of stepping up. Cade Horton's been excellent. Colin Ray, stepped in. We replaced, Colin Ray in the bullpen with Chris Flexen. He's pitched really well. So our guys have done a nice job. And I do think our defense deserves a lot of credit as well. We play really good defense as a team, and that's helped. But, yeah, I think we're going to be looking for pitching, both rotation and in the bullpen, and that's not a secret. And that's not a knock on the guys we have. But I think in today's game, you guys keep building depth. So he said rotation, bullpen. And what I'm being told by people over there is rotation, there could be, a depth piece here or there, but he's looking to find the 1984 Rick Sutcliffe deal. He's willing to make that type of investment to get that level of pitcher.
Okay, and I think out of the teams we mentioned, the Diamondbacks would be the most likely. Because I don't think if you're the Padres, you're a game out. Why are you even if you're a game out in a month, even if you're 3 games out in a month, why are you punting on the year?
I guess they have to look at their team and go, can we win it or can we not? And if we can't,
but everybody believes they can win it. Every team believes they can win it.
The players do. The executives, they know.
No, I understand that, but you're not also just going to give up when you're 3 games out. Like, let's say the Padres and we get to the deadline, they're 3 games out. They're not going to give up on the season 3 games out.
No, but they might say, we'll trade one guy because we can't get him re-signed.
Yeah, but at that point, too, it's the same with the Braves. Like, again, why not try to make a deal with those guys? Why not try to go into free agency with those guys? Like, you're making the same argument that, okay, why don't the Cubs trade Kyle Tucker now then?
Because
they can't re-sign him.
No.
But they can't re-sign him.
They will re-sign him.
Oh, they will? You're saying it right now today. On June 11th, they will re-sign Kyle Tucker.
Yes.
All right, there you go. Whoever, Nick, get that. There you go. Instagram, all that good stuff. Put it right now. They will re-sign Kyle Tucker.
I believe
they're going to do something that that Tom Ricketts has never done in the history of an owner, and give a dude a 10-year contract and $1 billion.
He's not going to get $1 billion.
You know what I mean.
He's going to get 400 and some million.
It's going to start with a 6.
No.
It absolutely will start with a 6.
Absolutely will not.
Jesse said it. Jesse was on the air with Carmen and Jurko.
I love Jesse.
He's starting to believe that it's getting closer to a 6 than to a – it's definitely not starting with a 4.
First of all,
absolutely no way.
He will be 29 before next season.
Okay. And you're talking about Chris Sale being 36. They can't, or 36. They can't afford him. What are we doing here? He's 29. So what?
Who's saying he can't afford him?
Players play until they're 45 now.
They don't play until they're 45.
My point is that Kyle Tucker is not signing for anything less than something that starts with a 5 and maybe an extra 5 in there too, a 5.5 something.
Kyle Tucker's going to sign probably a 10-year deal.
Not with Ricketts, he's not.
I disagree.
Okay.
He's going to sign a 10-year deal, and he would be, I think, the third highest paid player if they go to $45 million a year. That's $450.
Okay. I don't think there's no way it starts with a 4. There's no way.
With a labor stoppage coming after 26,
okay,
you're going to see 85% of the teams won't even bid. They will not even be involved. It's a small group.
You only need 2 other teams.
That's true.
You need the Mets and the Dodgers.
And
then you're out.
I believe there's a chance they could get him 10-4-75, 10-4-65, somewhere in that. I do. Now, if he gets to free agency, all bets are off. But let me ask you a question.
Then why not go to him now and do it?
How do you know they're not?
Because by all reports, that he's not negotiating.
I know the media is never wrong.
You're the media. You're the guy. No. You're the Cubs guy. Tell me I'm wrong.
And I'm telling you, I believe they'll get him signed, A. B, how do you know Jed is not talking to him?
I'm sure he is, but is he listening? He said he came on with Carmen and Jurko and said, I'm just going to figure it out how it figures it out. To me, when I was listening to that, when he joined Carmen and Jurko, that was, we'll wait till free agency and see how this goes. And the way he's
let me ask you a question.
The way he's playing, he's an MVP candidate. He's not as high as obviously Shea is, like minus 250 right now to win the MVP. So he's not, Tucker's not in there. But I would say that if he keeps playing at this level, there's no way that contract is in the 400s.
Let me ask you a question. Ponder this. We'll take our time out. And I'll ask everyone else. If the Cubs came to you and you were Kyle Tucker and they came to you, let's call it the All-Star break, between now and then, and they offered you a 10-year deal, fully guaranteed, full no trade if that's what you want, whatever terms you want, and it's a 10-year deal at $400 and we'll call it $75 million. You could sign it right now, locked in. You're newly married a year, and you said, I want my wife to see what Chicago is like before I make any long-term decisions. Would you take that money? We'll talk about that right after this. 312-332-3776. It's the Kap and J Hood Show. Hoodie's working later with Silvy. Abdalla's with me. He'll answer that, and we'll get your thoughts next.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6000000.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fat Poor Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. Locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood, and the game's always on. Dozens of beers on tap and a scratch-made menu, and better than stadium food. Check them out, fatpoortapworks.com.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago. AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Welcome back on the Kap and J Hood Show on ESPN 1000. We are at the beautiful, awesome, one of my favorites, Seven Bridges Golf Course we're in Woodridge, for the Grip It and Sip It Classic. I'm playing on the Republic Bank team today. You're playing on the Yingling team.
Of course.
With Christopher Bleck, and we'll be broadcasting out here all day, and it should be a whole lot of fun. He's Abdalla. I'm Kap. Hoodie will be with Silvy later.
Yeah, and it's also brought to you by our great friends at Great Clips, American Sale, and the Advantage Dealer Group. So you asked me the question before we went to break. $475, 10 years for Kyle Tucker.
Right. And before
if
you
I'm
answer
Kyle
that,
Tucker, would I take it?
Yeah. Before you answer that, let me give you the salaries right now. Highest in total payroll. It is Juan Soto at $61 million. Ohtani skews this because he deferred $1 billion of his billions of dollars.
He's getting paid like $2 million, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But he would be right there with him. Zach Wheeler is the second highest paid player in baseball at $42 million. Aaron Judge is at $40 million. Jacob deGrom at $40, and the corpse of Anthony Rendon of the Angels, $38.5 million. And then there's a different way to compute it for luxury tax purposes. Ohtani comes in at $46. So that's the highest paid guys. That's what you're dealing with. So if I came to you, Kyle Tucker, and from what I'm hearing, he's having a great time here. He loves it.
Oh, yeah, he loves it. Loves the ivy, loves the cup snakes. He loves all of it, right?
He loves all of it.
Oh, my God. There's no better city in America, right?
So if I came to you and I said, okay, you're 28, you'll be 29 in January, you're newly married, you're looking to put roots down, he wants to be somewhere for the rest of his career. Like Bryce Harper said, I want a full no trade. I'm going to assimilate myself into the community, and I'm never going to play anywhere else. Okay, and that's so he took a 13-year deal for $300 and some million in Philly.
Yeah.
He's underpaid for all he brings, but, there's no tag days. So I come to you, I said, okay, the highest paid guy is Soto.
Mm-hmm.
Other than him, Zach Wheeler's the second highest paid guy at $42 million. I'm going to give you $47 million, $47.5 for 10 years, all guaranteed. You get your full no trade. You taking it?
No. Take these rocks, kick them. No.
Why?
Not doing it. I'm not doing it because the value of everything goes up. So when he gets to free agency, the Dodgers have already said that they're going to try to, quote, keep teams honest, whatever that means. So if I'm Kyle Tucker and I see that, I go, okay, if the Cubs offer me $475, the Dodgers might come in at $500. I'm reading from your guy, Jim Bowden, says right here, following Juan Soto's record-setting deal of $765 million in free agency and Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s $500 million extension, Tucker is expected to land a 9-figure contract that starts with a 6. That's not me. That's your guy, the Athletics' Jim Bowden, saying that. Okay. So if I'm Kyle Tucker, you, sir, can turn around and kick those rocks. There's no way I'm signing that right now.
Can I get
There's no way. Because worst case scenario, what I do is I bet on myself, which is what he's doing, right? Like he could have, I'm sure they offered him an extension. I'm sure he's turned it down, whatever. I'm betting on myself. Worst case scenario, I'm going to get $450. Worst case scenario, right? Best case scenario, I continue to play like I am. I'm an MVP candidate besides Ohtani. Everybody knows Ohtani's going to win, but I'm in the mix with Pete Crow Armstrong and all that kind of stuff. The Cubs go on some crazy run. They end up in the NLCS, whatever, how far they go. I'm going to make at least $550, $600 million. Absolutely. I don't care. You know where I want to live? The city that pays me the most. That's where I want to live. I want to live in the city that's going to give me $600 million, whether it's Chicago, whether it's New York, whether it's L.A., whether it's the other New York, whoever it is. Wherever I go, I want to go where they pay me because you know what? I can buy the best house. My kids can go to the best schools. My wife's going to be happy with an extra $150 million. So why would I take less right now than I'm worth? Everybody believes I'm worth at least $500 or $600 million.
Okay, I think that's a shallow way to look at things.
Well, that's the way business works, Cap. If someone came to you, I don't know how long your deal is. I don't know what your negotiations are like here at ESPN 1000. But if someone came to you and said, "Hey, I'm going to give you this deal," and another station offered you $100 million more, you wouldn't go there. It's $100 million, Cap.
If I'm making enough where I'm like, wow, happiness. I was always raised and learned. You never run from happiness. Now, if you said...
They got lakes everywhere. You can buy another lake house.
Guess what? If you said, ESPN wants you to work for $3.75 an hour, and that place is going to give you $10 million a year, well, there's no discussion. Dang. But if one place is going to pay you really awesome money that you can buy anything you want, and the other place is going to pay you a little more awesome money, I'm going where I'm happy. I am. That's people... It's not about the last almighty dollar. It is not. Whether he makes $475 from the Cubs or $575 from someone else after taxes, and then am I going to be happy there? Is that where I really want to be? Wow, we really like it here.
The question is, Cap, the question is, does he get his own office at Wrigley?
What is he, Russell Wilson? Yeah, exactly.
He might. If he gets $600 million, he can get an office in whatever building he wants to.
Yeah, I'm taking, as long as, look, if they come to him and say, hey, we'll give you $250, yeah, no, come out. But if he's going to be the second highest paid player in the game, and they gave him a 10-year fully guaranteed deal, and unless you could tell me he's going to get $675, well, that's a different story.
There's a big difference between $475 and $600. There's a big difference.
I don't disagree. I don't think he's getting $600. I don't. I think he's going to sign with the Cubs before the season is over. I think they have a plan to try to do that. If he gets to free agency, all bets are off. But if I'm him, if my wife and I go, yeah, we love it here. We absolutely love it here. This is where we want to be. I'm making the best deal I can. I'm signing it. I'm relaxing. And I'm like, you know what? We're good. We are good. If, God forbid, I get a horrible injury, God forbid whatever happens, I'm good. I'm taking it. I'm not about the last almighty dollar that I got to get to free agency, and now I got to go the Dodgers and the this one and the that one.
That's not how athletes think, though.
Some do.
Well, the second-tier athletes do. The top-tier guys, that's how they all think.
Aaron Judge turned down more money and stayed where he is. He didn't go, hey, you know what? I'm going to be like Kap Abdalla. Let's go to San Francisco. They offered me a lot more money.
Yeah, I would.
He went,
I absolutely would take more money. Are you kidding me?
Then you're just about the dollar.
Yeah, of course I am. I'm a baseball player in this situation. Of course I am. I know I only have a shelf life of 10 years. I know I'm going to make multi-generational wealth. There's $125 more million.
Really?
That's insane.
Really? Why did Vladimir Guerrero say, I know I could get more money on the market. I like it here. Make me a fair deal. Here's the number I want. And he got it done. Boom. He said,
why did Soto go to the other team for $765 million?
Because he wanted to go be a Met and take that money. Because the Yankees offered him the same money.
Yeah, and he went and he took more money.
He took the same money. The same. The Yankees offer was the same money.
He went to the Mets. He didn't even have to change apartments.
Because that's where he wanted to play. It wasn't about the dollars. Judge said, I'd rather be a Yankee, man. A little less. Cool. I'm making insane money.
All right.
Same deal with Vladimir Guerrero. He's like, I'm not going to hit free agency. I want to stay here. I like it here.
You better hope that Kyle Tucker loves the cup snake and he loves the ivy, and
I hope
he never crashes hard into that wall.
I hope he does. All right, we're going to take your calls. How would you handle it? Are you about the last dollar? Are you shallow like Abdalla? Or are you about being part of something, building something, winning somewhere, and finding a city you love and getting paid crazy money on top of it?
You act like the teams that would pay him that much money aren't building something. Like he's going to go to the Pirates for $600 million.
I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying that. But if you're happy somewhere, don't run from happiness, Abdalla. You never know. You never know what you're biting off. He's shallow, though. 312-332-3776. What would you do? We'll be right back.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time, but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include, absolutely free, a 1-year, no breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4-SEASONS.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com.
It's time to turn things up a notch this summer. Don't binge-watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast. Press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win the $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase is necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Kap and Shea Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
We're rolling on the Kap and J Hood Show. Abdalla in for Hoodie. He'll be with Silvy a little bit later. We're at the Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges in Woodridge. Should be a lot of fun. We do this every year. Shout out to our promotions team. I mean, amazing stuff. It's so organized.
So they get here at like 3:30 in the morning to set this thing up. It's insane.
Bailey does. Kalen does. Sonny sleeps in a little bit. and I don't see any sign of Travis Wacker yet. He's still sleeping.
Sonny needs to sleep, isn't he? Aren't you getting married this weekend? 10 days. Woo,
10
congratulations.
Days he's getting married. I hope you have half as much happiness as I do because you'll be the happiest guy going next to me. It's the best. Being married.
I feel like we could also call this the Cap It and Sip It because we're also presented by Lou Malnati's Pizzeria at Aiken Law.
Bring it on. My wife has her staff coming out here to feed everybody today.
Oh, that's the best part is you get a full stomach of pizza that's a nice base. You can drink the Yingling while you're out on the course. It's awesome.
It's awesome.
It's great.
And it's a great course. So let's go to the phones. 312-332-3776. Since we're here and Jay Moore's there, I'm going to have Jay Moore introduce the callers. What do you think, Jay Moore?
Yeah, that's fine.
Where are we going?
We'll go to Downtown Dean.
Downtown Dean, my guy. Dino,
Good
how are you,
morning.
man?
I'm good. Good morning, gentlemen, and shout out to the great Jay Moore. He is truly the best in the business.
He is. Say hi to Adam Abdalla.
Thank you, brother.
Hi, Dean.
And I yearn for the day that I am welcome back on the Bleck and Abdalla program, by the way. Sidebar, if I may approach.
Yeah, brought to you by Ankin Law, 312-6 million for the great Howard Ankin. Sign my ball.
So the reason I called quickly, gentlemen, is it's easier said than done. To answer your question, I believe, if I put myself in that situation hypothetically, when you have $100 million, and Downtown Dean knows some people with $100 million, most people's thought press is, how do I get my next $100 million, Cap? So in my older years, I try to look at the glass half full and not be so pessimistic. But I tend to side with Abdalla. It almost sounds like you sound like a secret agent trying to sell Tucker one of those certified pre-owned cars. And he's got the option of buying a brand new one. You're really giving the hard sell. The question I want to ask you, because I don't believe they'll re-sign Tucker, if you had to pick today re-sign Tucker or trade for Chris Sale. Which one are you going with? Take that, fellas.
Oh, Tucker. That's easy.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, one's 29, one's 36.
Yeah, I'll take the 28. He'll be 29 in January. Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Who's a top 10 player in baseball. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
And just for correction's sake, you said that the Yankees offer was the same. It wasn't. The Yankees offer to Soto was $760 for 16 years. The Mets offer was 15 years, $765. One less year, more money, more average value.
He's not going to get to the end of the deal anyway.
If I could tell you could retire a year earlier and make more money, would you do it?
He can walk away whenever he wants.
If I told David Kaplan you could retire a year earlier and make more money doing it, would you do it?
Depends where I'm at and how happy I am.
Just say yes. Oh my God, just say yes.
I don't
just agree. Just say yes. You would.
I don't ever want to retire.
Oh God.
I'm sure there are people in their cars going,
I'm gonna be working nights forever.
Be with this guy. How many more years?
Let's go to Terrell. Let's go to Terrell in Logan Square.
Let's go to Terrell in Logan Square. Hey, Terrell.
What's up, guys? It's nice to talk to you again. So quick, I want to preface this by saying I want him to take the 450, 475. So I work pharmacy compounding by day, video production by night. But let's say if they were offering me at the compounding pharmacy a crazy livable wage to not do video production again, unfortunately, I would have to take that crazy livable wage to not do what I love most. Because, you got to live, you got to support yourself and your family. So I would do that, but I would, in my heart says I would want to do the video production, but my mind and logic will say you got to take the money.
But my question is, if you could make what you love doing, make insane money, yeah, you could make more insane money, but you could make so much money, you could have your own jet. You could have 15 different houses and still have hundreds of millions left. What would you do?
Well, then, yeah, okay. In that scenario, yeah, I would still do that. I would take the money for video production in that scenario. Yeah.
There you go. Have a great day, man.
You too, guys.
All right, 312-332-3776. Don't forget, shot or no shots coming up at 8. Mike and LaGrange, what's up, Sparky?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up? Good. How are you?
Doing all right. So Abdalla and I are around the same age. So, by the way, hashtag free Bleck and Abdalla. But we need to make as much money as we can. We don't really trust the system. We've seen 3 horrible things happen within a 19-year. So forgive us for not having a lot of confidence in this one. So, yeah, you got to take every dollar as you can. Now, I'm probably talking more in the Kyle Tucker age, in the 20s. But I do see your point when you're in the 30s. You've already kind of established, setting a home base. Like, I don't want to move away from Chicago.
So you'd want to be where, if all things were fair, you'd rather be where you're happy.
If you got to get comfortable first, and just there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. We got to pad our accounts while we can.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If someone offered you stupid, insane, 475, call it $500 million. But I could get 600 somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I got a deal and I'm happy, I'm not blowing up happiness.
But Cap, you're acting like they want that if he doesn't take the 475, he's going to get 600 and play in Dubuque, Iowa. He'd go to L.A. He'd go to New York. Like, he would go to, like, real cities. He's not going to the middle of nowhere.
I'm simply speaking like me, Vladimir Guerrero, Aaron Judge. They said, enough. I got enough. I'm good. I want to be where I'm happy.
Yeah, Vlad Guerrero is also a Vlad Guerrero Jr. who already has generational wealth because his dad played in the league. He doesn't need the money.
His dad didn't make that much.
But he could stop right now and just be like, okay, money. I'm fine. Oh, you're like he didn't share the money with your you were not going to share your money with your kids.
My God, damn, deranged. Where are we going, Shea Moore?
Andrew and Aurora. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So I agree with Cap on this. It's a matter of perspective. And you're talking $100 million if you're making, $100,000, $100 million's a lot. But if you're talking $500 million versus $600 million, you're not living any differently. And this is really a matter of a capitalism issue and living in America because we never seem to have enough. And that's what makes everybody unhappy. These people like Aaron Judge decided that they have enough and they'd rather have happiness with enough versus the extra $100 million.
Exactly. That's
disagree. It's not just an American thing. You look at Cristiano Ronaldo, who went over to Saudi Arabia to make $500 million to play for 2 years. You look at all these places. I'll look at the live golfers that go and play over there in that league with all the controversy that they had to deal with before. Everybody was like, okay, cool, whatever, we don't care. Like, it's not just in America. It's like players do this in every single league, in every single sport, in every single country. When you're the most coveted asset in free agency, you go to the highest bidder. That's exactly how it works in every single sport, in every single country, every year. You have the exceptions every once in a while. Sure, the Aaron Judges who says I'm fine. That's fine. You can have the exceptions, but the majority of the time, people go to the companies and to the teams that pay the most money. It's simple. It's called business. It's how it works.
And that's not how I would choose to.
Then you're the exception to the rule.
There's others like me out there. Again, I'm not asking him to take $50,000 a year from the Cubs and leave $600 million on the table. I'm saying you're going to be the second highest paid player in the history of the sport.
You're asking him to leave almost a 20% decrease. You're asking him to go from $475 to $600 million. That's not like 5%.
I'm also not having him get to free agency. I'm having him in July go, I'm in, I'm relaxed. Let's go win a World Series. I'm good.
We'll see.
That is how I would think, and I think there's a chance he might think that way as well.
All right.
312-332-3776. We'd love your thoughts on this. What would you do if you were in Kyle Tucker's shoes? You could sign right now, today. Guaranteed. Money's all locked in. Doesn't matter what happens. Or you rolling the dice going, let's see what happens in November when I get to free agency. A year before a work stoppage, I might add. 312-332-3776. Abdalla's in for Hoodie. It's the Kap and J Hood Show. We're live at Seven Bridges for Grip and Sip It. Be right back.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. A signature win for the Sox Tuesday night in Houston. Rookie Shane Smith went 6 innings, allowing just 1 run. Fireballing Grant Taylor worked a 1-2-3 seventh in his MLB debut. Luis Robert Jr. had a double and a homer and played Gold Glove center field defense. And Chase Mydroth, Kyle Teel, and Edgar Carroll combined to reach base 5 times. Tonight, Sean Burke pitches for the Sox. It's Game 2. They shoot to clinch the season series. Oh, say, can you sing? Backed by popular demand, the White Sox invite fans to show off their star-spangled singing for the 2025 National Anthem Contest. One talented winner will be invited to sing the National Anthem on August 11th before the White Sox host the Detroit Tigers at 6:40 p.m. For more info and to enter, visit whitesox.com/anthem.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shea Norling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows, Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules, and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Let me tell you about our friends at ESPN Bet. ESPN Bet is my sports book of choice. Hoodie uses it. Abdalla uses it. ESPN Bet is awesome. And if you'd like to bet the U.S. Open, that is teeing off tomorrow. Bet the championship. Teams are battling for championships in the NBA, in the Stanley Cup. You must be 21 or older. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code USL and get started today. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
Kap and Shea Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
We're rolling on here at Seven Bridges. Abdalla, he's about the last dollar. I'm David Kaplan. Hoodies in with Silvy later. What's it, Carmen, Jurko 10?
Carmen, Jurko, and Chris Bleck at 10 o'clock.
Okay, the three of them.
Three-man weave.
Three-man weave, and then it's Hoodie and Silvy at noon. And then it's Shea and Tyler, I believe, after that.
It is, absolutely. Leading you into White Sox baseball. This is a nice shirt you got on here.
Thank you.
Shout out to Swanee's Golf.
Yep, and this is, I'm on the Republic Bank team today.
There you go.
So looking forward to that. We're having a discussion of Kyle Tucker. What should he do? What will he do? What will the Cubs do? And I'm on record telling you, I believe Kyle Tucker will be with the Cubs next season. I think they will get him signed. If it gets to free agency, all bets are off, because the Cubs had offered $66 million for Tanner Scott. And the Dodgers were at, I want to say, 63. And the Dodgers said, well, hold on. We're at 72 now. And so I asked somebody who would know. I said, okay, if they're at 72, why don't you go to 74? They said, because the Dodgers made it clear. Well, then we'll go to 80. They don't have a budget because they make billions on their TV deal that no one else does.
Yeah.
And at some point you just go, okay, you can have him. He's yours.
Yeah, which is why, the Dodgers there was that report that the Dodgers are going to keep teams honest for Kyle Tucker. So if the Cubs go out there and offer $475, the Dodgers could come back and say $500. And then the Cubs say $525, and the Dodgers go $550. And then the Cubs go, okay, cool, he's yours.
Correct.
Have fun.
Correct.
And then he goes to the horrible city, the poverty-stricken city of L.A., where he'll be living in the middle of nowhere.
I have zero interest in living there, but it's not me. I'm not the one they're going to offer that insane amount of money.
So are you going to call – so when Kyle Tucker ends up signing for $575 for 10 years with the whoever team that's not the Cubs, are you going to call him greedy? Are you going to call him a bad guy? Are you going to say that he's about every dollar? Are you going to say that he took the easy way out instead of trying to work with something and trying to build something?
He's got to make the best decision for him.
Oh, okay. So now that taking the most money is the best decision for him.
But I'm not saying that taking the most money is not always the right or best decision.
It seems like when baseball players have a short shelf life, and any player has a short shelf life, that taking the most money while you can, because you're not going to do anything else after this, is the best thing to do.
when you're getting 450, Aaron Judge got what, 360? Something like that. And he could have gotten more from the Giants. There may have been another bidder in there as well, but the Giants were more. And he said, I like being a Yankee, man. I got enough.
All right.
So let's go to Russ in Palos. Hey, Russ, what's up?
Hey, thanks for having me. As I recall, Tucker has signed for $17 million for this year based on arbitration.
17.5, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a long way between there and $400 million or $600 million. I have a suspicion because he's not even the best guy from an offense standpoint on the Cubs. He's about the third best.
He is their best. He's their best player. It's not close.
Oh, really? Really? Well, take a look at how many RBIs. Take a look at all his hitting prowess here. Take a look at the guys that are driving in runs. It's not him.
Let's take a look at his body of work in his career versus the other guys. It's not close. If you asked every other executive, you can have one player off the Cubs, and we'll pay the contract. Just take the player. Kyle Tucker's the first choice.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Let's go to Lewis in Lyle. Hey, Lewis, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Cap. Just got to say I agree with you for a couple callers ago. The guy said it perfectly. This is a greed thing. I know, Abdalla, you think that it's a 20% decrease, but at a certain point you start to see the diminishing returns on increasing going of capital. This is starting to become unsustainable.
Lewis fell down a well.
Lewis, your phone's breaking up there, buddy.
I think he fell down a well.
I think we lost Lewis.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right, thanks, Lewis. Let's go to Lincoln Park. Marcos, what's up, buddy?
Marco, right? Sorry.
Marco.
Always choose happiness. This is a guy that has changed positions multiple times. In the consulting world, the percentages of increase may have not been the same as Tucker, but it is a big increase, and I've done it, and I was not happy, and I came back to the job that I came back for less pay. You always want to stay happy, and that means winning. Winning trumps money. That's what I want to say.
Completely agree. Like if you're telling me, what if he's from Tampa, the Tampa Bay Rays say, we've never done this, we're going to pay you more money than anybody.
Okay.
And he goes there and they never win. They're like, we can't spend on anybody else.
It wouldn't be the first time an athlete took the most money to be on a losing team.
I don't think he's that guy.
That's fine. But that's not realistic. The Rays aren't going to do that. It's going to be the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Cubs. It's going to be one of those teams. That's how it's going to be. And it's not just going to be a team where he's going to go and lose. And also, you can't really, no offense to Marco, but you can't really compare it to a normal job. He's going to retire when he's 40 years old. And he's never going to have to work a day in his life, and his kids may never have to work, and his kids' may never have to work a day in his life.
None of his family will have to ever work, whether he signs for $475 or
I understand that. That's why I don't think you compare it to like a normal job, because you're going to be working until we roll you out of the station.
Correct.
And just because you love it, he's going to be done at 40 with his feet up playing golf for the rest of his life.
Right. Like we have to get paid. Like we get paid twice a month.
Yeah.
I need my paycheck to pay my mortgage.
Yeah.
And to make sure my kids can eat.
Yeah, he's good.
he could literally stop playing now and go, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. He'll be fine.
It is what it is. Shot or no shot in 2 minutes. Be right back.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's @Omatic.com.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-672-7070. That's 1-800-672-7070. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-672-7070. That's 1-800-672-7070.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot, a live edition every day at 8 a.m. We are at Seven Bridges for the annual Grip It and Sip It Classic out here in Woodridge. We will have Carm, Jurk, and Bleck at 10. Silvy and Hoodie at noon. Shea and Tyler at 3 o'clock. And White Sox baseball tonight. Game 2 of their 3-game set against the Houston Astros. Adam Abdalla's with me here on Kap. Let's go to our control center. Here is shot or no shot. Jake.
What's up, guys? How we doing this morning?
Hello. Good, man. How are you?
Good. Let's lead off with baseball and the North Siders. The Cubs, as has been documented on this show pretty much every day, need a top-of-the-line starter and a closer by the deadline. Here's a list for Cap's Most Wanted list that I've made up after all the shows I've been listening to here with you. Chris Sale, Sandy Alcantara, Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, Emmanuel Clase, Mason Miller. Shot or no shot, Cap needs to temper his targets for the Cubs this deadline.
Damn. That's a no shot. Tom Ricketts has his debit card fired up with, they got more money than they know what to do with over there. Rarely are you in a position where you can look at your team and go, we can win the World Series. Dodgers got like 7 billion pitchers on the injured list. Tell me who in the National League is unbeatable. There's no one. I'm not telling you you're going to win. You can if you make smart moves. You're telling me that if you go out and get Mason Miller, Emmanuel Clase, somebody like that, and you go at a top-of-the-rotation starter who can plug and play in Game 1 of any series, there is no reason. They have the money. They have prospects. There is no reason. I don't want to hear, well, that guy had 2 guaranteed years left on his deal. So, you have a chance to win the World Series. And if I'm Tom, and I do win the World Series, that's the biggest middle finger to all the haters you can have. You could stand up there and go, I did it again. Oh, my God. This is a no-brainer, man. Go out and take on whatever you have to and try to win the effing World Series.
I'm also going to say no shot because Cap is a fan, and so the fans should want the most out of their teams. Like fans should be, like the entire hour we spent debating how much Kyle Tucker's going to get, right? Like, the Cubs, the fans should be upset if they aren't one of the highest bidders. Like, you shouldn't get this, what we found out where they were like, oh, the third highest bidder, the fourth highest bidder, right? The same goes for adding at the deadline. Like, you should be going, when you see a team that's like this, that's playing like this, when we get to, June 11th today, if they're still playing this good, when we get to towards the end of July, you absolutely should be going all in for it and trading what you have in prospects, because why else are you building up all these prospects? You've got guys that are already coming up. You've got guys in your system that you have there to trade. It's time to go in and go all in, like you say, and try to win something this year, because we've been talking, Kyle Tucker could walk. And so you have to take advantage of having one of the best players in baseball on your team right now, and take advantage of this year that Pete Crow Armstrong is having, because, listen, he could replicate this year for the rest of his career. This could just be a fluke. We don't know. So take advantage of it. Go all in. Like you said, no shot.
Yeah, 100%, man. Tomorrow's promised to nobody. Kyle Tucker, you could offer him $650 million, and he goes, hey, man, I'm taking $550 because I always wanted to play back home in Tampa.
Yeah.
You have no idea. You can only offer whatever you can offer. There's no guarantee that he's going to take it. The Yankees thought $760 for 16 years.
16, yeah.
Instead of $765 or 50, and he said it wasn't about the money. I wanted to be with the Mets. Well, okay.
Well, listen, the Padres back in 22 gave up Gore, James Wood, C.J. Abrams, and Robert Hassel for Soto, and how did that turn out? We got to the NLCS, but that was it.
That was it.
That was it. All right, moving on. Cubs manager Craig Counsell was thrown out just 3 times in 2024, but now twice in the last 3 games, arguing with umps, sticking up for his players on blown calls. Shot or no shot, Craig Counsell is growing on you as a long-term answer for the Cubs manager.
Oh, that's a shot. I was mad at him earlier in the year when the bullpen blew a big game early, and I was mad that I think it was Caleb Thielbar got what's his name? Eugenio Suarez with the bases loaded, and then he brought him back the next inning. I'm like, what are we doing here? Mm-hmm. But as a manager, yeah, his record's outstanding. His teams play hard. All you have to do is turn the TV on and go, wow, you see those guys bust their tail down the line or go first to second, first to third? Yeah. No, he's absolutely a quality manager. Will I fly off the handle about him at times? Yeah, I would do that if my mom was managing him.
Yeah, it's a shot, because the idea was when you hired Craig Counsell last season was that you had a guy that got something out of lesser talent with the Brewers, right? And if you gave that guy talent, you could do something, and we're seeing that that's what's happening now. Now go out, get him more talent, re-sign Tucker, all that stuff. But you're starting to see that last year he was just kind of maybe analyzing, like he said he was, analyzing what the team had,
remember what he
the
said
organization, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
He said, we got to start building 90-win teams around here and then go from there.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what Jed did.
Mm-hmm. Jake.
Outside. After an impressive homestand versus Detroit and the Royals, the announcement of Justin Ishbia and the young prospects turning heads on the field, shot or no shot, White Sox stand pat at the deadline and decide not to trade away Luis Robert Jr.
No shot. They better be taking phone calls today after yesterday's. After that catch in the home run, you better trade him tomorrow.
Yeah, he was my player of the game last night.
Mm-hmm.
He had a sliding catch when it was a 4-2 game with men on.
Mm-hmm.
He hit a home run. He also drove in the first run of the game. He had a big night. It would be one, unless they can't get anything for him, it would be an absolutely stupid decision, because you're not picking up the $20 million option or whatever the number is, 19 point whatever.
Well, you're not a year away is the thing.
Correct.
Like the difference between them and like we're talking about with Chris Sale, right? Like I still think the Braves believe that they can contend next year, so they're not going to trade Chris Sale. Whereas the White Sox aren't contending next year. Like maybe they get to 65, 70. They're not going to contend for a World Series, so get what you can for Luis Robert. Like they're going to trade more than just Robert by the deadline too.
Yeah, you trade Mike Tauchman.
Mm-hmm.
You trade who's the
Hauser,
pitcher
the pitcher.
Adrian Hauser.
Yeah,
you get what you can. Like when the Cubs started moving all their guys out, they took lottery tickets. The Chris Bryant trade, those guys are not going to make it. But the Javi Baez, Trevor Williams to the Mets, and get a guy who was coming off shoulder surgery. Oh, his name's Pete Crow Armstrong. Like, that looks like a great trade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then they traded Andrew Chafin to Oakland, and they wanted this kid, Greg Dykman. He came up, didn't make it. Can we have a throw-in reliever? Yeah, he happens to be Daniel Palencia.
Mm-hmm.
That's good development.
Now, trade Robert yesterday.
Yes.
All right, moving to the gridiron. So Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet may be a topic of discussion all season long. Who gets more snaps, more targets, how much 12P would be used? My question for you guys would be, between the competition here, shot or no shot, Loveland and Kmet's position battle will be a distraction rather than a healthy competition this season?
No shot.
Yeah, I'm with Abdalla.
No shot, because there's more competition elsewhere on the team. Like, left tackle is going to be a thing that we follow every day. Who started at left tackle today? Ozzie Trapillo got more snaps than Braxton Jones. Oh, Karan Amagaji started with the first team. What does that mean? We're going to be following that left tackle. And also, I think the running back room, too. We're going to be following what they think of Kyle Monungai. We're going to be of what they think of Roshan Johnson, DeAndre Swift, how those snaps are split up, and whether or not they add. You know, you had 2 running backs signed in the last 2 days.
Yeah,
J.K. Chubb and Dobbins both signed. So what are they going to do with the running back? Also, Chris and I talked about this yesterday, backup quarterback. Like Bajent, Keenum, is that a real battle? Are they just saying that, you know, to like get Bajent to compete some more? I don't know what it is. I think that we're going to be looking at a lot more because we know that, like, yes, starting only means you have the first snap of the game, right? Like, after that, whether you're bringing in, like Jake said, 12 personnel, all that kind of stuff, targets, I think that stuff will flush itself out in the season. I think we'll start looking, once we get to the middle of the season, and we start looking at whether or not Colston Loveland has become the go-to tight end for Caleb Williams, or if it's Cole Kmet. That's when you start to say, hey, are they going to do something with Cole Kmet in the offseason? Is Colston Loveland, you know, because as of right now, Colston Loveland hasn't even touched the field yet.
Correct.
He hasn't practiced. He hasn't done anything. The dude can't catch with one of his hands right now because he's still coming back from injury. So I think we have to wait and see. He said he's going to be ready by the start of training camp. So I don't think that that's going to be as pressing of a battle that we follow than the other 3 that I just said.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything with Cole Kmet this year.
No.
They will maybe next year. There was no savings. There was no reason to let Cole Kmet go this year. You save, I think, $100,000 on the cap. It's nothing.
Yeah.
So I think
next year you're getting $10 million.
After next season, could I see him moving on unless he had a monster year? Absolutely possible.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely in play. But I don't think it's going to be a distraction at all. They'll use a lot of 12 personnel. And Colston Loveland is not the inline blocker Cole Kmet is, and Cole Kmet is not the get separation, Travis Kelce style wide receiver in a tight end body. So I don't think there's any issue whatsoever.
But congrats to Cole Kmet.
He just got married.
Good for him.
And did you see the table place setting for Mr. Travis and Taylor Kelce? It said Travis.
Maybe they
and
invited
Taylor,
them.
They did.
All right.
But
people, I feel like
they were not there.
I would say civilians do that all the time. Have you seen that? Like, people invite celebrities to their wedding in hopes that they might show up.
Really?
Like, oh yeah, it happens all the time. They'll invite like a random celebrity and hope that they'll show up.
That's awesome.
Obviously they never do. But if were they together at like the quarterback camp or the quarterback tight end camp or tight end U or something like that? So if they have a relationship, it's not surprising that they invited them.
That's pretty funny. And then a friend of mine, he lives in Arlington Heights because that's where they got married, I think at Cole's parents' home.
Mm-hmm.
He said Caleb Williams went into some restaurant and there were a bunch of young kids, like teenagers. And they, Caleb Williams, can we take a picture? He said he was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Hanging out with everybody. So he embraces the other part of being the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Super cool. I hope he's better than Mitch was like that. And so is Justin. I hope he's a better player than those two guys.
I think he will be.
All right, final one here. Having a little fun with it. Speaking of weddings, Aaron Rodgers just announced he is married to some girl named Brittany. Shot or no shot, Rodgers reveals who his wife is by the start of the season.
Yeah, when they write his bio, they'll probably have it in there.
I mean, yeah, shot, we'll find out, but I don't think it's anybody of note. I think Waddle and Silvy. Yeah, Waddle and Silvy were talking about this yesterday. If it was a celebrity, we'd know, because it would be Aaron Rodgers and whether it was Danica Patrick or Cheyenne Woodley or whoever it was, we would know because the other person is also famous.
Yeah,
it's kind of like Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani didn't marry a celebrity.
Correct.
Ohtani just married, like I said, a civilian, right?
Correct.
So I think that's what I think Aaron Rodgers just married a normal lady, and we'll find out. And I don't think it's going to be anyone of note.
Shot or no shot? Is she hot?
Yeah, she's smoking.
Beauty is in the eye of beholder. So that's up for interpretation. I don't know. We'll see. I guess.
Yeah, I don't feel like he married.
It depends. Some people don't. Some people like Danica. Some people don't. Some people like Cheyenne Woodley. Some people don't. It's up to you.
You don't think he married the crypt keeper?
No. I don't think he did that. No.
It's Shailene.
Shailene Woodley, Cheyenne Woodley, whatever.
What is she in?
She's in a What is she be in?
Like when I heard he's dating an actress.
Hunger Games, right?
I said to my
yeah. She's Hunger Games. She's Hunger Games. She was in. Let's see. Pulling up in the IMDb. I think she makes her own soap.
Oh God.
She's in Divergent. She's in The Fault of Our Stars. And
Danny
The Descendants. She was in The Descendants. Did you see that?
No.
That's a good
one. With what's his face? George Clooney's in that. Yeah. Let's see what else. I'm trying to think of stuff that you would see. You don't watch movies though.
I'm going to see The Karate Kid, the new one.
Of all the movies, why? Why that one?
I'm going to see the Mission Impossible one too.
Okay, all right.
She was not in Hunger Games. That was.
She wasn't in. Okay, she was in Divergent. Divergent is like that's
Thank
like
you,
the.
Thank you, Twitch chat, for the correction. With Miles
Is Divergent like the Aldi Hunger Games?
I think so.
Okay, I don't know.
Does Zetterman make his own soap? Because I know he uses some funky kind of ask him when you see him. He won't use certain kinds of deodorant.
He uses aluminum-free natural deodorant.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I do too.
Jordan Sherwood chiming in. He says my dad and my brother tried to get Hulk Hogan at my wedding.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So there you go. See, people try to get celebrities at their weddings all the time.
No shot, brother.
Yeah, brother. We'll go around the National Football League. That's next.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years.
And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
All power, zero compromise. Eagle cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit EgoPowerPlus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's EgoPowerPlus.com.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Yuengling Flight.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
All right, it's time to go around the National Football League. We do it every day at this time. Let's go back to 190 North State. Here's Jake.
All right, guys. Pro Football Focus just recently announced their 2025 NFL All Breakout team. Before I tell you who those two guys are from the Bears, do you think you can guess that real quick? Who the two players are?
Rome Odunze and
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Caleb Williams, I would
You
say.
got it. Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze are starters on the All Breakout team. My question for you guys will be, how will you guys define breakout? Will it be by wins or by numbers for you guys this season in 2025?
Wins.
No, well, for this specific list, I would say numbers. Like, if Caleb gets to 4,500 yards, if Rome has 1,300 yards, like that kind of thing, if he becomes the #1 wide receiver, like if at the end of the year we're looking at the numbers and he is the #1 and DJ Moore's #2, I would say that means that's a breakout season. Like, look, we saw last year the defense could go to crap, and they could put up a bunch of numbers and lose games, 35-28. Okay. And they're putting up numbers and left and right, but their defense is bad. And you still have they broke out. Caleb Williams finally we have a quarterback that got to 4,000 yards, but they still lost a bunch of games. So it's got to be numbers.
So I had dinner with a particular player the other day. No, current player.
Okay.
I had dinner with him last week, and I said to him, if the Hail Mary play doesn't happen, how many games do you win? He said 9 or 10. I said, seriously? He said, dude, that ripped the room apart. completely destroyed it.
Yeah, of course.
He said, now everything happens for a reason, and you could say, well, that tells me that your culture wasn't very strong anyway.
Yeah.
He said, and that's all well and fine. He said, and it got us to where we're at today.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you cannot imagine how different the room is. Like, he said to me.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this. Do we thank Tyreek Stevenson then?
Kind of.
Do we thank him for his services in giving up on that game?
Yeah, whatever it took. Whatever it took. He said last year, okay, Abdalla, I'm Eberflus.
Mm-hmm.
Do not put your finger right there. Now go ahead and do it. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
He said, now this year, Ben Johnson's standing there and goes, don't touch that. You do. I don't know what has gone on around here in the past. We are going to do things one way.
Absolutely.
There's a right way, there's a wrong way, and there's my way.
Well, just look at their wins and
the way it
losses.
is.
Like, look at their wins and losses. They had 5 wins, right? I can give you 3 games last year that if it wasn't for Matt Eberflus at the end of games, they would have won.
Well, they would have won the Hail Mary.
Yep.
The
field goal game. Blocked field goal at the end of the game when they could have, and then there was another one where they could have gotten a few extra yards.
The Detroit game at Detroit on Thanksgiving.
Yes,
that would be me.
So or call timeout too. Like
how about the game at Indy?
Yeah,
you also had the ball with a chance to time. Not saying you would have won.
No.
At Houston, like they were in games. You realize for all the people out there that keep tweeting at me, the Packers are the best team in the division. Do you realize that if they don't block that field goal with a fingernail, they go 0-6 in the division? The only win they had was that game.
Well, yeah, and that's why I think they could have ended up winning 8 games, and that's why I think I'm going over 8.5 this year.
Heaven forbid Eberflus was still here.
Let's go, Mike. That's why thank you, Tyreek Stevenson.
Wow.
All right.
I'm right? Listen, that's the meme of like the very small domino that led to Ben Johnson being here. Like that tiny domino is everything that
for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Jake.
All right, sticking with the Bears, Bleacher Report just recently posted an article for the potential veteran stars that can still be cut before the season starts. The Bears running back DeAndre Swift was atop that list. So my question for you would be, what does the Bears running back look like, or the running back room look like without him, and are they better off without DeAndre Swift?
No, they're not, unless you have a replacement for him. You're going to trust a 7th-round rookie. Maybe he'll become Isaiah Pacheco, and maybe he won't.
Mm-hmm.
And Roschon Johnson, and that's it? Ian Wheeler, we don't know if he's healthy. No, they're not better without him. A year from now, could I say maybe they are? Yeah, I'll have a lot more data to know what I've got. So, no, I do not believe they're better off without DeAndre Swift.
So it's a dead cap hit of $10 million. That's not good.
If you released him now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say, looking at their depth chart, you've got Roschon Johnson,
and
you've
Kyle
got
Monungai.
Kyle Monungai, excuse me. You also have Travis
Homer
Homer that's there. So, okay. I mean, the 2 guys that were the veterans, J.K. Dobbins and Nick Chubb, were signed the last couple days. So unless someone else is cutting another player that you're going to pick up, I would say that they're going to stick with DeAndre Swift. I think that if Ben Johnson came in, and we know he got rid of DeAndre Swift before, I think they would have already gotten rid of DeAndre Swift.
Agreed.
So I don't
and they're not signing Ezekiel Elliott.
No. So I think that DeAndre Swift is still on this team this year.
I agree.
He definitely
100%.
deserves to stay to see how he performs behind this new O-line.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're 100% right, Jay Moore, because I think that everything that we saw offensively last year is going to be completely – you have to give everyone a clean slate because, yes, Caleb Williams did have a year in the NFL. He played all 17 games, so hopefully the game is easier for him. But also, you look at the wide receivers, you look at the running backs, they have an entirely new offensive line. Even Cole Kmet is tight end. I know they drafted another tight end, but you have to give everyone a new chance because it's going to be a new offense, new offensive line, everything changes. So, yeah, I think Swift is definitely going to be here.
All right.
Anything else?
Yeah, let's go with the Bengals' top overall pick there in the first round. Shamar Stewart is continuing to hold out and create a nightmare situation for the Bengals. Here's some audio as he stated, saying that the Bengals front office is more concerned about winning arguments than they are winning games.
just take it day by day, pray to God. He's always going to stand with me no matter what. And just know you're doing the right thing. Like some people say, we all agree trade will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So in my case, I'm 100% right. So it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that. But
all right, so here he is calling out the Bengals front office, talking about another player's contract when he's not even on the field yet. Who's in the wrong, the Bengals here or Shamar Stewart?
Nope, the Bengals. The Bengals. Why are you trying to mess with contracts? Like, you're trying to put in this verbiage where if you have a default on a year, normally, Cap, if you default on the guarantees of a year, if you have a reason to default, like if he gets arrested, if he gets a DUI, whatever, you default the guarantees. It only is for that year, for the year 2025 right now. What the Bengals are trying to do is put in language in his contract that if they default on his guarantees, it would be for the remainder of his contract.
Correct.
Something that is never in any contract in the NFL, and he doesn't want to be the guinea pig for a new system of contract. I agree with him. Hold out. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're both wrong. He's not wrong on his demand. He does not need to share it with the media.
But
He's a rookie. He needs to keep his mouth shut. Just say, my agents are handling all this, and hopefully we get something worked out.
I disagree with you there. He's asked the question. Like, if Colston Loveland was holding out, you'd want to know why. You'd want to talk to Colston Loveland.
But because I want to know why does not mean he has to tell me.
Who held out here because of language in the contract?
Not under Poles. He hasn't had any hold.
No. It was under
Pace.
Yeah, it was under Pace. Roquan. Yes, Roquan. Roquan held out because of offset language and all that kind of stuff. And, they figured it out, and obviously they came to an agreement. But if they went up to him and they asked him what's going on, you'd want him to answer.
As a media guy, yes.
Well, that's what we're in the media. We're talking into a microphone.
But I'm talking about if I'm him. Shut your mouth. Don't share it with the media.
We're in the media. This is a microphone. There's a camera right there.
The media is evil. Don't share it with them. Don't share it with them.
Cap just said
Shamar.
He's evil.
I would.
Nick, cut that too.
Dude, I'm not in the media. I'm an entertainer. That's all I do.
Oh, you agree the E stands for entertainment, huh?
That's correct.
Okay.
You guys know what's evil?
There he is.
A media guy suggesting a superstar player should take a $100 million hometown discount.
Thank you,
That's
Waddle,
evil.
the voice of reason.
That's evil.
That is not what I said.
That's evil.
That is not what I said.
That's evil.
That is
What'd you
not
say?
what I said. That is not what
What'd
I
you
said.
say? What'd you say?
I said that if they came to him at the All-Star break or prior to it, let's say in the next 30 days, and said, here, we're going to give you $47.5 million a year. You'll be the second highest paid player in the history of the sport. Full guarantee, full no trade, if that's what he wants. Most of these guys do. Sign it right now. Everything's guaranteed. Me, if I like it here, yes, I would take it. I wouldn't roll the dice on going to free agency.
It sounds like a fair, offer, but it's not something that I'd be down on Tucker if he decided to say thanks, but I'm going to visit free agency. Like, you only get one opportunity.
I'm just saying for me, for Aaron Judge, for Vladdy Guerrero. They said, I don't need the last dollar. I'm happy here. I like it. Just make me a fair offer. And so they did. The Blue Jays came up. They got it done. And he said, I know I could get probably a 6 in free agency. He took a 5. That was my point.
Do you think that the Cubs would be willing to give Tucker a $325 million signing bonus? Isn't that what the Blue Jays?
That signing bonus is all spread out over the life of the contract. He did not get a check for $325 million up front. He did not.
Then why did they announce that?
It's all I'll look it up. It's all about the language of it. I have no idea if they would do that. I have no idea. But I do not believe.
I'm glad I finally get some backup here.
I'm just telling you.
If he wants to take a less than what free agency would give him, that's his decision. But as a fan, I'm just joking with you, Cap. But as a fan, I'd never be down on a player because he decided to visit free agency. You know, I mean, that's
he
his
did not
right.
get a the signing bonus of $325 is spread out through the duration of the 14 years and is paid in separate installments.
Well, then it's not a signing bonus of $325 million, as it was advertised.
Yeah, that's what it is. The entire $500 is guaranteed. No opt-outs, no deferrals, no trade restrictions, and the signing bonus structure is advantageous for his tax situation, so that's why it's done. And he also gets the signing bonus even if there's a work stoppage.
Yes, that's the key, is that the cash is still coming in even if there is a stoppage.
But it is spread out over 14 years.
It's a lot of money.
A lot of money, but he said, I probably left at least $100 million on the table. I'm good with it. I'm happy. That's my point. If you're fair with him, I'm not asking him to play for $80,000. I'm asking him, would you take $47.5 million a year, second highest paid player in the history of the sport?
That's
Maybe
fine. That's a good offer. And
you
know what? Tip of the cap to the Cubs if, in fact, they give him that offer. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't be down on Tucker if he said, thank you, no thanks, I'm going to visit free agency.
Oh, no, that's his right. I'm not saying I'd be down. I just would not be surprised if he took it. I would not. So,
interesting.
We'll see. All right, more with the great Tom Waddle. One of the highlights of our week is when we get to tap into the knowledge of Tom Waddle. That's next.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is helping you make the most of the season with the latest LG tech. Experience the sights and sounds of summer like never before. From LG's brightest OLED G5 Series TV, powered by AI, to lightweight Gram AI laptops, to the portable, powerful sound of the new X-Boom Bounce speaker. Gamers, you can dive into action with the world's first 5K, 2K OLED gaming monitor for an ultra-immersive experience for free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is Apt, A-B-T. Apt.com, pleasing people since 1936. Jay Moore.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Let me tell you about our friends at Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is an awesome spot to get all the sports and concert tickets you want. Basketball, hockey are winding down. Baseball is heating up. Football is right around the corner. Don't miss a second of any of these events with Vivid Seats. With game-changing rewards and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action in person. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You're listening to Kap and Jay Hood. Follow the show on Instagram @TheCatman and @IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We are at Seven Bridges in Woodbridge for the annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, and it's brought to you by
Yingling. Delicious Yingling, cold, refreshing Yingling. The Yingling flights will be flowing today. Can't wait. I'm on Team Yingling with Chris Bleck. We're going to win, guaranteed to win, because they are the great presenting partner here. Also brought to you by Zippo, Ivy Hall, and Live Golf Chicago. It is now time for my favorite hour of the week, my favorite 20 minutes or so of the week, when I get to hear the voice of reason on this show, and someone who's finally coming to my aid here in battling Kap on this Kyle Tucker take, Tom Waddle. Hello, Tom.
Hi, guys. I didn't even really hear your argument, so I was just chiming in.
Cap's trying to do the money isn't everything. They're gonna it's about the happiness of his family. You know what makes his family happier? $150 more million.
You ever heard a story about me in Pakistan?
What? You okay? Pakistan?
Yeah.
How have you and I worked together for this long and you not told me about what you were going to go work in Pakistan?
Yeah, I got offered a coaching job in Pakistan.
Hold on a second.
When I was getting
Jay Moore, we might have to go to break. I need to process
When I was getting out of the NBA, this is true.
Damn.
I got a call from a guy, and he said, would you be willing to coach one of the Pakistani national teams?
Okay.
And at the time, I was making very little money.
Okay.
Because as an NBA scout, you were paid by the game you scouted. You got like $100 a game. And then all your expenses and then whatever at the end of the year. And he said, we'll pay you. I want to say that it was $100,000. That was a fortune, man. A fortune. All tax-free, house, car with a driver, all your meals, and then they would fly you home twice during the season if you wanted to see your family. And I went, let's see. Tomorrow's promised to nobody. I really have zero interest in spending, if I live 85 years, one of the 85 living in flipping Pakistan. Yeah, I'll turn your offer down. But if I was you You'd have been on the first jet on Air Pakistan.
Well, to be fair,
got to get the money.
Now, no offense to Pakistan, probably not for Pakistan. Okay, no offense to Pakistan, but if like Dubai called, if
That's
Abu Dhabi,
different.
yeah, like if Abu Dhabi called,
That's different.
If Riyadh called, the place where I lived for 5.5 years, yeah, I might listen. Those places are a little nicer than Pakistan. No offense to Pakistan. I
had a high school friend of mine who was in the Secret Service for a very long time.
I met that guy.
Yeah,
he
you
was
did.
cool as hell.
Traveled all over the world. He doesn't scare easily. He's the only place
I know
he
where
was
this
ever
story's
was
going
scared.
because he told it to us at Harry Carey's at dinner.
Was the only place he was really, kind of felt nervous and scared was Pakistan. So Cap, I'm just happy that you decided against it and stayed here.
The point is, though, Cap, going to the Dodgers or the Yankees is not going to Pakistan over Wrigley. Okay? Yeah. Like, if he's taking the extra $150 million, it's going
now
to
you're at $150.
Well, you said $450. I'm saying $600.
I said $470.
Okay, fine. $125 million.
Do you really, I mean, in all honesty, Cap, do you think that deal gets done for anything under $500?
I think there's a chance that it does.
Really?
Close.
Waddle, earlier, he guaranteed, in the 7 o'clock hour, in the first segment of the show, he guaranteed that the Cubs are going to sign Kyle Tucker.
Wow. That's a good guarantee. I hope so. But, we've played this game in the past about what do you think. If you ask me to predict, and I'm no expert, I would say no, but only because that's what history has told us, that they have been resistant to get into this end of the pool.
They've never had a player of their own like this. Name me one. Name me one guy that you went, I can justify that contract.
Well, but in free agency, guys have been out there.
I'm not talking free agency. I'm talking about your own personnel.
But he's not really their own. He's been here for half a year.
Yeah. He's on their roster. He's their guy.
Okay.
Yeah, but
they get the exclusive negotiating window.
I don't understand why that is, kind of part of the equation. He's, in a sense, he's going to be a free agent, so why is him on your roster make that different with regard to your willingness to spend
You have
money?
an opportunity to sell your city, your franchise, how you treat people, how your family is treated.
You had that opportunity with Bryce Harper.
No. He wasn't playing here.
I get that.
But the same thing. You could say the same thing for John Lester. When they spent for John Lester, they came in, they gave him the presentation.
He knew those guys, too. He played for them.
But a player comes
different.
in, you give him the presentation, and it's like, okay, you're not recruiting them to Pakistan, a foreign country halfway across the world. You're recruiting them to Chicago, Illinois.
But there is a difference.
They also
playing
here.
an entire season here and having the team be really good and Wrigley packed and your wife enjoying the city and going, I actually could see ourselves living there.
But, Cap, you're making it sound like they're going to use that as a reason why they should be chosen for a lesser price.
No, they have the ability to sign him now where hey, man, I got $47.5 million a year from the Cubs. I'm good. They have that opportunity. I'm not saying he's going to take that. All I'm telling you is that is an advantage that no one else has. Everyone else has to hope he gets the free agency, and then they go in the deep end of the pool, and they go up against all the other teams that are trying to get him. The Cubs are the one team that could literally call a press conference today and go, hey, we just signed Kyle Tucker. No one else could do that.
You're
That's
right
an
about
advantage.
that. But my question is, do you believe they're willing to throw a number out there that would buy him out of free agency?
I do.
Okay. Well, we'll see. And what would that number look like?
Yeah. I just told you. To make him, other than Ohtani and Soto, the highest paid player, average annual value in the history of the sport. Vlad Guerrero just took $35.7 a year. He could have gotten 50. And he said, I'm happy. I want to be in Toronto. I have zero interest in playing anywhere else if they'll come to my number. And they did.
Well, I hope that Kyle Tucker has the same passion for Cubs baseball that you do and they get the deal done because you're a much better baseball team with him patrolling right field than without him.
No question. I'm going to throw in all the Malnati's he wants the rest of his life on top of the deal.
I don't think you want that because then he gets fat and happy and then he can't play.
That's a good point.
You might want to wait.
They have the low carb.
Post-retirement.
They have the gluten-free and the low carb.
All right.
By the way, guys, for whatever reason, I was just scrolling to see tonight's matchup.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that's taking the bump for the Phillies tonight in his last
the guy the Cubs had a deal agreed to.
Well,
And the doctors said no. They on the medicals.
Jesus Luzardo.
Yeah, it's a day game today.
Right. He gave up 8 runs in 2 innings last time out and 12 runs in 3 innings the time before that. So his last 2 outings, he's given up 20 earned runs. It's going to be a fight at the bat rack today in Philadelphia.
Jesus Luzardo, because the Sun-Times National League pitching rundown says his last 3 starts, he's 2-0 in 17 2/3 with a 1.02 ERA.
Wait a second. Am I looking at the wrong thing?
Uh-oh.
I don't see that. I see the Cubs at Philly. Jesus
Brown
Luzardo
versus
taking
Luzardo,
the bump.
12:05.
And on the 5th of
no, you're right. No, Waddle's right. On May 31st, he gave up 12 earned runs.
Yeah.
On June 5th, he gave up 8 earned runs.
Yeah.
Then the Sun-Times is wrong. They have the 1.
My point was this has got Cubs 20 banger written all over it because they feast when you get somebody out there that that's been the one thing that you can be critical of them recently. We were talking about this yesterday. At least in the last 4 matchups with good pitchers, you go back to the guy Gore from the Nationals, and then what'd you have? You had Skubal and Flaherty, and then you had Wheeler.
Zach Wheeler.
You had 2 earned runs. They scored 2. That potent offense scored 2 earned runs in the last 4 matchups against those quality pitchers. They may score 20 today.
They bludgeoned him last night, which was good to see, but you were also facing
a rookie.
What was it, Abel?
Yeah. Isn't he a rookie?
Yeah.
Wasn't very able. Waddle, let me ask you a Bears question. Yesterday, I know you guys spent some time on it with the final mini camp before we get to training camp here in about 5 or 6 weeks or so, and Luther Burden hasn't really done anything.
Yeah.
Is that concerning? Or is this just something – because I know he had some of these injury concerns and things in college where he had a lot of this soft tissue stuff.
Did he? Because, Adam, I was asking Charlie and Tyler that exact question yesterday, and I think that all they could find was that he missed 1 game with a concussion at Missouri.
I thought it was more like practice stuff.
That may be. I
like he was, he didn't practice today. Oh, is he going to play? Like that kind of stuff. And it seemed like Ben Johnson was a little, I don't want to say mad, but irked, tiffed, something like that.
Yeah, and context is everything. And I didn't hear the full context of the exact question and the length of the answer when they asked about Colston Loveland, because he hasn't done anything either, but that was expected.
Yeah,
I would say
coming off surgery.
From my perspective, I'm just disappointed that I didn't get a chance to see the 2 of them do something in this offseason. Like, I knew I wasn't going to see Loveland because of the injury. Okay, fine. I was hoping to see something from Burden. So I'm disappointed. Am I disturbed or am I concerned? No. I mean, if you get to training camp and you're still not seeing Luther Burden out there, then, yeah, I will change my tune. But at the moment, I do think that you noticed kind of a different presentation, or at least I did. And I'm not making too much of it, but it felt like, when they referenced Loveland not being out there, he was very complimentary of his classroom work, and like he's been an astute follower of the offense and what we're doing here. And there was a sense, at least I felt it, of disappointment that Burden wasn't able to get out there and do some stuff. I don't know if you guys felt the same way, but there was some frustration, it sounded like, in Johnson's voice about it.
Yeah, but I was telling Abdalla, I had dinner with a player last week. He said, you cannot imagine how different the accountability is in the building versus what it was under Eberflus. He said it's truly breathtaking.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's why you brought the competence is even more important. Like, you should hold yourself accountable as a professional. At least, come on. Like, I don't want to revisit 2024, but that ticked me off and chapped my ass more than anything is that these professionals, highly compensated professionals, and I'm not absolving the coaching staff for not holding them accountable but the biggest crime here was they weren't competent. So, like, the holding yourself accountable is the job of the players first and foremost.
Agreed, but when you have guys bringing their breakfast into the meetings and everyone's sitting there eating and not paying attention.
Totally understand, Cap, but again, like, you're still a professional. Like, this isn't high school.
But guess what? If that's going on, the head coach needs to go, this BS gets knocked off right now.
Like I said, I'm not absolving the previous administration for not holding them
But
accountable.
the players should be more of a pro. All right, Tommy, we got to roll.
Okay. You got to get in the car, Waddle. Let's go.
Yeah, get out here.
I'll see you guys about 11 o'clock.
All right, we love you. All right. There he is, the great, the powerful, the awesome, Tom Waddle.
I'm glad someone's on my side.
Whatever. He's Abdalla. I'm Kap. We'll be right back.
Kap. J Hood.
We will rock you.
Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Let me tell you about ESPN Bet, folks. Teams are battling for championships. No better place to go and get on the games than ESPN Bet. Go from tackling the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. J-Word.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Poor Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Poor has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Poor has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
We are at the Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges. All of our staff is starting to make their way in here. Carmen is here. Carmen brought his antenna with him.
Yeah, he's going to go all Office Space on it because we don't need them anymore.
By the way, this hour is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, home of the Live Golf Championship. BeBolingbrook.com. So Abdalla's in for Hoodie. Hoodie will be with Silvy at noon. Carmen, Jurko, and Bleck at 10. Shea and Tyler at 3. And Shea is weighing in because he's a degenerate gambler like me.
All right.
And said that the Sun-Times pitching graph is wrong, and that Luzardo absolutely has been struggling.
All right. So
because I thought he had been struggling, and then I looked, I'm like, oh, God.
I believe the Cubs are a slight underdog today, too. So
they are?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're on the road.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. Don't be mad at me about it like you are Kyle Tucker. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I believe the home field thing is not as...
No. I understand that.
It's a little more
they're minus 102. The Phillies are minus 120.
There you go.
So, like, even money on – you're getting even money on the Cubs right now.
Yeah, pretty close to it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Pretty close. So, we'll see. Football news. Ben Johnson met the media yesterday. They have rookie OTAs going on, but they also have Rome Odunze there and Caleb Williams. And Ben Johnson talked a lot about the commitment level from Caleb and Rome being there. They could absolutely have taken off, but you want to take the next step as you learn this offense. And Ben said yesterday, we're not there yet. So how excited are you? Because I think that they are a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
And I was texting with Silvy yesterday, and I got out of the car. I had to go to an event. I did not hear. Did Silvy say he would pick them to go to the playoffs?
No, he's not picking them to go to the playoffs.
He's not.
No, and I think he's picking the under, too. I think he's taking 8. I think he's going under.
Okay, now, is he truly believe that?
Yeah.
Or
I don't think he would say it if he didn't believe it.
Is he saying that because he has made the statement, declarative statement, I'm not going to give them all this love like we all did a year ago?
No,
I got to prove it.
I think you can. I think you can do both, right? Like I think that you can. And I'm speaking for Silvy and here, and I don't know if I should be, but I think you can have excitement, you can have optimism, you can say, this is it. This is the thing. Like, this feels different. They've been up there for some of these practices. They know that it looks different. You've got buy-in from guys like Caleb didn't have to be there yesterday or today. Rome didn't have to be there yesterday or today. But they are, and I think that you can look at it and say, I'm optimistic. I can look at the schedule and say it's a very difficult schedule. I can still look at the division and say, yeah, there might be some regression to the mean, but the Lions could still be very good. The Packers are still very good. The Vikings, we don't know what we're going to get from a rookie quarterback, but if anybody's going to put a rookie quarterback in the best position to win, it's going to be Kevin O'Connell. So you can be optimistic and still say, yes, they're on the right path, but I still see 8 wins and not playoffs. Now, I'm more in your camp, but I'm not putting playoffs on it. I think that they can win 9 games. If that means playoffs, cool.
I have them 10-7.
Great. And if that means playoffs, awesome. And if it doesn't, so be it. There are certain situations where you can win 9 games, obviously, and not make the playoffs. I don't think a single 9-win team made the playoffs last year. I think like 10-win teams did, and then I think like one 8-win team did. I don't know if there was a single 9-win team that made the playoffs last year. So you can win 9 games, and the chips just fall where you don't make the wild card because there are teams that are better than you. So I'm not necessarily saying it's playoffs or bust this year for a first-time head coach, not like a guy getting a second run like Mike Vrabel or anything like that. This is the first time Ben Johnson's ever been a head coach. This is the first year in a new offense for every single player on this team. This is the first time that this offensive line has ever played a game together. You could have 4 entirely new starters on the offensive line that includes a rookie left tackle. Like, if they don't make the playoffs, it's not the end of the world as long as you see progress. I think when Albert Breer joined you guys yesterday, he said it best. It depends on how 8 or 9 wins looks, right? Like, if 8 wins means that you won the first 6 games and then you struggled and only won 3 the rest of the way, then yeah, that's a problem, right? If you struggle in the beginning and win 3 games and then you end with 6 wins, like, that's awesome. Then you're looking at the future. If it's kind of like a win-loss thing and you see that this is moving and Caleb is playing well and he's eclipsed 4,000 yards and he's got a bunch of touchdowns and Roma Dunze's breaking out and, Colston Loveland's playing really well and those sacks come down a ton, from where they were last year, then yeah, it all looks great. So I'm not necessarily putting the caveat of they have to make the playoffs on it. I want it to look good. I want the offense to flow well. I want the defense to fix whatever was wrong with them last year. I want them to win 9 games. I think they can win 9 games. But if they don't make the playoffs, again, Breer said it best, in the hunt. I want them in. I've said it for the last 2 or 3 years. I want them in that graphic at the end of the year. I want the last game of the year to mean something. I want it to be either for a playoff game, for the division, whatever it is. I want that final game to have meaning. That's how I'm going to measure the season.
Here is Ben Johnson on Caleb.
Yeah, we've loaded him up. We've tried a number of different things, long play calls, multiple plays at the line. We've dabbled here, tempo. We've dabbled here, there, and everywhere really throughout the springtime, and some comes a little bit more natural than others for him, but I do think we've seen him get better in really all facets, and so we'll have to sit down as a staff before we leave and when we come back just to make sure we're honed in on what direction we want to go all together. But I feel pretty confident the things that he's put on tape that we can go ahead and get after a little bit.
Good to hear that he's committed. He is working hard. Let's get it done. Because, we were talking in baseball. Like the Cubs, they could wake up next year and go, we got 5 guys on the injured list?
Yeah.
Oh, God. When you got a chance, you got to try. Pete Prisco just tweeted 32 seconds ago, Brian Thomas Jr. just walked off Jaguars camp with a shoulder injury.
Yeah, I mean,
that's their best receiver.
It happens.
And there's no pads. I mean, that's how quick things can change.
Yeah, absolutely. And so today on ESPN.com, you've got an article from Dan Graziano, the ESPN insider, who writes about quarterback questions for all 32 NFL teams. Contracts, how they stack up, all that, everything for every quarterback. And for Caleb Williams, the question is it already now or never for Caleb Williams? He says no, obviously, because it's the first year it's his second year in the NFL. It's his first year with a new head coach. Williams was the number 1 pick in 2024 and has 2 more fully guaranteed years plus the option on his contract. Even if this year is a disappointment, Williams is likely to get more chances. But it's also fair to say the honeymoon period was very short and is officially over. Once it came out publicly that he didn't want to play for the Bears at the start of the draft process, it was clear that the fan base won't stay patient with him if he doesn't seem to be getting it. A seemingly loaded offense with an improved offensive line under new coach Ben Johnson means Williams should have more than enough around him to succeed sooner rather than later.
Let's go. It's time to win games, man. It's time to win games.
So
when you go get Joe Tooney, Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, Grady Jarrett, you draft a tight end, your quarterback's got his hand-picked guy that he wanted to mold him.
Another wide
Ben
receiver in the
Johnson.
second round, too.
When you do all of that, it's time to win football games. It's not time to go, well, we took a couple steps and we won 7. That would be an absolutely awful football team. 7 wins?
I mean, I wouldn't say that's awful, given the schedule that they have. It would be a disappointment.
You got a 33-year-old all-pro offensive lineman you just extended for big money.
Yep.
He didn't come here to win 7 football games. I'm not telling you he's going to win 15 and go to the Super Bowl, but that better be a playoff team or it's a failed season.
I don't think it's a failed season if they don't make the playoffs. If they win 9 games and they don't make the playoffs, it's not a failed season. There's some projections out for what the Bears are going to do this season as far as stat-wise. You tell me if you would be disappointed by this. Now, again, no wins. Not saying wins. These are just numbers. For Caleb Williams, 3,900 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 43 sacks.
Yeah, I probably would be okay with that.
So no 4,000 yards.
Again, I want wins.
So if Caleb Williams goes out and only throws for 3,500 yards, has 20 touchdowns, has 10 interceptions, a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, a completion percentage, 62. But let's say that the numbers just aren't there for him to say like, okay, he's a franchise quarterback, other than he's just okay. But they win 10 games and make the playoffs. You're okay.
Well, if they win 10 games and make the playoffs, then you will call him your franchise quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, they've won 10 games and made playoffs before with Trubisky, so
they won 12.
Well, that's my point, is we knew he wasn't the guy, and they still have won because their defense was great. So their running game was
so
great.
Heavily reliant on defense.
No, I understand that, and that's my point. My point is that this.
But if you give me those numbers and you tell me the Bears went 10-7, 11-6, yeah, that's absolutely let's go.
No, I agree with you. I think that's a good number, right? Just under 4,000. If you get to 4,000, awesome. Like, it's tough to see what fans are looking for more. You know, obviously everybody wants to win football games, right? Like, obviously we want to do that. But if you're winning in spite of Caleb Williams playing well, like if he's just not playing well, but the defense is carrying you and your run game is good because of the offensive line, and he's just kind of, you know, a screen pass quarterback, you know, dumping it off all the time, and the Ben Johnson offense just isn't looking as it should, as you thought it would, but the defense is carrying you. Are you just going to be like, okay, well, they made the playoffs. Maybe they got eliminated in the first round as a wild card team, but cool, they made the playoffs.
I'm going to have to see how this whole thing evolves. But if they don't make the playoffs, I think it's a wildly disappointing season.
See, I thought for once we're actually in somewhat of an agreement on something, that they're going to win more than 8.5 games, that we're taking the over. But I'm surprised that your playoffs are bust with a first-year a first-ever head coach. Like they didn't get Mike Vrabel, who's going to instantly instill a culture.
Matt Nagy went to the playoffs.
Yeah, Matt Nagy went to the playoffs because he had a great defense. They don't have that defense. They don't have the same defense that they did the year they went to the playoffs with Matt Nagy. They just don't. I don't care how great Montez Sweat is. They don't have that defense.
Don't disagree.
I think that when you look at the playoffs or bust, it's really hard for a first-time head coach coming in and instilling this new system, completely new offensive line. Like I think it's a extremely successful season if they find a way to win 10 games and make the playoffs. Not just, and like 9's not a disappointment and they don't make the playoffs to me. Like you're talking about a difference of one game. To me, that wouldn't be a disappointment. I don't think fans would be disappointed, too, if they won 9 games and didn't make the playoffs. I don't think you're going to get the pitchforks out the way we did for Eberflus.
They wouldn't get the pitchforks out.
If you win 9 games. I just kind of find it hard to believe that you're going to sit here at the beginning of January when the season's over saying that the season was an extreme disappointment if they win 9 and don't make the playoffs.
I would be very disappointed if they're not playing playoff football. I wouldn't. Here is Matt Eberflus. Had him in my mind. God forbid. Here is Ben Johnson on what Caleb's been getting better at.
There's always a throw or two every single day. The movement stuff outside of the pocket. It's what we thought coming into town here was the ability to create. And I don't, sometimes you get wrapped up when you're in the multiple play call game. Being in a perfect play all the time for the perfect coverage, that look of the defense, and really with him, it doesn't matter so much what the play call is. If it's the perfect play versus the first, then it's great, it's there, and if it's not, then he's able to find a way to make it work. And so I think there's a little bit of that's going on right now and figuring that out. But he's done a great job so far digesting. He's working hard, and there's still some hiccups out there when you're watching it, some turnovers or needs to play one more time, and that's part of the growing process.
There you go, the growing process. Your thoughts on what you want to see out of the Bears? If they don't make the playoffs, in your opinion, is it a disappointing season? I say yes. Adam says, give me 9 wins, no playoff, I'm still okay. 312-332-3776. He's Abdalla, I'm Cap. He's in for Hoodie. I'll be right back.
This is ESPN Chicago. Cap and Jay Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Feel the boom! The Schaumburg Boomers are back home this Father's Day weekend. Fireworks both Friday and Saturday night. Sunday is a special day game for Father's Day with a Boomers cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend. Jay Moore.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Kap and Shea Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
It is the Grip It and Sip It Classic. I'm with Abdalla today. Hoodies with Silvy. You've got Carmen, Jurko, Bleck at 10. Hoodie and Silvy at noon. Shea and Tyler at 3. White Sox baseball tonight. Game 2 of their 3-game series in Houston against the Astros.
It's all brought to you by Yuengling. I'm starting a flight right now. 9:20. I'm going to start with a Yuengling right now.
There you go.
It's delicious.
There you go.
Delicious.
There
Waddle
you go.
owns a horse. Doesn't Waddle own a horse or something like that? Or know someone that owns a horse? 2 beers before 10? I got 40 minutes to get 2 beers in before 10.
That's the name of the horse.
The name of the horse is 2 beers before 10. Also brought to you by number 14 Bourbon and Blue Chew. Save the Blue Chews for after the course, though. I don't want to be. Don't need that extra club.
Correct. Exactly. That's exactly correct. 312-332-3776 is our phone number if you have a comment, question, thought. Let's go to Nick in Orland Park. Hey, Nick, how are you?
Good, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. I was wondering if Cap's going to go with his Bears against the NFC comparison this year like he did last year. We had him beating 85, 90% of the teams. Are you going to do that again this year, Cap?
I don't know. I gave my predicted record. I have him at 10-7.
In the division or in the entire NFC?
In the NFC last year, I think he had beaten just about everybody except for 3 teams, and they didn't do that. So
let's find out. Okay, here we go.
Cowards and losers live in the past. What are we doing on this year?
All right, let me ask you. Here we go. Thanks for the call. Vikings.
The first game?
Yeah, Vikings.
Bears win.
Lions.
You got to tell me where these are.
At Detroit.
Lost.
Well, he said against the NFC, so I'm just naming the NFC teams that they play. You tell me if they beat
They'll
them.
lose there.
Okay. Dallas at home.
Bears win.
At Washington.
Bears lose.
New Orleans at home.
Win.
Giants at home.
Win.
Minnesota on the road.
Loss.
Eagles at home. I haven't been keeping track of this.
Eagles are here?
Yeah. No, on the road.
Eagles are on the road. That's a loss.
Packers on the road.
That's a win.
Packers at home.
That's a win.
Sweeping the Packers.
Yeah. They should have last year.
Okay. On the road against the 49ers.
Loss.
And then and then finally at home against Detroit.
Win.
Okay. I don't know exactly how many that
7.
was or how many. 7? Okay. So like 7 wins there out of how many were on there? That's not. So you have them losing to one time to Detroit, one time to Minnesota, Philly, and San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Washington.
Oh, and Washington? Okay. I think they can beat Washington.
They can.
They were
should have
one play
last
away.
year. Well, that team also got better and went to the NFC title game. So
okay, and
we'll
what
see.
happens if, you can also have to look at Jaden Daniels and what he's going to do in his second year, if he turns into C.J. Stroud or not.
Totally agree.
If he turns into C.J., if he has that C.J. Stroud year where everybody's seen him and he regresses a little bit, I'm not saying he will, but he could, then that might not be as daunting of a game then.
We're going to find out, kid. Teams that go to the title game but don't make the Super Bowl, usually, if you go back and check the numbers, regress the next year.
All right, well, let's hope for the Bears' sake. Jim is in Palos Park. What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Love the show.
Appreciate you.
I think, I don't see him getting the 9 wins this year unless they do something on the defensive line. I love the 2 additions they've gotten, but I just don't see a pass rush right now and a very effective defense, even though I like the backfield. We've got average linebackers. I love the additions they made on the offense, but I think they need a defensive lineman to get them over the top. I think we've got otherwise I think we'll have a frustrated fan base. Ownership may be able to wait with a first year coach, but I think the fans are anxious, and we need that defensive lineman. I'll hang up and listen to your comment.
I know if Hoodie's in his car right now, he's going exactly what I've been telling you. It's what Hoodie's been saying he would like. And I know Tommy wants another defensive lineman, like a rush edge like Trey Hendrickson. You can't fix everything in a Cap world, but I don't mean my world. I mean a CAP world.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I think that their defense will be better than we think, but not good enough to take them deep into the playoffs.
No,
as
I don't
currently
think,
constructed.
I don't think anybody's expecting a deep playoff run.
But I
this
do
year.
think they can make the playoffs. Absolutely, I do.
Yeah, I didn't see a big swing out there for a defensive end once you signed Adengbo, right? Adengbo, they gave him $30 million guaranteed, so that's a lot of money.
Yep, $48 million in total.
Yeah, so if you're never saw them going out and trading for Hendrickson. I would love them to do it. Doesn't mean that they're going to. It doesn't seem like he wants to be traded either. It seems like he's dug in and wants to play there.
And wants to get paid.
I don't even know who else is still available out there that you could sign at this point and bring in in the next 5-6 weeks before training camp starts. So I think you're just kind of going to go in with what you have and kind of hope that the guys that you've drafted in the past couple years develop into starters or good depth pieces, and then you've got Adengbo, and you hope Sweat has a healthy year this year because he was injured last year, played through a lot of injuries last year, and can have a bounce back year the way he did, where he led not 1 but 2 teams in sacks 2 years ago with the Commanders and the Bears.
312-332-3776. Again, I'll be very disappointed if it's not a playoff team. Now, if you tell me if, God forbid, there's catastrophic injury, there's nothing you can do about it. But if they're a reasonably healthy football team and they underachieve and don't make the playoffs, that will be wildly disappointing.
I mean, it's a really tough schedule when the season starts to get late, right? You have that early bye week, week 5, and then by the time you get to week 11 and you're going on the road to Minnesota, Pittsburgh has a really good defense. I know you love Aaron Rodgers, but I just don't think he's going to be great. Philly on the road, Green Bay on the road, Cleveland's got a really good defense, Green Bay at home, San Francisco and Detroit. That's a tough schedule.
It is.
If they
but again,
I think they're going to win 9 games, but they got to do a lot of winning early. You got to get Dallas. You got to win that Minnesota game at home. You have to go to Vegas and win. You have to definitely beat New Orleans, who's probably going to be the worst team in the NFL. You might have to find a way to split Baltimore and Cincinnati. I don't know if they're going to. They definitely probably are going to lose to Baltimore, But I would say maybe you can get Cincinnati if your defense is playing
more
well.
than any other sport, you don't know what a team is like when you play them.
Yeah, of course.
You can look
I'm saying
God,
June
Lamar
11th,
Jackson's out?
Of course, but June 11th right now is when we're doing the show. And
Right.
looking at this right now,
Correct.
it's tough. You definitely have to beat Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. You have to split with Minnesota. You basically have to split the division.
Adam,
and just a heads up, nobody made the playoffs last year with 9 wins. And in the NFC, Seattle had 10 wins, and they did not make it.
Yeah, because again, like if they win 10 games, they don't make the playoffs. You're going to be disappointed?
As I said, I'll be disappointed if they don't make the playoffs. Now, if you tell me they get 10 wins and they don't make it, I guess I'll be okay about it. But yeah, I'll be disappointed if playoff football kicks off and my favorite football team isn't playing.
Well, yeah, of course we all will be because you're watching other teams, and we've been used to that for the last few years. But again, you have a new head coach. You've got all new coordinators, a whole new offense, a whole new defense. Even guys like Montez Sweat that are veterans in the league, that are some of the best defensive players in the NFL, are like, this system is hard. Like, this is a tough system to learn. It's effective. Obviously, we know Dennis Allen has had very good defenses when he was a coordinator and a head coach, but it's tough. There's a lot to learn, and you cannot come out of the gate the way they did last year. You cannot struggle early. I know they won a bunch of games at the beginning, and then the bottom fell out. They lost 10 in a row, but you can't start the way that they started against Tennessee. Like, you got to win.
Well, that was terrible.
But you can't I'm not saying that the hype is going to be as big as it was the past few years, because we were extremely hyped up last year. We were hyped up the last season of Justin Fields, and we found out that wasn't working out. The level, like that Monday night game against the Vikings, is going to be it's going to be nice out. I don't know if it's going to be nice outside, but the weather is going to be warm, right? People are going to be drinking.
That place is going to be lit
all day Monday night. The focus is on you, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams. You cannot have an offensive performance like you did against the Titans and expect to be taken seriously the rest of the year.
You know what was one of the most disappointing games? It wasn't a playoff game. It wasn't anything like that. I was literally listening to the first game we ever broadcast on this station for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Bears-Packers, wasn't it? First game of the season.
Yes.
And the first voice I heard on Bears football was Silvy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I got to hear this. It's our station. It's our group. It's our teammates. I got to listen to this. And Silvy, the electricity that he painted came through the radio. I'm like, oh, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got the ever-living H beaten out of us, like 38-20.
Mm-hmm. Bad.
I came in the next day to do the show, and I'm like, that was one of the most disappointing, it was like literally being pushed out of the 10th floor window and you just fall into the ground. Like, what?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah. So, I mean, I know they won last year too, but it kind of felt the same because you were like,
they got lucky.
Great. Yeah, because I was at the game with Chris Bleck, and everyone was just kind of sitting there like, oh, yay, great. That doesn't. I got a question for you next because I know we got a break here. About who's more pressure on, because when it comes down to it, Monday Night Football, when the lights are on, when you get the dun, 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 all that good stuff from Monday Night Football, the theme is playing. Who is there going to be more pressure on in that game? Caleb Williams or Ben Johnson?
Oh, that's easy.
Well, answer me coming up next.
All right, be right back.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Folks, Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note are all on the syllabus at the next Whiskey University. This time things are getting interesting. Alongside the bourbon, Tom Waddle is adding a lesson in Scotch. Glenn Glassa, to be exact. One side brings the tasting notes, the other brings the bold claims. They'll sort out who's really in charge. You just need to show up. Whiskey University. Tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in downtown Chicago near both Union and Ogilvy train stations. Slightly Toasted. Folks, please drink responsibly.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
We are at Seven Bridges, such a beautiful course. I love playing this track, played it a billion times. And it is the Grip It and Sip It Classic, brought to you by Yingling Flight. Abdalla's got a flight open here.
I do. Don't tell Keith.
I'm still drinking coffee. Why?
I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this.
Oh, stop. Come on, Keith. You're better than that, man. We're at a golf outing. What is Keith, the cooler? Putting a damper on it?
I mean, he'd probably want me to wait until 10 o'clock. Until we're off the air.
Come on.
He might be like, could you wait 20 minutes? You've got all day to drink.
Excuse
could you
me,
wait
I'm Keith
20
Williams.
No, that's you. That's Kap doing that impression.
Excuse me, I'm Keith Williams. I'm management. You can't drink until you're... Come on. We're at a golf outing. Jeez. There's Jurko.
Cigars? Yeah, he's got the box of them.
The cigars. He's got the golf shoes.
All right,
he's ready to roll.
My question to you. Monday Night Football.
Yep.
We've already watched Thursday, Friday. Is there a game Saturday? I don't think so. Thursday, Friday, Sunday night, Sunday day. We're already so much football. You've had all this football. Monday night, you're on the air with Hood 7 to 10. We've got a coverage, wall-to-wall coverage all day. Home of the Bears leading you into the game. That signature theme song plays, and they're talking about the Bears, and they're talking about Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. Who has more pressure on them to perform, not necessarily just in that game, but to look the best this season? Ben Johnson or Caleb Williams?
Oh, Caleb Williams. It's not even close.
You're wrong. It's
not
Ben Johnson.
No shot.
It's 1,000% Ben Johnson.
It is not.
If Caleb Williams has a bad year, they move on and they draft another quarterback. Ben Johnson has been the highest touted assistant to become a head coach for the last 2 or 3 years, at least the last 2 years.
And if they go out
they gave him, how much money are they paying him?
$65 million.
$13 million a year? What is it, $12 million a year, something like that? They're paying him the most the Bears have ever paid a coach in the history of their franchise. So to me, it's if Caleb Williams doesn't work out, Ben Johnson's going to get a chance to get another
That's
quarterback.
why he's not under the pressure that Caleb is.
I'm saying not like job security pressure. Pressure from us, the fans, pressure from the media, pressure from the broadcast, pressure from all that. That if that offense comes out and looks flat this season, it's going to look bad for him.
No.
Oh, yeah.
It will not. It will all blow back on Caleb. They'll be like, well, they gave you Joe Tooney, all-pro. They gave you Jonah Jackson. They gave you Chris Dahlman.
Exactly.
Oh, they got all these weapons.
They gave you all this, Ben Johnson.
And Caleb
Williams. They gave you the number one.
Caleb Williams led you to 5 wins.
They gave you the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. You came here for this job, and you got nothing out of it.
And you know what he could say? Guess what? You guys haven't won in how many years? 40?
Oh, so he's going to put the blame on the organization?
Yeah, 100%. Like Lou Piniella did when he was first here. I was sitting in the press conference, and he said, now I could see all the things in this organization, why this organization hasn't won. Wow. And guess what? It had to get fixed.
He would also tell you to not get giggly with this little run we're having.
So
I'm saying that it's to me that like when they're focusing on when the Monday Night Crew.
Did you just say we're having?
Well, yeah, it's a quote from Lou Piniella said that when he was a manager.
Correct.
Yeah.
I thought you were.
I thought that you would know that as a Cubs fan and member of the media during that time. Okay. I
just thought you may have jumped back on.
No. I'm saying. Well, listen. Whoa. I also don't care. Like, I'm one of these Sox fans where like I don't like the Cubs. The Cubs winning are good for business. So like I don't care. I live in the neighborhood. I like it when it's lively, when there's stuff going on. When they're bad and the neighborhood's dead, well, that's not good for anybody.
No.
So I just think that when they start showing the, like obviously the graphic is going to be Caleb Williams, but when they show the opening of that game with the theme song and everything, they're going to go right to Ben Johnson. They're going to go right to the new head coach. They're going to go right to the guy, and they're going to show all the numbers of what they did in Detroit and how great, and all these trick plays that he had and all this kind of stuff. And he has to perform. This has to work. Nothing has ever lined up. We said this about Caleb Williams last year, and I'm going to say this about Ben Johnson this year. Nothing has ever lined up better for a head coach than this. They're giving him everything that he's wanted so far. He got to pick the team he wanted to go to. He went back a year and stayed with Detroit and came out again this year. Like, there's a ton of pressure on him because if this doesn't work, he might not get another. You think Eberflus is going to get another job?
Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
No, but he was a buffoon as a head coach.
Okay. There's no guarantee that Ben Johnson's not going to be. I know it all looks good. And
Ben Johnson, when we hired Eberflus, Hoodie was the first one. I mean, I literally came on. I said, we got to come back right now. I just heard they're hiring Matt Eberflus.
Oh, yeah.
And Hood goes, won't make it to Arlington Heights.
Yeah.
That was the first thing he said.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson, if it doesn't work, you know what they're going to say? Typical Bears. They screwed this guy over, too, and he'll get another gig.
Well, because I think contractually he'll make it to Arlington.
He will absolutely make it to Arlington. 100%.
I think, well, if they ever figure that out, too. Like, that's still
It's early.
Well, I know, but they have to start building it. You know what I mean? Like
right.
they're still
Gotta
we still
get
don't
shovels
have,
in the ground.
There's nothing happening yet. It's still sitting there collecting. The dust is collecting more dust.
By the way, we do have some breaking NBA news.
Oh.
Wednesday morning, the Mavs have firmly rejected the Knicks' official request to interview Jason Kidd for their vacant head coaching position. Kidd joins Rockets coach Ime Udoka and Timberwolves coach Chris Finch, whose teams have denied permission to interview with the New York Knicks.
Does that stop them from still making an offer for him if they want to trade for him?
Well, they have said you can't even talk to him.
Yeah, but do they need to?
Well, I mean, I guess they could call and go, we'll give you 5 number 1 picks, and then Dallas has a decision to make.
Yeah.
But when you don't get permission, you pretty much are moving on.
Well, who's going to coach the Knicks? They should have never fired your guy.
No, they shouldn't have. But that's the owner, James.
You want to coach
Dole.
the Knicks?
He's a clown. No, I do not.
Would you rather coach the Knicks or Pakistan?
The Knicks.
Okay.
I'll take the Knicks.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll take the Knicks.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. I'll take.
What if Pakistan was offering you more money?
Yeah, exactly. The
A
Knicks
better
are at
house.
$10 million a year. We'll give you 12.
Yeah. Would you go to Pakistan then?
No,
okay.
Nope. I have no regrets not moving to Pakistan for a year.
I can't believe that's in all the years I've worked with you. I don't know if you've ever told this story before.
I haven't.
That in all the years I've known you, I was one of your first producers here when you came to ESPN Chicago. It was me and Danny Zetterman. As long as I've known you here, you've never brought up that you got an offer from Pakistan to coach.
Do you know I knew that?
How did you know that?
Because I know the coach that got the job.
Who got the job?
So he was in the
Carmen
league.
DeFalco, everybody.
He was in the league. He was scouting for, I think, the Suns when I met him when I covered the Bulls. And he told me the story once. Good dude. His name's Babu Bhatt.
Okay, get out of here.
He's
Seriously?
out of his mind.
Also, you could have used a little more setup, like all that. Like, okay, all right, a Seinfeld joke.
Yeah, there's no chance I was ever going to Pakistan. Literally, like, if they called today and said, hey, man, we want you to come coach the Saudi national team and we'll pay you $20 million. I'm not moving to Saudi Arabia. Sorry.
If they gave you 2 years, $40 million, you wouldn't do it?
No, I'm not moving to Saudi Arabia.
Bull crap.
Okay.
$20 million
to live in Saudi Arabia.
Apparently, you've never been to Saudi Arabia.
I have not, and I never will be.
I'm just telling you, that don't sneeze at Saudi Arabia. They got a lot of oil money for a reason. There you go, that Arab money. I can say that. For 2 years for $20 million, and then you could come back here and host as much as you. You could come back. We'll hold your spot.
And what if I die?
What do you mean, what if you die? You could die today. Someone could hit you in the head with a golf ball.
And guess what? That could happen.
What do you mean, what if you die?
Guess what? I'm here. I'm living here where I want to be. No, I'm not going.
Carm, 2 years, $40 million to go coach in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, okay.
See you later.
Assalamu alaikum, my brothers.
Like if you said 2 years, $40 million, and I got to move to Toronto, okay, I'll take a shot.
Man.
Saudi Arabia? Yeah, I'm out.
You've never been to Riyadh, my friend. Those streets are paved with gold, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Go to Dubai, something like that.
They would love me. Oh, wow.
Yeah, why not?
I'll pass.
I'll figure out how to say take that in Arabic for you.
This guy just tweeted at the Cat Man taking shots at Pakistan this morning is not something I had in my bingo. So.
I don't think you're taking shots at Pakistan. I think you just said for that amount of money you wouldn't go.
Correct.
I think if someone legit put an offer for even $10 million, 2 years, $10 million, that's $10 million.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If somebody offered me 2 years, $10 million to go to Pakistan to coach the Pakistani national team.
I haven't been to Pakistan, so I can't speak on Pakistan.
I would not go.
I've lived in Saudi Arabia. I've been to Dubai. Like, I know what these places look like.
Yeah.
I've never been or seen I've only seen pictures of Pakistan.
Like if you said you're going to coach the Italian national team, okay, I'll go.
I mean,
Saudi Arabia?
Dude.
No.
Why do you think guys like Ronaldo are going over there?
God bless them.
Like, come on.
Because they're like you. They're about the last dollar.
Yeah. $20 million for 2 years of work is nothing.
I don't want to live in Saudi Arabia. Sorry.
For 2 years, they'll build you a lake.
I'm going to pass.
You'll have your own lake and a house on the lake in the middle of the desert.
I'm going to pass. Thank you.
All right.
We'll have the classic Kap and J Hood, Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Cut of the day, next.
Salamu alaikum.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
He's here? Good. Let me tell you about our friends at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross and Blue Shield, Illinois born, nation strong. That is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. While they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Jay Moore.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
My buddy Fran Fraschilla just texted me. I was showing to Abdalla and to Carmen. It says, breaking news, Bucks have given the Knicks permission to interview Doc Rivers. New York declines. So good. So good.
I don't know if you should let people know that Fran Fraschilla is sending memes.
Why?
Like, Fran Fraschilla is sending around NBA memes because, like, he knows Doc. You know what I mean? Like, these guys
Fran's my guy, man. He's the best. Anyway, time for our Chicago Cut Steakhouse Classic Cut of the Day. Jay Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
All right, last night, 6 to 8 p.m., Bleck and Abdalla conducted yet another on-air office investigation after someone left a dent in the file cabinet in their office, apparently trying to break into it, right over the latch that holds the drawer shut.
Yeah.
Dented. There's like a scrape on it. They were doing another investigation as to who would have done this. Kap was thrown out as a suspect. I took bullets as a suspect. People said I had a rage fit in their office. But shot or no shot, Bleck and Abdalla dented it themselves for content.
That's a no shot. They wouldn't do that.
Isn't it interesting? This stuff only seems to happen to those two.
Well,
targeted harassment or planted content.
As someone who's been targeted here for 19 years, I can understand.
Oh, my God. So, you're unbelievable. So, wait, the cabinet is in. Where is their office?
So we know it wasn't Kap.
Oh, so you're out.
I didn't know. We don't have an office.
We do.
I had to clean all my stuff out of there.
Maybe you don't have an office, but I do, pal.
Yeah, I do.
Kap, they were painting the walls. You had to clean the stuff out so they could get the walls painted.
No, they wanted the stuff out so that sales could use it. That's what I was told.
That's our office, pal. You and I.
They only told you that so you could get the stuff out.
Wow. I think that's true, actually. Your Springsteen's picture's still up there.
It is?
Yeah.
Didn't even know that.
Because your partner took care of it.
Thank you.
And that's all, folks.
The classic Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore and Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. You still have an office?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's our office.
Is that the one that's still next to the lunchroom?
Yeah, it's right across from the bathrooms. I think we have there's beer in there. There's some whiskey in there. Like all the stuff we're not allowed to have in the office.
Yeah.
Because people drop it off for us, which is very nice.
Keep weed in there?
No. In case there's anybody listening. No.
I noticed they just brought you a lighter.
Not anymore. Well, everybody's getting a lighter. Everybody that's here is getting these great ESPN Chicago Zippo lighters. Zippo is one of the fine partners here of the Grip It and Sip It Classic. These are awesome. They're like matte black.
Yeah,
they say
super
ESPN
cool.
Chicago. That's awesome.
Super cool.
But I will say maybe Pottinger is the one that did it because I heard that he was putting holes in the apartment walls. And then
I heard that
he threw up
Smokey
passed out in his
passed
tub.
out and puked.
No, I didn't pass out in the tub. I definitely threw up after it was everywhere. Like my bathroom was disgusting, man. I was sitting in the fetal position. Like it was just brutal.
How old are you?
God, I remember 30 years ago. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't put any holes in Aki's wall. That was all Shea. That was
his hand was all bruised.
Dude, he punched the thing like 5 times. He punched the hole like 5 times. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
He was 3 for 3, and then I think the 4th time he was like, "All right, I'm done." He couldn't break it. He was cooked.
Jeez.
That's wild.
Well, thank you, Jake. Jay Moore, you're the king, man. Thank you, Smokey.
Enjoyed it.
Abdalla, a lot of fun.
As always.
Enjoyed it.
We'll cross talk.
We are at the Grip It and Sip It Classic out here at Seven Bridges. So stop by and say hi. And for Abdalla and the crew, Carmen, Jurko, Bleck are coming up next. Enjoy the gorgeous weather. Way to go, Tracy. About time. Take that.
Assalamu alaikum.
Well, see you later.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
FanDuel isn't happy with Illinois' newest tax on sports wagering, and it's making bettors pay up. The company this week said it will add a 50-cent transaction fee to every sports bet placed in Illinois on its platform starting September 1st. It's a response to state lawmakers last month creating a 25-cent tax on all of a sportsbook's first 20 million wagers and 50 cents per bet after that. FanDuel said it would remove the fee if legislators repeal the law. Rival DraftKings threatened a similar surcharge last fall but scrapped it amid public pushback. FanDuel accounted for about 31% of the $1.49 billion bet on sports across Illinois in March. According to the Illinois Gaming Board, only DraftKings had a bigger market share. And based on last year's activity for those two industry giants, the per-bet tax would have generated an extra $159 million for Illinois. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Live at Seven Bridges.
How about that?
With Yingling and Blue Chew and a whole bunch of other fun people.
Oh, yeah. And our good friends.
What is this? Is this stuff with Zippo? Look at these Zippo lighters. These ESPN Chicago Zippo lighters. Fabulous.
Those are sweet. Yeah, last year they were silver. This year they're matted black.
These are great.
Yeah.
I think this is the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
Grip It, Sip It, Kap.
And, of course, the home of our tremendous 6.5-year anniversary.
Oh, yeah, we did. We had our years ago. We had our 6.5-year anniversary out here at the dock at Seven Bridges.
Not many celebrate that, but we do.
No, and Kap and Abdalla are still here. Boy, that wind is blowing, though.
Yeah.
It really picked up.
That's a 2-club win, gentlemen.
That's a 2-club win, you guys.
At least
the teeth of the wind. But we're going to need the wind because it's going to be hot today. This will keep it cool a little bit.
I got Mr. Limpy.
Yeah, you got
a lot of headsets.
Hey, where's the blue chew?
Yeah, I was going to say usually Mr. Limpy in the bedroom and also a 2-club wind in the bedroom as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm bringing it with heat.
Oh, yeah, that wind is a strong wind.
Yeah, you got that right.
What's up, guys?
On my bingo card today, I didn't know that we were going to be breaking down Pakistan.
Right?
I loved it.
On the drive out. How have none of us heard that story?
I have no idea.
Because I was too busy telling the Dirk story for the 80th time.
I couldn't believe
it. It's a great story.
That's a much better story. To be fair, I would rather hear about how you turned down Pakistan.
I can't believe we've never heard that story. I just thought the same thing driving out here. I'm like, Kap almost went to Pakistan to coach?
Yeah.
I was like, what? How are we just learning this?
Could you imagine
young up-and-comers?
Kap walking around out there saying, take that, and shot or no shot?
No.
How great would
walking
that
around
be?
Islamabad? I mean, like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I'm trying to picture this scenario. It's probably a good thing you said no. Like, I'll pass.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
And I went to dinner with Waddle and his buddy who was in the Secret Service.
Yo, I heard I heard Waddle talk about it. He told me that once.
He let Waddle try all his gear on. It was like 40 pounds of stuff.
That's awesome.
And he said he flew to Pakistan. Tommy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is how he told it. Somebody who was already in Pakistan has to pick the guy up at the airport, and he said he was late. And the guy's standing outside the airport like, this is not good here. And he said it's the only time he ever slept with his weapon, like basically in his hand on his chest.
It's like
terrified.
Just in case. You never know.
Terrified.
I mean,
I had some Pakistani friends when I lived over there overseas, and they were like, yeah, we don't go home very often.
No, that's nothing to see.
That's why we're
there.
here. That's why we're here now.
That's what I would think. Nothing
Makes
to
sense.
see here.
ESPN Pakistan's not coming.
That's going to be the next purchase.
Yeah, exactly. So
right after the outro.
we have a company call. We've got a new station, ESPN Islamabad. Yes.
I don't think so.
We're also selling the rights to Al Ahly at Al Nasser.
Yeah, guys, cricket's big out there.
Cricket's
you got to
huge.
remember, cricket is huge.
Huge.
Of course.
Cricket,
What kind of
soccer.
cigar is that?
Look at this
This
bad
is
boy.
a Oliva Second. They call this an Oliva Second. I get them for about $4 a cigar off a cigar auctioneer.
You got an extra one?
.com.
$4.
$4, yeah.
That's a girthy.
What do I look
stick
like?
you
Bill
got there.
Gates over here? Huh? I got a budget.
Dude, you have a budget.
I
Sure.
bought four $20 bundle. I mean, what is that? $80 bundles.
Wow, it just seems very affordable, very reasonable.
Do you have a humidor
you
at
gotta
home?
I got 2 humidors.
Two
at
humidors?
Home. Yeah.
He's on a budget though.
Like, well, no, like are they like built in or like they separate?
One is a 200 cigar one.
200.
That is inlaid with mahogany. It says Jurkovic out there. The
Nice.
extra
Pretty
mate
awesome,
got that
isn't
as
it?
a gift
On
for
a budget.
Isn't the upkeep
Way
on those
back in the
pretty
day.
extensive?
No.
You sound like a common
not?
man.
They all have
right?
Yeah.
Well, listen, either you have a humidor or you don't have a humidor. I've got a wine rack, but it doesn't have fancy wines in it. You know, it's got $2 chuck.
I don't have any guns. Why would I
and
need
I
a
have
gun
a
rack?
gun rack.
Well, I've got a gun safe for the guns.
Well, that's-
Good for
Yeah,
you,
that's
Jurko.
even better.
That is better.
Right?
Good for you.
Especially when you have a multitude of firearms
Yes.
in the household.
Keep them locked up.
That's right.
You know.
Majority of mine are for hunting,
Right.
shotguns and such.
Of course.
I've only got one handgun.
Do you know that Jurko has a 200 cigar humidor? I mean, if anybody at the station is going to have a 200 cigar humidor with his name engraved on it in rich mahogany, it's going to be the good kid.
I also have another one that's a 100 cigar one.
But how many cigars do you
The
think?
most I've ever had at one time were 120 cigars.
120?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if
That's
you
a lot
keep
of cigars.
But if you keep it, humid in there, it's a humidor. Like those
Do you
things
have
will
a
keep.
weed, do you have a weed humidor?
No, you don't keep weed in humidors. They get moldy.
Yeah.
How do you store weed?
You keep it in
I don't
you can keep it's usually like an airtight jar type of thing.
That'll work.
or
A
just-
mason jar.
Yeah, but the problem is like cigars keep for a while. Weed doesn't.
Right.
Smoke it.
Weed wears out?
I would think
It doesn't wear out, but it dries out.
dries
Yeah,
out.
it dries out. Yeah.
They've found like Cuban cigars in warehouses in places where they've sat for 50 years.
Yeah.
And as long as the humidity levels are okay,
It's okay,
They're
right?
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not only that, but even if you get a dry cigar, if you slowly but surely introduce it to humidity,
Really?
it'll come back to life.
No kidding.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
don't dunk it in the water, but
I didn't know that.
yeah.
I didn't either.
But
Well, that's what I'm here for, guys.
Jurko smokes these.
Okay.
Jurko smokes these big fatties, these rich.
I mean, there's
6x60s, Maduros.
It's girthy.
Maduros.
It's girthy.
Very
Chris.
easy.
It's a
little
girthy.
girthy for my liking.
6
Those
inches.
Robustos or those?
No, this is a
no?
little bit bigger.
All right.
Yeah. More like a Hyde Park or something
The
like
good
that.
kid doesn't mess around. Like you better not be bringing those small. What's the one I like,
Cigarillos?
Jurko? The lighter wrapper. What do they call that? The
That's
Connecticut
a Connecticut
wrapper?
shade wrapper.
The Connecticut
shade wrapper.
I like the mild cigars. I'm
Yeah.
a wuss. Jurko's like, no. He needs the 60 ring gauge, the dark cigar. This thing's gonna get me hammered.
Well, don't
Well,
inhale it.
One of my
it doesn't matter. Even inhaling it's not gonna
One of my
matter.
buddies in Michigan ended up getting a little bit tipsy off
Oh,
of it.
yeah.
And he's a weed guy, too. He's a weed
I'm
guy.
gonna
And he
feel
goes,
it.
no, he goes, your cigar got me a little bit tipsy. And I said, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Can't smoke a cigar with me. I apologize,
Good
you
kid
know.
doesn't mess around.
But it happens. What are you going to do? Listen, you either smoke what you smoke or you like to smoke. I like to smoke cigars. Of the 80 that I have purchased recently, because of all the golf and the trips that I've been on and I've played, I now have 36 cigars remaining. And after you had one and I had one, we are now down to 34.
34.
Yeah.
33.
We are going to be
Give
down
one
to
to Abdalla.
33 now because
Chris, you don't mind,
a
right?
knuckle.
No,
Because
go
you have
for
to
it.
sit next to me all day.
No, all good.
In the car.
I don't mind someone else smoking it around me. I can't do cigars though.
Yeah,
Especially
I just
like this
can't.
guy. This is
Yeah,
gonna be-
no way. But
I
like
gave
I don't.
them up a long time ago. I can't do them.
I'm cool with someone in the
I'm gonna
area.
I'm going to do
smoking it. I
6
like
cigars.
that,
I'm going to do 6 cigars today.
No, you're not.
6?
Yeah.
6?
Yeah.
What are you talking
I'm gonna
about?
be smoking all day.
No, see, I grew up around it. My dad, when we
6.
moved here, he rigged a room in our house to have the ventilation, so he could smoke in the house. So he had a room in the house that you'd shut the door, and it had a vent, and it would go right outside, and so
Yeah.
he could sit in that room and just smoke as many cigars as he wanted to.
So here's my rule of thumb when I'm on the golf course. If I'm playing early at like 7:30 in the morning, I won't have a cigar to the back nine, usually about the 13th, 14th hole. Then I'll have a cigar because I don't want to smoke too early. Just the way I like it. But if I don't get off until about 10, 11 o'clock, then the first tee I'll be puffing on a cigar. I don't care.
Time?
Then it's cigar time. And I don't usually smoke more than 3 a round.
Whoa, it's a lot.
3 a round?
That's a 4.5 hour.
My God.
That's a 4.5 hour period.
How do you get the taste out of your mouth? It's got to take 2 days.
You don't.
I don't know. I don't know. You got to brush your teeth, and then you take the bristles,
but even that.
and you got to work the inside of your jaw, your tongue. You got to really bathe the tongue in it, man. Yeah.
Well.
But when you like smoking cigars, it's not a problem. You don't mind. I don't mind the smell. I don't mind the flavor. I don't mind the taste.
Yeah.
If I did, then I wouldn't smoke cigars.
God bless you. You're
yeah.
right. God
but
bless.
usually, in the winter, I don't smoke cigars.
Right.
Unless you're at a wedding. But in the winter, I won't smoke a cigar. Usually. Some festive events happening, the birth of a child, something like that. Yeah.
What?
Random. I just look in the paper, and if a child was born, I'd have a cigar.
All right, time to
Birth announcements.
He's fired up.
All right.
Hey, look, somebody had a baby. Time to smoke.
We've gotten Zippos the last 2 years. Next year's we're going to have little hookahs in all the carts. That's what I'm going to work towards.
We're getting there.
Oh, no.
There it goes.
The backdrop almost
We got
fell.
ourselves some catastrophic wind conditions
I
out
tell you
here
what,
today.
Might have to move inside.
Tracy texted me
Not
and
gonna
said, you're going to love the heat, but it's going to get awfully windy.
Oh, that works great for this course.
This course is
with
hard
all the
enough.
water. I'm sure it's that'll be nice.
I don't know if I've mentioned,
I would
guys,
say keep your heads on a swivel today.
but I'm going to Scotland.
Yes, you
So
are.
this is actually good for me.
When
I
are
don't know
you
if-
going?
Yeah,
You're going to Scotland?
You're going to Scotland?
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it.
Wow.
Here's the thing.
But
You're
this
counting-
is ideal for me to pad in that little low driving ball that I
When
want
do
to
you
play when
leave?
I'm out there. Not soon enough is the answer to that, but June 23rd is the legitimate
You're
answer.
counting down the days till you leave. We're counting down the days until we don't have to hear you counting down the days to Scotland.
Don't worry, I'll be present on social media.
Oh, you
Jurko in Scotland.
We can't
Jurko in
wait.
Scotland. Special page.
Instagram?
Huh?
Instagram
On the
or
gram.
Twitter?
On the gram.
On the gram?
And Twitter. A little double dip.
I think you should start a TikTok for this.
No, I'm not a TikTok guy. I don't believe in
Are you
China.
staying at St. Andrews? Are you playing St. Andrews? Is that one of
We
them?
are playing St. Andrews, but it's the new course we've got. We're on the new course, but then we've got to go through the process of getting on to play the old course, which is the lottery system. We
it's a lottery.
didn't get in on the initial offering, and so now we got to scramble. Maybe we got 12 people going out, 12 guys. We're hoping 6 of those individuals get a chance to play the old course.
Cap, look up.
And everybody's willing to sacrifice the new course round
Yeah.
to be able to play the old course. too.
There's videos online of guys who get to the course early, like 4 a.m., and they're just camped out, hoping that someone cancels and they could take a spot.
Right.
Or
so
somebody
these guys,
misses a flight.
These guys are going to have to go
Yeah.
at the crack of dawn
So you
and
can't
sit out there.
pre-book the old
You
course?
can,
booked.
but
it's booked.
you're paying $1,200.
Oh, God.
I'm not
Yeah.
paying $1,200. Or
Yeah.
you're getting in
So-
on the thing we were in, and then they let you know, oh, you didn't get the old course, but you are on the new
So
course.
there's videos on YouTube,
Yeah.
TikTok, all this stuff. You'll see it, and these guys show up with their bag, and they sit in a line waiting, hoping that there's cancellations or a group
People
shows up
miss
with
flights.
3.
It's like
and
waiting
you could
for
be
sneakers.
the 4th. Yeah,
Yeah.
really. I don't know. It's not a way I would spend my vacation, but
Me either.
Me neither.
I would just go play a course in the area.
There's a million great
I would rather
courses,
be
and
playing.
I get the allure of, of trying to play, but like
I'd rather go play than sit and
if-
hope that I
we're,
can
we're already booked.
if I could go play Carnoustie or Troon or there's a
We're doing it.
Muirfield,
Cruden
right?
Bay.
Cruden Bay.
Yeah.
That's like there's
So
a million.
The
courses.
point is, we're already booked that day to play
Right, I
St.
know.
Andrews, the new course.
Right.
So why not wake up in
You
the
might as
morning
well.
and not
Yeah.
give a rat's patootie?
You may as well.
Maybe you get the double dip. You get to play the old course in the morning, and you get to play the new course after that.
That'd be pretty
By
nice.
like the new course is like 16 years younger than the old course,
which is insane.
so I mean it's really
Well, it's
not
new.
the new course,
Yeah.
but it
Yeah,
is.
I love it. the
Have you
new
played
course.
Pebble?
At the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pebble played Pebble.
2000, I was out at Pebble.
Yeah.
Yeah, triple digits.
That
No,
looks-
another triple digit round.
Did you see the Justin Thomas? I don't think was it Rory. Who were 4 or 5 of the best golfers? They said if we dropped an 18 handicap right now at Oakmount from the tips,
no chance.
No.
what would you score? And
Yeah.
who was it? Justin Thomas said if you broke 120, that's amazing.
Right.
He said probably closer to 150.
I'd say that's about right.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the March of the Lawnmowers yesterday?
It's insane.
Why? What is the reasoning between all the hand mowers?
Because all it does is fluff it up. It's not really cutting much of the grass.
Got it. Okay, so they send them all out with walking mowers, and they one of the videos had them to the Imperial March.
Oh, yeah. That's
going down the fairway.
That's
I was like, all right, that's pretty sweet.
You literally dropped a ball in there, and Justin Thomas goes, good luck finding that. He goes, and we got a hit out of it.
It's a monster of a course from what everybody's always said. I mean, look, we've seen U.S. Opens there. It's always challenging.
Yeah.
+5 last time.
2007. Angel
Cabrera,
+5.
Won it.
Yeah.
Are you guys cool with the U.S. Open being the challenge like that compared to the other majors?
I just don't want it to be ridiculous. You speed the greens up to whatever you want. I don't care if they're running 20 on the stem. That doesn't bother me. But if you're going to artificially make the normal rough from its 4.5 inches to 7, I think now you're getting a little bit.
I think there needs to be a sweet spot. I don't want to see 30 unders,
but I don't want to see 5 over.
No,
yeah, I'm with
I want to see a nice 8 under. Something like that.
How about
under.
So when DJ won it in 2016, it was 4 under.
Okay,
that's pretty good. That's a really.
I want to
hard
see them
challenge.
be human every once in a while and be like, we did that.
Yeah.
I want to see him screw up.
Who's the guy?
That's what I love. I love it when they screw up.
Who's the dentist?
Oh, there's a dentist
from around Chicago, right?
He's from Northwest Indiana.
Oh yeah, Tyler. They were trying to reach out to him,
and he
qualified.
He qualified.
Yeah.
I thought he was from NWI. Maybe I'm wrong.
Awesome.
Well, he might be.
He is a dentist.
What do you think? I know everybody in the NWI and the 219.
Well, I thought maybe you heard the story.
No, he is. He's a dentist in
How
Northwest
cool
Indiana.
is that story?
And he qualified. This guy's going to be playing in the U.S. Open.
That's awesome. That's legit.
And he's obviously incredible. Let's see what he shoots, though. That. And this is a golfer that's incredible, obviously.
Right.
To be able to qualify. Probably a plus player, I would imagine.
I would guess, yeah.
And it's got to be insane.
At his home club.
Yeah, at his home club.
Player, yeah.
Yeah. It's nuts. All right. Well,
what do you guys got today?
We're just going to screw around.
What time's the list?
We're going to have a list.
I got to be back for the list.
Yeah.
Let's do it at 11.
We'll do it at 11.
11? All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
What time's the
lunch
rush?
Have fun, boys.
See you, boys.
How about 11?
11:30 for the lunch rush.
11.
Oh, they're doing that with Sylvie and Hood are doing the lunch rush.
Oh, they
I was
are?
told. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
They got mad when
They took dibs on the lunch rush?
Both Jack and Charlie reach out and be like, "What time should we do the list?" I go, "You're not doing the list.
You're not doing the list.
That's property of Carmen and Yurko Incorporated."
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Why did Jurko sign off on the lunch rush being
Well, you're
sold?
not on during lunch. This would be the brunch rush.
They can do the lunch.
It would be a brunch. By the way, anybody else stop at Jam and Jelly?
It's right here down the street. I did not, but
delicious.
Yeah. What'd you get?
Country fried steak and eggs.
All right.
All right, we'll take a break.
Talk to you later.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll screw around. We're gonna have fun. It's a fun day. We're out here at our 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. We're at beautiful Seven Bridges. It's gonna be a gorgeous day. Windy, as you can hear and tell, but beautiful. It is Carmen, Jurko, and Bleck. We're on till noon, and then we'll cross-talk a little bit later on with Silvy and with Hoodie. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Child abuse is not a bad parent problem. And the causes may be different than you think.
You see, paid family leave
That prevents child abuse. And high-quality, affordable child care
prevents child abuse too.
Prevent Child Abuse America promotes programs and resources informed by science that help communities, parents, and kids thrive.
Because when we keep families out of crisis, we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to preventchildabuse.org to learn more.
Let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Flight.
We are here at the Dock Bar and Grill, looking out over number 1T 18 green at beautiful Seven Bridges in Woodridge. It's Carmen, it's Jurko, it's Bleck. We're going to do the show until noon. Then it is Hoodie and Silvy, noon until 3. And then Shea and Tyler get you home into White Sox baseball as they try to make it 2 in a row in Houston. What's up, boys? We feeling good?
Feeling good. There's a lot of wind out there, but I'm looking down at you see the flag whipping? It was on the first hole at the very end
That's
back there.
One.
That flag is whipping down there.
And that's 500 yards away, and we can see that's 600 yards away from
That's
here.
into the breeze.
That's a par 5.
That's into the breeze, my friend.
Yeah.
No, but it should be a beautiful day. Thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. I feel like today is not only a golf event, but it's also kind of like a spring trading situation here on the station where we kind of crosstalk and hang out the entire day. It's a great day.
It is. It's fun.
I like it. Yeah, it's solid.
There's
it's a camaraderie day, I like to call it.
Yeah,
camaraderie.
And we see a lot of familiar faces. I love the group that they literally sit and wait at like 11:59 when the foursomes open, the twosomes. They sell them in twosomes. When it opens, like on that day in April or May every year, like It's gone in 6 minutes. These
Yeah.
guys are like they're buying concert tickets or a big sporting event. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And I have buddies that every year like, man, I missed it again. Somehow my buddy McCluskey finds a way to get in.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I don't know.
Like, I hear
trick.
from so many listeners who struggle to get into it, but I see a lot of familiar faces.
Me too.
That get in.
What is their trick? I don't know.
I don't know. Some of these guys might get grandfathered in. I don't know how it works.
Bots? They're using bots, Jurk.
I don't know if they're using bots or what, but then
That's
like
fancy technology there, guys.
You know, these
I
guys
have
are
no
like,
idea.
I went on at 12:15 and it was already gone. I was like, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
It sells out
yeah.
in 5 minutes. You
Yeah.
got to be ready to go.
Some guys have systems that are hooked up to like 70 phones.
Yeah.
And all 70 phones simultaneously. Then when they get one to pick up, then it's boom. They abandon 69 and they go with the one that hit.
It has become like one of the marquee events on the calendar for the station, though. It is like one of the most, I think, looked forward to events that we do with listeners, with partners.
Well, I think it all started the day we had our 6.5-year anniversary.
It was here.
We
at
had
Seven
all
Bridges.
the luminaries coming on, wishing us a happy 6.5-year anniversary. That was done here, literally on the same spot we're doing the show from right now.
That was almost 10 years ago.
Almost 10 years ago, yeah. Wow. Celebrations, Carm. That's what it was. It was a day of celebration. We loved it out here so much. And fortunately for us, the partnership here at Seven Bridges has been wonderful for us for a long period of time. So.
I love it out here. This is like my if I were to have a home course or two, I guess it'd be Springbrook, Naperville, and Seven Bridges. I remember when this course opened. I was in high school in the early 90s. My parents still lived 2 miles from here. MJ used to do his big charity, his summer charity event here.
Oh, yeah.
He did it a couple years anyway. And, I mean, I remember we'd come out here and, you know, we're heckling Barkley and Dan Marino and Mario Lemieux. And I wasn't heckling Gretzky because I adored him and I still do and I worshiped him. But, I mean, we're running around. We're in high school, me and my buddies.
That's awesome.
You get famous actors, and I mean, MJ had everybody.
Jack
out
Wagner.
Here. Jack Wagner.
Jack
That's
Wagner's
exactly
out here.
right. Jack Wagner.
I know.
would be out-
I know what I'm talking
Al
about.
Del Greco
Yeah.
would be out here.
Sure,
playing
Oiler.
in the.
He was an Oiler.
Oh, and everybody came out for MJ. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the height of MJ's power. It's like 91, 92, 93, and I think it was when he was doing it for Make-A-Wish, maybe. It was either...
Well, didn't they have like one sort of professional tournament out here, too, where they all competed professionally?
They may have.
That's happening at Flossmoor Country Club coming up here in July, where their Kukoc is playing.
They may
Ronick
have.
is playing. It's going to be NHL guys,
Yeah.
NBA guys going out there to play.
God, it was a long time ago, but I do love this course.
Dick
It's a-
Anderson.
So-
Dick Anderson
tough
was
course,
out there.
though.
It is. It is a
Tough
tough
course.
So we're entering, you guys, the only time of year, like the only time of year where the NFL like kind of takes, like it kind of gets moved to the back burner. It's basically like 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and that's it. That's a testament to the popularity of the league, the way they've structured their offseason. They get it. They know how to do it, and they do very little wrong in terms of marketing and drumming up excitement for their sport. A lot of it just comes naturally because it's so much fun, and we love the rhythms of football season, but the league has been smart about how it structures its offseason. But the Bears are wrapping up, and the rookies and even Caleb and Adunze, everybody gets to go home and take a little vacation and take a breather for about the next 6 weeks. And that's why I love that we do the list. We stumbled onto gold, I feel like, a year ago with the list. But this is it. This is the only 6 weeks, you guys, where it's not like front and center, top of mind. Before you know it, it'll be late July, and we'll be live up at Hallis Hall, and it'll be all about who's going to win the left tackle battle. But, like, this is the only real downtime we're entering for the NFL season.
Yeah, I'm with you, Carmen. And nobody knows how to pitch an idea for a segment to waste time like I do. And that's where we get the lists of lists throughout the summer, because it's just something that eats up some time. Yeah, you're right. In the next 5 weeks, what happens is you get your Stanley Cup final, the NBA finals, right into the draft, free agency, and baseball's there the entire time. And essentially, when baseball is just standing alone, football is about to just pick back up again.
That's right.
And like before you know it, unfortunately, we're going to be at the end of July talking about training camps and staring at the end of summer, which I appreciate the length of summer, but it goes by quickly. Like to say that this week, kind of the last week to and now that Rodgers is in camp and he's signed, there's really not a pressing NFL issue outside of what, Hendrickson?
I guess like a few
Like,
holdout
that's the
things,
only-
right? Like James Cook, Trey Hendrickson,
Right.
but that,
Jair Alexander, and where will he go?
Jalen Ramsey. There's like it's a
There's
very
a couple sprinkled in, but
very few things.
But like right now, you're right. It's like everything's kind of sealed and wrapped and waiting for the end of the summer, football-wise. I know that you guys talked about this yesterday because practice ended while you were still on the air yesterday afternoon. But I love the fact that Caleb and Rome were there practicing with the rookies. I think it means a lot as a leader for Caleb to be there and not to be arrogant and cocky, thinking that he knows everything. He shouldn't participate with what the rookies are going through. It's a second-year guy, but it's first year in an offense. I love the fact that they were there. I know that you're not getting a ton of work, but I think it does show some leadership qualities to be participating in something like that.
I agree. I think it's a good sign for a couple of the reasons. What you just laid out about Caleb being front and center in this organization right now and being a leader and wanting to assume that role, and also knowing that he has got to – he can't – I'm going to use this term because they used it a lot. No more skipping steps.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that Caleb realizes, and I think he has the drive, most importantly. I sure hope so. And I think yesterday is a good sign, or this week is a good sign that he was there, that he has the drive to get better and that he can't cut corners or skip any steps. He's hearing it I guarantee you he's hearing it as much as anybody else. The Bears made a mistake. They should have drafted Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is better. I hope Caleb has the drive, and I think he does, to go out there and change that narrative and show everybody that he was the right choice. He can play like the first overall pick, and he can be every bit as good as Jaden Daniels, if not better, in the years to come. That's important. I hope he's got that, and I think
sometimes reality smacks you in the face. The reality of the situation, he's got a new offense. He's got a new receiver in. New offense, with all the receivers learning, you got to get your timing down. You got to get everything down. Sometimes reality punches you in the face and says, hey, I've got no other choice but to get here. And really, that's what ends up happening. If you want to be a great quarterback, the reality is that you've got to be here. That's it. Hemming, hawing, thinking about other things doesn't do anybody any good service. He has to be here. He's smart enough to at least realize that.
Yeah, well, and he also, I assume, still has a residence in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I would think so.
And
right?
I think it would be very convenient to be mixing it up out in Beverly Hills every day and not really.
With Weezer.
It's a different lifestyle than living and
yeah.
spending your time in the northern suburbs of Illinois. They're great, but and there's something that I always point to with Caleb Williams that I think should be noted. He is already rich and he is already famous. The one thing that he is not is a winner.
A champion.
He hasn't won. Even when he won the Heisman, SC was disappointing as a team.
Right.
So, the great qualities of the quarterbacks that he wants to be compared to, Brady, Elway, Manning, those quarterbacks won and their teams won. And I think that's the thing that he does not have. And I think it's a little different now that we're in this NIL era of quarterback and college athlete. Like, this kid rolled into the NFL rich.
Yeah.
And he also, based on the school he went to, the Heisman Trophy, and his swagger or his style of play, he's famous too.
Yep.
And he is more than just a football star. He is a celebrity. And I continue to point to, I love that what we've seen in his second offseason as a pro is not leaning into being a celebrity, and it's leaning into doing the work to hopefully become a winner.
We're not talking about painted nails anymore. We're not talking about the stupidity and the silliness.
Exactly.
Now we're just talking about him developing as a quarterback and him having the maturity to realize he needs to be around.
And I think he wants to be great, and that's a huge part of this. So, and hopefully he can be. Yeah. And what does success look like in year two for Caleb? I heard Kap and Abdalla talking about that earlier. We can discuss that a little bit. Like, they're on the breakout list. There's a couple Bears on. Who was it? Who did it? Was it The Athletic? Who did that list? Right?
Yeah,
I think it was The Athletic.
Yep.
Did the breakout candidates. I heard Kap and Adam talking about it. We can discuss that coming up too, what that's going to exactly look like. Success for our baseball teams last night. I want to talk about that a little bit and how much more respectable. The White Sox appear. They lowered the bar so low, it's ridiculous that we're talking about, hey, they might win 60 games, and that's somehow an accomplishment. But people are actually, like, talking about that. I mean, the guys here earlier were like, hey, the Sox aren't so bad.
It's fun to keep your eye on. It's fun to watch.
It's right, and I'm like, yeah, you know, it's weird that we're talking about a team that might lose 100 games and, like, they're getting better, but that does seem like the reality.
Only because there's young guys that might be doing
that's
something.
Probably
that's
right,
why.
Yerk.
That's it.
Well, there's also young guys doing something right now.
Right, they are. They look good.
Right.
Mydroth looks good. Grant Taylor came in and there was a buzz, and he looked good yesterday.
All these are White Sox players, guys.
312-332.
Correct. Yes, they are.
3776. We're live at Seven Bridges. It's Carmen and Jurko and Bleck. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Basketball and hockey are winding down. Baseball's heating up, and football, believe it or not, is right around the corner. Don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. The game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets. They make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite team and players in action live. Catch every exciting moment and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. So don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
988 is a confidential lifeline and available 24/7. If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of suicide or facing a mental health or substance use crisis, help is just a call or text away. Life can throw us unexpected challenges, and sometimes it can make you feel overwhelmed. You are not alone. Help is here. Call or text 988 to be connected with a trained, compassionate crisis counselor who can help you navigate difficult times. This message is brought to you by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with ONE+. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yeah, the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic with ESPN Chicago, presented by Yingling. Also, big shout out to some of our other great partners out here, including Blue Chew. Jurko and I, Team Blue Chew today. Also, Howard Ankin. I think Howard's going to be back over on
third hole
3 on the first par 3.
Yeah. I'm hoping
doing his thing.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's our first hole.
We're starting on 1, Jurko.
1?
Chris, do you know where you're starting?
7.
7, okay.
7.
Ooh, Chris starts on the hardest hole, arguably the hardest hole on the course.
Yeah.
7's a tough hole.
Is 7 the one
the dog leg left?
7's the one that you kind of have to have the power fade around the tree line, and then it's the long par 4 with the big wraparound bunker.
Yeah.
At the green.
So this hole, I'm a left-handed hitter.
Right.
I have no choice because I don't have a hook, so I just have to aim over the trees and hope I
The
can hit it
weeping
high
willow.
enough
It's hard.
and just go straight up and over.
That's
the
a
only play I
weeping
have.
willow. Yeah.
It's a tough hole. It's definitely one of the 3 hardest holes on the course, maybe even one of the 2 hardest holes on the course.
Tough track. 10, 11, and 12. I mean, really? Water left, water right.
Oh,
hello,
it's
how
hard.
are you?
It's hard.
That's tough.
And this breeze will be coming out of the left.
I love the trophy. I love the England
trophy's
trophy.
awesome.
It's awesome. It is if you're on YouTube right now, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko, like and subscribe. You can see the trophy.
That's
it is
NXT
great.
in there.
We have our first flights of the day.
Yeah, we got some flights.
The next generation of light beer by Yingling. Here we go.
It's 12 o'clock on the East Coast, guys.
Yeah,
Almost.
You
Not
know
quite,
that.
but almost.
Cheers, guys.
Oh, no.
Cheers,
Cheers, boys.
Right.
I mean,
close
you
enough.
took a sip before even cheersing.
Yeah, come on, cheers. All right, so
you're an animal.
I was thirsty.
Breakout candidates for every team around the NFL, according to The Athletic. I mean, it's a pretty obvious no-brainer for the Bears. Your breakout candidates on your offense are Caleb Williams and Roman Dunze.
Yeah.
Now, what does that look like? What is success? What is breakout? Like, I agreed with Abdalla, who said earlier, this is where you probably do look at stats more than anything else. If the Bears go out and win 10, that's great. But let's face it, we've seen the Bears win divisions and be a playoff team when the quarterback failed to throw for 2,000 yards. True story. That once happened.
That happened, yes.
That probably can't ever happen again. The game is much different.
In the 2000s.
It happened in 2005.
It's not like it happened in 1974.
It happened in 2005. Now, the game is a lot different over the last 20 years, but Kyle Orton didn't throw for 2,000 yards, and the Bears won 11 games, I think, that year and made the playoffs. Now, could they win 10, make the playoffs, and we still have questions about Caleb? We've seen Bears teams do that. If Caleb's going to break out, this is where I think we will look at the stats and the way he's played and know, hey, Caleb gets it. He's getting better. He's going to be dynamic. And if Caleb gets to 41 or 4,200 yards and has a 2.5 to 1 touchdown interception ratio or something like that, we might look at, even with 8 or 9 wins, we might look at it and say, yep, Caleb broke out and we'll feel great.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I also think there's going to be an element of, at times the offense may be struggling like it did last year, but if Caleb performs in the fourth quarters, like we saw in a few situations last year where, under Eberflus they didn't win those games, but he was good.
Right.
The Washington game stands out. Absolutely. I mean, Caleb did enough in that fourth quarter to win that game, but when I think people nationally and sometimes locally look back at that game, the Bears sucked. They couldn't score They lost the game on the Hail Mary. But Caleb I thought, showed that he was the guy in that situation. I'm looking at like 32 touchdowns and like 15 interceptions. I would love it to be closer to 10, but I don't expect that. I have a feeling he's going to throw the ball away at times this season. But if he can get the touchdowns up above 30, I'm going to look at it as a successful next step on the progress of a quarterback that hopefully eventually one day becomes top 5.
All right, conservatively speaking, I plan on the Bears having Carmen loves numbers, so I broke some numbers down for him.
Good.
You got 1,100 offensive plays.
Okay.
Right.
You got 550 rushes. If you're a 50-50 offense, 550 passes. If you complete 64% change. So I'm not asking for 68, 69%. 64.5% of your passes. You get yourself about 350 completions. Of those 350 completions, who's getting what is what you've got to ask yourself.
Of the three, who's got the distribution, right?
How's the distribution go? Running backs are going to get their share. Tight ends are going to get their share. You've got 3 wide receivers now that are going to get their share. So out of 357 completions or 350 completions,
have to do the math
who's
now.
getting what, where, when, why, and how?
Yeah.
If distributed equally, you're looking at 70 for each wide receiver, 70 between your tight ends, right? And 70 between your 70, 70, 70, 70, or it would be 70, 60, 50. Your main tight end's going to get about 65 balls. Your other tight end's going to get 35 balls. You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget about the trick play throws to the lineman.
Oh, my God. Yeah, the lineman.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see Darnell Wright out in the flat. That's going to excite me some. But, the point is you got to be realistic with who your breakout player is, and it's going to be the guy that Caleb Williams has the most confidence in. It may not necessarily be DJ Moore. You're talking about Rome. But what if it's Tyler Burton or whatever? Luther. That's right.
You make a good
point.
Not
Tyler Durden.
Abdalla and I talked about this on the podcast yesterday, and the point that I brought up is I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the season if Rome Odunze is our best wide receiver.
I wouldn't either.
And not only leading in stats, like Jurko's breaking down, because of what we saw in the comfort level at the end of last season between Caleb and Rome. I mean, Rome is the guy that Caleb was looking for when he needed that 4th down play against the Packers to move the team to get into field goal range. I wouldn't be surprised by that. I also wouldn't be surprised if Rome breaks out this year and is the guy that we thought he was going to be, being drafted 10th overall last year in the draft. I don't think it's out of the possibility that Rome Odunze at the end of this upcoming season is the Bears' best wide receiver.
I almost hope it does happen, Chris, because I think you're right. In year 2, you often see that breakout, right, for these wide receivers.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's a good point. Is it possible that they're both so good that Rome breaks out, DJ bounces back, and is like of the catches you're talking about, the completions you're talking about? Could it be that those two guys have half of those, or is that too out of whack? Like, what if they have 160 or 70 catches combined, or can that not happen in a balanced Ben Johnson offense? Or
no, it can. And I mean, you can break down what happened in Detroit.
Yeah.
To give you kind of a breakdown, a percentage of what's going when, where, why, and how. But that's what a quarterback that's somewhat he's not exceptional, right? He's not an exceptional quarterback, but he's an above average, very good quarterback. He's in that tier that what they have, tier 3.
Yeah.
End of tier 2, beginning of tier 3.
Probably. Yeah.
Still a guy that throws for 4,000 yards. And, I mean, if you're going to base anything off of anything, they've got to be realistic numbers.
Okay.
So it's who becomes the favorite target. What if the new guy, the tight end out of Michigan, becomes his favorite receiver?
That's right. We didn't even mention
I didn't mention Loveland, I know.
I mentioned both of the tight ends.
That's fair.
And what happens if Loveland ends up taking more of the receiving share than Cole Kmet?
That I could see.
All right, so my point to you is breakout guys, who's got the legitimate chance of being a breakout guy, could be your tight end, or it could be the new running back, because your new running back's going to get a ton of chances too. He's going to get 200-plus runs probably out of 550.
Yeah. You think he's going to be the starter?
I don't think he's going to be the starter at the beginning of the year.
Workhorse?
I don't think he's the starter at the beginning of the year.
Got it. Yeah.
NFL's a long season. We got 18 weeks, right? Over the course of 18 weeks, he may develop into the guy that becomes your starter, gets the crux of your touches, 250 rushes, say. Then your other guy gets 200, somebody other running back gets 40 touches,
right.
And then Caleb Williams gets your other runs.
Right, exactly. All right,
so the point is that whenever we talk about it, it's got to be realistic on what the expectations are or they're not going to be. It's got to be realistic depending upon the 550 pass receptions that are going to be out there if you've got a balanced offense with 1,100 total offensive plays. So, I can't say that, what's the breakout going to be, 110 receptions in 1,400 yards? I don't know if this offense is capable of just isolating on one individual player.
Yeah.
If it runs the way Ben Johnson runs it, it's going to be a balanced attack with a lot of guys being able to touch the football and make contributions. So then you have to redefine what a breakout season really is.
All right, so what does it look like, Bears fans? And who are the candidates? 312-332-3776. We're live at the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling Flight. We're live at Seven Bridges. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Adam Abdalla from the Bleck and Abdalla Show. We're here weeknights 6:30 to 8, or you can catch up with our podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app. We are proudly supported by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America. Yingling is legendary, and now they are here in Chicago.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. A signature win for the Sox Tuesday night in Houston. Rookie Shane Smith went 6 innings, allowing just 1 run. Fireballing Grant Taylor worked a 1-2-3 seventh in his MLB debut. Luis Robert Jr. had a double and a homer and played Gold Glove center field defense. And Chase Mydroth, Kyle Teel, and Edgar Carroll combined to reach base 5 times. Tonight, Sean Burke pitches for the Sox. It's Game 2. They shoot to clinch the season series. Oh, say, can you sing? Backed by popular demand, the White Sox invite fans to show off their star-spangled singing for the 2025 National Anthem Contest. One talented winner will be invited to sing the National Anthem on August 11th before the White Sox host the Detroit Tigers at 6:40 p.m. For more info and to enter, visit whitesox.com/anthem.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Listen for Danny Ecker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. This is Carmen and Jurko. Follow us on the gram at Carmen and Jurko and at ESPN_Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
It's Carmen, it's Jurk, it's Chris Bleck. We are on till noon, live here at our Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges, brought to you, presented by Yingling and Yingling Flight. Oh, so good. We're going to be on till noon, and then Silvy and Hoodie are going to be on. Shea and Tyler this afternoon into White Sox and Astros as the Sox look to make it 2 in a row over Houston.
That's perfect that Shea and Tyler will be on this afternoon, because my Saturday morning routine is getting to the course. I throw the guys on the phone on the app, and then I throw it in the cart. And so I hear Tyler and Shea talking while I usually play golf on Saturday morning.
It's perfect. You're right.
It'll be perfect.
Gets you into a rhythm, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Because nothing gets you in the mood to golf like Shea's hot takes. Just spewing all over the place.
There are a lot of hot takes, too.
There's nothing more calming than Shea yelling into the microphone. So
there's nothing more calming. I love it. That's a great call.
Yeah, so it'll be perfect that they're on this afternoon.
And hopefully they'll have a nice new patch of drywall for him to have a little fun with today,
these guys,
too.
What were they doing?
By the way, they were
having fun.
Tyler was calling malarkey on the timing of his text.
He's right. I look back. It was about 9 o'clock. For some reason, I did think it was later. I was like, boys, it's awfully aggressive to think I'm going to come out at 10:30 at night. It was about 9 o'clock, so I misremembered that. He was texting me at about 9.
Look at that. Look at the wall.
I can't believe what
Potsy's got the pictures.
What these guys did.
So for those who are just catching up, Tyler's current place of residence is being sold.
Right.
And so they were told that they've got to vacate. But they decided to throw one last rager. And part of the rager was, let's help those who will demolish this place by let's knock out some of the holes.
They're tearing the wall down?
That's what they're tearing down the building.
I guess the building.
So, taking down the whole thing. The property was sold, so a new developer's going to come in and build.
But I mean, is the security
a 4-unit condo?
Is the security deposit?
He said he didn't have one
in question. Oh, then he's fine.
Yeah, then he's fine.
You might as well steal all the appliances then.
Yeah, no, I know. Sell it.
You might as well.
I agree with Jurko.
That is great.
Take everything that's not tied down and sell it.
Take all the copper out.
That is it. Take all the copper. You know how valuable that copper is?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute. That's a great point. Like, there's no security deposit.
Yeah.
Take everything out of that place.
Sell
it for scrap.
Of course.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
I mean, they could drink off of that for a year.
Oh, my God. Copper's expensive.
Yeah, weed's expensive, all those taxes.
So they just started putting holes in the drywall.
Yeah, so at the party they invited you to, and you didn't show.
I didn't show.
You could have put the holes in the wall.
I don't think I would have.
Have you ever seen the movie 52 Pickup?
No.
Roy Schreider, I believe, is in it. And they end up starting to throw, guys got together for a party, and they started throwing knives at the door.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing knives. And they just absolutely butchered up the door.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Sounds
you
dangerous.
get carried away is what ends up
Well, when you've
happening.
been drinking a little bit.
I've been boozing a little bit. One guy punches the wall.
Happens.
The next thing you know, everybody's got to put a hole in the wall.
When I lived with Abdalla in Lakeview, he threw a full beer bottle at my head.
Oh, my
What's
God.
the difference?
That's friendship.
It does happen.
Yeah, that's friendship.
We've done some dumb
Carmen's
stuff.
been trying to kill me for a couple of years now.
Never.
When he gets all hot and bothered.
Never.
I felt one time, we're sitting there, we're like on a bridge, and I felt a little nudge.
Jurko.
Was that an accidental
Jurko
bump?
trip.
Was that an accidental nudge, or what was that? I don't know.
Jurko, get it. It'd be a good picture. Get right up against the bridge there.
Remember, we went to Ireland the one time, and I thought we were going to go to, what is it, Cork and Kerry? The Kerry of Cork or whatever it was?
No, Cork. The town of Cork.
Yeah, the town of Cork, which is on the southern most point.
Yes.
And our program director happened to be with us on that particular trip.
Do you want to say who that program director was?
I just said, what happens when we get too close to a cliff? I mean, would anybody suspect me of nudging him over the top?
True story. Yurko did say that.
I said it.
He turned to me one night as we were drinking, and he said, "What if we go and we're close to a cliff, and he just happens to fall off?"
That'd be a Netflix documentary or
it's 100%. It'd be.
And first of all, we weren't going. I just said, "What if that would happen?"
Yeah.
What we did? And it was Justin Craig.
It was
Justin Craig was
yeah,
our guy.
Justin.
Yeah.
Love Justin.
Yurko said, "What if he accidentally fell into the River Liffey?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't think that'd be good."
Right.
I don't think
to me, it was just, hey, what if type
What
of
if?
situation.
What would happen? What would you do?
What would happen? Yeah. Would we go down after him?
Yeah.
It's priceless.
Would you continue drinking?
Would we throw? Would we help him by throwing an anvil down and helping him? I didn't know what we were going to do. I didn't know. I didn't know what help looked like at the time. Has there been an eagle spotting?
I have
our
not
bald eagle?
seen, and I didn't hear this morning.
We see plenty of ducks flying. There's a mallard right now in perfect flight. Right, you see that?
I saw it. I just saw the mallard.
It's been majestic. They're flying all over the place. This thing's infested with ducks.
There was an eagle that lived in these forests, off. That's 9 coming down number 9. Yeah. On the other side of the water. I don't
look at that flock, kid.
Yeah.
We got a flock about 10, 11 ducks right there.
If Jurko had his shotgun,
and there's a trailer. Look at him. He's late to the party. He'll get there. Don't worry. He'll get there.
They were saying there was a coyote out here earlier.
Was there?
Love it.
Yeah. You see him out here a lot.
Nature.
Nature, baby.
That's what you get.
Coming up, we're going to
there's some terrapins in the water here.
Turtles?
Yeah.
Yes.
Turtles?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there are.
Where's Chauncey? Usually he's here casting into the
that's
pond.
a good point. Yeah, where is
What do
Chauncey?
you think? I meant Boomer Esiason? Of course I meant turtles.
I didn't know. I was maybe you did mean Boomer.
Jeez.
Coming up, we're going to do a list. We will talk a little bit about tonight's Game 3 in the NBA, some Cubs and Sox. Both teams won yesterday, and the White Sox looking much more respectable these days. But a list is going to kick off the 11 o'clock hour when we return in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself? You cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Live at the Rip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling Flight. We're at Seven Bridges. It's Carmen, it's Jurko, it's Bleck. Abdalla was on earlier today with the Cap Man in Cap and Hoodie spot. Hoodie and Silvy will be doing noon to 3. Tyler and Shea get you home until 6, and then it's White Sox And 6:30, I guess. And then it's White Sox and Astros pregame with Jeff Meller. Abdalla is back now because we are going to fire off a list.
Hello.
Hello. Are you spinning the wheel? Or are they?
I got
What's up,
everything.
Abdalla?
You got everything here?
Right here. I got the
All right, Abdalla's got it.
You know,
is our cart ready? Are we ready to go? We're
you
teeing
guys
off at noon. Are we ready?
I'm ready. Did you have someone bringing your clubs to the cart?
I do it. I don't need people to do things for me.
Tyler's ready to rock. Tyler forgot his golf bag.
Should I, in a break, grab my clubs and throw them on the cart?
Carmen and I should probably do that.
All right, we should do that in a break.
Yeah,
all right.
absolutely.
Tyler and Shea have arrived, by the way.
Hey, I put my clubs up at the bag drop, right?
See, I didn't. But what is Tyler's got a handful of clubs.
Yeah,
What's
he
he
forgot
doing?
his bag.
You don't have a bag?
He wants to take some hacks, some swings.
They got the
They're hosting. They're not
I
playing.
know, but why wouldn't he bring his bag up here? And you could.
You know what he's got? I believe what's going on there is those are purchases he's made today. He's looking to improve his golf game.
Tyler's got some nice sticks over
there.
there.
Yeah, new putter.
Hey, nice stick.
Nice stick, Tyler. All right.
He's looking good.
All right, so are we ready?
Yeah, I got
all
the
right,
wheel. All right,
Abdalla's got the list.
All right.
Spin.
How many days? How many days?
Yeah, 85, 84.
4. Yes, I don't know.
No, 85. 85.
Yeah,
85.
Sure.
Yesterday
85.
was
yes, today 85.
Komet.
Yes, 85
Cole
days.
Komet.
85 days. Bears. Okay, spin. Number 45. Scroll.
Number 45.
Okay.
Gary Fensick.
Much to the chagrin of Chris Bleck, this is another thing.
Things.
Will
Smith things.
Oh, God.
Not quite Will Smith. That's another list. That he's definitely on the list.
Is
as
he?
Will Smith things, yeah. Number 45 is, I'm going to love this one, Bill Murray things.
Oh, boy.
Bill Murray
things.
Holy cow.
Bill Murray things. 5 things that you love. It could be anything. It could be movies. It could be SNL sketches. It could be anything.
It could be anything Bill Murray.
It could be anything.
That's what you're telling
I
me?
already know my number 1.
I've got my number, or close to number 1, might be the same thing that Abdalla's thinking. It will all depend on who goes first on the list.
I'm
Bill
thinking
Murray
right now.
Things. Holy cow.
I will say this. This should give a lot of variety.
I think so, too.
I've got it. You guys ready?
Really?
Yeah,
How is that possible?
Always ready fast.
Because I don't think he's doing the best. He's just doing the first 5 things that come to mind.
No, not really. Number 5 on my list, stripes.
Okay.
All right.
One of my favorites.
Love it.
Number 4, Lost in Translation.
Real?
Great film.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great film.
Number 3 is Saturday Night Live when he was the lounge jockey.
The lounge jockey.
The lounge Star Wars. If they would bar war, where would the Star Wars be? 2, Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters. And number 1 for me is his portrayal as just a broken down old man next to Melissa McCarthy in St. Vincent's of Sheephead's Bay.
Okay.
I love that movie. And let me tell you, if that's a movie that doesn't have you shedding tears at the end of the movie, you're not a human being.
You're a robot?
The kid recognizes him as like the influence
Yeah.
and makes him his saint.
Yeah.
That's why he's St. Vincent of Sheephead's Bay.
Yeah.
Tears in your eyes.
It is great.
If you don't cry during that movie,
Tears.
shame on you.
Okay. I'm ready.
Tears in your. Here
You're
goes
ready?
Abdalla.
I'm ready. Okay, number 5, extremely underrated. Extremely underrated. Actually, no, I'll switch these. Okay, number 5 to me is the GIF that everybody uses, where he's old school. He's at like the Bears stadium. He's got the little Bears hat on.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Everybody
It's like
uses
the
that all the
go-to
time.
Bears gift.
From 1985.
Go-to Bears
when he was
gift.
on the sideline.
All right.
That's a great
All right.
call.
Love
All right.
that. Okay.
That's really good.
Criminally underrated. What about Bob?
Yeah, it's amazing.
I love it.
Underrated.
With Richard
Wonderful
Dreyfuss.
film.
Oh, it's awesome, but
With
no one
Richard Dreyfuss.
No one talks about it when they talk about
Oh,
Bill Murray,
he
though.
plays
Oh, that's great.
A neurotic
That's
man that
great.
needs his doctor.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
amazing.
sailing. I'm sailing.
That's
That's
great.
great.
I don't even
Baby
put
steps.
I don't even put Ghostbusters on my list because
wow.
number 3 is cameo in Zombieland.
Zombieland's great.
Very good.
Zombieland,
Yeah.
yes.
He ends up getting
Zombieland.
killed in that, too.
Yeah,
What a
and
shame.
it's awesome. It's awesome. Number 2, Groundhog Day.
Yeah, that's on my list.
Number 2, Groundhog Day, and number 1, the day the Cubs won the World Series, where in the same day he hung up on me,
Randy
and
Merkin.
then later, hung up on me.
Oh, you?
And then later told me to F off.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Personal experience. Not everybody has that one.
Not everybody gets to have that.
But it's on multiple lists.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely on multiple lists. I've got that on the list.
Quintessential Bill Murray.
Hung up on me when he was supposed to come and join Kap on the show, and then later in the evening, after his favorite team accomplished the unaccomplishable, winning the World Series, told me to F off.
Yeah.
All right, it's
not
good.
nice about it.
All right, I got mine. You ready?
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. Here's mine. Number 5 on my list is SNL, but specifically one of the great Billy Goat cheeseburger scenes where he's standing there, and I believe it's Jane Curtin who comes up, and she starts ordering, and it's actually not Jane Curtin. I take that back. It's one of the other male actors, and I'm never going to be able to remember his name, but he's giving him his order. He's saying, a couple of scrambled eggs, bacon well done, and Bill Murray's standing there, and he's going, huh? And he's nodding, and he's nodding. The guy gets to the end of his order, and Bill Murray goes, cheeseburger? It's absolutely fantastic. Has no idea what he's saying. Number 4 on my list.
Tim something was that guy's name.
What was that actor's name?
Tim something had the glasses on.
Yeah, and he's trying to order breakfast, and Bill Murray's just sitting there going, nah, he's nodding at cheeseburger. Number 4, I thought it was he got mad at Merkin. Forgive me then if he got mad at you.
He hung up on me.
Okay, so I had the whole post day after 2016, the infamous, I told you not to give my number to anybody.
Yeah.
That means anybody. And you and Merkin were like, well, how are we supposed to call you?
Because I remember I came
it's
with
a classic.
you guys, and I had to produce Kap and your show.
Right.
We all worked like double shifts that day
because
of what took place.
So that's number 4 on my list.
Yeah.
Number 3, the scene in Caddyshack with he and Chevy Chase. The scene on his grounds and where he's living, and Chevy Chase says, "You live here, Carl? It's really awful." That entire scene, which
That's the only scene they're in together, right?
It's the only scene they're in together.
They hate each other.
They hated each other,
Yes.
right? And it's famously I think they sort of ad-libbed a lot of that because the producers at the time said you can't not have a scene with these two.
Yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield was a comic. He was well known, but he was a comic. Ted Knight was a TV star, not a movie star. The only people that had a lot of panache in that movie were Bill Murray and Chevy Chase. And originally Harold Ramis did not have a scene with the two of them, and they said, you have to. And they kind of put it together on the fly, and it's the best scene in the movie. Number 2, Groundhog Day. I like specifically when he's given up and he's just trying to kill himself.
Yes, that is
sequence
the best part of the movie.
Is incredible.
Yes,
when he's finally had enough, Chris, and he's just trying
and
to
he's just failing at killing himself.
And he takes the toaster into the bathtub. I absolutely love it. And
he
number
drives
1
off the cliff.
It's amazing. And number 1, Dr. Peter Venkman, Ghostbusters, incredible. So there you go.
Great list, Carm. Number 5, I'm going to go with playing himself in Space Jam.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very
Space
good one.
Jam.
That's very good.
It's he and Michael, right? Like those are the two in the film.
Right. That's very good.
Solidify.
Whoa! I don't play defense.
Now, number 4, I will acknowledge, terrible movie, not very funny, but I will give respect to Caddyshack and Bill Murray.
Very good.
Because it is one of those things when you find out who he is, it's like the thing that you realize, oh, that's what he's known for when you're younger. So I will put Caddyshack on my list, absolutely. Number 3 for me is Bill Murray telling my best friend to blank you. How great of a story.
Yeah,
because here's the key.
It's amazing.
Bill Murray has this personality that's out there as if he's an everyman and friendly to all.
Nope.
He's got this thing where if he sees a wedding party, he crashes it. He goes to the wedding and he just pops in and like gets all this social media fanfare. The guy's a jerk. And we all know from a personal experience how big of a jerk he really is, and I love that.
And if you ask him, do you remember the time you said F you to somebody?
Oh, no.
Well, there's too numerous. He's probably said F you to 1 million people.
Thousands of people will come out of the woodwork of that, so that makes my list at number 3. It was, when you mentioned Bill Murray things, the first thing that popped in my head was him telling Abdalla the day after the Cubs won the World Series to blank off.
When I wrote the list down, I knew it was going to be my number 1.
I thought of it pretty quickly, too.
My number 2 is the same as Carmen. Groundhog Day is such a rewatchable movie. It's so original. It is something that I think that you could argue, and I think Connor, when he did the McKnight of the movies on Groundhog Day, I said to him, that movie's a perfect film.
Yes.
It is perfect.
It is.
It hits
It's
every
incredible.
note. It's funny. It's heartfelt. Everything about it is a great movie, so I'm going to put that number 2.
Very
and
good.
Ghostbusters is my number 1 because as a child, I would go around telling people that my name was Peter Venkman and not Chris Bleck, and he was my absolute favorite, and that was my favorite movie. So number 1 is Ghostbusters.
That's pretty good.
It's when he hits the piano keys. It's me, Dr. Venkman, when he's in Sigourney Weaver's place. They hate this. They hate this.
It's his one-liners and his personality and just the ease at which he was funny in that movie is just all-time. Like, the one thing I always think about when I see a film like that from the 80s that is funny but it has, like, a plot to it is that usually comedies now, the jokes are so over the top.
Yeah.
Where Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Harold Ramis, it's subtle.
There's a subtleness to
they
it.
They are playing the characters,
Yes.
but they are just funny people, so the characters are funny. It's the same thing I think about with Beverly Hills Cop.
Yep.
In that movie, he is not trying to be funny. He is just a funny person acting in the film.
Like him simply going, I'm not going to fall for the banana.
Yeah, right. Like,
I'm not going to fall for the banana.
Like it wasn't set up to be some great joke.
Right.
It's just they are funny in those situations, and I think that's something that sometimes is missed with modern day comedy.
I'm looking at the chat. 3 pretty big omissions.
3 pretty big omissions. All right, let's hear them.
Osmosis Jones.
That's not one of them, but that's 4.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
From where?
Osmosis
Help
Jones.
me. From where?
It was a
cartoon.
Cartoon.
Okay.
It was a animated film
Rushmore?
in the 90s. Rushmore, yeah.
Rushmore's excellent. I do love Rushmore.
Kingpin.
Kingpin's great. Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, that is
All
a pretty big omission. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty
For
good.
some of you guys, that is a big one.
Boy,
yes.
when he's got the hair all over at the end, when he pulls that last strike, man.
Who
oh,
is
man,
it? Phil McCracken?
Phil McCracken.
Phil
yeah.
McCracken, right?
Yeah.
There
the
was
one where
what was the other one?
You got to find it. It's
Yeah,
3
'cause
big
I'm
ones. Remember?
scrolling. Kingpin.
3 big ones.
Dude, Kingpin's a good one.
Oh, where is it? I was scrolling through, and then you said Osmosis Jones, and then I forgot the other one. Scrooged.
Excellent.
Yes, Scrooge.
Excellent. The modern day
People are
spin
saying
on
now-
Charles Dickens.
Well, okay, just say Paul. Just say what's that director's name that does all
Paul-
the thing? No. That does all the that did
That does Rushmore?
Yeah.
That's Wes Anderson.
All the Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
People are now just
Fantastic
Wes
Mr.
Anderson
Fox.
movies.
Yeah. He's
Life
Life
Aquatic.
Aquatic. Yeah. Tannenbaum's Life
Was
Aquatic.
it Dr. Zizou or Zazu?
Life Aquatic with.
Yeah, he's in all those. He hasn't been in the
Zizou.
recent ones.
He's a modern day Jacques Cousteau.
Yes.
Isn't there a story? Was he in the movie?
He's not in Grand Budapest, is he?
No, not a movie that's directed by him. It was a different movie. I think it was George Clooney in it, and there was a story about how like they wrote a part for him, and they talked to him, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll be there," but then they never got confirmation that he would be there.
And he never showed up?
No, and they were
he
like,
showed up on the day of the filming,
have to,
and
like,
no one knew that he was going to be
Oh,
there.
They were
That's
like
the
gonna-
story, right?
Yeah, that they were.
Yeah.
They got all set up, and they're like, "Well, we kind of hope he shows up."
What movie's that?
Oh, it's got to be. It's
No, you're
George-
right. I've heard the story. It's like a story that gets cycled on all the different podcasts. Either it was told on Stern,
Really?
or it was told on Rogan or Conan,
And
or
it's
one of
supposed
those.
to be like a story that's like,
and it was
oh,
like,
he's really nice, and it's like, no, think about it from the other side. All
Yeah.
these people have to set up a
It
movie
was-
scene
yeah.
and get ready for this guy to maybe not show up.
Yeah, the story was like he
is
left.
Emma Stone in the movie?
He left maybe it was Zombieland.
No,
Maybe it
it's
was
not Zombieland. It's one of the ones where they're on it. What was the one with Emma Stone that she got like, where she's playing? Was it
Easy
set in
A?
Hawaii? No.
I don't know.
It's something like that.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
with
know.
Clooney.
Yeah.
That's not
It's,
Emma Stone, though,
it's
is
not-
it?
maybe it's not Emma
that's
Stone.
That's the Descendants, right?
Well, there was a second one.
Oh.
that
Yeah.
they made, right?
Yeah.
After the Descendants.
Yes.
Or are we thinking? Are we mixing?
I think
up
we're
two
thinking the
separate
same
things?
movie. I think we're thinking of the same movie.
I don't know.
But I can't think of the name right
I'll tell you.
Anyway,
Oh,
the
yeah.
story is that they wrote the scene for him. He agreed to it. They never heard anything back from him ever again and hoped that he showed up. And he did. But, like, dude, communicate.
Yeah. Missing.
It's
missing,
Aloha.
Missing,
The movie's Aloha with Bill Murray. and
Aloha.
Aloha.
Missing,
Yeah, and that's with Emma Stone, right?
Yes, yeah.
I haven't seen that one. Missing Kingpin's a big miss. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kingpin's awfully good.
Garfield.
man.
Anyone say Garfield?
Not Garfield. No, I wouldn't have thought of that.
Didn't
That
he
was
say in the line in Zombieland, what's your biggest regret? And he goes, probably Garfield.
Garfield. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, good list. Bill Murray things. Another good list. They've all been fun and exciting.
See, Chris hates the things, though.
No, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's all right.
That one was
Yesterday's list was better.
Well, yesterday's list was maybe my favorite one we've had so far, and I kept thinking about all the things.
Did you hear what Tyler said about the list? He was like, I've done all of those.
BS.
Yeah, he's never had to call and get a busy signal. Get out of here.
He's never looked at scrambled porn.
Never
in his life.
No chance.
He wouldn't even know how to
go
through.
He's always seen a clear nipple.
Here, Potsy's here. Potsy, do you know what we're talking about with scrambled?
Yeah, of course.
Potsy confirms only clear ones.
Yes, he never had to. Come on, please, Tyler. Tyler's full of.
No. It wasn't pixeled. It was because the cable. All right. So the cable package, they would show the channels. If you didn't pay for the pay-per-view channels, they would be scrambled out.
Right.
So it wouldn't be pixelated. It would be squiggly.
Yes.
So like if you were in a house that didn't pay for it, every once in a while, Potsy, you would see something pop.
Yes.
And you'd see it for a split second. You'd be like, oh, I know what that is.
There'd be one quick second, and then maybe another one.
And that's all you needed, Potsy, was that 1 second.
But Potsy, you could hear the audio.
Oh, yeah.
So you could hear what was going on, but you couldn't see it.
Yeah, you could hear Ginger Lynn in action. All right, good job, Abdalla. Good list. That's a good one. It's Carmen and Jurko and Bleck. We're live at Seven Bridges for the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Basketball and hockey are winding down. Baseball's heating up. Football, believe it or not, is right around the corner. Don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of ticks, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. That's important. So don't miss out this season. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shea Norling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows, Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Displays. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No deep bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Well, what an intro that is. All right, we are live at Seven Bridges, the Dock Bar and Grill. I mean, it's a who's who out here. Silvy has arrived. Jack McGrath over there, chowing down on some Lou Malnati's, it looks like. Tracy Butler in the house.
Yeah.
Jesse Rogers.
I ran to Jesse in the parking lot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Jesse's ready to go.
Did you guys get your sticks?
Yeah, mine are on the cart.
I'll grab mine
in
in the next break.
Yeah.
I'm going to go in the next break. I will grab mine.
You're going to be alone here because I myself have got to do my duty in the next break also.
Well, I'll be back by the time we're back on the air.
I hope I'm back on time, but
I would rather
what
you
are you
do that.
gonna
Do it during the show and not during the golf round.
What do you think? I got to drop a deuce. Kid.
I know what's important.
Ooh-wee. That country fried steak is making its way through.
The funniest was, what was it, last week when you're like Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
What'd you have last night? I don't know, a mess of Brussels sprouts.
That'll do it, though,
batches,
sometimes.
2 batches. It's healthy for you, though, you know? Brussels sprouts. Can you go wrong with Brussels sprouts?
No, I love Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts are great.
I get a hankering for them, and I want them.
White Sox and Cubs both won yesterday. Cubs get the job done in Philly. The offense kind of busted out a little bit. Ian Happ, I mean, we were wondering when's the
about
power.
time, yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious. The last couple of games for Ian Happ.
Yeah.
You talk about sometimes it just comes in waves.
What's he got now, 6?
That might be right, but he's got 3 in the last 2 days.
Right. Oh, then he's at 7.
Is he at 7
Did
then?
he get 2 yesterday?
He hit 2 yesterday.
So he's at 7, yeah.
He hit 2 yesterday.
Right.
Kyle Tucker. I mean, all of them. Like, the offense is really good, and I don't think they'll be prone to too many long slumps. You know, I heard Silvy talking about it with Wilbon yesterday, asking, is there any concern when they don't score a lot against really good pitchers, or is that just the nature of the beast? And I kind of agree with Wilbon. He's like, it's a little bit of both. I mean, most teams struggle to score against great pitching. Nobody can score off of Tarek Skubal right now. Zach Wheeler's one of the best in the game, probably pitching with a little extra juice the other day. Just had another kid riding high, coming off paternity.
You know, the guy they beat earlier in the year was Skeens when they beat him.
They did beat Skeens.
And they beat Skeens, and they got to him.
Do they face Skeens in this 4-gamer?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Yes, I believe so.
Do they, Chris? Because they come home tomorrow for that 4-game set against Skeens. They'll probably get him.
I thought it was Friday.
It might be Friday in one of those games. That's going to be marquee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be a big one.
It's a marquee matchup.
I like the way you did that.
Yeah.
It's on marquee.
But I don't think there's any disgrace in being like, hey, we ran into a couple of good pitchers and our offense was stymied a little bit. I don't think that's like any sign of big concern. That's generally what happens. The more positive signs for this Cubs offense is that top to bottom, they've got guys that have good at-bats. They've got a lot of power. We know how well they run the bases. That never really slumps. So I think you should feel good about this Cubs offense. Biggest takeaway I have from watching these last couple of days and watching him since he got called back up is the young kid over at third, Matt Shaw. That kid can pick it at third base. And I don't know what the advanced metrics look like. I don't always track them as closely as maybe I should when it comes to some of the advanced defensive metrics. This is mostly eye test, and maybe I'm wrong. That kid looks like he can flat out play over at third base. Technically, he appears to me to be very sound. Again, what are like the first step metrics and some of the range metrics? Maybe my eyes don't do the best job of telling that full story. He looks like he can really play over there. And the Cubs defense on most nights, minus PCA throwing to the wrong base yesterday, dazzling. I mean, they can really play defense, and that bodes well for the Cubs long term because base running and defense, as we've talked about, generally do not slump.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that, and I think what we've seen so far is like they had such a tough start to the season, and even when they've gone through a little bit of an offensive rough patch here, they still produce and they're still winning games. And they're I think that's where you get through what you had at the start, and now you can kind of relax. But I mean, the Phillies they should be a playoff team. I know that.
I think they will
coming into the other day, they were like 1-9 in their last 10.
Yeah.
When we were in Philly over the weekend, and on Friday we drove to Pottsville to go to the Yingling Brewery. And so we listened to about 4 hours of Philly sports talk radio.
Oh, boy.
We tuned in for the list, so we heard the list. And we heard Potsy give the list, but we were listening to Philly sports talk radio, and my God, are those people angry. And they were talking about how pitiful and how bad the Phillies have been this year. And you would have thought they were in last place, even though they're fighting for their division with the Mets at the moment. So, I think the Cubs are in a good spot. I wouldn't be concerned. I wouldn't be too worried right now. Now, if you get into a 7-game series and you don't really have a stellar ace,
right, that's the one thing that might hurt you.
The way that will play out throughout a series may affect it, but I love the base running. I love the defense. This team offensively is pretty great.
And I got to say, watching the White Sox game as well last night, it was nice to actually be super excited about a prospect that just called up to watch him come into a game. How often do we get super excited about a bullpen arm warming up? But it felt like there was a little bit of a buzz about it. And even on our text chain, people were talking about it. And Meller sent out the blast. Hey, he's warming up. He's probably coming into the game. I think it was 6 pitches from Taylor that were 100 miles an hour or more. He got 3 relatively easy outs. He had, I think, two guys flied out, and he had a ground ball out as well. That's kind of nice when you got a young prospect come up that is a bullpen arm that you're being excited about. So there is so much more to look forward to for the White Sox right now. It's still a bad team with a million miles to go. But to watch Mydroth, to watch Kiro, to watch Kyle Teal, to watch Taylor now, and some of the other young guys that are going to come up a little bit later, the climb is always fun. And boy, oh boy, did they ever go down into the abyss last year. And they really did. And they were arguably, not even arguably, the worst team in modern memory, the worst team in all of our lifetimes in baseball history, not just Chicago baseball history, but in baseball history, period. To have them feel like they're maybe climbing out of that here a little bit and rising. And the ascent is always fun, like to track the young guys when they're young and they're just coming up, and you get excited about it, and they do exciting things. I can't believe I'm saying it, but it's like for a team that's still probably going to lose 100 games, it's getting more exciting, and they're so much more tolerable and so much more likable. And I've loved watching Mydroth. Chase Mydroth does not look like any shortstop I've ever seen. And then he plays, and you're like, oh, he's a ridiculous athlete. I don't get it. When you see him just standing there, you're like, really?
That's the guy.
That's a shortstop?
Yeah.
Bleck looks more like a shortstop.
I can't play shortstop.
But we can't play shortstop like that.
They slide me at second base right from the start. That
right,
kid
me
can't
too.
play.
Me too.
Just stand there and do nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't have the feet for it.
Stand there and just don't mess up the.
I'm like, what? He does not look like any shortstop I've ever seen. And then he plays, and you go, whoa, that's a slick athlete.
Yeah, Carm, watching the Sox the last couple weeks, here's the thing is, you can't change the way the season started. But in their last 10 games, they're 5-5.
How about
with
that?
Young players who are coming up and contributing and leading to wins. If they can just go 500 from here on out, that's a fun season.
Yes.
And I think that's all we're kind of asking for, because the abyss that you mentioned happened. There wasn't any hope.
Right.
This
None.
feels like, okay, now we see there's 3 guys up. Okay, here's a bullpen arm. Okay. I know by the time we get to September, there might be 2 arms that are joining the rotation. And at that point, now you're working with something. If you're playing around 500 ball, that's a fun way to kind of go through a season where you know you're not going to win anything, just to be competitive and to build towards the future.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely worthwhile.
You know you're heading in the right direction once you get to 80 wins. Then you've headed in the right direction. You bottomed out.
Yeah.
You're heading there. You're heading to mediocrity. Once you're at mediocrity, now it depends on what you do more than just the draft and the developing some of the young guys. At some point, you are going to need to go out there and get somebody. Now, you're hoping the young guys develop over the course of time, but you're going to need to add to that eventually.
It feels like they're
and that
a while away, but
might not be this offseason.
Yeah.
But that eventually might be in the offseason of 26. after 26 is over,
right?
Then that's the chance when the young guys come up to maybe snag somebody that might become available. Of course, there is not going to be baseball in 27. Is that correct?
Well, there might not
baseball
be.
In 27.
I hope they get their you-know-what together, but we'll just say we'll get their act together. But we'll see.
Based on the logic here, I don't think it's likely for them to play 500 ball the rest of the summer.
Right.
But if they played around it, if they played 500 and you added that with the 23 wins they've already got, that's putting you around 70.
I mean, what an improvement that would be.
So, like, if they were able to get to 65.
Yeah, right. You feel like it's a huge improvement.
That would be
right?
humongous.
Then you just become a below average bad baseball team.
To your point, they're not actually
awful anymore.
Yeah, they're not actually doing anything at 65. Right. But 65 feels a hell of a lot different than 50.
I think the goal should be not to lose 100 games this year.
Yeah, you're right.
And I had them, if you remember at the beginning of the year, I wanted them to have 60 wins, 62 wins, and that still has them losing 100 games.
Right, of course.
Yeah. But that's still 19. That's a 50% improvement over what they did last year.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Whether you like it or not, it is an improvement, but you started so low. It would have been,
I know, the bars were so low.
It would have been, you'd have been hard-pressed not to improve off that number.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up, we'll talk a little bit about Game 3 tonight in Indy and what that's going to be like. I heard the get-in is like a K. Cheapest tickets, I heard. I mean, it's going to be a scene at downtown Indianapolis for Game 3 of the finals tonight. We'll talk about that coming up. Plus, Charlie Bevins has alerted me to a pretty significant real-life anniversary that's from one of our all-time favorite movies. And we will talk about that coming up. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. Bleck sitting in with us. It's Carmen, Jurko, and Bleck. We're going to go until noon. Then it's Hoodie and Silvy. We're live at Seven Bridges for the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash. or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
Progressive knows RV owners like to travel at a nice, relaxing pace. Just like this commercial. They're not rushing to a departure gate at the airport because they depart from their driveway. And they can relax even more knowing they're protected by Progressive. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
It's Carmen and Jurko. Follow us on the gram at Carmen and Jurko and at ESPN_Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
It's Carmen and Jurko. We are brought to you by Yingling Flight, also American Sail, Republic Bank, number 14 Bourbon, and the Advantage Dealer Group, live from the Grip It and Sip It Classic. Can't wait to play. We're going to, tee off in about 23 minutes?
It looks like it. We'll see how close we are to being on time. I just got the clubs on the cart, getting ready to rock and roll. I got my buddy Kurtz in downtown Indy. He's already sending me pictures of what the crowd's like. McAfee's doing his show, I guess, and what the crowd's like around the stadium at the game. He was saying, he was looking yesterday. He's there for business, and tickets were $1,000, upwards of $1,000 to get in. It's gonna be a good scene. That place, I'm telling you, that building. I'll give those fans credit. It is a fantastic experience. I've seen a playoff game in that arena. Granted, this is years ago, but. It is loud. You're on top of the action. They really support that team. The Pacers won some ABA titles in the 70s before the merger. They've never won the NBA title, and they've been in the finals. This is their second time in the NBA finals, right?
Yeah, they played the Lakers.
Lost to the Lakers?
2000?
Yeah.
2001?
One
of those years?
One of those
the
years,
first one. The first championship for Kobe and Shaq.
I feel like 2000. Yeah, you're right, because 2001, I think they lost to Iverson. They beat Iverson and the Sixers.
And then 2002 were the Nets.
It was the Nets, that's
Jason
correct.
Kidd
the Jason Kidd Nets.
Kenyon Martin.
Yep, that's correct. So they love that. That fan base really supports them. They obviously are basketball crazy in that state. Tonight will be pretty spectacular. Game 2 went kind of as I expected, Chris. Oklahoma City's just made a habit of bouncing back. If I've got the number right in my head, I had it in my notes earlier. I think it's 17-2 this season after a loss. And they've really, in the playoffs, you've seen it too. Every time they've had one of those head scratchers, they've come out and just eviscerated the opposition.
Yeah.
So game 2 kind of went as expected. What do you expect for tonight back in Indy?
I think one part of it that I think is pretty cool is the league lucked out, even though they're, quote, smaller markets, they're two fan bases that are obsessive for their teams. So the home courts should have an effect as the series goes. So I would imagine that the Pacers will bounce back. They need to get out to an early lead, though, because what we saw in Game 2 was that the Thunder's bench is what annihilated the Pacers. The Pacers couldn't keep up with the defensive and the offensive output from the Thunder's bench, and they were just pouring it on. And I think that's where this Thunder team is so good when it starts to get momentum.
Right.
And it feels very much like the 2015-16 Golden State Warriors, where the moment you're down 10, and I know in Game 1 the Pacers did come back and they won that game, but like you mentioned, there are so many times throughout the regular season where the Thunder put it on early in the first half and the game was kind of over. I think it's also interesting, the Pacers' offense they don't necessarily have like a go-to player situation play. It's all kind of like working together.
Yep.
And
very
that
much
sounds great, but then when you're up against it and you have to have a bucket, sometimes you can't trust Neesmith or you can't trust this player of the
Toppin,
night. Right, like, and it works in a season.
Yeah.
I don't know if it works in big spots like that. And if Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is going to play his style of basketball, getting to the line, controlling the pace, and all of what he does that makes him so great, I don't really know if they can do anything to combat that.
Right, I know.
He's that good, and they're that talented defensively that you really have to take him out of his game and hope that the bench for the Thunder do not have. And we also know historically in the NBA, the bench players, the role players, do not play as well on the road as they do at home.
Very true.
There's just historically a different feel about it, and there's a different performance from those who are not the main guys.
Yeah.
And we've always seen that. And I think I'm guessing, if I had to kind of bet on it, that they'll split these next two games, and it will all come down to whether or not Indy can muster up something in the first half of Game 5 to keep it a series.
Yeah, I like the point you made about this team and that 16 Warriors team. Like, it does have that, like, when they get a lead and they can use their defense to then do what they do best. Like, they create enough havoc where they can turn you over or force you into a miss, and then they're off. Like, there's, you know what I mean? Like, it's a.
And like a part of the slog for the Pacers in Game 2 in the second half was that when you watch those offensive possessions, there many times those with the ball and those moving to the ball were moving away from the basket.
Yeah.
So Caruso, Dort, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, they're all so lengthy, and when they get up into Wallace as well, when they get up into, instead of forcing your way towards the basket, cutting towards it, making plays for other guys, it's Halliburton and others just floating away from the basket, and then you're up against it. You've got 5 seconds left on the shot clock. How many times in the second half of Game 2 did the Pacers just throw up a three, hoping not to get a violation for the shot clock?
And they couldn't even get close to the paint.
That's what I'm saying.
You're right about that.
Like, that's a really difficult way to win a series, win a game, and go through these possessions. Is like when you see the Pacers have success, they're cutting to the basket. And off of that, it's opening up the corner three for those pocket threes. And that's when, like, you can get some offense. And when you have Caruso and Dort and Wallace out there locking it down, Wiggins as well, when they're all out there playing great defense and forcing you away, the Pacers are not good enough to do that.
They're not. It's incredible.
They don't have a shot maker who's like – a top 5 player in the league type of guy.
They don't.
Like Doncic. Like, they don't have someone like that who can just say, it doesn't matter, from 40 feet off my back foot, I'm gonna keep us in this game.
They don't have that player or like a Giannis that no matter what can get into the paint, into the line. You're right. Like or to the basket. They don't really have that, and that's not to disrespect them because they're fun and they're good, but it is a very good point you make. And like, the amount of depth and talent defensively that Oklahoma City throws at you between their rim protectors and their bigs and all of these like rangy, long, athletic, like good perimeter defenders, it's an embarrassment of riches, really. And it's why we saw a team that had a historically good margin of victory and an historically good defenses because they're unique in that way. Not most teams don't have that luxury. There's these waves of guys they can throw out on the perimeter that can guard.
But I'll say this, as we look at how Game 3 will play out, if you listen to the players talk after Game 1, Rick Carlisle and the Pacers had one objective. Let's try and hang around and keep it close in the fourth because the Thunder get tight at the end of games if it's a close, clutch game. And so they knew that going into the series. And so, like, the objective in these next two games is in the first half and the third quarter, don't get blown out.
Right.
You can't keep coming back the way you did in Game 1.
Can't be down 20.
But if you're within 8 heading into the fourth, you have a chance because they have the better clutch player.
Yeah.
Halliburton's an unbelievable story. Unbelievable player. totally unexpected. He also doesn't necessarily have the personality of someone you would expect to be the leader of a team going to the finals. And so if they could hang around at home, and I think you kind of flip that dynamic of bench players hitting shots, playing better defense, the Thunder players from the bench maybe not playing as well on the road, I'm looking forward to a good game tonight.
Yeah, hopefully it's good, and hopefully it's a little bit better than the way Game 2 was. What do you think, good kid?
Well,
how are the facilities?
They're tremendous. First of all, not only that, I had to spare a square for my neighbor next door.
Oh, no, really?
That just happened? Really?
Yeah, he goes, boy, he got into his, and he's like, there's no toilet paper. And I had a loose roll.
Oh,
so
nice.
I chucked it up over the top. Hopefully he came down with
God.
it. Yeah.
You went over the top and not underneath.
No, I went over the top. Why? It could be wet in there. You know, why put
No,
toilet
I mean
paper
a
on the floor?
handoff.
Oh, no handoff. The thing was too low. I just
Wow, this just happened?
I was like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I just sky hooked it up over the top.
Jurko had to spare a square
I had to
for the
spare
guy
a square.
next to him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, listen, I'm generous.
Major development here.
Now, if I had to.
Hoodsay saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, Hoodie saw it?
Yeah. If I had to pull it off my own roll, like give him
Yeah.
about 20 squares,
sure,
I'd have done the handoff.
Okay.
But because the roll was in itself, I just chucked it up over the top.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It
You
happens.
found yourself in a real-life Seinfeld moment.
100% correct.
Somebody,
and
oh, my God.
Since you asked me that, what do I think about tonight's game? I do think that the home crowd, being in Indianapolis, I think that bodes very well for the Pacers. I like to see a more consistent effort out of Halliburton. At times
He's been a little
tendency.
quiet. He's also facing a type of defense that he didn't have to face really in the East.
Stifling.
Yeah.
A stifling
in the playoffs.
defense. Right. So he's still got to find a way.
Yeah.
You don't just go.
No, hey, you're right.
And drift. You can't just go and drift.
You're one of the best players. You got to find a way.
You've got to do it. If you're going to be that guy, you got to do it.
Yeah, the drifting away from the basket in the second half,
Yeah.
like those possessions, it's just so obvious that they're not going to be able to make anything out of that.
Right. Yep.
And it was like time after time, and Caruso's so good, so fun to root for. I love that he's that type of player that he's kind of bounced around now, but every place he goes, he becomes the fan favorite for that team. Like that's the thing is like the way Bulls fans treat Alex Caruso. The Bulls didn't draft him.
Right.
He won a championship with LeBron in L.A. Like he was on borrowed time for us, and we feel an affinity towards him. So like the ovation that he got from the Thunder crowd at the end of Game 2 was pretty cool as well.
Not only that, but you got to work for the basketball.
Yeah.
The guy I remember that used to work his ass off to be able to get the basketball whenever he could get it was Reggie Miller.
Sure.
Reggie Miller never stopped moving.
Rip Hamilton.
Yeah.
Steph's great at that.
And guess what? That's what you have to do.
Ray Allen.
Ray Allen, great call. Ray Allen was great at it.
Exactly. You've got to be able to move. You've got to be able to get away. You've got to be able to be evasive. You've got to be able to rub off on your guys that are standing there, curl around if you have to. The move usually is, if the guy fouls, you curl around. If the guy goes over the top, you flatten out, and you find yourself space to get a shot off.
Briefly, before we break, what did you guys think of the conversation about the way ESPN, ABC, and the NBA have presented the NBA Finals?
Yeah, I know.
There's
the logos on the court
it's
are not.
The hologram logos on the court. So if you're there in person, or if you watch any replay or anything that's produced on social media by the league, it does not show the trophies on the court because they're just there on the TV feed.
I don't get that, Chris, because they make a big deal about those special courts for the stupid play-in tournament. Now for your finals.
Yeah.
Well, the play-in tournament or that Euro tournament
not the
they
play-in
have in the
tournament.
middle of the year.
I said play-in.
I called the Euro. The Euro tournament.
Forgive me.
The in-season tournament.
The in-season tournament. You've got these special courts, and for your finals, you don't have the logo. I mean, you don't have the Larry O'Brien trophy on that. It doesn't make any sense.
I agree with that. I also think that, the league is so hyper aware of how its best success was at the end of the Jordan run.
Right.
And everything that goes into what Jordan brought to the league and the rivalries and just the product itself. You look at all of those NBA Finals highlights, all the still photos, you see the NBA Finals logo on the old Chicago Stadium, the United Center floor, and then all the places that they played. I just don't understand how you don't stick with that. And all it is a decal that you put down on the court. It's not expensive. It's not like this. It's almost as if they're letting 19-year-old interns decide these things.
It is weird.
Where it's we got the technology. We don't need to waste on real, tangible
maybe
items.
That's it. Maybe they're being cheap.
Crazy.
It's an odd choice, Chris. I agree. It's very bizarre. I'm glad that they've gotten some heat over it, too. I think deservedly so. I don't think it's a small thing, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Adam Silver did mention that he's aware of the complaints of it, so hopefully they and from game 1 to game 2, they added the logos on the court.
Yeah,
I mean,
very strange. You're right about that.
Can't you go down to Indy is known on the baseline. They have the sign guy. Have you ever seen that fan? He's got the signs. He was there when Jordan and Reggie were going back and forth. He's a guy you'll see him on the baseline. He carries a sign. Ask him wherever he's getting the signs made. Get some decals.
I mean, give me a break.
Slap them on there.
You're the NBA. This can't be hard. I mean, come on. A big movie anniversary that we got to talk about before we wrap up. Coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back, plus free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago. AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Carmen and Jurk and Bleck wrapping things up here. Hoodie and Silvy are going to be coming up noon until 3. Tyler and Shea after that. White Sox baseball with Jeff Meller later tonight on your home for the Sox as they look for 2 in a row against the Astros in Houston. 55 years ago today, gentlemen, if I were to say June 11th, 1970, Queens, New York, what do you think?
June 11th, 1970, Queens, New York.
Willis Reed. The NBA
Willis
Finals.
That's Chris's good thinking. No.
Okay.
It's not sports related.
Was it Thurman Munson's debut for the Yankees?
Not sports related.
Not sports related.
June 11th, 1970.
When the Watergate Watergate thing happened.
Deep Throat.
Deep Throat. Nope.
Deep Throat.
Nope.
No.
Not a fan?
Nope. Yes, but no.
The story, Carm.
What happened?
U.S. history. What were you thinking?
What happened? June 11th,
June
1970.
1970, Queens, New York. This is Billy Bats Day from Goodfellas. June 11th, and it's flashed on the screen.
Yeah.
A pivotal point in the movie, a pivotal point in the arc for those characters, obviously, in the plot line of the movie. The night that the party is being held at Hendry's Club, Billy Bats is out of prison. He mouths off a little bit too much to Joe Pesci, and a few hours later, he's getting smashed to pieces. June 11th, 1970, Queens, New York, 55 years ago today. A lot of those characters' names, not all of them, obviously, Henry Hill wasn't, but some of those characters' names were changed when Pileggi originally wrote the book. But this is the day that Billy Bats would get his, which ultimately would come back to sink Joe Pesci a little bit
What's
later.
that, hoof? What's stuck in the grill? What do you call that?
Ma, which reminds me, I'm going to borrow this. We hit the deer. Jimmy told you. We hit the deer. And what do you call it? The paw?
Yeah.
The hoof. Yeah, I got it. I got to hack it off.
Gotta hack it off.
Ma, you're going to leave it there. It's a sin.
That's that was Marty Scorsese's mom.
That was Marty Scorsese's
It's Marty
mom.
Scorsese's mom, and the direction that Marty gave to his mother for that scene was just be a mom.
Isn't that amazing?
So she had no lines written for her, and there was no intention on sitting down and having a meal. He told her, be mom. And so when they came in the door, her thought was, I'm going to make a meal for him.
Look who's here.
Yeah.
You go inside. I'm going to cook something
I'm
for
going to cook
you.
a meal.
That's incredible.
That was the direction from Marty on the scene.
It is one of the great scenes.
One dog goes the other way.
Well, one dog is one look at the other way.
Look at
what do you want from me?
Looks like somebody we know without the beard. It's amazing. I'm glad Charlie brought that to my attention.
Char Dog,
good job.
Hey, Charlie, good observation with the sound yesterday with the Bears, with what Ben Johnson said on Loveland and Burden. I thought it was an interesting conversation.
Thank you, Bleck.
Yeah.
With those guys missing the OTAs?
Yeah, Ben Johnson's answer and whether or not he's annoyed with Luther Burden not participating.
Yeah.
It was a good catch.
Soft tissue and All right, Adam saying we got a break. That's going to wrap it for us. Thanks to Jay Moore. Thanks to Charlie, Justin Pottinger, our whole team out here. Silvy, Hoodie coming up next. Enjoy the rest of the day, everybody. For Bleck and Jurk, I'm Carmen. We'll see you tomorrow back for the normal ride. We're going to go enjoy the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6 million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is a live broadcast at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Flight.
Are you taking it or am I taking it? What are we doing here?
Funny guy.
What?
Oh, you meant coming out of break.
Already hammered.
All right. I'm not hammered.
Already hammered.
We're already being silly. That's all.
It's unbelievable.
We're just being silly.
Unbelievable.
Why don't you let Clinton Yates take it?
All right.
All right, kiddos. We're back.
I mean, the kiddos thing is weird.
Hey, kiddos.
I heard Silvy talking about Stretch Lab. You know,
Stretch Works.
Well, Stretch Works.
Yeah, there's
a Big Cat goes to Stretch Lab.
Yeah,
your guys are Stretch Works.
Well, Big Cat doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, boy, he was funny yesterday.
He's funny all the time.
He's the best. You guys killed it yesterday. The Big Cat segment, always entertaining, but I was laughing. Waddle's World yesterday was like an all-time.
Really? He thought it was a slow day.
Oh, I thought it was outstanding. I thought some of the conversations on Waddle's World yesterday were I was cutting the grass. Listen to the Waddle and Silvy.
It's a metaphor, of course.
It's not a metaphor.
It isn't. With him, it's not, though,
I was out
Hoodie.
cutting the grass, Hoodie.
That's the problem.
I was mowing the lawn listening to Waddle, and I was like, oh, this is a great Waddle's World. I was dying.
I'll tell you what.
Not good.
It should be a metaphor.
It should be.
We'll put it that
way.
But
it wasn't.
Okay. All right.
But then I heard Silvy talk about his guys at Stretch Works.
Yes.
And I said,
they're big listeners, and you know how we all are. You meet someone who owns a local business, and that they tell you about it, and it's something that really you could use.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Mark came up to me, the owner of the business. He owns two, Vernon Hills and Highland Park, and he came up to me at the Bears game. And he said, look, come for an evaluation. Come, you'll enjoy this. And it took me a few months, and I bought a 12-pack.
It's a great idea.
It is.
And it's not being lazy. You need sometimes someone to professionally, like, really – we're old. You need to stretch.
That's
it feels
the thing.
good. And so I'm stretching. I got to go golf. I need to stretch.
Yes.
Carm, how did we get here? Hoodie, how did we get here?
I was stretching.
Well, you know
Hoodie,
what?
we were all the young guns. You, me, you were down the dial. Carmen and I were here. We were the young guys, everything. Now, how did we become the old guys?
We're old.
I think we became the old guys because of bad chairs at ESPN 1000. That's why we need stretch.
I'm pointing at Eric for that.
Yeah. It's because it's the bad chairs.
It's the bad, lousy chairs.
It's the bad, lousy chairs for 20 years.
Yes.
Doing, applying our craft, doing the best that we can.
Yeah.
But again, just being hunched over a hot board or a hot
board.
None of it's good for you.
No, so I would blame that. As a matter of fact, since I think we're all litigious, we should just sue.
We probably should.
Just because of the bad chairs.
Yeah, I'm so old. Like
Howard's here. Is Howard here?
Howard's here.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's get it started today.
You guys, I'm so old. I can't play golf.
How old are you?
Yes, exactly. Without stretching and taking 2 Advil. I'm serious.
Oh my
I couldn't
God,
even hold
Carmen.
up. I gotta take my Advil. Hold
Oh,
on.
wait, you're taking Advil
Taking drugs
pre, like,
I have to now, otherwise I won't get through the round.
oh my goodness, I'm not that bad.
This is
Well,
what
because
happens.
you got your stretch people.
Yeah, and because I don't golf.
Yeah, exactly. Go out and play golf. You know?
I'll never forget a few years back when we first moved to the burbs. There was a co-ed 12-inch softball league, and I'm like, yeah, it'd be great to get back in it.
Yeah. Okay.
First game, pulled the hammy, and I was sore for 4 days afterwards playing softball.
You're like, forget this.
Softball,
Sylvie. Well, that's what happens.
Used to be able to do that in our sleep.
I know. That's what happens, boys.
I mean, that's what happens, man. You get older.
I know.
You got to stretch.
Stretch it out.
Stretch. Get it back
Get
there.
on back there.
Yes.
I was
Yes.
I was doing the MC for our local Little League home run derby Sunday.
That's
and,
great.
I do a lot of hawk. Get on back there. I work a lot of it in, as you guys can imagine. Come on, get on back there, stretch. And only the Sox fans. The kids don't know.
Do they make a big deal that Carmen DeFalco is hosting the home run derby?
Most of the kids there, like, that's just silly.
Not the
Mr.
kids.
DeFalco.
What about the dads?
Some of the dads like it a little bit, I guess. You know,
That's hard to believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Get on back there. Hell yes. I do a lot of stretch. Get on back.
Oh, what are you doing?
What are you doing,
Wegner?
Oh, what are you doing,
Wegner?
It's the best.
Yes.
I love Hawks.
Who do you think, if we would go and find all the sound bites, who has the best drops of any personality in our computer?
Well, it starts with Ditka.
You think so?
Yes.
Boy.
Ditka.
It starts with Ditka.
Hold on. Let me think.
Like, so are
in
you
our
going back?
computer.
Yeah, I'm saying like from.
So you're not.
You're going back to the 80s though.
I'm going back to the 90s, early 90s.
So you're
into the New Orleans run.
Yeah. So you mean like press conference drops and stuff
Yeah.
too? Okay. So Hoodie's going.
Yeah, like I was asking like with stuff that we have and that we have played.
I would say.
Go Bears!
Andre Dawson. Along with myself.
At Belfort.
So good. Along with
Still one of the best ones of all time.
At Belfort. I would say probably.
Is it Jurko?
Maybe Hawks got a lot of.
I'm
really good ones.
something special.
A lot of Hawk. A lot of Jurko.
A lot of Jurko.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
How old is that one? That's an oldie.
That's pretty old.
Wait, am I in a wind tunnel?
So
Should I move from here?
Okay,
No,
I'm coming on.
it's windy.
So here's where we are here. Okay, so a couple years ago, I couldn't breathe. They almost had to get the ambulance for me because of the wildfires.
You remember?
Right? Couldn't breathe, right?
Remember we couldn't see.
Couldn't breathe. Okay,
It was wild.
So now last year, cicadas.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm picking you off his back, if you pardon the expression. I'm taking it off of
I
Sylvy's
remember,
back.
yes.
Okay, so we got that, and now we've got the wind tunnel
The
this
wind.
year. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
3
is-
years ago, it was like the 97-degree day. You remember that?
Yeah.
It's basically we get the plague for every grip and sip it. There is one thing that
best.
happens during the plague
I love
every
this.
year.
It's right there in the good book, apparently.
Yeah,
It's right there. I mean, end of days.
End of days is coming.
End of days at the golf course.
It's like the pale horse coming. You know, the rider on the pale horse, and hell followed with him. It's like coming out to Seven Bridges.
But no complaints, though, because it's a beautiful day for golf.
gorgeous.
Oh, it besides the wind bursting through our microphones, but it is like I'll never complain when it's 90 and sunny after the 50-some degrees that we have had through May and into early June. Like I've been waiting for spring, and now we go from basically like early spring to midsummer in a drop.
It just goes like that. You're right.
Hey, listen, in the middle of the show, I decided to go snowbirding in late May. You know, I went to Huntington Beach, went to L.A., right?
Yeah, I heard what you said. That was great.
Well, just like because
in May you're going
in May,
snowbirding.
yeah, because it was brutal. I'm like, are we ever going to get spring? I go, you know what?
Go to
Cap?
L.A.
I said, Cap, see you later.
Yeah.
Gone.
Go to Dodger game.
Gone.
Good thinking on your part.
Like,
Seriously.
like, right in the middle of the show, Sylvia, I decided, you know what, Danny, I'm out of here.
Is there a chance that we messed up the calendar and that now the real May is happening now? Because and then like we always talk, Carmen, that the falls
have been
now
great,
October and November. Is this just climate change?
I don't know. It's probably just a pattern that we're in. I mean, who knows what the genesis of it is or the reasoning behind it. I don't know, but it does seem like it's a shift from the way it was when we grew up, or even as recently as 25 years ago, like our falls have been beautiful.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. Where you go to Bears games in December and it might be 55 degrees, but then it's 47 and you're watching your kids play baseball in May. It's like, what is happening? I don't know.
Is this climate change? 591-8900.
591-8900. That's pretty good.
We believe the government is the reason for this. It's a conspiracy.
On the EIB network.
Carm was talking, they did the list yesterday of things that like no one experienced.
Yeah.
The Gen Zs haven't experienced that we experienced. And that's another one, Hoodie, that you brought up, the 591 numbers.
Yeah.
Or like any quote, what my dad used to call a toll call.
Yes. Right.
Like
Toll
me
call.
being on hold
Yes.
for Czech Kopic show to say 20 seconds of stuff used to cost our phone bill a lot of money.
Right.
They were, quote, toll calls.
Yeah.
Or
the idea of a long distance call.
Oh, right. Think about that.
You know, it's like, well, wait a minute. You can't. That's long distance.
Did you guys mention a calling card with that too?
Adam mentioned calling collect.
Calling collect.
Like, they'll never know calling collect. They'll never call and get a busy signal. They'll never call a friend and get a busy signal. They don't.
Yeah,
they don't
the
know
busy
what
signal.
Jack doesn't.
Do you even know what a busy signal sounds like, Jack? Yeah, I know what. All right, hold on.
All right.
You got to get Jack.
Do you know what the volume sounds like?
Right. Which one, Jack?
Do we know what that sounds
Which
like?
mic is that, Jack?
There we go.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Just bring it back a little bit. You don't yell at me.
This is Jack's first show.
Don't yell at me. For God's sakes.
You don't know what a busy signal is, though, right?
Like, I've heard a busy signal, but no, I don't get a busy signal often.
You've never had that in your life, probably, where you called and you got a busy signal to somebody.
I'm getting a call from North Pekin. Should I answer it? Should I give that a busy signal?
Where is it? Downstate, like near Champaign?
Yeah, just like, it's a scam call or spam
Oh,
call.
for sure.
309.
100%.
Oh, my God. No, but you got to understand, again, I mean, for a young guy like that, he's never had a busy signal.
There's a lot of things that they, and our parents would have said the same thing. You never had to. My dad always used to, anything we'd complain about, your parents did the same thing. They would tell you about what it was like when they were kids.
Yes.
And my dad used to say that, forget about like a busy signal. When he was little, like the street had, you basically had a party line. So if the guy down the street was on the phone,
that's right.
You couldn't get on the phone until that guy was over.
I don't think I knew that.
That's what my dad claims, unless he's pulling my leg.
No, it's a thing.
He goes, oh, no, there was like a line for the street. And I was like, wait a minute, what? He goes, so if the guy over, I was like,
could you hear the other person?
I don't know. I just don't think it
wasn't
worked.
able to be used.
I don't think it was able to be used.
That's right.
You couldn't, like, there was like a. Well, all right, I'm coming. What do you want?
All right, Yurko's already complaining.
He's already teed
all right,
off.
get out of here.
All right,
wait,
boys.
are we doing the?
You guys are doing lunch rush.
Are we doing the Carmen DeFalco, John Yurkovich clock, or are we doing the special clock?
You guys
I know you busted my balls
You
about
guys
the special
decide that
clock.
one.
No, we're not going to be doing your clock. I'll leave.
There you go, Charlie.
And
nice.
a busy signal on that.
Oh.
We're not doing your marathon clock today. Can I just say that right now?
I know.
We're not doing
You
that
hate
nonsense.
that.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Why
What'd you come up with in the lab with that?
Well, it's like a podcast. I like longer segments to expand because there's some big time ideas going on.
I work with Kap. I need the break.
I know. Yeah, that's true.
I need that break at 16 after.
I want to start there too when we come back. But back to the busy signal. Did you ever think this? I don't know. I always had it wrapped in my head when you would get the fast busy signal when you would try to win a contest on a radio station by calling a 591. I felt like the fast busy signal signified that there were more people calling at once.
That's correct.
So it was.
That's correct.
And when it was a slow busy signal, you just couldn't get through. There wasn't a line open.
That's right. That's what I recall as a kid. Because obviously we were sports radio listeners. We wanted to be able to win that prize.
Yes.
So, of course, when it was a fast busy signal, it's like, yeah,
we've got no chance, yeah.
No way I'm getting in.
Try and hang up, redial. Hang up, redial. Hang up, redial.
Oh, wait, here's another question. You ever try to win tickets at a radio station, Jack?
I never have actually tried to win tickets at the radio station.
See, there you go.
Back in the day, too.
See, there you have it.
Do you remember Ticketmaster where you used to have to call for the tickets? And my trick that I learned was you can go through other towns. Mm-hmm. So each city had a special phone number for Ticketmaster, but they would always go to the same place. So everyone would be calling the 312 number, like when Smashing Pumpkins tickets go on sale.
Right.
I would call the Denver number because those tickets weren't going on sale an hour later, and I would get through, but you get to the same phone bank. That was the backdoor trick of Ticketmaster back in the day.
That's a smart man right there. Now, did Mom get on you for the bill?
This was after. This was when we were like probably in college, and then when we were just getting into our first apartment.
Okay, then you're good then.
Yeah,
because you're an adult.
Oh, they would kill me. I was supposed to do my homework, and I'd be on hold with Kopic. I think they're coming back to me. Jim Kozimor has said a couple of times, "You're next."
Never got there.
Never got it. Yeah. All right. So Hoodie and I in for Carmen and Jurko, and remember. This is like an annual show. I heard Carmen say it's sort of like spring trading.
Yeah.
We've done this show together for many years. A lot of ball busting, and it's also something that you don't hear every day. It's our annual Bulls State of the State.
Yes, exactly right.
Because you and I usually come together before the draft and say it's our love, both of us. Your initial love is the White Sox.
Yes.
But a close second is the Bulls.
That's correct.
My initial love is the Bulls with a close second, the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
So we're very similar that way. And we'll talk about that coming up. Kap, though, made a guarantee today.
Yes.
And not only is the guarantee out there, but the rationale I thought was odd. And I want to, you being his partner, I want to gauge how you feel about this. We'll do that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. A signature win for the Sox Tuesday night in Houston. Rookie Shane Smith went 6 innings, allowing just 1 run. Fireballing Grant Taylor worked a 1-2-3 seventh in his MLB debut. Luis Robert Jr. had a double and a homer and played Gold Glove center field defense. And Chase Mydroth, Kyle Teel, and Edgar Carroll combined to reach base 5 times. Tonight, Sean Burke pitches for the Sox. It's Game 2. They shoot to clinch the season series. Oh, say, can you sing? Backed by popular demand, the White Sox invite fans to show off their star-spangled singing for the 2025 National Anthem Contest. One talented winner will be invited to sing the National Anthem on August 11th before the White Sox host the Detroit Tigers at 6:40 p.m. For more info and to enter, visit whitesox.com/anthem.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN. For Postman Law Offices, Chicago.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy 1 window, get 1 free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Some music right there, Hoodie. That makes it seem like almost like royalty at Grip It and Sip It.
Well, I would say that royalty has arrived here at ESPN 1000 between 12 and 3. Would you say so?
Yeah, well, the hoodie portion of it.
No, definitely
sure.
the Silvy and hoodie portion of it. We're glad that you're with us here from beautiful Seven Bridges Golf Club. Of course, my favorite drive, One Mulligan Drive. My giddy aunt.
It is. Are we still calling it Skokie and Shorewood?
No. What it is?
South Shore. I mean, Skokie and South Shore, right?
It's Mark Silverman and Jonathan Hood. It is Silvy and J Hood. It is Skokie and South Shore.
Okay, good.
It's already trademarked.
So, many different names.
Yes.
By the way, Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling. We've got the Yingling Flight here, and American Sail and Seven Bridges, as Hoodie mentioned. You've got the Cubs game on your screen as well. Mm-hmm. You were joking that the Cubs have what? How did you term it?
I was going to say, did you win the division last night? Is that the lineup you put up there? So no PCA? He's a young man. He could play.
Yeah.
Don't you want to win this series, or do you not give a damn?
He has played almost every inning this season. So eventually he will have to rest him some, or it's Tom Thibodeau on the bench for the Cubs. But I don't. Yeah, like with the Phillies and the way they just lost 2 out of 3 for Detroit, I would love to get this one for sure.
Okay, well, that's why the good Lord made a DH. PCA could be the DH. Give me 4 good at-bats. You don't have to be out in the outfield tracking down every fly ball. I just don't know why in Game 3, and again, I know it's a long season, but again, it's a measuring stick type of scenario for me, is one of the top teams in the National League, beat them 2 out of 3. Get your best out there. Brujan in the lineup today?
Yeah, he's barely used his bench. The bench has not been used a lot. I mean, day game after night game, it doesn't. I would have liked to seen it, but it doesn't bug me. What was interesting though, and this bugged me this morning, is Abdalla's conversation with Kap.
Sure, I did not hear it. This will be fresh to me.
Okay, so. They were talking about Tucker, and I believe what Abdalla said. I usually turn it on at about 7:45 after the kids get going.
Yeah.
I get to Kap and Hoodie, and I start listening. And at that time, Hoodie was scolding Abdalla, and he had people calling in, backing him up.
Kap was scolding Abdalla.
Or not, did I say Hoodie?
Yeah.
Kap was scolding Abdalla, and he was saying that Tucker should be okay if the Cubs came to him, say, with a $475 million offer right now, and just sign it. And he doesn't need top. When you're already making that amount of money, if he likes it here, you should be willing to take the hometown discount.
That's just such a bad angle on finances in Major League Baseball. It's a bad angle, Silvy. And since we're doing 12-3, hey, look it up for me. How much did Guerrero make in this last deal?
I think it's over $500 million.
I know it's 12-3. You don't have to. No, look it up.
Oh.
That's what Carmen.
Oh, that's
yeah. Look it up.
But you got to do it in Carmen's way.
Hey, look that up, boys. See how much did he make? What was it, boys? What was it? Was it 400? Was it 500?
14-year, $500 million.
Yeah.
Have fun with your hot dog.
Okay, so 500, right? So again, if you are Tucker and his representatives, you're like, well, I want to make something similar or more so than what Guerrero's making, because that's the standard. Is it not?
Of course, or what the market dictates. If his agent knows that the Yankees are waiting, that the Dodgers are waiting, and even if he loves it in Chicago, like, who are we to say? We always do this, Hoodie, with athletes, and we never do it with the owners, or at least not everyone does it with the owners. They demand the player to not be a certain level of, quote, greed. Oh, if Tucker loves it here, Tucker should take the discount or take X amount of money. But yet, I didn't hear Kap say, what's preventing Tom Ricketts and his billions of dollars that he has and all the money that he's made since buying it and the value of the team? Why does Tom Ricketts need someone to take a discount in order for him to sign him?
There is no discount when you continue to move the meter financially. There is no discount. Tucker might love Chicago, but again, he wants to be able to be secure for his family financially. So the idea that, oh, he loves Chicago because the sun is shining and because the beer is cold and because the team is winning. No, if you're Tucker, the reason why that you're with the Cubs is because you're hoping to, A, have a great year, but B, be able to cash in.
Right.
The idea that he's going to take less, he doesn't owe the Cubs anything.
Right.
He doesn't.
Right.
And by the way, quite frankly, PCA is the star on the team. He is.
Right now, he's
well, he is.
I still need Tucker. I still need Tucker on this team, or that trade doesn't make a lot of sense unless they win the World Series this year.
I'm just telling you that the money's in PCA for the long haul as a Cub. That's a Cub to me. Tucker's a Cub now, but he still feels more like an Astro to me than a Cub until he signs.
Right.
Or if he signs.
Right. And like, I personally still don't think he will. I just think it's going to get too expensive. Now, to me, if they go to Tucker and they said to him, Kyle, what number do you have to hear to take yourself off the market? That's a different story. And if Tucker wants to say, look, I need 510, I need 525, I need this, I need that, and the Cubs agree to it, fine. But I don't believe that there should be the expectation. If Tucker does want to eventually give a hometown discount, that's okay. The expectation should not be on Kyle Tucker to take the hometown discount, or he's a villain. Mm-hmm. That's what I didn't like what I heard today. Like, what about Tom Ricketts and spending? Like, let's put the ball in the owner's court and not put the expectation on Kyle Tucker to not get fair market value.
You know, Silvy, some can't do that. Some wants to be able to side with ownership and management, and I disagree with that. Because if you are a pure fan, it is on the athlete, one, to be able to come through and to be able to be a catalyst for your team. That's A. But B, when it comes down to it, hey, man, as you just talked about, do the Cubs have the stomach to be able to pay through the nose for a Kyle Tucker? Until I see that, I don't know if that's going to be the case, because they got to prove it first. They have to prove it.
And I don't disagree with you. They've not paid $200 million to a player. Now, all of a sudden, they're just going to be willing to fork over $500 million. I have to believe it to see it as a Cubs fan. 312-332-3776. I believe also Abdalla told me, this is a part that I missed, Hoodie, that he guaranteed Tucker would sign.
Okay.
I hope he's right. I hope they live happily ever after. But I'm like you, I'm skeptical at this point.
I just don't know if I'm making that call on June 11th. I'd like to see how things work out. I'm not saying that Tucker could be hurt or could be out for a while, but that's always a possibility. It's a long season. I don't know if you can just say for sure that he's going to be with a Chicago Cub for the long haul until we see it. Because, again, it's still a negotiation. The Cubs are what you used to hate on the radio for many years, listening to you.
I hear you say this. I disagree with
when I was a
Go
small,
ahead. I'll let you go.
Well, as a small child, I remember listening to you. Talking about
calling
these
into
things.
Kopic's show.
Yes, I remember you talking about this as a small child, which is a lie because I was never a small child. But the point is, though, is that I remember, Silvy, you hating the evil empire. You used to hate the Yankees and the Red Sox for how much money they spent.
I'm going to bring this up next.
Well, let me just finish the point.
Okay.
The point is that you used to hate that because your team couldn't get there, or my team couldn't get there. And we wanted that, but we hated them because they would never spend like those top teams.
And this is where we veer on how you perceive me. And I want to explain that coming up next, because this is what I get mad about the current state of baseball. Mm-hmm. I also want to bring up your team, the White Sox, and I want to discuss them, and if you're feeling more optimistic about the picture, because they've actually been fun to watch and listen to right here on ESPN 1000. Mm-hmm. We'll get to all that. Hoodie, Silvy, we're live at Seven Bridges. It's all brought to you by Yingling on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hoodie's taking me back with some random bench players for the Cubs back in the day. You mentioned Gary Woods. You mentioned Davey Owens, Spike Owens' brother, who won the Sandberg game.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you would ask people when you bring up the Sandberg game, people of our age, if they would know who actually had the game-winning hit of the Sandberg game. I mean, Jack was just busting my chops yesterday about, us being older and having to explain games from 15 years ago.
Yes.
That game now is, 41 years ago?
It is.
Coming up on June 23rd. And Davey Owen wanted it in extra innings.
With perspective, though, Silvy, with perspective, you can understand why the Jacks of the world would look at you strangely, because when people were telling us about the 50s and 60s, we were like, what are you talking about? It's 1984.
Yes. I mean, put it in perspective. Like, in 83, when the Sox are winning for the first time of our lifetime, and people would refer to 1959 when they were in the World Series.
What?
That seemed like forever ago, but 83 and 59 is way closer than 2025 and 1984. We're those guys now.
So that's who we've become.
Oh, my. It goes by too fast.
And they don't want to hear it. That's the other thing, too. They're not interested. They're not interested in the history.
He's pretty good. Jack.
I like the history.
Yeah, Jack's good about that.
Yeah, but it's only because he's a robot.
He's processing the information.
Exactly. Right. It's because he's AI. It's one of these Danny AI creations. That's the reason why he likes it.
You were mentioning the nicknames, too, for this show. Like, these young guys have multiple nicknames. Like, he's got AI Jack. He's got Little Smokey. What else do they call you, Jack?
Those are the main two, I think. Lil Smokey's from Jurko, AI Jack. Those are the main two, I think. I don't think there's any others.
Charlie's got Char Dog.
Yeah.
What else, Charlie, do we call you?
There was Chuck Wagon for a little while
The
there.
Chuck Wagon, yeah. I mean, it's multiple nicknames for the young guys.
As I told Charlie, I said, man, you grew up way too late, man. Your name was a hot name from, 1975 to, 1990 because of the perfume, because of Charlie Brown. Because
Charlie's Angels.
Angels, like that. Everybody, man, it was either a girl's name or a boy's name. Charlie was the hot name for a good 15-year stretch, was it not?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Is this portion of Waddle and Sip, not Waddle, I always do that when I fill in on this show. It's Carmen and Jurko, it's Hoodie and Silvy, and this portion is brought to you by Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Incan Law and Blue Chew. So can't wait to see Howard. Howard and I went to high school together, and I haven't seen him in years. He's 2 years older than me.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
No, I can't believe that.
Yeah? I think he's at least 2 years older. And I did not go to high school with anyone at Blue Chew, but but thumbs up to Blue Chew. So here's what I would say to you about, I always hear you say this, that I hated the evil empire. I looked up to the evil empire because I wanted to be them. I didn't hate them. I hated the way the Tribune spent money. So I know a lot of people like to blame others for your own team's problems. It's an easy scapegoat. Yeah. Oh, look at the Yankees, look at the Dodgers. So it never bothered me. I just wanted the Tribune to step up and to spend that way. And I think I was hearing in one of the podcasts the other day with some of the National Baseball guys talking about a work stoppage coming up on how all they need is 8 people to create a lockout after 2026 because of all these low payroll teams are angry. But to me, and I've said this to Waddle a lot, Hoodie, I get more mad at the Marlins, the Rockies, the White Sox these days. The teams that won't spend, to me, the Pirates, are a bigger issue in baseball than the teams that are willing to spend.
I understand that. I just remember just listening to you, talk about this in the past, though. The only reason why I bring that up is because I'm a good listener. I've listened to you in the past talk about I guess I'm juxtaposing how the Cubs and Sox don't spend versus how the top teams always are in the mix. And you'd say, I would love for the Cubs or the Sox to be able to spend that way.
It was more from a sign of admiration to them and kind of being ticked off at my own team.
Understood. I just know that you're one of those teams. You're top 10, top 11 in payroll, the Cubs.
And they should be higher.
Yes, of course. It was a column all the time, and sometimes in Tribune about the payroll and how it should be much. Of course, it should be much more. The business model for the Cubs and White Sox for a long time is just get guys off the scrap heap and just put them on the team, especially my team. My team was always about nostalgia. Let's bring in Kevin Youkilis. Let's bring in Tom Seaver.
Oh,
let's
Ken
just bring
Griffey
in
Jr.
Yeah, just to click the turnstiles a little bit. But from the Cubs standpoint, it was always the guys that were the B-level guys, right? How about Candy Maldonado on the Cubs?
Yes.
Why do you
Candyman.
You don't need that, but because you should actually spend for the best. And neither team did that on either side of town.
Who's your favorite former great player that had a cup of coffee with the White Sox? Like, do you remember Canseco was there briefly?
Yeah.
Didn't Manny Ramirez play for the White Sox briefly?
He did.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Well, it starts with Bo Jackson. How long was he with the team?
Yeah, he was more than a cup of coffee, right? I mean, he was supposed to be a centerpiece.
That should have been just even greater. Bo Jackson's
on
so a national figure on my team.
Yes.
You know how great that was in 93?
And that was a great team, and then your owner decided it's more important to strike and or not come up with a labor agreement in 94. Your best chance until 05 to win a title.
Yeah.
That was Montreal and the White Sox. That was going to be the year.
Don't get me started. You should see my text threads with me and Adnan Burke about this. You should see my text threads. Because with him being a Montreal Expos fan, he really believed that the Expos would have beat the White Sox. And I say, that's BS.
That was a good White Sox team.
It's a great debate, by the way, of who would have won the World Series in 94.
How do you feel right now about your team?
Well, here's how I feel. I've got myself a top 5 White Sox I enjoy watchable. It's fun bad. That's what it is. When you're 23 and 44, it's watchable, but it's fun bad. It starts with Chase Mydroth for me.
White Sox. White Sox. Go.
Here you go. Run around the table. It's about the White Sox. That's exactly right. Sylvie, it starts with Chase Mydroth.
Yes,
right?
He's good.
So Cap says he's going to be a nice little piece for you. I go, he's not Mickey Morandini. He's not just a handy little glove man. He actually, I think, can be an igniter for this team. I like him a lot.
I think there's a lot of comps between Mydroth and Shaw.
Yeah.
You know, and like while everyone boosts up Shaw because he was a first-round pick, I think Mydroth has a lot of the same characteristics.
So Mydroth is 1. 2 for me is Shane Smith. Oh, I'm sorry. All-star Shane Smith. He'll be in Atlanta.
He'll be your rep.
Tipping the cap. Pitcher Shane Smith. And he's going to be, because that's the best that we have.
What about Adrian Hauser now, the way he's going?
I mean, lately, that's for sure. Carroll's number 3 on my list. Vargas is 4. And it's either Burke or Elko. Elko's so new, but Burko's been doing well. It's strange when you're a bad baseball team where your pitching actually is hanging in there. You just don't have enough offense. But those are the kids I enjoy watching. I was there for the last game against the Tigers at the rate. Enjoyed myself because I know what it is. You know going through the gate what it is. I'm going to have beer. I'm going to have food. I'm going to have a great time. And I know the ball club is lacking. I know it's bad. But I think that there's hope with the kids. And I also would like to welcome Luis Robert to the 2025 season.
Yes, he had a big hit yesterday, didn't he?
It's only June 11th. But we welcome him to the season.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luis Robert, for actually being awake and be able to have a key catch in the 8th, by the way. A great catch. Is like the old Luis Robert that we know. And then coming through offensively. Welcome to the season. It's only June. As Dansby would tell you. June.
Don't look now, but his war's in the positives finally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, jumped up. 0.1 war.
I'll tell you one
from the
thing.
negatives.
Getz is doing the best he can. Let me just tell you this, Jack. But he's going to kick his own ass for not trading Robert in the offseason. Because that's when that was the highest value at that time. Now he's gone through it to a nosedive, and you can't even get pennies on the dollar for him.
Did you think, though, that he would be this bad? Like, he was banking on him to at least revitalize some of his stock, because Luis Robert at one time, we thought would be a perennial MVP guy.
Yeah, well, how's that working out now?
It's not.
You can never bank on that, my friend. All I can tell you is that I would have liked to see him traded in the offseason. Now he's here, and now he's revitalizing himself. June 11th.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
I think they're a fun
bad.
Yes, exactly. They're not a good team. They're still bad, but like you said, they are a fun version of a bad team because it's not like older guys coming through with the wins. The young guys that you mentioned, they're plucky. The pitching, like you said, is great. And I don't know. Well, they should still be ripped for the overall grand scheme of things where they are under Jerry.
Absolutely.
But I didn't think Getz would be turning this a historically bad team in a half a year to a more functional team that has a chance to win baseball. Like, you guys have a chance to win the season series against the Astros.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
It's not what I expected at all.
You split with Detroit. You took 2 out of 3 from Kansas City. You took the first from Houston. They are no longer a laughingstock team. And you may be shaking your head in the car and saying, well, Silvy, the bar is awfully low. Yes.
Yeah, it is.
That's the point of it.
Yeah.
It was so low you didn't think that they would even have the might to step over it because they were so small. But they're now becoming more enjoyable to watch.
As a South Side guy, it means the most to me in Chicago to see the White Sox do well. And even the little baby steps, I mean really, really baby steps we see with the baby White Sox, I'm happy with. I know it's going to be a ton of losses. It won't be as bad as the Rockies. That should be on a T-shirt right now. I mean, obvious shirt.
Not as bad as the Rockies? Yeah. How would you phrase it?
Yeah, at least we're not as bad as the Rockies and a White Sox logo on there for your obvious shirts.
At least we're not Rocky Bottom?
That's very good.
That's the will to win.
Is that cheesy or is that good?
Well,
or both.
Our fan base skews old, so I'll take the dad joke.
Okay, good.
I'll take that as the dad joke, absolutely.
All right.
At least we're not that bad, Silvy. So if nothing else, I'm happy with the kids. We won't contend until 2032, but that's okay. We're still enjoying the young players.
Yeah. The Sox are no longer dysfunctional, but even though this team wins, it appears that they are dysfunctional. I want to bring to your attention something that's going on that really needs a circus.
Okay.
Because it seems like that's what's going on with this team. We'll talk about that team with Hoodie coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall, no matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
That's right, Grip It and Sip It, brought to you by Yingling, and also with Lou Malnati's in Republic Bank. Had some Lou's a couple of weeks ago. My oldest son loves Lou Malnati's. We get the par baked, yes, and then we finish it off at home, so that way it's hot.
It's the best of the best. You know that you love Malnati's when you're in California and you go on the plane. You're like, you know what? We're going to get Malnati's.
When you land?
Yeah, when we land. Because we're in Midway because, I mean, that's the way God wants it. There's no way I'm going to be at O'Hare. Nonsense. So we landed at Midway. That's the South Side way, man.
Yeah,
of course. Go to O'Hare? What, to show, hey, I'm at O'Hare? No, I go to Midway. That's how we do it south, buddy. So I go 64th and Cicero, somewhere in that area. Got Lou's. Ordered on the plane, hot and ready to go.
That's great.
As soon as I got off the plane. It's awesome.
That's good timing right there. That's a way to time it out like a pro.
Absolutely. Coming from California?
Yes.
That's how you do it, man.
Yeah. I know you have a lot to say about this.
Yes.
The New York Knicks.
Yeah.
And Tibbs took out, I don't know if you read his, he issued a statement to the New York Times today. Mm-hmm. But they were turned down. Shams had it earlier. They continue to go to the well of coaches who are currently employed. They want to talk to all these guys who are employed like it's a free, open search right now, and that they're free agents. They had no plan when they fired Tibbs except to just call teams and ask for permission. Jason Kidd, they called, and the Dallas Mavericks turned them down with a chance to talk to Kidd. Now, can they be enticed with the trade? Maybe, but what do you think about the way the circus is going in New York?
First of all, I was told that this is a Jim Dolan call, the owner. You know, we complain about Jerry Reinsdorf for complaining about owners here. Jim Dolan is the worst. So, if I'm not mistaken, he's one of the stakeholders in the big arena, the Sphere in Las Vegas, right? And so while he was doing that, you know what was great about that? He had nothing to do with the Knicks.
Right.
He wasn't even there. He was just trying to take care of the Sphere and just all the pomp and circumstance of that. That was awesome. But now he came back to New York, realized that the team fell short of their goals. You could say that they're the third best team this year because they got got eliminated. And Jim Dolan says, we didn't get to the finals? We're going to fire Tom Thibodeau. So that's all on Dolan. That is not a Leon Rose thing because Leon Rose and Thibodeau were homies. Leon Rose was the agent for Thibodeau, so it was all ownership. That's one. Two, if you're going to fire Tom Thibodeau, no problem. Fine, you want to do that. But have a plan in place. We'll just poach another coach or another coach. Hey, man, Michael Malone's right there. I mean, he's with ESPN right now as an analyst. Choose him.
Right.
So just keep in mind, always remember this, Silvy. Anytime that you have a problem with our teams, just remember the Knicks are still irrelevant and have not been relevant since 1973.
But would you rather be the Knicks now or the Bulls? Come on, you'd rather be a Knicks fan.
I mean, at least I've seen more championships lately than the Knicks have I not? Because ultimately, is that the goal?
Well, I mean, pre-Michael and post-Michael, there's been nothing.
I understand. I'm just telling you that the Knicks, for the little thing that they've done so far, it's been fine. But what about the long haul, though? I mean, they had to ramp up to this. They weren't this good until Thibodeau got there.
No, that's what I mean, and that's why I didn't like that they fired him. Like, I've talked to Waddle about this. I think you and I see eye to eye. Maybe not. But Thibodeau, they will not do better than Tom Thibodeau. They will. Life without Tom Thibodeau is not good on the other side. Ask all the teams that he coached for, and it took them a while. It took Minnesota a long time. New York's going to learn that. The Bulls learned that. Yeah. But, yeah, it's also fair to ask Tibbs to adjust like he would ask a player to adjust to a game plan, because it's not always working as well as it should. And he, to me, is too stubborn.
He'll always do it his way. And I always thought that, I mean, here's a perfect example of what I mean. Look at the finals now with Oklahoma City and Indiana. You know what you notice? You notice that a number of bench guys are making a difference. It's not just the starters. There's other guys that are coming through off the bench. You just cannot just rely on 7 players and think those 7 players will get you over the hump. There's only very few examples of that. I was telling this to Waddle the other day. The only example of that as of late was the Golden State Warriors when they utilized Livingston and West, where they only went pretty much 7 deep. But look at the playoffs now. Look at your box scores. Look how deep that Carlisle's going with Indiana. Same thing with what's happening with Oklahoma City. It's not just 5 guys. It's having a rotation of guys.
Sure.
And Tom does not trust his rotation. He doesn't trust it enough. The last time I saw him really trust it was here, because he had those junkyard dogs coming off the bench getting the job done.
The bench mob.
Yeah,
remember 2010, 11? Yeah. They would go deep, and he loved to chic. Remember how much he loved Homer?
Yes.
He loved him. This is what Tibbs wrote in the New York Times. To the best city in the world with the best fans in the world, thank you. When I was hired in 2020, I said this was my dream job. I am grateful that a dream became a reality. Thank you to our players and coaching staff who gave everything they had, and to everyone who makes this franchise special. I'm proud of everything we accomplished together, including 4 playoff appearances and this year's run to the Eastern Conference Finals, our first in 25 years. And to the fans, thank you for believing in me and embracing me from day one. Watching you support our team and seeing the Garden ignite with that incomparable Knicks energy is something I will never forget. With gratitude and respect, Tom Thibodeau.
You know what? It's very classy on the part of Tom. Very classy. I don't know if he's going to coach again. He's 67, because I think now the LinkedIn resume is you can only have Tom for a certain amount of time before ownership or teams get tired of him. All I know is that he coached his ass off. He did.
Yeah, he's very Harbaugh. I see a lot of parallels with him and Harbaugh, where Harbaugh didn't win a national championship at Michigan, or anywhere for that matter, until he got to Michigan.
Yeah.
But he would always, instantaneously, he elevates a team.
Yep.
Tibbs does the same thing. He elevates a team. Like, who would have thought the Bulls would go from 41-41 to 62 and 20 the year that he took over the Bulls? But they did.
Yeah.
Same thing. He took Minnesota to their first playoffs in 20 years or whatever it was, and then the Knicks. So I want to ask you.
Hey, you want to buy me some beer later on. You know why?
Why is that?
Because your Schwarber ticket cashed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, home run.
Oh, wow. So,
home run, brother.
What's the score? Is it 4-zip?
Yeah.
So Kyle Schwarber hit a home run off of Ben Brown. I said to Waddle yesterday, I have not been on Schwarber the first 2 days. He's been in a slump, and I'm like, day game after a night game, he's been in a huge slump. Over 5 yesterday. Ben Brown, the former Philly, who I think they hit pretty good. Now, the only thing I hated about this, he was only plus 250.
Yeah.
It being in such a slump to only be 250, but I'm like, look, I gotta put $20 down on Schwarb's did a home run today, and it did cashed. All right, grab a beer, hoodie.
That's so awesome.
Grab a Yingling.
But it happened so early in the game.
I also have the over on today's game. So that's my other play on today's game.
Yinglings will be flowing today.
Let's hope so. Hoodie and Silvy together in for Carmen and Jurko. We're at Grip It and Sip It. It's all brought to you by Yingling.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago. AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
I think he's going to play on time when the receivers present themselves that way. And if they're not there, if number one or number two is not there, I think he's got the ability to make it right for us.
Perfect. There he is leading the orchestra. It's Ben Johnson from Hallis Hall.
Yes.
And talking about Caleb Williams there from yesterday, there's been a lot of talk about, why did Caleb miss a pass last week? Well, he was late. He's got to learn to play on time. And it's something they're trying to drill in his head. But Ben Johnson also points out it takes two to tango. The wide receivers have to present themselves. And then if they don't, then it's up to Caleb to sort of reach into his bag of tricks and extend the play and make something out of nothing. But Ben Johnson for the final time hoodie of the offseason.
Yes.
That's what you're going to hear in Shaw Local tomorrow as I finish off the column today. The best moves of the offseason.
Shaw Local.
Shaw Local. My number one fan right here to my right.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Hood. Maybe the only fan I've got.
That's a whole different kettle of fish there. Sylvy's OnlyFans. Okay, so that's
what would go on there.
I think we takes
showing my small hands. It's a small hand club.
Sure, a lot of takes, a lot of Cubs thoughts, and hands.
Keep an eye on the package there.
Yeah, exactly right. A lot of package. That's exactly right. Allie, my own OnlyFans, right?
Okay. Hey, don't move the camera.
Hold it steady. I mean the camera.
That's right.
Come on.
That's right.
Braxy?
Right?
No,
Braxy?
but so I like Sylvy's OnlyFans. I think that'd be awesome.
Braxy loves you. Like you're in the I was telling Big Cat yesterday, and he loves the big guys.
Yes.
He loves you. He loves Jurko. He loves Big Cat. He asked me about you guys all. Is this guy going to be here? Is that guy going to be there? I'm like, no, not going to be there. But he loves you.
We're teddy bears, that's why.
Every year he sees you over at UIC for the UIC Southern game.
I would, since you brought up the Bears, I saw this piece from Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic, does a great job.
Fish is the best.
Just on top
one of
of
the great guys too.
Just one of the best, man. And so I saw the piece talking about the red zone for Caleb Williams in the offense. And Ben Johnson has to work with Caleb, we know that. But 36 for 72, 13 touchdowns, no interceptions, 96.8 in the red zone as a rookie. Those numbers sound unbelievable when you think about it, right? 13 touchdowns, no interceptions in the red zone.
Right, like the surface numbers,
yes,
right?
It's interesting how you can make numbers work.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It sounds like a 10-7 season, but it wasn't. So, here's the thing that I would tell you about Ben Johnson. Silvy, I know that you love him because he's great. He's got a way with words, but we've got to see the production on the field. We have been fooled with this before. It goes back many, many years. When a new coach is in with that new coach smell, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the guy. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying that with all the weapons that's there, somebody's going to be disgruntled. I'm calling it right now. Someone's going to be pissed that they're not getting the football because when you got 2 tight ends and you've got 3 wide receivers and you've got a couple of running backs, they all want to eat. And so I'll call it out now. DJ Moore may not be the happiest guy.
So you think it's DJ?
Well,
or does he get revitalized because of Ben Johnson? And is he happy?
I can only go by last year. I know that they talked about body language with DJ Moore. You shouldn't have to do that with a veteran, but you can understand his frustration from Carolina to the Bears. He's like, because all these guys think they're wide open every single play. Dude, give me the ball. Give me the damn football, right? They don't want. So I'm saying that I think it's more than just a production. It's about checking the egos at the door. Can they do that under first-year coach Ben Johnson, who's never been head coach before? There's a respect factor with that thing, too, by the way. If you've been there and done that before as a veteran coach, you probably get a little bit more respect. But because you're new and you're an OC and now you're a first-year head coach, you got to work for that respect, even in the National Football League. You have to work for that respect.
And I love your analogy. You've used it about the new coach smell. It's a great reference. But if you weren't scorned in the past and you didn't have the scars of being a Bears fan from being fooled by whoever it was, and you have just watched the way he's worked, and again, I get it, it's not even training camp.
Yep.
These are all OTAs and mini camps and press conferences. Doesn't he pass, for lack of a better term, go into the car thing, the smell test?
Yes, but so did Nagy.
Did he?
Yeah.
I guess I was when they go 12-4. I'm a huge Nagy fan too. The visor guy and this and that. Mitch throwing for 6 touchdowns. Like, we saw the production.
Yeah.
But this guy, he's got the playbook. Nagy never really called plays. He fired himself twice. But even when he came over, it was Andy Reid. We wondered, okay, he's a hot offensive coordinator. Would he command a room? Would he ask for accountability? He has stood up in front of the room so far, and he's been even, I think, more than we all anticipated. He's hired a great staff. It's something that Joniak continues to harp on, and I think it's not just the meathead approach, Hoodie, of having former players saying, ooh, look at this. I've got a former player here, a former player there. These are former players who are already established as coaches. Antoine Randall has already developed a wide receiving room. Eric Bieniemy is doing what he does best, developing running backs. Dennis Allen, who's not a former player, but is a guy who's had success as a D coordinator. I just think that it's a staff that supports him well. I'll be hugely fooled, and I'll be the first to stand up in front of a room and say, Hoodie, you were absolutely right. I jumped too early again, but I don't think I'm going to be there.
No, we can only go by your own words, Mark Silverman, because you talked about this at the schedule release show that we did. You weren't sure. You had 8 wins for the Bears, did you not?
Right.
So that's you being.
And I'm certainly not betting on it.
Well, you certainly were pessimistic about the Bears in year 1,
right? Because I've got the scars, like we talked about.
Right, because you're giving them wiggle room. You're like, okay, Caleb is going to be better, but will the team be better as a whole? It should be.
You better be.
But here's the thing. Here's what I'd rather have. I'd rather be 8-9, and then you're going upward, and that way you have some sustainability than be, oh, my God, look at us. We're 12-5, and then go backwards.
Right,
like people predict for Washington, for instance, right? People look at Washington and say, yeah, it's good, but there's going to be some regression there. I don't want the Bears to regress. I'd rather for them to be 5 wins, 8 wins, or 9 wins, and then keep going in the right direction toward a trophy. That's what I want. I don't want year one, new coach smell, and then you're going backwards as a team. I don't want that because we've seen that before.
You and I are pretty similar in the fact that we think that there's more nuance and more gray area. Like today, Kap again was saying, hey, I'll be hugely disappointed if they don't make the postseason. It was sort of last year when Kap said, I'll be hugely disappointed if Caleb doesn't throw for 4,200 yards and this and that. Yeah. I don't think you can quantify. I think there are many shades of gray in which we can walk away, and I know it sounds terrible at 8-9, but if Caleb in the second half of the year really starts taking off, and I compare it to that Detroit season where they started out really slow with the new coaching staff, or maybe it was Campbell's second year, but it looked like maybe he was going to get fired. They started 1-6, and then they finished 8-9, and they knocked Green Bay out, but they did exactly what you said.
Yeah.
That was their jumping off point, and they became now the window's open for them to win a title.
Yes.
So I do believe they could go 9-8, 8-9. If now this may be tough to park the car. If Caleb is great this year, it's tough to see them going 8-9, isn't it?
Maybe 9-8.
Like if Caleb's great, shouldn't they be better than 8-9?
Sure, 9-8. And by the way,
maybe because of the schedule, and they just get beat by good teams.
And just so you know, 9-8 doesn't get you to the playoffs. We just went through this with Cincinnati, didn't we?
Sure.
So 9-8 and 9.
Sometimes 10 doesn't get you in the playoffs in a 17-game schedule.
So I'm not being overly dismissive of the Bears. All I know is that there's so many new moving parts that for it to gel sonically, that's quite the undertaking, I would say, in year one. But I just want them to just ramp up toward, hey, you know what, we're good now, but we're going to be better next year. And so that's what I want. I want to see the maturity. The other thing, too, is this DJ Moore's last year? Because if it is, now Roma Dunze is your guy, unless you're getting somebody from free agency. There was talk even this offseason, like, could the Bears trade DJ Moore? I didn't want any of that because Roma Dunze in year two being your veteran, I didn't want that.
I'm with you. Like, why would I want to see everybody under Ben Johnson with an improved Caleb Williams?
Mm-hmm.
And here's an interesting stat too. I don't know if a lot of people know this. Going back, I think his rookie year was 18 or 19. DJ Moore has never played on a team with a winning record.
Oh wow!
And I think I don't even know if he was 500 in a year. I think he may be a sub 500 player in every season. If not that, he's never had a winning year. So,
look it up, boys.
Bleck was talking about this earlier, that Caleb, even when he won the Heisman, didn't win on this high level at USC that season. DJ Moore has never won. It's a first-year head coach. There's a lot still that needs to fit together here for them to really start taking off. We all hope it happens from opening day against the Vikings, but you just never know in this sport.
Listen, I love the depth chart. I open it up every morning right before we go on the air, even if we're not talking Bears. I have the depth chart open because I'm impressed with the depth chart. But, Silvy, you don't win games based on the depth chart. You do that based on great coaching, one, but the other thing, too, for everything to gel. Like, offensively speaking, I can't wait to see what two tight ends look like. I saw the quote from Cole Kmet, by the way, saying that this coaching staff has an obsession with the details. I saw that.
Sounds good to me.
Yes. Obsessed with the details.
More. This is not the less is more. This is more is more.
Yeah.
This team needs more. This team needs more teaching, more accountability, more holding their feet to the fire, more production. They need more of everything. This isn't it keeping it simple. This team needs to be taught how to win, how to be held accountable, and not letting the players run things from the leadership council. When you start winning, Hoodie, like you were talking about, and you build from 8-9 or 9-8 to a 12-win team, then you could start putting together player councils of guys who have been there and won. Mahomes and Kelsey look good on a player council.
Yes.
But when you have a player council running around with a bunch of first-year players and guys who have never won in this league, come on.
How do you know how to lead if you've never won?
I don't think you can.
So, I mean, who's that in that council now? Is that Devin Duvernay? Guys like that. You got to dig deep on the roster and find veterans that have won some games.
Here's what I want to ask you when we come back. Of the guys other than Caleb, because we've done the Caleb has the most pressure on this team. And Waddle even said he thinks he has the most pressure of any quarterback in the league. Dan Orlovsky said it recently, too. Mm-hmm. I want to ask you, other than Caleb Williams, who has the most pressure on them heading into this Bears season? We're still going to talk some Bulls. It's our State of the State. Hoodie and I get together. We love the Bulls, and we'll give you our viewpoint of where they are. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. We're out live at Seven Bridges Golf Course. It is a beautiful place. It's all brought to you by Yingling.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shea Norling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows, Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Flight.
Like he loves Ben Johnson. He made that clear.
Shaw Local.
But if Shaw Local had to make a pick, Bears in playoffs or out of playoffs, what's he say?
Out of playoffs. Yeah, I think he would pick out.
Out?
You know why?
Text me, Silvy.
No, he doesn't have to text you.
If he had to pick today, you're telling me Mark Silverman would say the Bears are not going to make the playoffs. I understand his restraint at going over the top. Admirable. I don't know if I can live in that world. But
we know you can.
You're telling me that Silvy would not have them in the playoffs.
He didn't want to fall in love with a team and a new coaching regime off the rip.
He already professed his love for Ben Johnson.
I was going to say.
That's right. There it is. Cap and Hoodie every day right here on ESPN 1000, 7 to 10. That was yesterday. I played that for Waddle yesterday. I was not listening, a rarity at that time.
Yes.
I had an appointment at 8 o'clock yesterday, so I was gone for about an hour, so I'm not sure if that's when it happened. I heard before and I heard afterwards. I heard your shout-out to Anthony Clarko yesterday on the Boomers.
Yes, because I called his games.
Yes.
In college and also did the Windy City Thunderbolts game in Crestwood, my first time doing minor league baseball. They'll never have me back. But nonetheless, it was fun to see Anthony Clark, Tony Livermore.
That's a good baseball name there, Tony Livermore. But I still did understand exactly what Cap said there, that I won't go over the top, or what did he say? Or I'm going over the top by saying that they're not going to make the postseason?
You know what? I wasn't listening. I was just listening to my end of the show.
Charlie, what was that part there in the middle when he was saying something? I can't live my life that way.
I think he was trying to say, like, don't go, like, he's not trying to go all the way completely in, but I don't know. He was saying today that it'd be a disappointment if they missed the playoffs. So.
I know, right? Like, if I'm making a bet today, and this is under, like, you're using your money, and we all want to say that they're going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
But if we're betting money, I'm betting against the Bears making the playoffs. I'm not yelling at you, telling you in Cap fashion, no, they won't make the playoffs. Yeah. You're a jackass if you think that they'll make the playoffs. I am just saying, if I'm betting today, I wouldn't bet on them making the playoffs.
What's so interesting about this is, and Eric was on the call as well on that schedule release show, you said it on the show.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised.
Cap was on the show with us.
Yes.
So I'm listening to you. I'm listening to everybody because everyone has an opinion on that show. So I was listening, and you said that you're not going to get your heart broken in year one. You didn't want to have that.
Yeah, look.
That's fair.
I am going to be late. And it's something that Waddle has taught me about all these things. When you have a great player, you're going to be late to the party. And I remember Cap would tell you year in and year out, Brady is done. Brady is done. Brady sucks.
Sure.
He's not going to have a good year. Waddle would always say, I'm going to be late to the Tom Brady sucks party. And until I see it, that's sure, there are certain times in life where you and I will make a bold prediction.
Sure.
But when it comes to this sort of stuff, he was just doing it last year, even though we knew. And I got burned last year. I got burned believing in polls and believing in stuff. I've got to be re-won back over, so to speak.
That's not a word.
Yeah, I just used it. You know where I was coming from.
Saluki, that's not a word.
Yeah.
That's you're better than that.
I took 4 words and I combined it into one word.
You just
won back over.
You just what are we doing? I know.
You speak Silvy, though. You understand.
I understand that. I got my Silvy decoder ring, so I know exactly what you're saying.
And you're with me, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
You're not betting on that.
No,
you're for the increment. Like, they can, and we'd be thrilled if they do. But if they don't, we're not going to be crushed thinking that, hey, there's going to be the grand jump in year one.
That's correct. And I'd rather for it to be that way. And again, I just think it all has to work together. And maybe in the middle of the season it works together. All I know is that I'm always worried of these mad scientists, offensive coordinators, Sylvia. I'm just telling you, like, we all have fears. Some is spiders, some is ghosts, some is offensive coordinators. That's what it is for me. The OCs, they become head coach. You know what the problem is with some of those guys? I'm not saying that it's going to be Ben Johnson. You know what the problem is? You get your beak in the playbook. Hey, the defense is playing. Yep, I got my beak in the play because I'm trying to get the next set of plays. Now, again, you have to trust Dennis Allen to be able to run your defense, but as a head coach, you have to have some call too.
Yeah.
You got to be able to say something.
Sure.
So some of these guys with their beak in the playbook, never seeing what's happening on the other end. That's why in press conferences, I love when people would ask Eberflus about not just the offense but the defense. There's very few defensive questions to him. For Ben Johnson, I'm hoping that the Bears press, asking about the defense too.
Yeah.
Because remember, he took a year off. He said, I was going to go forth in the coaching cycle and take a coaching job last year, but I took a year away just to learn the other side of the football. So I want to know what he learned about that too. He's the head coach of the team.
Yes.
Not the OC of the team.
Exactly.
So I'm very curious about that. That's why for year one, I think it's growing pains for him, it's growing pains for the team. And I think that, again, 8 wins, 9 wins is a good number. And I'm expecting year 2, year 3 for it to get better. But ultimately, what I'm looking at is for this head coach to know both sides of the football and can answer questions. I don't want 95-5, all these questions about the offense when he's the head coach.
Right. That's something to ask to Dennis.
Yeah.
You know, Dennis speaks tomorrow. Go ask Dennis.
No.
I think he will.
Okay. I want opinions about the defense from Ben Johnson.
That's the only thing so far I've gone over the top. I do believe that Caleb will be good. I always believed that. I still am not shaken by that. What he went through last year is like the wind in his face that we've got right now.
Yes.
You could hear through the microphones. But I am really a believer in Ben Johnson, that he will ultimately be our long-term answer as head coach. And so here's my question to you then. I asked you before the break. Most pressure other than Caleb Williams on this football team?
Okay, so as always, I have the depth chart open. I'm looking at these. So I think that the pressure is going to not only be on Caleb Williams, but also on DJ Moore to lead. That's my second choice, for him to be able to lead. Because already he's been asked about body language. And again, did we look it up, boys? He's never had a season over 500. Okay, so how will he be able to handle that? Just remember, Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams and Colson, these guys are babies. So someone's got to lead in that offensive room, so it's got to be him. So DJ Moore, I think, has pressure to be able to lead with his team. And understand that you're not going to get the football all the time. It's got to go to Rome. It's going to go to Luther Burden. Is he around, by the way? Is still a thing? Have you seen him?
He was. Did you hear what Ben Johnson said yesterday?
Yeah.
And this was interesting too, Hoodie. Do you want to finish what you were going to say, and then I'll add the thing about Burden?
Just Loveland and Komet. I'm just saying that it's going to be a lot of guys looking for the football, and DJ Moore can't pout. That's all I'm saying.
Charlie brought this to our attention yesterday, and I was thinking, well, look, I don't want to jump to conclusions that he's frustrated with Luther Burden, but there was some context added today with a Pro Football Talk story that I don't know if you guys saw. There are 30 players in the second round who were drafted this year in the second round who are unsigned. Mm-hmm. So Luther Burden is one of them. Now, your offensive lineman that you also drafted, who's fighting for a left tackle job, is there too. But he didn't get hurt in rookie minicamp. Luther Burden did. And my question is Luther Burden not practicing this week or maybe even last week because until he gets signed, he's not going to rush back from an injury? And I want to play you this. So you tell me,
okay.
Charlie, do the test with the Colston Loveland soundbite, and then in relation, we could play the Burden one. But give me, this is him, Colston Loveland, remember, is signed and hurt. So he is hurt too and not practicing. And someone asked him how he has been as far as him learning, even though he's not practicing.
I think that's a good question for him. I would say, I think what I can gather from the walkthroughs, from the meetings, is he's very professional. He takes everything seriously. I think he's going to fit in really well once we start getting him to go full speed. I know Coach Dre's said to me numerous times how impressed he is for the types of questions he's asking at his young age.
All right, so he's learning. He's keeping up. He seems great. Mm-hmm. Here's the Loveland question about, how much is now this was asked differently too, and I brought that up so it could be all in the matter of the way he was asked the question. He was asked, how much is Luther Burden missing? Because remember, just like Colston Loveland isn't practicing, neither now is Burden.
Yeah, no, he misses a lot. I mean, anytime you're not out there, if you're in the training room when the rest of the guys are practicing, you're losing valuable time with your coaches, valuable reps with your teammates, the ability to build the trust that we're talking about. It's not just the coaching staff having trust in you doing the right thing over and over, but it's also your teammates. They got to be out there. They got to see you do it. They got to know that the guy left of them, that they're going to do the right things and they're going to make the plays when called upon. So, I think it's for everybody, and it's a shame that he got dinged up and missed all that time, because for a young player, it's really where you get the most reps and you can get better in a hurry that way. So that's really for every player on this team.
I hate to repeat myself, but do you anticipate he'll be good for training camp?
He will, yeah.
He'll be ready.
Okay.
So what do you think about the way he spoke about them, and do you think it could have to do with maybe Burden is slow playing it until he gets signed? Like, for instance, Shamar Stewart in Cincinnati is a first-round pick. Yeah. He's unsigned. He held out a mandatory minicamp, and he wasn't injured. So I'm not saying that he's, quote, holding out. I'm saying, but maybe his agent told him, look, you already got dinged up while you were unsigned in this rookie mandatory minicamp. Let's take our time until a deal is done here.
I think that makes sense from the agent standpoint to be able to do that. That makes sense. I'm thinking about that first soundbite we heard. The first soundbite was regarding
Loveland.
I thought that was the first time that I heard Johnson stumble. Do you notice that?
Like at the beginning, he said, he goes, ooh. Yeah, that's right.
Remember?
Yeah.
It's like, so what's with that?
Do you think maybe he wanted to go in that place too? Like, look, it doesn't matter if you're mentally up to date when you're not on the field, but they knew they were drafting an injured player in that regard too.
Yes. I just I said this a couple of weeks ago, Silvy, and I still will stand by it, especially with a first-year coach. My hope is that Ben Johnson can handle adversity better than Eberflus can. Like, I know that this is small, but I'm just saying that when there's going to be questions about injuries or guys holding out, I hope that he's as forthright as he is with a lot of other stuff he talks about with X's and O's.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And I know all coaches hide. I get that, right? All coaches will have a little bit of the shell game and just kind of do it with words and all that. But the thing is, though, is that if there's real adversity, my hope is that Ben Johnson can handle it, because the previous regime could not.
Yeah, that's for sure. He better be better than Eberflus.
So I'll say it's a nothing burger, but I do like the point that – all right, big carts out there now. Okay, maybe we can be cart free.
It sounds like we're at a golf cart, at a golf course, though.
No, seriously,
it's the ambiance.
So what I would say, Silvy, is like when I look at what is happening with the conversation we have with Ben Johnson, hopefully Burden will be signed. I think that's actually a good point. And same thing with Colston Loveland. We hope that he'll be healthy, because all hands on deck. You want that for the Bears.
Yep. All right, he's Hoodie, I'm Silvy. We're in for Carmen and Jurko. We're out at Seven Bridges here, and it's all brought to you by Yingling. The Lunch Rush is coming up next.
You're blown away.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, Steinhoffel's Buy More, Save More sale is back, and the savings are bigger than ever. Save at least 10% off store-wide, then take $100 off every $9.99 you spend. Buy a sofa for $19.99, you get $200 off. Get a new bed for $29.99, and you get $300 off. Plus, take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing to make your purchase even more affordable. We just got a new sectional from Steinhoffel's, new chairs for the kitchen, and great recliners for the basement. It's the only place we shop for furniture. Shop Steinhoffel's with 6 Chicagoland locations, soon a 7th in Northwest Indiana in Maryville. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 5-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best shop, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisor Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, the shrimps are really jumbo.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
That's right. Grip It and Sip It. Having a great time. Brought to you by Yingling. It's also with Great Clips. And Waddle and I are Team Great Clips today in the Advantage Auto Group. Met the guys from the Advantage Auto Group earlier today. It was great to meet them. So many great partners here, Hoodie, and it's an annual event. This is the, like you mentioned all the show names that we have. This is also the non-golfer show.
Yes.
The two guys who don't golf, we get to do the show noon to 3 while everyone else is golfing.
And that's okay with me because you know what they're not enjoying? This nice cross breeze.
Yes, they're right out in the sun.
They can enjoy the sun. I enjoy the cross breeze.
All right, this is the first time or maybe second time that I've taken part in the lunch rush, and we send it back to Charlie.
All right, boys, let's get into a lunch rush favorite because we have a MLB anonymous player survey, so we get to learn a lot about how. These guys spilling some secrets about how they feel about the rest of the league.
Okay.
All right, so the first one I wanted to ask was, they were asked, which player do you most like to watch play? Do you think the Cubs or White Sox had anybody on this list?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, I believe PCA's on the list if this is current.
I was surprised to say that neither Kyle Tucker nor PCA made this list.
Wow. It is like, so this means there is a Cub?
No, there's nobody on there. Sorry.
Nobody.
Yeah, so not a whole lot of White Sox players, but yeah, not seeing PCA on there. Like, I wonder if that's just they make you want to earn your stripes sort of deal, but also Paul Skeens is on there. So I don't really I was a little miffed by that.
But Skeens is a second-year player.
Yeah, he is, and I guess technically PCA is too, but
his first year of being good.
Yeah, exactly. So if I had to guess, it's probably we just want to see more. But yeah, no PCA on here, which you would think that's kind of a tailor-made question for him.
Well, that would be a bad list. That's a bad list right there, because Charlie, PCA is the star in Chicago. He is. Caleb Williams is an emerging star. He had a rocky first year, but so did the Bears. But PCA is the guy in Chicago right now.
He's like a throwback kind of star, too, in the sense of like all these stolen bases and his activity on the base path. Like, for a while, those guys didn't exist, and he's being resurrected in that sense.
It's not the Astro Tucker, who might be a Cub long haul, depending on who's getting aggregated at the moment. But I would just tell you that right now, the shining star right now is PCA. Now, again, there's a difference between your future and your present. The present right now is PCA. The future could be Caleb.
Yeah, yes. The ceiling is higher. We know that if Caleb is great, that quarterback that we finally get will be as popular as anyone this side of Michael. To me, it will be Derrick Rose in his prime. The love for a quarterback, and I hope that it's Caleb when he finally becomes a star.
Yes. All right, Charlie.
They were asked, which manager aside from your own would you most like to play for? Do you think either Venable or Craig Counsell made this list in the top 5?
No.
Craig Counsell actually came in at number 4 on here.
Wow.
They asked for anonymous quotes, and they said his teams win. They have fun, and they play with an edge.
What's his name? Who used to manage the Giants and is now in Texas?
Bochy.
Bruce Bochy's in the top 5.
He's number 1. Francona's number 2. So
Tito,
the kind of the old guard.
Yeah, I wanted Bochy to be the White Sox manager. I thought after Russo, I thought they can just stay old, but just have somebody with some chops.
That was a difference, and I think because they got burned by La Russa after not being in baseball for 11 years and being so old, that they felt like they couldn't go to Bochy, but they would have been wrong.
I would have wanted Bochy or A.J. Hinch in that spot for the White Sox. That's what I would have preferred. It's interesting that Counsell got in that top 5, Charlie. I mean, it must be that woman coming over with bottle service type of attitude that he brings to the people. That personality. Because when he got thrown out the second time, it was like an argument with my spouse.
I heard you say that, and it was brilliant. Hoodie, it was brilliant.
It's the idea that, hey, could you just go and check? Could you just find out? No, you're out of here. Oh, okay. Well, I just want you to ask. Okay. You know what? I'm going downstairs.
Yeah, right.
See you later.
You know what? I'm just going to go for a walk.
All right.
I'm going to take the dog out.
All right. It's fine. See ya. And then waves him off like a husband would do to a wife. Just waved him off like, what a way Craig Counsell to get his money's worth there in that spot.
He's super breathy, too, in his press conference.
Yes.
Have you ever noticed that?
Oh, yes.
I don't know. Ben just didn't have it today. We'll need better, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, my God, that guy. Well, yeah, yes. Every morning you get the breathy Craig Counsell.
Yeah.
After a win, he's like that, too, by the way.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. He just seems exasperated with everything.
He's such a weirdo. All right, Charlie.
All right, which organizations have good reputations among players and which ones have bad reputations? This was basically ordered 1 through 30. Where do you think the Cubs fell on here, and where do you think the White Sox fell?
Sox are high.
Oh, what in high regard?
Mistreated?
I think they're in the bottom 10, and I believe the Cubs are in the top 10 as highly regarded.
Oh, highly
regarded. Like, is that how it's termed, Charlie? Is
yes.
the top regarded franchises? I believe the Cubs are in the top 10. Am I correct?
You are correct. They're actually fourth. It goes Dodgers, Yankees, Braves, Cubs. The White Sox.
Not the Dodgers?
No, he said Dodgers.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Dodgers, Yankees, Braves, Cubs.
Oh, I thought you said pie. Okay.
The other headphone could help.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I only
like a
do
phone
one.
call, right?
I know. I got to hear the wind in my ear and the other one.
It's like a phone call.
Exactly.
One earmuff off. One muff off. One on.
Are you a righty?
Yes.
Are you? Do you feel like you're a righty as far as your ear is concerned too?
No, I'm ambidextrous.
You are?
Ambidextrous with my ears, yes.
Like, I feel I'm lefty with my ear, too. Like, back in the day, or when I pick up a cell phone, I would always use the phone on my left ear. And this is how I wear my headset, only on the left ear. I'm weird, too. I know that.
Yes.
But I'm saying I'm lefty-eared.
That's so
Is
ridiculous.
that a thing? Am I the only one?
312. You know what? That's a great pandemic topic you came up with. We could have used that in 2020.
I think we did. I think I did use that.
Hey, listen. I did What's Your Favorite Color? 10 lines.
Yeah.
It was great.
For sure.
2020. Eric was there.
And then the White Sox are in the bottom 7.
I would say bottom 5.
Okay.
Try bottom 2. They're 29th out of 30th. Only the A's have a worse reputation among players.
Because your agent says, hey, I can get you to Chicago. The Cubs? No, the White Sox. Oh, God.
Did anybody else call?
These are there's some tough quotes in here. So for the Cubs, I guess we can start positive. They said, players I know in Chicago, they talk about how well they treat their families. The other quote is, they're just about keeping traditions alive. They love their history and their legacies, and they try to continue that. For the White Sox, they said, they're just a dumpster fire through and through. Wow. And they lost the most games in history last season. I mean, why would you want to join that team right now?
See? It's not just a perception, it's the reality of it.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
But understand what my team has been for years. Under Kenny, under Han, is just find guys to be able to click the turnstiles. Guys from the past that can give you one more run. That's what it was.
And maybe with Ishbia, it will change.
Yes. Well,
I saw like on Reels or on Facebook or something came up today. There was a realtor that I follow there's a house in Winnetka that is on the market for $30 million, okay? It is on the lake. It has its own private beach. It has a tunnel going from the main house to the pool house. It has a pool. Hoodie, you wouldn't believe this house. And I said, boy, this is a $30 million home. It's massive. It's beautiful. How can you get any better in Chicago on the lake with his own private beach? Ishbia is building a house that's, $80 million?
Yeah.
Like, how much more house do you get for the extra 50? I couldn't even fathom in my brain after seeing this house what more you could need. But this guy's got all the money in the world, so he's building an $80 million house. It's the long way of saying, I think that's how hopefully he'll treat his baseball team.
Well, that's the hope. But I know that Sox fans are lurking over the fence and seeing what he's doing with the Suns. My hope is
they're
that
trying, though.
No, I don't mind about trying and trying to get veterans. I just don't like the coaching hire. I thought that was odd because
the 39-year-old.
Well, it's just you hired him because he's a Michigan State guy.
Yeah, all Michigan State guys.
That's not the reason why you hire someone. You want to hire someone because you want that guy to be able to be there, long-lasting, and help your team. I'd had no problem with them going all in for Bradley Beal and having Kevin Durant on the team because you want to make a splash. I get that. The only problem is that Ishbia was about 5 years behind thinking that a super team works today. The Pacers and the Thunder are in the finals, not because they're a super team, because it was homegrown talent.
It's fair. It's totally fair.
Yeah.
There are other things that he's done. I've been to a couple of Sun games in the last 2 years. They have lowered the prices. They've done the pricing of the event. Everything's $2. Like, I think there are going to be a lot of things when Jerry is gone that will make people happy. But yeah, he's got to learn. They got to learn as a family how to run a team and win. That's the bottom line.
So, Charlie, that bottom two does not surprise me. Again, it's up to the White Sox to be able to improve not just the on-field product, but the perception of the organization. So, can you give us another, please?
Yeah, last one here. one I just wanted to highlight really quick. Has legalized sports betting changed how fans treat you or your teammates? 78% of players said yes.
So more in the mentions because they lost a parlay.
I mean, I heard Scotty Scheffler talking, obviously different sport, but Scotty Scheffler was talking about, he had to deactivate his Venmo because people kept requesting Venmos from him or sending him money. Thanks for that. Thanks for helping me out.
Well, did you hear the Lance McCullers story where they threatened his family, him and his family? Mm-hmm. It turned out to be an overseas gambler who was sending that stuff. Liam Hendricks posted about it recently after he had a blow up with Boston. That not only is the vitriol higher, but now you've got it because people are losing their own money because of gambling.
That's so bad. And again, no one told you to bet on me as a player in your fantasy or your parlay. It's not my fault.
You know what? I'm going to send a love note to Schwarber now on because he cashed my ticket. So I'll do the opposite.
That beer league softball player.
Yes.
Can you imagine that?
Can you imagine a guy with a 920 OPS and one of the best postseason players ever? Oh.
That guy's going to be doing color in the booth, I think, in 4 or 5 years. They should bring him back into the fold. He should be a broadcaster.
Oh, do a marquee rotation?
No, just you can make some changes there.
Oh, I like JD.
You like the Astro in the booth?
I do. I like JD. Has really grown on me.
Don't you want a Cub to be able to do your broadcast?
I like JD. Don't take my JD away.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, it's Silvy and Hoodie. It's all brought to you by Yingling. It's 7 Bridges. Grip it and sip it.
I don't know. It's okay.
We still have to talk some bowls. We've been talking about that, and then we will crosstalk with Tyler and Shea coming up at 2:30.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
I've got to be re-won back over, so to speak.
That's not working.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's right. Love the partnership with Yingling. And it's outstanding here. A beautiful day. Finally, like a summery day. Heat's not for everybody, but I will certainly take it after a very cool spring. When you sit out, Hoodie, and you watch youth baseball in 52-degree weather, you wait for the warm days.
Brother, you know I know this as a college baseball announcer.
Yeah, oh yes, you do.
Do you know how many 30-degree days I'm waiting for spring to happen, and it's just like completely frigid? That's why I'm trying to get Gio DeFalco to go out west. I'm working with Carmen. He goes, maybe you could be in a Big Ten team. Like, no. If he's going to college baseball, it's got to be in the South or the West.
Sure.
I'm trying to get Gio out of there, out of the Midwest.
Arizona State perhaps always has a good program.
Yeah. Nothing against the Salukis, but damn it, man. It's too cold.
It is much warmer, too, down in Carbondale. But, yes, there's a different vibe between Tempe and Carbondale.
Yeah, it's warmer in Carbondale. That's because of the moonshine. That's why it's warmer down there. Hey, let me ask you a quick question. So the guy over there, he had a hot dog, right?
Yeah.
Did you see him? It fell on the floor. It was like 5 seconds it fell on the floor, and then he picked it up and ate it. Is that a good thing? Can you still do that in that spot?
So this is a very dirty carpet.
Yes,
it looks, and it's not because they don't take care of the carpet, but we're outdoors.
Yes.
And when you have the carpet outdoors and people are with it in their spikes, with the mud, and then the rain comes in through the sides when it does rain, and I'm sure there's been many things spilled in that area being off the bar.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Once that hot dog hits the ground, I am ordering a new hot dog.
I am. I'm saying, ma'am, I'm sorry it fell out. Is there any way?
What is?
I mean, it was right here, right in front.
It was under 5 seconds, though, right?
It was about 5.
The 5-second rule.
Well, is it over or under? That's very important. The 5-second rule.
What would you do?
If it was under 5 seconds, I would eat the hot dog.
I bet if you examined the hot dog, there was dirt on it.
If I saw dirt, no.
For sure, there's dirt because of what they're wearing, the golf shoes, right? What they're wearing. You know it's dirty over there, right?
It's so much. Oh, and Eric just points this out. There has been lots of cigar smoking, and Eric is ashing right on the carpet, for goodness sake.
That's a big hot dog.
Can you imagine a hot dog?
That's the guy right there.
We should interview him.
We should.
I want to ask him.
We should not interview him.
All right, if you're 312-332-3776, if you're sitting in a bar and you're outdoors and in a high traffic area where people are ashing cigars and tracking in their mud from the greens and fertilizer, would you eat a hot dog that just fell on the ground like we witnessed right now. Is that him right there?
No, he's over there. He's
I want to talk to him.
I thought it was chewing tobacco. That was a big old hot dog.
We'll do that on the other side. I want to ask him the question. We'll confront him. This is like
confront him.
This is like to catch a predator, except to catch a hot dog eater that just fell on the ground.
So
it's all coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Have fun with your hot dog.
Hey, guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hot dog! Says, and great music too, Charlie. Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Ivy Hall.
Yes.
And Live Golf. Mm-hmm. And the guy that Hoodie witnessed and brought it to our attention. First, he was whispering.
Yes.
But then I'm like, yeah, let's bring him on. It's Johnny Boucher with Ivy Hall, and he came with a gift for me, too. A product that I'm looking to stay asleep. Mm-hmm. A little CBN, THC, CBD.
Yes.
I fall asleep. I don't stay asleep. I've been taking CBD oil for a while, but I've been told by the people in the know that CBN is where it's at.
So Waddle definitely is rooting for this, that you stay asleep.
Yes, for sure.
As long as possible.
Yes. Maybe I won't be as cranky, or maybe I'll miss a show. One or the other. All right, so Johnny Boucher.
Yes.
What did you witness, Hoodie?
Johnny, we're just doing our show. We're just keeping the rig on the road here. And you ordered was it a brat or was it a hot dog?
It was a brat. I had to pay homage to my mom from Wisconsin.
Okay, it was a brat. And I know that it's a little windy out here, but so windy that brat left your hand.
Yes.
And hit the ground. Paper over here to the right, and there's the brat right there at your feet. And so you picked it up, you blew on it, if you pardon the expression. You blew on it, and you consumed it.
I did, but
it was 5 seconds.
It wasn't even 5 seconds. But more importantly, I picked it up, and I also picked up the trash because I'm responsible in that same way, you know. But waste not, want not. You know, it's a good looking brat. Why not?
Because that's where people have been ashing their cigars and walking in with the fertilizer from the greens.
Didn't see it when I blew it. So I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Danny.
Well, it wasn't in the dark. I mean, it was in light. You could see that you were blowing on the brat, though.
Correct. Yes. Because I didn't want to waste it. You know, we paid good money. We're out here. I feel like I'm a guest of ESPN today. So
you are.
I wanted to make sure. So I'm glad y'all saw it. And if the cameras saw it too,
Yes.
you know, I did my job.
All right, so here's my question. Was the brat part of, like, did you have to pay for that at the bar right now, or is that part of what we give out for the golf outing?
You know, I believe we did purchase it, but hard to say. I did not purchase it myself. I put the order in, and I went to the bathroom.
Yes.
I did wash my hands, though, so I came back. So
Okay.
we had clean paws when we touched the brat, you
Yes.
know? But you know what? Either way, we're having a good time out here with the ESPN, you know? We have a lot of good times out here with y'all like y'all can have with us at Ivy Hall.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
All I'm saying is that you're good enough to be able to ask the lady on the other side, hey, brat hit the floor. You mind fresh brat?
Yeah.
You could have done that.
I could have, but you know what? Like, again, waste not, want not, you know? I don't want to see that good-looking sausage go to waste. Come on now. Now, my doctor, when I have my annual next week, he's like, you should have just let it go to, you know, into the trash.
Right. Yeah. What's protocol too that if you're a server or you're we've got someone behind the bar right now, if you see someone drop a hot dog, or if you see someone, you're at Starbucks and you just pick up your coffee or Dunkin' and you spill the coffee right in front of them.
Yeah.
Do you get a freebie because of the mishap, even though it wasn't their fault, or are you expected to repay for a new one? Like if you would say, hey, my brat just fell, my sausage just fell on the ground, can I get a replacement? Are you expecting to get a freebie, or are you expecting to pay for it?
You know, I guess it's really like time and place, right? You know, but I felt at that moment in time, it was my job. It was the wind's fault. We can point the wind. That's the excuse I'm using out on the golf course right now.
Yeah, that's good.
The balls go straight usually. I don't know why they're going left or right, but regardless, I just had to take the opportunity right there, and I didn't think anyone actually saw it. So good look on you, man.
Well, that's what I do here. I'm an observational man, and I'll say this also. I mean, if I drop my sausage to the ground, I'm calling everybody. I don't know about you. I'm a braggart. I'll be glad to tell everybody.
That's something to brag about right there.
Have fun with your hot dog.
Yeah, if it's the ground, Silvy, you tell everybody.
While we have you, and we appreciate your support, what is the biggest misconception going right now about cannabis?
That it's just maybe flower, or it's so old school like we once maybe were told. We feel that at Ivy Hall, there's something for everybody there, whether you're new to the plant or not. And that's the beauty of where we're at today in society. We're in a legal state, and we have options. We have drinks, topicals. You don't even have to inhale it, and you can feel whatever you're looking for that experience, whether it be a little bit of pain relief, a little help with the sleep. But you know what? At the end of the day, we got 10 locations in the state of Illinois. 8 of them are in the Chicagoland area. You're not only going to get the best prices, but you're going to get the best knowledge staff. So when you walk in, whether you're a green thumb or you're new to the game,
because it's intimidating, like for someone like me going in for the first time that knows nothing about it, that's an intimidation factor.
Well, and that's the thing. Our North Star is our customer service and that experience. So we want you to leave knowing that when you get home, you can enjoy it however you're going to. You're not going to have that story, well, I ate this and I saw this. It's like we want you to understand, like, well, one, you can always eat more, you can't eat less. But at the same time, whatever that experience is, we're trying to dial that in. It's not transactional like that for us, because that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make sure that people feel safe, they feel comfortable, and that they come back and they go, you know what, that was fantastic. I never laughed, so hard at a movie. Or, hey, maybe I slept for once, Or maybe I found pain relief because I'm going through some, life tribulations right now. So it's like, that's really where it's at. It's not just about, quote unquote, getting high, right? It is about feeling good, not feeling it.
That's great.
So, taste the bliss. You see this right here?
Yeah.
Taste the bliss.
That's so great.
That's taste the bliss. But, yeah, please stop by.
Yeah, Johnny, we appreciate it. And I think this was perfect, too. You drop a hot dog, you eat it, and then you get to talk even more about Ivy Hall.
Hey, same team, same dream, all right? That's why we're out here. Same team, same dream.
There he is.
I'm going to get back to hitting those straight shots. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, don't blame the wind anymore. You already used that excuse. Johnny Boucher joining us right now from Ivy Hall. That was a great pickup by you. What would you do in that situation, Huddy?
I'm definitely getting 2 more. I mean, the one on the floor, not the one on the floor. I'm getting 2 more.
Yeah.
Because it's windy out here, and, of course, you have to complain. Otherwise, I'll sue.
Yeah.
That's how that works,
Yeah.
Everyone's litigious these days.
Yeah, of course. What were we talking about earlier, too, about that? Forgot. Oh, about the chairs. Yes. That's right.
That's exactly right.
The chairs at ESPN 1000.
So this is going to be great for you to be able to stay asleep. Now, here's what's strange about you. You work the power shift around here, the afternoon shift, okay? I work mornings. You would think that I'd have to be the guy that has a problem sleeping. You having a problem sleeping.
Both of us are terrible. Allie's been bad lately, too. I'll wake up. If it's a good night, Hoodie, I'll wake up at 4 a.m. for the first trip to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's a good, like, if I roll over and I look at the clock and it says 4, and that's my first piss of the night, it's a good night. Mm-hmm. And then sometimes I'll do that. I'll get up and she'll be on her phone. Okay. And I'm like, boy, you're not sleeping? You know, and so neither of us right now are sleeping, whether it's stress, whatever it is. I can't turn the mind off. I don't know if you know me. I run a little bit hot.
Well, that's a mouthful. I run a little bit hot.
Yeah.
You need to turn. You can turn the show off. Let me just tell you this. I've never said this on the air before. I have admired you and your work for a long, long time. You're a leader around here, and you've made it. You're not one of these guys that's going to just cling on to a Sunday show and say, will they ever pick me? You've made it, Mark Silverman.
Where's the trapdoor right now?
It's not, no
I feel
trap
like
door.
the trapdoor is
this is no bit. No, this is not a bit. I'm saying that you're working afternoon drive. You're writing for Shaw Local.
Shaw Local.
Okay.
And I've got someone who reads it in you.
So the idea that it's like, well, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Like, well, what's happening is you have a successful, long-running afternoon show. What is the concern? You got 2 kids that love you, that are out of their minds, that love you. You've got a loving wife that will support you. You know why? Because she's on the other side of the camera at all times.
That's right.
You know, on your social media stuff. So what's the issue?
Toyota, let's go places. But if I knew, I would fix it. It's like on the couch listening to you or talking to my therapist, you can do these things. You understand it. It's going out and executing the game plan.
Yes.
You sleep well?
Well, I work mornings, so no.
Okay, so you're watching games late, and then you're waking up early. Yeah. In between that 11 to what, 4 a.m.? Yeah. When's the alarm go for you?
That is
5?
4:15.
4:15.
Yeah.
Between those 5 hours, are you sleeping?
Some.
Well?
Some.
See?
Some pretty well, but I'm not concerned about the show, though. That's the thing. Because I only get concerned about the show when I'm driving in. So
that's when you turn it on?
That's when I turn, because if I have it on 24/7, I'm going to drive myself crazy. Seriously. The show's doing well. ESPN 1000's doing well. We're thriving. So the idea that's like, because here's the thing. I work with Kap. I've got to be the sane one.
I think you wake up and you're the sane one working with Kap.
You got to be.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out of his mind, so I have to be the sane one. I have to come in with the calm. The blood pressure has to be 120/80 at all times.
This is a win-win. Not only did I get product from Ivy Hall, I got better help from my guy over here, Hoodie. That's good.
Got to read? Usually there's a read there.
Yes, right.
But I guess my point is that because of our listeners, because of our partners,
yes,
we are thriving and doing well. I will tell you this. We're doing a lot better now than we did 10 years ago, 15 years ago under Disney. I'll tell you that. I'm just telling you.
I was here. Yeah, you were here. What year did you get here? 2008?
I'm glad you're counting. 2005.
2005.
September 2005.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Long time for us both.
Yeah. But the idea that you're tossing and turning about what's going on with the show's great. So
does Waddle have enough stories for Waddle's World? No, I'm kidding.
I mean, you waking up at 3:30 in the morning going, Tyler, right? That makes no sense. Why are you screaming about Tyler? He's asleep. Why are you waking him up?
I just replaced his name after Abdalla's. That's it. Abdalla. All right, coming up next, I do want to have this conversation with you on where one of our favorite teams in this city is that doesn't get a lot of love anymore.
Will Tyler's A-list be any effing good?
For once.
What are we going to do? Christ.
It's Waddle and it's not Waddle and Silvy.
He doesn't even know where he is.
It's Hoodie and
rattled.
Silvy.
He's so
in
rattled.
for Carmen and Jurko.
He's rattled.
I'm good. I've got my product. I'll be good tonight. It's ESPN 1000.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A., shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, aka the guy in 41. They stand out as the locally owned operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
The lush forests of Vermont create the best maple syrup. What happens when you add pure Vermont maple to bourbon whiskey? You can feel the warmth, can't you? Number 14 bourbon is exactly what you've been craving. Named number 14 in honor of the 14th state, Vermont. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of the maple. Get number 14 bourbon at vermontspirits.com or at select Benny's locations.
Number 14 bourbon, 90 proof, copyright 2024, Vermont Spirits Distilling Company, Quetchi, Vermont. Please sip responsibly.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Flight.
That's right, having a blast here. Seven Bridges. We'll crosstalk with Tyler and Shea in just a bit. They're in for Waddle and me. And Grip It and Sip It, brought to you by Yingling and number 14, Bourbon and Zippo. So a great time here, Hoodie, and something that you and I, this goes back to several golf outings. We're right around the NBA draft.
Yeah.
The NBA finals are going on. We've got a game tonight. And you and I then start talking about the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the future is for our favorite basketball team?
It is not bright. It is not bright. And the reason why is that it's the same conversation we had from last year that, ultimately in this league, it is about being able to cultivate draft picks. It's also about being able to find the best players possible. Again, it's not about super teams. It's about having a plan. And I feel like Billy Donovan and the Bulls don't have a real plan. That's the thing. Like, we see them play basketball, Silvy, but as far as a plan is concerned, can I make a case that Kobe White is a top 30 player? I can. In this league, top 30. Someone's got to be 30. Let be Kobe,
Sure,
right?
of course.
But what about the rest of it? Like, I'm sure that your guy Vucevic will be moved in the offseason.
Yes.
And I feel like, I just feel like that they're spinning their wheels. And when I talk to people around the league, the Bulls are not a hot conversation at all.
No, like it doesn't. You go to a lot of places. I go to a lot of places.
Yeah.
The first question anybody ever asks me is about the Bears. Always when we're out. Like, forget being on sports radio. Just when we're talking in bars, seeing our own friends, seeing people who know us from the radio.
Yeah.
How's Caleb gonna be? What do you think about Ben Johnson? And then the secondary conversation is usually about the Cubs. PCA, what do you think? You have a chance? Do you think the Cubs are going to sign Tucker? Nobody lately has asked me about the Bulls.
No, and rightfully so. As irrelevant as the Blackhawks are or some of the other teams around here, because they're not doing anything. The general manager, for the idea that we got Art Carney still in the front office, not doing much of anything, it's shameful. Like, look at this. With Kobe White, with Buzelis, and I think Buzelis will be a guy. I think he has a chip on his shoulder and feels in that real wacky draft from the other year that he feels like he should have been the number one pick, where it was just so random. He feels like he should have been the number one pick. And I think that he's going to be a really solid piece for the Bulls. But it's more than just young players. You need more than that. And I just feel like it's a rudderless ship again this offseason.
I'm totally with you. Like, I don't know how much they're going to build at the end of the season. There were a lot of teams who weren't pushing at that point of year. The Bulls were playing without defense. You saw in the playing game.
Yeah.
Once defense becomes a reality, they didn't have what it takes. What do you think they're going to do with Kobe White, with Giddey especially, because he is open for a new deal?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have to make a shrewd move here. Like, do you give Giddey all that money? Like, yeah, he was a nice story, but in a year or two, if you do, are we going to be sitting here saying, well, boy, Giddey's overpaid for doing what he's doing? Do you trade Kobe White, even though, like you said, top 30, that maybe you just see a ceiling and you're trading at a high point right now?
I mean,
what do you do?
Well, with Josh Giddey, so you have to, first of all, you ask the question, what is Lonzo Ball? In and out of the lineup, hurt all the time. Like, what is that? So you got to be able to have another guard along with Kobe White. Giddey could be that guy. Again, you like to have something more than the money he's going to be looking for. He's going to be looking for a lot of money. Can he get to the Bulls price, though? Whatever that is. I'm not sure what that is, money-wise. I don't know what the market is for him. But you got to be able to solidify those two guard spots. And then the rest of it, again, Silvy, look at the team. Where are the difference makers? Where are the difference makers for the future besides Buzelis? That's the thing I look at.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like, and then for Karnisovas to lie and try to mislead the media and the Bulls fans, saying, "Oh, we're working on something, and look what we did at the end of the last of the regular season," it's just BS. I wish Michael Reinsdorf would open his eyes and see what's really going on here, because either you're going to tank, and I don't want them to do that, or to be able to add on and be more than just a play-in game, a try-hard team. It makes Billy Donovan look less than.
Yeah, of course it does.
Quite frankly.
Yeah.
I'm surprised his name's not in the New York Knicks sweepstakes. That would be a refreshing for Billy.
I don't know how highly Billy is, and maybe this is because of the Bulls, but like where I always had the disconnect with Billy was, you had Sam Presti on Oklahoma City, and you basically said to him, "I'm not here for a rebuild, so I need to leave now, and I need to come to Chicago." Look at the difference on where Oklahoma City was when Billy left and where they are now.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's because Billy wasn't the coach, but like he didn't have the vision to say, "Hey, I'll ride with Sam Presti." But yet he came to the Bulls, and the Bulls are way, and like they'll never make the shrewd moves or smart moves that Sam Presti makes. As like he left basketball Theo Epstein or Andrew Friedman is basically what he left.
Fair, 100%.
So I don't know if you're the Knicks, would you ever say, "Well, boy, you know what I need right now to fix this is Billy Donovan." Billy Donovan didn't do much when he didn't he have Westbrook and Durant one time in one playoff, I think, and then things started to rebuild.
Team was stacked.
They won one playoff game against Milwaukee the year that they were in there. You know, like it's funny to me. The Lonzo Ball conversation reminds me of now what Kap relies on with Andrew Billings.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it all fell apart because we lost Andrew Billings.
Yeah, it's
you know, the defense. Yeah, yes, he stops the run, and he's a nice player to have.
Yeah.
I hope Joniak didn't hear what I just said, but he's going to scold me. But Joniak looks good, by the way. That Andrew Billings.
You want to talk to him in the corner?
Somebody going tinkle?
That's right. Very good. But they didn't lose everything on defense because Andrew Billings went out. And the Bulls, yes, Lonzo Ball, he was the point guard. But still, you should not have gone into the tank strictly because Lonzo Ball couldn't play basketball for 2.5 years.
When I look at our teams, I always look at our front office. Talking about Chicago. Our front office.
Sure.
And then I compare it to the division, compare it to the conference, and I compare it to the league. That's how I do. That's how my mind works, right? It's more than just watching your team. It's like, how does everyone else do it better? So you look at Cleveland and Boston and Indiana that's in the finals, and the Knicks and the Bucks and Detroit and Orlando. They're all doing it better. They're all doing it better. And the rest of it's like Atlanta, some in Toronto, Brooklyn Nets. The point is, though, is that even from a front office standpoint, you're like 11th or 12th in the conference.
Yes. And then, I look at a team like Cleveland. Cleveland had to overcome losing LeBron twice, and they still had one of the best records in basketball. Oklahoma City went through this gigantic rebuild, and they're in the NBA Finals. Indiana, where were they a couple of years ago when the Bulls won 46? They're in the NBA Finals today. All these teams have grand plans to get out of the middle and to get somewhere. Detroit was rebuilding forever. They finally now, have found guys. The Bulls don't pick a lane.
No.
And they continue to just stand here with a number 9 seed and 11 seed or whatever it is.
And by the way, it's not about superstars. It's not. Indiana has Tyrese Halliburton, but they've got guys. They can go 8, 9, 10 deep. Same thing Oklahoma City. It's just a way of playing basketball. And yes, the Bulls play fast with Kobe White. Yes, I like their shooting profile. But ultimately, it's layers to this. Who are your difference makers down the stretch?
Yeah.
They don't have enough of them.
You don't. Not nearly. Matt wanted in Streamwood, our buddy, wanted to talk some Bears. What's up, Matt? You're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, Silvy Hoodie. Thanks for taking my phone call. Good luck with your golf outing today. May I ask you both, regarding the Bears, Silvy and Hoodie, at what point is Ryan Poles going to be held accountable for drafting hurt players or acquiring free agents that don't show up to minicamp or all the TAs? Like I just heard about, I don't know how to say his last name, Ogadibingo, that he just didn't show up to OTAs, and he's a free agent acquisition. They're paying $10 million a year, just like Nate Davis was a couple years ago. And I heard what Ben Johnson said, you can't show up to training camp out of shape. So this is a time, especially for Ogadibingo, to get in shape with the OTAs, with his new team, and under Ben Johnson. And then with the Luther burden, and the close involvement, I understand close involvement's hurt, and it's just for Ryan Poles to draft a player that's hurt already for this team right now just doesn't happen. We've done it with Kevin White. We've done it with when Alshon Jeffrey with the soft tissue injuries before that they just don't have the desire to play football. And I'm just worried, especially for Luther burden.
They did it last year with Amagaji. Amagaji
was hurt, and then he just never had training camp, and then they goes up to the training camp, and he can't play, and he doesn't have any preseason. It's just, especially for rookies, when they don't have a training camp at OTAs under a new coach, under a new team, they're always left behind. And especially for Caleb Williams, it's not fair to this gentleman.
Okay, let's address it.
Matt's already in regular season.
That's okay. That's how, you know what? But you love the passion, though.
Yeah, I love him.
But it goes back to our conversation previously. It's about being able to be, how can you be different from Eberflus? Will you be able to understand that, hey, when things are going down, just say what you can say. You don't have to hide anything. We hope that everything works out well for this Bears team from a health standpoint, but we're not even in Lake Forest yet.
For training camp.
Yeah, we're not in training camp.
Right, yeah, and Ryan Poles probably, we'll see what happens this year, but Courtney said before the offseason started or after they landed Ben Johnson that she would expect a contract extension. We have not gotten that announced. Will that be announced here during the off-season, the real off-season of the next 5-6 weeks? Will he get one? Yeah. Is he playing for one, so to speak, for this season to see if the moves worked out? But I don't know if the accountability, I think this year will have to go really poorly for him to be held accountable. Let me go to Ken in Downers Grove really quick. Ken, you're on ESPN 1000.
Silvy, Hoodie. Silvy, I don't agree with what you do on the air, but here's what I'll say is I respect everything that you've done in your career. I don't know if you remember the Razor and Mr. T out in the Bay Area. Tom Tolbert, former NBA player. And Ralph Barbieri, their show. Do you remember that show? Do you know that show by chance?
Tom Tolbert at KNBR?
Yes, exactly. So
yeah, I know the show.
I grew up in the Bay Area listening to that show, and it was Tom Tolbert and Ralph Barbieri. Yeah. Waddle and Silvy is the same model. You have a diehard sports fan like Silvy, and somebody that loves his teams and is passionate about what he talks about and has all the sound advice that you want to give to the fans out there.
Ken, I gotta let you go. The phone's killing us. I finally got a guy to compliment me, and then his phone's all scrambled. Finally.
I complimented you.
Yeah, that made my day. Yeah, I am going to pay for that on the other side, believe me.
For me?
Yes.
How?
It's got to even out. I know you.
No. That was
You're going to balance the scale starting tomorrow.
That was heartfelt. Believe me, I'm feeling good today. That was heartfelt.
Good.
What I said today was heartfelt.
And he pulled me in for a big hug today too.
I did.
Yeah.
And you didn't want that, and you called.
No, that's not true. I'll hug you right now.
No, that's okay. That's all right. Not in front of company, please. But no, that's just no. What he was saying is, I understood what he said through the garble. He said that the show that you do at Waddle reminds him of one of the top shows in the Bay Area. Tom Tolbert and Ralph Barbieri. They did, I believe, Afternoon Drive. For years. So he's complimenting you, saying that, hey, listen to Chicago. That's what that show reminds me of.
I appreciate that. We appreciate it.
I remember at the Final Four seeing Tom Tolbert do the show solo. And I knew it was Tom Tolbert. I saw like little bottles of beer, like 6 or 7 across the table.
Just like Waddle.
Right, exactly. Like little army men.
Yeah.
Just stacking them up. It was great. So,
and Tom Tolbert was basketball version of Tom Waddle.
That is correct, actually.
Yeah.
In fact, he was, an okay player with Golden State. Yeah, he's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, Tommy, same way.
All right, coming up next, we will crosstalk as we fill in for Carmen and Jurko. It's Hoodie and Silvy. Tyler and Shea coming up in for Waddle and me. It's next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's right, Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Swannies in Seven Bridges. Love the Swannies shirts. that we've got. Tyler and I are Team Great Clips. What team are you on, Shea?
Kap and Hood. Yeah, we've got white versus black here. What? The shirts. What did you think I was talking about?
Who's your presenting sponsor, though? What's the name? Republic Bank. Yes.
Take that to the bank.
Dynamite drop in, Monty. Broadcasting school always paid off. Good job, Monty. Good job.
So Tyler and Shea are along for Waddle and Silvy for our show today, and it is good to see you. What have you guys been doing? You didn't go out to the course for a little bit. You just have been hanging back here.
I was hitting some chips over there, and then we were watching the Cubs game.
Mostly the Cubs game. Mm-hmm. He was trying to jar one, and he couldn't do it.
Yeah. So barbecue, plain. What chips did you have?
Yeah.
So you had chips.
We were chipping some golf balls.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're radio, man. You got to explain this, Tyler.
Audio medium, pal.
Just trying to help, man.
Getting some chips in.
This is the non-golf show, by the way.
It's
Silvy and Hoodie every year at the golf outing.
Which I will say, one of the things that pisses me off about you not playing in this thing is your golf swing is tremendous.
That is not true.
No, because I was it Abdalla a couple years ago that filmed everyone's golf swing.
Right.
Because I think there's like one place where everyone shot from. And you may have had the best swing in the group.
Well, I mean, I played growing up, but I just.
But then you just gave it up.
And I got bad, and I couldn't take being bad. So when you just. Shea, it's look, when I fail, it's time to quit. It's a good life lesson for my kids.
Yeah.
You got the good lefty swing.
I feel like I could put the time in and get good at it. And every summer around this time, I start to think, like, I'd like to start golfing. And then I think about if I go out and suck. And then you are going to go out and suck. That's the reality. Why do I want to spend all the time and money to do something I'm going to be terrible at for an extended period of time?
I do think that I will eventually. I've toyed with that thought. But I'm now, even though Hoodie put me on the couch today, I am more laid back these days.
Oh, yeah.
I had a session today.
And
I had a session.
You did it smoothly.
Leaning back?
Oh, doctor. Oh, I did it. You know how I do it, pal. Restaurant quality.
I'll go out, Shea, and I won't care. Like, if I do commit, it will be, I'll have a talking with myself where, like, you're just going out, and whether it's hanging with my kids if they start playing or just hanging with some friends for something to do. Because, like, what is there left to do?
It's a final
with
running.
The free time.
A final. The Phillies beat the Cubs 7-2 with that BS lineup you put out there, Silvy. Good job.
Jeez.
The over cashed in, over 8.5. So 7-2, your final.
I thought you were doing Pat for a moment there.
Calling
the lineup
7-2.
This BS lineup from council.
It's terrible with Brujan in the lineup. This guy here making a case for PCA. Like, he needs a day off, right? Like he's not 40. It's not Turner.
But isn't he one of the only players in the league, if not the only one, that's played every inning to this point?
DH him.
Here's what I would say.
And he's been wanting to give him a day.
Yeah.
So a night after. Like, I get it. I'm not going to argue with someone who's upset. But it didn't bother me in real time as it happened.
I think I'm cool with giving him a day off, but why today? Why not tomorrow?
That's interesting, too. Like
That's what I'm saying.
The only thing was that Hoodie did bring up, like, they had just lost 2 of 3 to Detroit. They'd been struggling with their hitting. Now, maybe he wanted PCA to take a day for himself. Didn't he go 0 for 5 yesterday?
He was, but he's still been hitting all right. Like, it's not like he's in some mega slump.
I would have DH'd him. That's a day off. That's just 4 bats. Like, he doesn't have to go track it down the outfield. I just would have did better than Brujan today. I mean, you gave the series away.
But he's one of those guys too. I feel like he's so good defensively, you can't DH him. Otherwise, you're taking away a big part.
If he's on his feet, you really want him to play.
Yeah.
And I'm busting your balls on this on him, but because the Cubs, the hallmark of the Cubs so far this year has been it's not just one guy. You're not relying on one guy. You have multiple guys that can help you win ball games. It just didn't happen today. It could be Tucker. It could be anyone else. It just didn't happen today. And it put Kelly, by the way, again, high in the lineup again today.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's
6th.
He scored a run today, didn't he, Carson Kelly?
Yeah, he had a good day.
And Nico doubled him in.
Pretty good.
He's been in such a slump, so it's nice to see him have a nice little day.
It's going to even out. I want to ask you guys about football, something that we discussed in Tyler. We talked about it on our show. Shea, I haven't heard you today because you're doing this show, right? And so, like the NFL segment, I'm sure you probably would have had this. I found it very odd that 30 of the 32 second-rounders are unsigned. That's one talking point. Like, are the agents getting together and are they saying that the second-rounders who are almost first-rounders should get something in these contract negotiations that they're not getting? And two, is that maybe why we heard more frustration from Ben Johnson about Burden being out? Has Burden's agent told him, look, you already got hurt once. Until you're signed, I don't want you practicing again when it's optional?
I wish I had a better opinion. I don't know. Is it an anomaly from all years,
so wait.
the second-round pick specifically?
Yes, at this stage of the game, too.
I mean, the thing that's taking the most headlines is, what's the kid in Cincinnati?
Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart's refusing to sign his deal, and he openly said the Bengals basically are cheap. They're more interested in winning fights than they are winning football games. I do wonder if we're at a little bit of a flashpoint where maybe second-round picks are looking for a fifth year that first-round picks get. Like, if you're the 32nd pick in the draft, you get an option year and a fifth year on your contract. But if you're the 33rd pick, you don't. It is a little bit of silliness.
Well, are second-round picks fully guaranteed contracts? Because I think that might be the holdup here. Because the first two guys that have signed have gotten fully guaranteed contracts,
and so they set a precedent.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Is it the Jaden Higgins in Houston? I think was the first one to sign. I want to say, and then there's one more guy, and I believe both are fully guaranteed contracts.
The thing is, like, Trapillo is the other second-round pick. Like, Trapillo didn't get hurt, so therefore he's continuing to take part in these. Maybe, again, the agent just said, look, you got a scare here. We don't want you to make it worse and optional. I need you to be healthy after you're signed and in training camp. So let's just slow play this a little bit, and maybe that's why Ben Johnson sounded a little different talking about him than Colston Loveland, who they knew was hurt.
Yeah. Based on what I'm looking at, second-round picks generally do not get fully guaranteed contracts, so that could be a big sticking point.
Yeah.
But that also, there's so much silliness into it because if you're the 63rd pick, now you feel like you're entitled to the same thing as the 33rd pick, despite 30 slot difference in where you were selected. So I don't know. Sports is at a weird time. Everybody's looking for the next way to do a deal, and we'll see what happens.
Is that part of Shaw Local tomorrow?
That will not be a part of Shaw Local.
I think you should have as a notes section on Shaw Local, right?
It's not the first time Roquan held out.
Yes.
He was a first-round pick.
But he was like one of the first guys. I remember we were at a golf outing. I forget who. I think it was for Jewel. We were at the Jewel golf outing, and we had Shefty on. Like, it was a big deal. These were all originally supposed to be all slotted. And I think Roquan was the first one who said, look, I'm making this more about some of the penalties that you guys want to implement. Like, if I get suspended for a game, I won't lose X. So I think that's why he stood up for it. He was one of the first.
Well, it's not a Bears controversy. It's a second-round controversy. And I want the Bears to avoid any of that. In year one of Ben Johnson, Tyler, I don't want any issues outside of are the guys playing hard or are the guys developing the right way under Ben Johnson. That's what I want. So this is a second-round issue. And like anything else, you know how the dominoes are going to fall. Once you get that first signing, Shea, it's going to, it'll all start coming together.
Yeah, and the market's going to set itself.
Yeah.
It just ultimately, NFL teams aren't going to look at their second-round picks and go, hey, you know what, kick rocks. We don't need to deal with you. You're going to get signed.
Yeah,
the money's what the money is. They'll just iron this out.
I feel like once the first guy goes a non-fully guaranteed, then, the domino effect will start there. But it's good that it's like a business of football issue and not a Bears issue.
What did you guys make? What would you have said, Shea, and then Tyler? But you would be in the show today, and I already got Hoodie's opinion. He wasn't there either. Abdalla and Kap had an interesting argument that I was fully on Abdalla's side, where Kap basically guaranteed that Kyle Tucker will get signed by the Cubs, but he should be willing to somehow take a Cubs hometown discount.
It's nonsense. I think it's hysterical. Like the idea that Kap, say, and I'm just hypothetical, say Cap's contract was up against it. He's on an expiring deal, and the open market is right there for him. You're telling me Kap wouldn't take himself to the open market? You'd have to be out of your mind. Let the market decide what you're worth. Like, even if the floor deal that could get offered to Kyle Tucker is $475 million over 10 years, $47.5 million a year, which I think is what Kap was saying this morning, why would you not go to the open market and force the Cubs to pay you $500 million?
Hey, you been hearing stuff? Been hearing anything?
I haven't, no.
About Cap?
What do you mean, like going senile?
No.
No,
We
about
see it
getting
every
a deal
day.
on the open market.
Oh, yeah. No. No, he wouldn't trust me with that kind of information. I'd put it on the air. Let's have this negotiation right here in the morning, damn it.
Marquise calling, huh?
It would be on shot or no shot.
Oh, please, it's Chisholm.
Yeah, I just want to know if there was.
I'm not. I should just specify. I'm not breaking any news. No.
Jackass.
No. Look at Silvy's eyes. He was hoping.
for another aggregation that you always talk about?
He was hoping, like, oh, really? Right? like he was hoping.
I wouldn't hold it against Kyle Tucker. And, yes, if you've made it this far, and if the Cubs went to him and they said, Kyle, what's your number? Whatever it is that will take you out of free agency, we're willing to do. But to put the onus on, the problem I had this morning was to put the onus on Tucker, like it's up to him to do the hometown discount. And it wasn't a hometown discount. Cap was saying, like, oh, if he wants to get Soto's money, or he could get $575 or almost $600, and $475 isn't enough for you. Shame on you. Like,
yeah,
who
it's
are
ridiculous.
you? That's not a hometown discount. Is like a $5 million thing between the contracts or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not $100 million. And how about asking Tom Ricketts to step up? Why should Tom Ricketts not go to his level rather than Kyle Tucker go to Ricketts' level? Who's the millionaire and who's the billionaire?
Yeah. No, it's true. I think that with Kyle Tucker, especially if you look at what Soto did last year, go and play in the postseason. Like the Cubs, I think we'd all be very shocked if the Cubs aren't in the playoffs this year.
Yes.
Go to the postseason. Because if he's the reason why they make a deep NLCS run, or if they go to the World Series, you may have made yourself an extra $50-100 million.
Yeah, 5 home runs in October will make you more than sometimes 50 will in the regular season. It's the nature of the beast.
This is so Sports Radio 101, that conversation this morning. You know why it is because it's clear. If you are going to be a free agent, of course you would look at the market first. I understand from a Cub fan standpoint why Cap would want Tucker to lock in now. That's because, hey, lock him in now, whatever the number is. But that's not how business works. It just doesn't work that way.
Of course not.
If you're in the open market, you know that you're going to say, all right, Yankees, what do you got? Braves, what do you got? Mets, what do you got? Like Dodgers, what do you got? Because you know that the Cubs are going to come up short of the lofty number. Whatever that number is, the Cubs won't be there.
They won't be
there.
Once they hear what the bidding will be at, that's why I'm fearful that I think they'll be out.
Hey.
So they want all this momentum built up that Tucker should sign now.
Hey, when the Dodgers say, hey, Tucker, you interested? The Cubs are going to get dog-walked in that negotiation.
And I loved Adam's point. Like, oh, you've got to go to the slum of Los Angeles. Come on. What are we talking? Be happy here in Chicago. You know what I mean?
It's not Pakistan.
Like, it's not Pakistan.
Wow.
But and then you got the callers calling up, oh, I don't live my life all that differently if I have $575 million versus $475 million.
That's what I heard. I couldn't believe I was hearing that.
Put those two deals in front of a caller and then give me that opinion again. You're taking the $575.
Of course.
What are we talking about?
What about? But again, what about Tom Ricketts?
Mm-hmm.
Why does Tucker have to take $475
exactly
and not $575? Why can't the billionaire go to where the market is? Why are we putting the onus on the athlete?
It's so easy to turn down money when it's not your money to turn down.
Yeah, I always liken it to like when you never really understand what the contract is until it's, or what the value of the dollar is until it's put in front of you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So that to me, that's just remedial. To me, as a listener, it's like, of course you're going to go for the highest bid, or whatever that is. And I'm going to sit here and tell you right now, the Cubs will not be in that conversation. I mean, they'll offer, because we've been through this before, right? They won't be able to stomach it. That's why I'm, in particular, pushing PCA out there as the guy, because I'm just trying to brace Cub fans next year and it's like, hey, Tucker's not going to be there, but PCA's the man. And I think he is the man. I'm just bracing Cub fans for
not today though.
For the terror. Put your headphones on. Put your glasses on because of the shock of the deal, like Kenny Williams said, right? I put my glasses on because of the shock of the deal for Machado, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So
the advantage you have is Kyle Tucker is 30 years old, so he's not going to get offered a 15-year deal from anybody that'll put him in the 700 range. Just Ricketts has to be willing to play in the $500 million ballpark.
The market, yeah. What did you guys make of the guy from Ivy Hall? Who did you hear the conversation?
No,
Hoodie saw it, and it became a segment. He was at the bar. He ordered a bratwurst. The wind blew over the bratwurst onto the rug there. where everyone's been ashing,
Okay.
where people have been tracking in the dirt and stuff. The rain comes in here too, and he ate it. He blew on it and he ate it.
Oh, wow.
What? Very aggressive, isn't it?
That's insane, I think. Yeah, a little bit.
I love that he thinks that just by blowing on it, everything's good.
I didn't expect you to go that he was going to eat the bratwurst. I would have taken it back to the bar and said, "Can I get another one?"
Oh no. I mean,
he
I saw
just picked it up and ate it.
He's bringing us back out of a segment, and I'm seeing this guy drop the bratwurst right there on the ground, and I'm just like, well, he's going to throw it away, surely, right? Nope. Blows on it. And
How
starts
quick
taking
did he
a
get
bite.
it up? Was this 5-second rule?
Well, he got it up pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. Pardon the French.
He was very excited for the
My
bratwurst.
goodness.
He got up pretty quickly. So I would say about
Little flop, or was it straight?
No, straight up.
Okay.
Straight up with the 5 seconds. Well, I say 5-second rule, but I wouldn't have done that though. I would have thrown it away and say, "Madam, could you get me, Madam?
Madam, what
Madam,
year
would
is
you,
this?
Madam, could you get me 2 bratwursts?" That's what I would have said, Shay. I mean, but
I'm shocked he ate it.
But I mean, this is
No
in front
chance
of people.
I'd do that.
So I'm watching. I'm just like, he's surely going to throw it away. He eats it. Oh God!
Outdoor flooring too. That's bold.
You got
that's
animals
what I'm
running
saying.
through,
like birds
like
flying everywhere.
What if it fell in the sand trap and it was only in the sand trap for, for 2 seconds?
There we go. That's a good brat. That's all right.
I mean, I'm looking down at the carpet right here. There's like dust and hair and dandelion stuff. No way.
Yes.
That's insane.
Madam, give me another bratwurst. That's what I
You know
would have
what?
said.
Respect. He trusts his gut health.
How
Respect.
old, how old was he? About.
What do you say, 40?
Yeah.
I feel like
Too old.
He's
40 to mid-40.
He's graduated
judging
from
him
eating
by
off
the
the
age.
floor.
Too old. You
Too
said.
old to be doing all that.
Graduated from that.
I'm 30. I wouldn't have done it.
You're judging him. It's like, it's too old for
I've been judging him this whole time. Why would you eat a bratwurst off of this?
Now, if Charlie
Outdoor carpet?
Yeah.
You got to be nuts.
I would have done that.
If Charlie or Potsy did it, nobody bats an eye.
No.
No.
Well,
I thought it was chewing tobacco. That was a big old hot dog.
Well, my youngest will eat anything off the floor, and he's 9.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
And he's like,
it might as well be a plate.
He is just like all about that too. Like he will brag about that.
Oh, it's a badge of honor.
Oh yeah, I don't care. I'm not wasting this.
Man, did he think he's going to get double charged here? I mean, come on.
I feel like you could get a replacement.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like, where do you draw the line on if you just purchase something and it falls? Is it up to the person who just sold them to replace it for free?
It depends. If it's completely your fault that it fell, then no, it's on you. But like if I'm at a baseball game and I grab a hot dog and I turn around and somebody's sprinting through the line and knocks it out of my hands, I would hope that
the concession stand person would say, "Okay, here's another one."
You think a professional sporting event is going to do that for you?
Of course not.
Not at Wrigley, that's for sure.
Of course not.
Not anywhere.
You're getting held over a barrel to buy anything when you go to a professional sporting event.
Boy, isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? But I feel like the Doc Bar and Grill, the 19th hole,
this
would have
place
taken care of him.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's the wind. It's out of his hands. What's he supposed to do?
What do you guys have coming up?
A lot of nonsense.
Got a lot.
Sabrina Carpenter's got a new album cover. We're going to talk about that. It's insane.
Is it risque?
Oh.
Yeah, more than a little, I would
was
say.
incensed.
Yeah, I had to send
Why
a
was
photo
he
of it
mad
to
about
Carmen
that?
as soon as I saw it.
Do you know about Carm's beef with Sabrina Carpenter?
Well, why does he? I don't know the root of it. I know he's been reading some of the lyrics, and so why does he have a beef with her?
Because his daughter listens to Sabrina Carpenter
all day,
and I don't think his daughter realizes what the lyrics are about.
Oh.
And Carm was just tipped off as to what the lyrics are for a lot of these songs. And now he thinks that she's like poisoning the youth.
Yeah, Carm's just pissed because it's not the music that him and Skip Salviano listen to.
Right.
Because that's the problem.
We need a little Frank Sinatra.
Where's the Sinatra? Oh, Carm, I listen to all the classics. That's the problem because it's not Skip Salviano.
Back in my day, they wouldn't sing about sex, and then you go listen to the songs, and you're like, that's all they sang about. Oh, but we got a Kate Orton topic, but we'll have some fun, too.
A Kate Orton topic?
Oh, yeah. We got a lot coming up.
Aviana, let me sit you down and tell you about the Rat Pack back in the day.
How quick did he get it up?
That's the whole thing.
Also, a social media feud that went out with a whimper and not a bang. I'd like to discuss a little bit.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Can you give me a hint on that?
Politics on the show?
Not politics. No.
Oh my God!
But a social media feud that went out with a whimper and not a bang. Waddle's world's mine today. That's all I'm saying.
I like it. I
was going to say, I thought you were going to talk about me. I thought you had me. I thought you're talking me.
I'm not saying I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just saying
I knew it.
We're talking about a social media feud that ended with a whimper.
I knew it. He's always
Somebody backed down, and I don't think they should have.
Oh, my God.
Has he made the turn yet?
Oh,
Are we going to get him live on the air?
Imagine if Kendrick Lamar had said, I was just kidding when I said that stuff about Drake. Can you imagine?
A minor.
What a great way to end that. I was just kidding. All right, good stuff. Waddle and Silvy coming up next. Tyler and Shea are in for us. Hoodie, it was a pleasure as always. Thank you.
Well, let's do it again next year.
Yeah, but I will see you. I will see you next year.
Next June.
All right.
Again next June.
Tyler and Shea coming up next. Right. It's Waddle and Silvy coming up next.
Not true.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Guys, Steinhoffel's Buy More, Save More sale is back, and their savings are bigger than ever. Save at least 10% off store-wide, then take $100 off every $9.99 you spend. It's a great deal. Buy a sofa for $19.99 and take $200 off. Get a new bed for $29.99 and you get $300 off. And take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing to make your purchase even more affordable. Steinhoffel's is the only place we shop for furniture. We love them. Check them out with 6 Chicagoland locations, the newest one in Orland Park. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Check them out today and shop Steinhoffel's.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules," and the price, a very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally with over 35,000 therapists. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
May 15, 9 a.m. 2 women quietly waiting at the doctor's office.
Woman 1 says, cold day, huh? Woman 2, what's that? Woman 1, kinda cold today. Woman 2, yeah, wasn't expecting that. Woman 1, what is it, 47 degrees? Woman 2, no, more like 45. Woman 1, yeah, makes sense. At least it's not raining. Woman 2, that would be sad. Woman 1, so sad. Woman 2, the weather. Woman 1, crazy. Please, don't waste your small talk. Donate it to foster care. Because just talking about the 400,000 kids in foster care can help the 400,000 kids in foster care. Learn more at donateyoursmalltalk.org. Brought to you by Foster More.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Grip It and Sip It here on ESPN Chicago. It's brought to you by Yingling with Swannies and Seven Bridges. Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling with you until 6:30 today.
We're going to lose the license.
We got a lot to get to. We got some Cubs, got a little Bears to get to. Also, White Sox playing a little bit better as well. You're going to Commander Waddle's World today as well.
Yeah, Waddle's World is mine.
It's going to get a little dangerous.
I don't know what I'm calling it yet, but we'll figure that out in the next hour and a half or so.
A very important anniversary in your life as well today, which we'll get to.
My life?
During Waddle's World, yeah.
I don't think it's important in my life, but I think it's yeah, but that's not important in my life. It's important for the people to know about it.
I think it's important in your life too.
Okay,
but
I guess
that'll be up for the people to determine.
Mind. I had a good joke, but I'll save it for off the air.
Before we get into, by the way, the Cubs have lost today, 7-2 to the Phillies. We'll get to the Cubs trade deadline, some pitching questions as well in just a moment. But we do have our two summer interns with us, the content interns. We've got Alex and Vanessa. They've been out and about, driving a cart, getting some great content at the Grip It and Sip It outing today. But we got a text probably about, what, hour and a half ago from our guy Potsy, Justin Pottinger.
One of the producers here at the radio station, great producer, was out here this morning with Cap and Hood and Carmen, Bleck, and Jurko.
Potsy's been having a day. All right. Potsy, he got in early, stayed late, and he texts us at 1:56 today. And Justin was driving around with Alex and Vanessa.
Are you going to read all three of these? Because I think contextually, all three of them are needed.
Okay, fine. I will. He goes, I'm low-key drunk, 4 beers in, cart girl wanted me. Now,
we need witnesses
now, Alex
to this.
and Vanessa, you have to answer the question. Did the cart girl actually want Potsy? Or
was she into Potsy?
Or is he blowing smoke right now?
Okay. Let me just start by saying when we were there, he hadn't gone up to her. He hadn't really said anything to her.
I was a little nervous.
He didn't really say anything. So this idea of wanting him, I think it was maybe just the eyes that did the talking, because after we drove past her, I think it was me that made a comment and said, "Oh, do you want to go rizz her up or something?" And he said all he needed was 2 minutes. That's all he needed. If he were to go up and
that's the quote of the year.
That's all he would need.
That's the quote of the year.
So that is what we do know.
Poor girlfriend. How quick did he get it up?
That's bad. That's bad. But yeah.
Yeah, here, I'll give you a play-by-play of what happened. So we were going down on an intersection, and the cart girl was driving by. We side-eyed her. Vanessa makes that comment.
What do you mean side-eyed her?
Wait, like he
was Potsy spitting game?
No. She looked our way. She looked our way, and then Justin made a comment, and then one thing led to another.
And
what do you mean? What one thing led to what?
He kept drinking. I think.
I'm gonna be honest. Nothing happened. Not one thing happened that even gave him the slightest of hope to think, hey, she wants me.
So
in my eyes, I'm a girl.
Totally making this up.
I'm a girl, and if I were in that cart and he said, "Oh wow," I would be like, "You're totally wrong."
My theory, and I said this in the group chat to him, my theory is that he's the guy that goes to the strip club and believes that the stripper is in love with him. That's my theory.
Yeah.
See it.
Like he's leaving his phone number on the receipt at the end of the night at the bar because he believes the bartender is into him specifically.
I think that's a personality trait then. I think that's just how he is. Because then...
We're getting confirmation.
Yeah.
Because then another Galt cart proceeded to drive past us, and I had made another comment. He said, "Oh no, not that one." But
it was only the blonde. Yeah.
But then, wait, there's more.
Oh, no.
She drove past again, and he said,
Stood out.
"Actually, not bad."
Yeah.
So.
Oh no.
So I don't know. It was vibes though.
But we can confirm she was not into it.
I think we can confirm that. Yeah, I mean, Justin was drinking a lot on the course too.
I'm sorry,
so
Justin.
He might have seen something. Sorry, Justin.
You're the summer content interns. Why don't we do a little investigative reporting? Get to the bottom of this.
Well, I didn't even know this was a topic to be reported on.
I think actually it's great if you take the microphone and the camera and you go find said cart girl and ask if she thought the guy that was with you was cute, because the best answer would be, what guy?
100%. That's the answer that you would get.
I have to agree with Vanessa on this one. Like it was really nothing.
You know what? Okay.
Potsy's blowing steam in the group chats. Unbelievable.
So Carm used to, back in the day, they used to send their, I can't remember if it was producers or interns out, and when the Yankees would be in town, it'd be called Yankee Doodle Dandy. And you'd have to go find a Yankee, all right? You know who's going to probably be in town on Friday? Livy Dunn.
Oh, that's right. Paul Skeen's on the hill.
Yeah. Do we send Potsy to go find Livy Dunn?
It'd be one thing, like if he pulled the 1-of-1 Paul Skeen's card, and then we could get him in the suite with Livy Dunn, and he'd come out and be like, "Bro, Livy was into me."
I would have put that past him.
Yep, he's 1-of-1.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you for the clarification and the investigative report.
If you find any updates, this is a developing story we've 100%. Got here on Waddle and Silvy today. So any updates, they'd be very welcome.
All right, you guys are until
6:30.
Okay.
6:30.
We'll try and get something by then.
If we have anything until then, we'll
We need a juicy interview with the cart girl to find out if she even remembers who Justin Pottinger is.
Okay.
You should actually pull up his headshot.
I will.
And show it to her and just be like, "Do you remember this guy?"
Okay.
It's gonna be a no. It's gonna be a no.
I'm
100%.
so excited. If it's a no, that's the greatest moment of my day.
Well, yeah. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for
Thank
having
you.
us, guys.
Great
Of
work
course.
out
Thank you.
there.
Good
Thank
work.
you for the confirmation. All right. Cubs lose 7-2.
Good segue. We've gotten done with our nonsense. Here's some sports.
There's plenty of nonsense to come here. Plenty of nonsense to come today. But no, Cubs lose 7-2. They lose back-to-back series for the first time since earlier this year when they lost back-to-back in May to the Giants and to the Mets. But it was once again a rough outing for Ben Brown.
Yep.
The Phillies kind of hit him all over the yard. It was a rough first inning, which has kind of been the calling card with him. He has really, really struggled out of the gate. So much so that we've even seen Craig Counsell operate with an opener with him at times just to kind of groove him into the game. He was good last time out against the Detroit Tigers, where he did go 7 innings from the jump. But he's kind of fallen back into his old ways now. And if there's any glaring issue with this Cubs team at the current moment, it is the starting pitching. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. The lineup has
100%.
been great. I get that they've struggled against aces. They did it once again today against a very good pitcher, Jesus Luzardo. But the bullpens looked a lot better. The defense is elite. You've found your solution at third base with Matt Shaw, who made a couple of nice plays last night once again. But starting pitching is going to be the focal point at the trade deadline. And it may get to a point where Jed Hoyer has to get uncomfortable if this is truly a go-for-it type year, which by all accounts, it seems like it.
Well, it's also just not an option. Like in my mind, when you have an uncertainty in right field, whatever Cap says, the future in right field is uncertain.
Yeah.
I don't know for a fact that Kyle Tucker returns next year. It's not guaranteed. Nothing's promised. This has to be a go-for-it year. You have to push your chips into the middle. Like, Cap is still holding on to this thought that Kyle Tucker is the best player on the team. If PCA is what he's been for the first couple months, I'm not sure that remains true.
Yeah.
But where we're sitting right now, it kind of is. If your best player might not be here after this season, then it's chips in the middle. You do what the Yankees did last year. You go nuts. You go over the top. You support Soto and Judge while you have them because you're not sure you keep Soto. And what happened? They didn't. So for me, it has to be an all-in mentality.
Yeah. And starting pitching seems to be the last little piece of that this team needs to address, because right now you go into any playoff series and you're going to be at a deficit starting pitching-wise. I get that the bullpen maybe can give you some longer outings where they can survive with 5-inning starts and stuff like that, but it's something that Jed Hoyer addressed on a podcast with John Heyman, Joel Sherman, and he talked about the thought of, do you ever think about making a trade for today to sacrifice tomorrow? And this was his answer.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's something we have to evaluate. I think that, if there's the right transaction that makes sense to push in, you want to do that. I don't think you can force that to happen. Obviously we were super aggressive in 2016, but we also hadn't won a World Series in 108 years. And it felt like that was, the right time to do it. So I think you have to balance a lot of different factors, but if there's a transaction that you feel like can really help fill a significant hole and really change your fortunes, I think that's something you always have to consider. Sustained success is obviously the goal. It's the goal for every team, but you also have to be humble enough to realize, like, sometimes teams come together really well and sometimes they don't. And I think that when you 6 weeks from now, if we're at the deadline and things are going well, you have to always evaluate those seasons if things are going well.
So Jed seems open to it. And I'm not going to say this is some sort of lightning in a bottle type season, but there's definitely magic in the air with this Cubs team. Some of the wins that they've had, some of the stretches that they've gone on, some of the performances that they've gotten from various guys that you would not have expected to be playing as well as they are. And to me, that warrants all right, let's push the chips in. And to a degree, they've already made that move this year. They've made that move, but when they traded away Cam Smith for Kyle Tucker earlier in the offseason.
Yep.
And now that he is not firmly signed for the foreseeable future, I think I found the perfect push your chips into the table move.
Okay.
And it would be parting with Cade Horton to go out and get Chris Sale.
It's a big move. It's like kind of the perfect move. And we were talking about Jesse with it pre-show off the air that, like, if you're looking for an elite starting pitcher, a front-end potential ace, every team you call is going to ask for Cade Horton. So I think for Cub fan, and 312-332-3776, we'll throw the number out. You're welcome to weigh in on it. Are you willing to accept that you're going to have to part with Cade Horton if you want to fix this pitching rotation in the short term?
But I think there is, like, levels to it where, all right, think about who the best guys that are going to be on the market. You got Sandy Alcantara, who started to pitch better. You've got Zach Gallen, who you've brought up. Merrill Kelly is another name that could be out there. But Chris Sale clears this by leaps and bounds.
And he's got an extra year of control.
Correct. And he's the reigning Cy Young winner. He's kind of picked up right where he left off from a season ago where he was excellent, won a pitching triple crown in the National League. To me, I would push my chips in. I would be okay sacrificing multiple pre-arb years of Cade Horton, plus the arbitration years on top of that. And who knows how all of that gets reshuffled once we see a new CBA.
Yeah, and the one thing I would say is, like, people might think, well, we could trade other guys. You could trade Kevin Alcantara, you could trade Owen Casey, or you could trade Triantos, or pick your guy. It doesn't have to be a pitcher. It's not me saying that teams are going to ask for a young pitcher. It's Jesse, who, for my money, is one of the better baseball reporters in the game. If you want to say that Jesse's full of happy horseplate, we can have that conversation. But he's telling me if you're calling up for an ace, teams are going to ask for Cade Horton.
Yeah.
That's kind of then where I'm going to build the conversation from.
And I think it's probably going to be pretty close to a one-for-one type of deal, I'd imagine, if it is centered around Cade Horton, because you're not talking about deeper into the farm system.
It would allow you to keep Owen Casey or Kevin Alcantara
for sure,
or James Triantos you could give up, pick a plus stuff guy and Cade Horton, and maybe that gets you Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen.
Yeah, but like for me, I'm not doing this for one. I'm not parting with Cade Horton over 1 year of Zach Gallen. I'm not parting with Cade Horton for 1 year of Merrill Kelly. I don't even think I'm parting with Cade Horton for a year. What does Sandy Alcantara have? 2 years left on his, or 2 or 3 years left on his deal? I'm not doing that for those guys. But for a Chris Sale, that's where I get interested. A guy who could win a Cy Young. A guy who you're going to go into every single playoff series in the NL likely having the pitching advantage when he is on the mound. I mean, there was the anonymous players poll today in The Athletic. League-wide, who is the one pitcher you do not want to face in October? And out of the 50 hitters that were surveyed, Chris Sale led the way with 8 votes. And if you could have one of the most fearsome arms in your rotation, that's the guy I want to get, and that's the guy I'm willing to part with Cade Horton for.
Yeah, I think the way I'd frame it is like this. You saw how it went against the Tigers. You lost the Scooble Ben Brown deal, and you got great Ben Brown in that game, but you lost that duel. You won the middle game with Tyone, but then you saw Cade Horton get out-dueled by Jack Flaherty. That's the postseason. You're going to face teams that have not one, but 2 top-end starters to throw at you. And outside Shota, you don't have an answer for the second one. If you get Chris Sale, you have somebody who can duel with the guy on top, and then Shota takes on whoever the Jack Flaherty is in a playoff series. Could even beat Jack Flaherty in the World Series.
And I look at it in the lens of Chris Sale. I think back to 2016. The Cubs parted with some pretty tantalizing prospects at the time, including Gleyber Torres, to go out and get Aroldis Chapman. And while it's not one-to-one starting pitcher to closer, but the importance of Chapman during that run, nobody batted an eye over what Gleyber Torres did the next 5 years. And he had some good years in New York. Nobody cared because the Cubs got their one in 2016, and it was because you had a guy like Chapman closing out games for you at the end, and that's what I think Chris Sale could be for this Cubs team.
It's your version of Tarek Skubal. It's the guy that if you have him in your rotation, you feel like in any given playoff series you are starting up 1-0. In a best of 7, you're starting up 2-0 because that guy will take the mound twice. It changes the outlook. And if you feel like you've got 2 wins in the pocket because you have a Chris Sale-type pitcher, then the expected outcome is you win the series.
Yes. I think this Cubs team can be World Series good. Right now it's not. And it's because of the starting pitching. But if you go out there and you get a Chris Sale, that makes you World Series good. The ability to go out there with that offense, with the starting pitching that you all of a sudden have, with the ace you would have all of a sudden acquired, and maybe it stings down the road. Maybe Cade Horton ends up being one of the 10 best arms in baseball moving forward. But if it is something that can unlock a World Series for you, and again, you're going to have the window this year, and you're going to have a window next year too because Chris Sale still has that team option of control there. It's something that could really open things up for this Cubs team and really open the door for a little bit of a World Series.
And again, it's not us saying Cade Horton's the guy Atlanta would ask for. If Atlanta even chooses to sell Chris Sale, that's Jesse saying they will ask you for Cade Horton. And that's what it's going to be.
It's going to be tough to pry him from Atlanta. And that's why it has to start with Cade Horton because there's no guarantee. What if Atlanta right now rips off 10 to 12? And all of a sudden is kind of back into it, and then they look at it as, all right, we've got a little, 3-week runway to get to the trade deadline to see if we're really in this thing. And all of a sudden, maybe they're an above 500 team at that point. And all of a sudden, the playoff could be in sight. And all we got to do is get in with this team because, Atlanta's roster on paper is playoff level good, maybe even World Series level good. And do you really want to part with a Chris Sale? Because if you do, that kind of takes you out of that running of being World Series level good.
And neither of us are even saying, it would of course be painful. You're parting ways with an arm that you've waited years to see, with a guy who's had some success early, coming up to the major league level. He's gotten hit around a little bit, gave up 4 to the Tigers, but he's had a little bit of success too. You've seen flashes of what he could be. That's tomorrow. This year could be a World Series. You could end this season putting another banner at Wrigley Field.
This is kind of the Theo Epstein trade deadline mystery box. You could end up getting the Aroldis Chapman run. You could also end up getting the Jose Quintana run, where that one failed miserably. You gave up 2 really highly touted prospects. I don't care really how it ended up after, but you parted with Dylan Cease, and I get what Eloy Jimenez became, but Eloy Jimenez did have some good seasons with the White Sox. And then you've also got, on the other hand, you had Gleyber Torres, who had good seasons with the Yankees, but you did get your World Series out of it. And I think anytime you can get a championship out of a trade, you as a team, I'm not saying you necessarily won the trade, but you feel good about it and you live with whatever the consequences are down the road.
100%. We both feel like this is an all-in season.
312-332-3776 is the phone number. Cubs fans, are you willing to part with Cade Horton if it comes at the cost of Chris Sale? You will get Chris Sale. You will get a bona fide ace in your rotation, which it so desperately needs right now, but it is going to cost you one of your best prospects and one of probably the most optimistic arms that this team has seen in their farm system since Mark Pryor, the Kerry Wood days. Like, that's how long it's been since the Cubs have really developed an arm. And this is one of the most tantalizing ones since then. So 312-332-3776. Ted's in Lake Geneva. What's going on, Ted?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
You guys make a great point for Chris Sale and Cade Horton. I think that if you win a championship out of it, it's obviously a good trade for the team, for the Cubs in this scenario. So I'd be all about it. I mean, it's all like, what's the point of having an ace on your team if you don't? It's to make that World Series run, right? So it almost like Cade Horton. If you get one World Series run out of him, you can cash that in for one World Series run for Chris Sale. So it's almost apples and apples for me. My question for you is: do you think front offices are? I would assume, with all the data and analytics that they have today, is Jed going to look at it in mid to the end of July and say, okay, our offense is still performing with advanced metrics at, an A-plus rate. Then we're going to go all in the way they did with Aroldis Chapman. Is there another player, if they're performing at like an A, where it's maybe not a Cade Horton trade but someone else? Is there another, scenario where the offensive stats are not quite an A but maybe a B-plus? But in all these scenarios, still leading the division, because I think it's likely that the Cubs will win the division right now. I mean, knock on wood. But still, is the offense going to slow down? Is the team still going to be worth going all in for in late July like we all hope?
I think the lineup is what it is. Barring catastrophic injury, God forbid, to somebody, you're going to have a productive offense.
Yes.
I think the bullpen we've seen over the better part of 2 months now, it can be among the better units in baseball. You found a closer in Daniel Palencia. I feel that way. Starting rotation is going to be the weakness of this team. Just is. Point blank, period.
Yeah.
That's what I want to fix. And are there names that you could get without giving up Cade Horton? I don't know what Zach Gallen's going to cost. He's really struggled so far this year. I don't know what Merrill Kelly's going to cost, who's performed better. I don't know, if Edward Cabrera from Miami or Sandy Alcantara, I don't know what the cost is going to be. But when Jesse tells me, hey, if you want to get a starting pitcher, every team is looking for young pitching and every team will start the conversation with Cade Horton, well, then I look at it like, if I'm a Cub fan and I feel like this is an all-in season, am I willing to part ways with Cade Horton to bolster my rotation for the playoffs? Because I would be shocked if there's any Cub fan out there that tells me they're comfortable if Cade Horton's their 2-starter or 3-starter in a playoff series right now.
The thing is this, is I know if I bring in Chris Sale that my rotation got better, even at the cost of Cade Horton. The other guys that you mentioned, the Merrill Kellys, the Sandy Alcantaras, the Zach Gallens, the Edward Cabreras, I don't necessarily know if my rotation got better.
There's another name out there for me that he's pitched really well this year. I don't think a lot of people know it. People haven't been paying attention because this team has really struggled out of the gate. But Tyler Mahle's got an ERA in the low 2s for Texas, and I wonder what
are you giving up Cade Horton for that?
If that's what they're asking for, and no, I probably lean on the side of Cade Horton's locked down unless it's Chris Sale.
Mm-hmm.
But if the cost is going to be, if teams aren't that interested in what you have in the minors, which the Cubs do lack starting pitching depth throughout the organization.
Yeah.
And there are people in baseball who would tell you there's no such thing as a pitching prospect anyway. So they don't even want to hear it. They want to see a proven arm, a top 10 pipeline arm. You have one. Are you willing to part ways with it if it gets you a playoff-ready pitching rotation.
Cubs fans, 312-332-3776. Cade Horton for Chris Sale. Would you say yes to that? And do you think it would bring the Cubs a World Series? We'll talk about that and more. Take more of your calls when we come back. Tyler Rocky, Shea Norling in for Waddle and Silvy, live at Grip It and Sip It.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note are all on the syllabus at the next Whiskey University. But this time, things are getting interesting. Alongside the bourbon, Waddle is going to add a lesson in Scotch as well. Glenn Glassaw, to be exact. One side brings the tasting notes, the other brings the bold claims, and they'll sort out who's really in charge. All you need to do is show up. Whiskey University tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in downtown Chicago near both the Union and Ogilvy train stations. And please drink responsibly.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far. Do well.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you. And we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts WindowWorks. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today, or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling, along with American Sail and Ink and Law. Tyler Rocky, Shea Norling. We're in for Waddle and Silvy today. And the question on the table for you at 312-332-3776. Cubs lost another series. They have been clearly outclassed in the starting pitching department the last two series, against the Tigers and now against the Phillies. When an ace was on the mound, the Cubs really struggled to win the baseball game. So we know that it can be uncomfortable to part with prospects at times, especially highly touted prospects. But would you be willing to trade Cade Horton, the top pitching rising prospect in the entire organization, who's already with the big league club, for Chris Sale, who would be a bona fide ace and a contender for this year's Cy Young? And it's something that we know in some shape or form the Cubs are going to address starting pitching. It's just, what's the magnitude of that trade going to be? Is it going to be a Chris Sale? Or is it going to be something like Edward Cabrera or Merrill Kelly, or you brought up Tyler Mahle? Is it going to be something like that and not a Chris Sale? Or a Kevin Gausman, another guy whose name's been floated, although the Blue Jays are playing a little bit better baseball.
Yeah, they've gotten hot. It's kind of screwing up the whole market.
But it can go back and forth. This is baseball. It fluctuates both ways, right? Like, you can see a team that all of a sudden is 4 games over. They could be 4 games under in a week and a half.
Yeah, and look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that if you're going and getting Tyler Mahle or Merrill Kelly, that it'll cost you Cade Horton. I think you could get those deals done without getting rid of Cade Horton. Mm-hmm. But if you want to add a bona fide ace in Chris Sale, Cy Young winner, your version of a Tarek Skubal, it's going to cost you that.
Yeah.
And, like, to pull the curtain back further, pre-show we sat down, Jesse's out here golfing, and we kind of just asked, what's the trade market look like for starting pitchers? And he goes, well, do you want to trade Cade Horton? Like that, that was unprompted what he said to us, and we were already planning to bring this up. So it's not just us going, hey, here's a happy little idea.
We're not living in fantasy land here.
Like, this is, if you want to get an ace, that's what teams are going to ask for. And I just wonder if Cubs fans are willing to bite that bullet and try to get an ace and try to win a World Series this season. And the biggest piece of it for me is you don't have a guarantee that Kyle Tucker's here beyond this season. Mm-hmm. The fact that you don't have that guarantee, maybe you do want to hold on to one of your outfielders that's in the pipeline just as Kyle Tucker insurance and go get an ace and try to win it all now.
The thing I think about, too, is, okay, maybe you don't win it all this year. Maybe you get to, like, the NLCS. This is under the assumption you make a trade for Chris Sale. Think about what your starting rotation looks like next year. You still have Chris Sale. Again, you've got a 2-year window with Chris Sale. You'll still have Chris Sale at a very, very team-friendly price of $18 million. Then you have Justin Steele coming back, and then you have Shota. Like, that's a legit starting, like, front-line starting pitching there.
It would be one of the better rotations in all of baseball.
Like, the Cubs pitching, I think, has overachieved the last 2 years, but this would be like, you're putting guys in their actual spots. Chris Sale, clearly a 1. Justin Steele, a 2. Shota, probably a 3. And this is when you'd finally have them in their actual spots, as opposed to you're trying to make a 2 a 1. You're trying to make a 3 a 2. Sometimes you were trying to even make a 3 a 1. And now you've got everyone in, like, their assigned seats at that point, and you could really, really build some pitching depth that way.
Yeah, it's just another avenue to do it. And I always laugh, like Jed even brought up in the audio we played, where he said, we have to consider sacrificing tomorrow for today, essentially. You love the idea of sustained success. I hate that that's become a buzzword in sports. Sustained success does not exist. Like the New England Patriots and the Kansas City Chiefs broke everybody's brain into just thinking you can waltz in. You have to fall over forwards into this. Like the Chiefs, so much luck is involved in Patrick Mahomes being the greatest. So much luck is involved in what the Patriots were able to do with Tom Brady. The Dodgers are just going to spend their way to sustain greatness. Mm-hmm. But even they have only won 2 championships in this era, and one of them was the COVID-shortened season.
Yeah. It's like this. The whole sustained success thing is really not program built. It's individual built. The football dynasties have been created by one person. Some of the surrounding supporting cast has changed around it, but it's largely been because of one guy. Even to a degree in basketball. Like, I get some of these cores have stuck together for a little bit, but the latest dynasty in basketball is because of Steph Curry.
Yep.
No doubt about it. It's because
you don't have the sustained success doesn't exist anymore in the NBA.
No, just look at the last 5-6 finals winners.
Yeah, we're gonna have a different title winner 7 straight years. Mm-hmm. It doesn't exist. Ask the 49ers how sustained success has felt. Their cabinet's empty.
Yeah.
I watched my team in the 2010s. The Tigers had sustained success. They didn't win a title. Like, the Orioles tried to build sustained success with all of their young guys. How's that going?
Yeah.
How'd it go for the White Sox in 2020? Sometimes you just have to make a decision and make a big move that's going to hurt long term and might not feel great 5 years down the road. But if you put a banner up, is anybody going to care?
Yeah. And to be honest, the Braves may be a good example of this too. Sometimes you get one true bite at this apple. And maybe it's a reason why they don't go out and make the trade on the other end of what the Cubs may be asking for. Because the Braves won their what was that, 2021?
Yeah.
They won. And they've built this great young core, but they can never stay healthy. And that's the other part of this. Look at the White Sox. The White Sox, you brought it up. Like, they were never able to stay healthy. And that's something that can just change in an instant. With a snap of a finger, all of a sudden, what you think you may have could be gone. Remember the season Steph Curry was injured for the most part? They ended up with the second overall pick in that draft. Like, this thing can flip so quickly on any given moment.
Even look at why the Cubs are in this situation where the starting rotation is a glaring weakness. Justin Steele blew out his elbow. Mm-hmm. Some things you can't plan for.
Yeah.
That's one of them. You lost your ace in April. That sucks.
Mm-hmm. And maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
And it may lead to you having to make a more difficult decision if you want to add a true playoff caliber rotation arm.
Are the Astros the only example of somebody who kind of did it?
Yeah, but they've made a pact with Satan. They've got a blood oath with the devil that they'll just never lose more than 83 games again.
And even with the Astros, think about the guys that they've lost and still gone out. And
they also swung for Garrett Cole, too.
They did that?
They went and got Justin Verlander. They got Zach Greinke. They got Garrett Cole.
You get lucky in trades, too. Like, they trade for Yordan Alvarez. And look, like, he's a key part of a World Series winning team.
But here's the other key. The Astros blew up their farm to go and get who? Justin Verlander. Mm-hmm. How many? They traded 5 prospects. How many of them are still with the Tigers? 1, and he stinks. Like, you win these things a lot more often than you lose them if you really go back and look at it.
Yeah, if you go for the guy. It really ends up working in your favor more often than not. 312-332-3776. You want to talk, would you make the trade? If you're a Cubs fan, you part with Cade Horton, you get Chris Sale, you get a frontline ace, you may be sacrificing a future ace of your rotation. Chris is in Michigan. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Good. What you got?
Good. Well, first thing, I agree. I would go after Chris Sale. I'm definitely interested in him. I don't really know about Merrill Kelly or really Tyler Mahle, or a name that I was thinking of is maybe Chris Bassett. I think he's a free agent at the end of the year, and I don't think he would cost that much. What do you guys think?
Yeah. It's an interesting name. If I'm plucking from Toronto, I may be looking more at Jose Barrios or Kevin Gausman.
I would look mostly at Kevin Gausman.
But
they have to get bad again.
Exactly, yeah. Like that's a team who they may not be in that market because right now, what are they, 4 games over 500 at this point? It may be a little difficult. But again, that can change.
A part of why I look at it differently with the American League teams, and even Texas with Tyler Mahle, and he's pitched so well to start, Texas right now is like the 4th worst team in the AL. Mm-hmm. They're 3.5 games out of the wild card, and the AL stinks. The Braves, the start that they had just sunk them so much, and the NL is so good. There are so many teams between them and being competitive.
Yeah.
And those teams are so good. It's hard for me to build a path where I'm like, the Braves are just going to get hot and get themselves back into the playoff conversation. I kind of think in the National League, this year specifically, a bad start kills you. And that's what Atlanta went through.
Mm-hmm. Zach's in Irving Park. What's going on, Zach?
Hey, guys. One of the things I wanted to harken back to is like when Sale was traded to the Red Sox years ago, the prospects that came back, how many of those guys ended up being top 20 prospects and not panning out at all?
Yeah.
And on top of that, being a great strikeout guy, how they used him, he closed out the last 3 outs of the World Series for Boston. I mean, ideally, Cade Horton could become a guy like Chris Sale, but he's coming off a Cy Young year and looking like he can do it again. I just think that's the exact type of guy you go get for a World Series run. I'll let you talk about and appreciate the time.
Listen, Zach, you're preaching to the choir there. Like, both you and I feel the same way Zach does in that you've got a chance. Like, this team can be World Series good. I don't think it's quite there yet, but you are a frontline starter away from it really contending for a World Series. And he's exactly that.
I'll put it this way. I'm not at a point right now where I feel like the Cubs are essential lock to win the National League. I don't think anybody ever is in baseball. It's such a crapshoot.
But the division?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think they're a lock to win the division. They're a lock to get into the playoffs. And if you go add Chris Sale, I have a really hard time picking against you to win the NL. I just genuinely do. You take a look at what the NL is. I think the Mets are real. I think the Dodgers are real. I think the Cubs are real. One of those 3 teams, I'd be stunned if they're not the team that's in the World Series. The Dodgers pitching is a complete mess.
Yeah.
If you go out and add Chris Sale, I just look at you like you would be the favorite.
Well, and the other part of that, too, is, the Dodgers pitching is a mess now, but they may be really rested and really healthy by the time it gets to October, and then you got to go up against that juggernaut. You need an ace that can go up against Yamamoto, that can go up against Snell, that can go up against any of those guys.
It's the number one thing that stops me from feeling like the Cubs will be favored in really any playoff series. I don't think they will have the best starter on the mound in any given game once October starts.
I would agree.
The way it's currently constructed, I don't think they will.
You may have the bats that can keep up and give you a little bit of a leg up to kind of eat into the deficit that you're working with there, but we see in more instances bats going cold than heating up in October. Mm-hmm. It's just the nature of the game, the climates that you may be playing in.
It's colder weather, it's better pitchers, it's better bullpens.
Mm-hmm. You're seeing more bullpen arms, you're seeing rested bullpen arms. That's why I feel like it's an all-in type of move. Rich is on the north side. What's going on, Rich?
It's a one of 2 guys. One, I didn't know, is this just a hypothetical with Chris Sale? Is Atlanta really going to ship him? I mean, that's one. And 2, you guys are probably going to laugh, but I was thinking, couldn't you get a guy like Verlander who's old but yet not bad in the playoffs, or is that too far-fetched? I'll wait and listen to you.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rich.
We got to wait and see if Atlanta's genuinely willing to sell. Verlander's been hurt this year. I think he's on IL right now. The start to his season was ugly. He talked about before the injury, he felt like he was starting to heat up a little bit. But no, I'm pretty much out on Justin Verlander, wrong side of 40 years old. I know he's been great in the playoffs, but he's not a Cy Young caliber pitcher anymore. He's not the 100-mile-an-hour arm he once was. I'm much more interested in going and getting Chris Sale if it's between those 2.
The other part
Verlander would cost you next to nothing, by the way.
Yeah, but
San Francisco's not going to sell.
Right. San Francisco probably feels the same way as the Cubs. San Francisco's 11 games over 500 right now. They've got the same number in the loss column as the Padres and the Dodgers. Like, I cannot see San Francisco being one of those teams that is going to end up selling once you get to the deadline. They're going to be one of those teams that maybe is in a hunt for a Chris Sale or something like that. They do have a front-end ace in Logan Webb, But every team can use starting pitching, especially once you get into October. So we'll continue to take your calls. Would you make the trade? Cade Horton for Chris Sale. Cubs just lost 7-2 to the Phillies. They've dropped back-to-back series now, and it's largely been because they've gone up against ace pitching. The bats have gone quiet, and the starting pitching hasn't been enough to kind of keep them in some of these games. 312-332-3776. More of your calls when we come back.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
These days, everyone's focused on their health, and rightfully so. You want to feel your best, but maybe you're trying to avoid surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that just mask the pain. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to talk to the person who's hurting right now. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's someone you care about. You've tried everything, but the pain just keeps coming back. You're frustrated, tired, maybe even thinking it'll never get better. Don't give up. QC Kinetics is doing something different. This isn't a temporary fix. This is cutting-edge regenerative treatment that helps your body repair and restore damaged tissue. You'll sit down with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team right here in Chicago. They'll walk you through how these advanced cellular therapies target the root cause of your joint pain. No surgery, no meds, no downtime. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands of people. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call today for a free consultation. Appointments even available on Saturdays. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year, but with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Something amazing is happening in data management.
Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Very Olympic feel for us here at Seven Bridges. It's Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Blue Chew and Lou Malnati's. Tyler Rocky, Shea Norling, we're in for Waddle and Silvy. Talking Cubs, talking some Bears in a little bit, and everything else in between with you. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Question on the table right now. Would you be willing as a Cubs fan to part with Cade Horton if it could net you Chris Sale? Omar's from Crestwood. What's going on, Omar?
Hi, how you guys doing? What do you guys think about Nathan Eovaldi? I think he's on the injury list, or Walker Buehler. Those two teams are not doing too good right now. We've seen what Walker
You haven't watched much Walker Buehler
year.
this year, have you?
Yeah, I'll pass on Walker Buehler. If you wanted Walker Buehler, you could have signed him in the offseason. Nathan Eovaldi, though, that's a name that I'm in on.
He's been awesome. He short-started his last time out. He got hurt.
You got to get him to waive a no-trade clause.
Would be a little bit difficult. The Red Sox are rough, and the reason they're rough is because their pitching stinks to high heaven. And Walker Buehler's the biggest part of that. Mm-hmm. I saw Walker Buehler cut the other day where he just out and said it. This team brought me in to be a part of a contender, and I've been bleeping embarrassing.
Yep.
He starts tonight, by the way. Fade the Red Sox. He stinks.
Or do a little scouting there. Jay's from Long Lake. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say, why would you guys trade away one of your young pitchers for a pitcher that, I mean, Sale is a good pitcher. I'm not saying that, but y'all can pick up one of the White Sox. Our pitching is pretty good. You can't say that it's not. And every time the trade, it always works out for the White Sox. Y'all get a pitcher from the White Sox. Y'all keep hoarding. Y'all give us some playoff experience. Who's to say that Steele comes back next year and is the pitcher that he's supposed to be?
Yeah, listen, Jay, thanks for the phone call. You're not going to get any pushback from me. The White Sox do have some enticing young pitching.
Sure.
But how much of that is tradable?
Sale.
Well, it's also how tradable is it? How gettable is it if you are the Cubs? Probably not very. We batted around during the break. Oh, Adrian Hauser's maybe an interesting name. Craig Counsell knew him.
Yeah, like Sean Burke and Shane Smith are the guys I'd want, and they're not getting traded.
And the other guys that I'd be interested in aren't in the majors yet. And if they're not in the majors yet with the White Sox, they're probably not ready. They'll get there, but probably not names. You'd just be shuffling chairs at that point if you're trading a Cade Horton for one of those guys, I feel like.
Adrian Hauser's a name I would be interested in. Like, I think it would make sense for the Cubs to do it. It wouldn't cost a ton. You'd be able to give up just a couple of your pipeline pieces.
But that's a guy you're trading for if you're moving Ben Brown to the bullpen. Yep. Like, Adrian Hauser is not the difference between the Cubs making a World Series run and not.
The whole crux of this for me is if if the Cubs make a deal where they get Chris Sale, I think they're the favorites to win the National League. If you do that and add Adrian Hauser, we're really cooking with gas.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of other names out there that make me feel confident the Cubs would be the favorite. Merrill Kelly, I don't think makes you the favorite. It makes you better, but it doesn't make you the favorite.
Yeah. And I would feel the same about Gallen and Alcantara, too.
And Gallen at this point, it might be a little bit of you're trying to remodel him into what he was 2 years ago because he's struggled again out of the gate this year. And the Diamondbacks are selling hope he can be the guy that was a Cy Young candidate until the season ended a couple seasons ago, rather than the guy who's got an ERA north of 5 right now.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we will clean up your Cubs calls, and also, is it a pass-fail season for Ben Johnson? We'll explain what that means when we come back. It's the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling, along with Blue Chew and Lou Malnati's. We'll be back.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Harry Douglas here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, folks. Especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day long. Tonight La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. PurpleWave.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Flight.
It is Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Republic Bank and Great Clips. Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're with you till 6:30 today, in for Waddle and Silvy. You're doing a little baseball streaming right there. Are you scouting? Are you scouting some Tiger trade targets over there?
If it was fortuitous, I would like, if just my own personal fandom, Eugenio Suarez would be a phenomenal addition to the Detroit Tigers as they chase their own pennant in the American League. And I have a little wager on the Arizona Diamondbacks today.
There you go.
They were down 2-0, and Suarez just hit a grand slam.
Boom. Good for you. Everything's turning up snorling here.
It sure is.
Let's clean up some of these calls, and then we will get to some Bears conversation.
I feel like you're
Ben
betting
Johnson.
horses on the air. You just start asking, and I'm like doing the fist bump and getting all excited because the Diamondbacks hit a grand slam.
Stretch.
D-backs hit a grand slam, kid.
Jim's from Fort Hood. What's going on, Jim?
T-Dog, Snorling, what's up, boys? And my thing is, I don't want to always keep kicking the can down the road. In a year, 2 years, is Chris Sale going to be anything for us? Where Cade Horton might actually turn into a solid starter? If he's the guy that you think he is, keep kicking the can. Eventually, there's not going to be a can. Is it every year going to be, hey, let's try and trade the farm for this guy? We're one piece away, and it's a rental for a year. You saw what happened with the Blackhawks. Yeah, they won a couple cups, but eventually there's nothing in the cupboard like you guys talked about.
What are we? Why are we kicking aside? Yeah, they won a couple cups. What? That's the goal.
I know, but I don't think it's as sustainable in baseball as it is in hockey, where guys are up and down so much in baseball. If you could get a pitcher who's consistent and a young arm that you can control and be confident in for a couple of years, I'd rather have that in my cupboard than Chris Sale at 36, 38 years old.
It's the mystery box meme. Cade Horton could be anything. He could even be Chris Sale. Like, I could make him Chris Sale next month, or I could hope that he's Chris Sale in 3 years. Only one of the two things helps me to win a World Series this year, when I don't know if Kyle Tucker is here long term. And if I lose Kyle Tucker, well, then it's catastrophe. Forget it.
Well, I think the other part, and thanks for the call, Jim, I even look back to the 2016 Cubs. How many guys were on that roster that we were like, that should be a forever Cub?
Addison Russell? How'd that go?
Chris Bryant.
How'd that
go?
go?
Anthony Rizzo. Baseball players, the fall-off for baseball players is about as steep as it gets in sports.
And it's unpredictable.
Right.
You never know when it's going to happen.
Look at the White Sox. The group that the White Sox had from 2020 to 2023 and 2024, it can be so fickle in baseball that if you just want to bank on, we'll try to build here and hope for this, hope for that. Baseball is kind of a strike when the iron's hot sport.
In fact, I will try to do the best with this comp because I know it's not perfect, but there was once upon a time a short arm delivery pitcher in this city who was considered among the best pitchers in baseball.
Yep.
Lightning arm, had a season where you felt like we might have a Cy Young in the making. Lucas Giolito. It'll be a miracle if he ever has an ERA south of 5 again.
Yeah. It can turn so quickly. And, here's what I know now about this Cubs roster, all right? I know PCA right now is a stud. I know Kyle Tucker is on the roster and a stud. I know that you've got Gold Glove caliber at, all of your infield positions now, the way that Matt Shaw's playing. I know that about the Cubs now. Who's to say in 2 years PCA just doesn't fall off a cliff, right? Who's to say that Kyle Tucker's on this roster next year? Who's to say that you're going to continue hitting the way that you're hitting right now? I know what I know now. I don't know what 2-3 years down the road is going to look like. Cade Horton may be the best player on the team, and that may not be a good thing. Who knows what that's going to look like? So That's why I'm always here to live in the now, and why I'm willing to part with someone like him in order to get a Chris Sale.
It's just you chase it while you have a chance, and I don't know that Kyle Tucker's a certainty that he'll be here in 2026 and beyond. I have him in 2025. I have a team that if the season ended today would get a bye. I have to double check because of the loss today, but you get the point. You are in contention to be the number 1 seed in the National League in a year where people thought the Dodgers might challenge the wins record.
Yeah.
You're in contention to be the number 1 seed.
And they're chasing you, not the other way around.
And you have a glaring weakness. Baseball is so unpredictable, and there's maybe a chance that you could pry a Cy Young winner who looks every bit as good as he was in his Cy Young campaign from Atlanta. It might cost me Cade Horton. I think I'm okay with that. Because Cade Horton could be Chris Sale. He could also be Lucas Giolito.
Or he could be even worse. Like, who knows? Who knows what Cade Horton's going to be? I just know right now who's going to help you win a World Series at a higher level this year.
And would I prefer a pathway where I can keep Cade Horton and still get Chris Sale? Of course. That's up to Jed Hoyer.
Well, that's not up to Jed Hoyer. That's up to the Atlanta Braves.
But it's also the people who we've spoken to about it don't think it's possible.
Yeah.
So I'm operating under the assumption that I'm going to have to give up Cade Horton if I want to get an ace, a Cy Young caliber pitcher, somebody who I can put on the mound at the front end of a playoff series and feel like I'm up 1-0 before the series starts.
Yep. Chase on the south side. What's going on, Chase?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? How you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. What's up?
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm okay for going out to sell, but I'm still a skeptical about giving up a young prospect only because I would rather them, if you just between us, I'm more rather them add another bat because the reason why I say that is because let me finish. Let me tell you why. Because like you guys said that the offense is starting to get cold again. Now I know outside maybe Tucker and PCA, maybe Suzuki, I don't trust nobody that can hit the bat. So,
all right, then Chase, give me a name. Who do you want?
Well, no. Not even a name. Tell me what position you're trading
That's
for.
where I was going.
I mean, okay, so you remember that guy? What's the guy from the Boston Red Sox? Devers? Would you guys want? Are you guys still want to add him to the?
We've talked about Rafael Devers in the past. I think both you and I are in on a Rafael Devers trade, but the
reality is the Red Sox are never selling a guy who has 10 years of control.
And when we were talking about Rafael Devers, too, this was when Matt Shaw wasn't being Matt Shaw.
Right. It was at a time where it felt like third base was a black hole. But the idea, like, if you think Chris Sale's expensive and you don't want to give up young prospects, just wait till you find out what it's going to cost you to get Rafael Devers. You can kiss Cade Horton and Kevin Alcantara.
Matt Shaw's probably part of that.
And Matt Shaw. And, he's got 10 years.
But see, the thing is that I just don't trust these offensive guys. Like for an example, Swanson, he's just not good. He's been terrible since he's been here. I mean, he swings at the most terrible pitches. Horner he can't hit home runs. He's not a guy that has good power. I mean, he didn't have to swing consistent. You can't trust him. So outside maybe Tucker and Pete Armstrong, he's playing well now, but eventually he's going to hit a wall eventually. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but
There's been moments where he has hit a wall offensively.
Bobby Witt hasn't hit a wall. Fernando Tatis Jr. hasn't hit a wall. Like, some guys are just this good.
I'm not saying Pico is not good. I'm just saying I don't trust this offense right now because when they go against really good pitching, they don't look good, which is concerning to me. So
if any team goes against good pitching, they're not going to look that good. You put Tarek Skubal on the mound against the Dodgers, he's going to look good.
He has looked good against the Dodgers.
But what I'm just saying, my point is that I understand where you're coming from. But my point is that I still believe that we need to add another bat to the
Chase, I just think that's crazy, man. Respectfully, I think it's nuts. The Cubs have the number 1 run-scoring offense in baseball. I'm good on bats. Yeah. I need a starting pitcher, period.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Chase. Here's what I would say, too. Nico's never going to hit a home run. He's also one of your best hitters with runners in scoring position this year.
He's in over 400.
Dansby, yeah, he's up and down. He's also one of your leaders in home runs this year. So you're not going to have 9 guys in your lineup that are going to hit 315 and give you 35 bombs. It's just not how lineup construction is. Every guy in this lineup serves some sort of purpose. That's the way I see it, and it's part of why it works. You've got Ian Happ at the top who's going to see pitch after pitch after pitch, and it's going to help set up the rest of the lineup.
Yep.
You've got Kyle Tucker who's the most dangerous bat in the lineup, and that helps everyone else out. You've got PCA who he's got power, he's got speed, and he is just a nightmare for people to deal with. And we can go on and on down the lineup. Everyone serves a purpose, and that's why it works.
I'm just not getting in the business of replacing third base anymore.
No.
Shaw's been too good.
Yeah.
Shaw's flashed a lot of leather. The defense looks real. He started to hit. He's hit for power. Third base is good.
Could the bat fall off in October? Absolutely, right?
But
like rookie, but he's your 9-hitter, and I don't expect the defense to all of a sudden turtle.
And even if it does, I'm comfortable to a point that I'm not looking to replace him.
No.
I am looking to add a starter who I believe makes me feel like I'm up 1-0 in any given playoff series. That's all this team needs.
It is the missing piece. It is simply the missing piece. All right, last one here. Randy in Orland Park. What's up, Randy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
So the guy called about sustainability with the Blackhawks. They won a couple of cups. Really?
Who?
What was he on? I mean, the last time somebody repeated as World Series champions in the National League was 75-76 Cincinnati Reds. You got to go for it now. Okay? You're going to make the playoffs, get a starter, get an 8th or 9th inning closer, and, you know, the runs go down in October anyway. So I'm just with you guys all the way today on what you're saying.
Thanks for the call, Randy. Listen, I think both you and I'm not even like fully in on like, oh, you got to go get a closer. If you stumble into one, all right, cool. But I'm not fully in, and who knows? Palencia could completely balloon in October.
But if that happens, that happens. Like Class A last year just erupted.
I'll never get all that mad about a bullpen losing you in October if you have addressed it to a degree, and I think they have addressed it. They feel comfortable right now with where their bullpen's at. Like, you can't get mad. Like, yeah, it sucks that if you're a Guardians fan and Class A is nothing what he was in the regular season. It sucks, but it's just, it kind of is what it is. Like, sometimes guys don't deliver in October.
It's one of the reasons, I've said it before, I think closer in a playoff environment is one of the most overrated things you can have. You can feel great. You could have Mariano Rivera in the back of your pen. If you don't ever have the opportunity to use Mariano Rivera, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And if your starting pitching is erupting in playoff series, it doesn't matter who your closer is.
The other part, too, is the 9th inning isn't always the most high-leverage inning in a playoff series. Like, you see closers coming in the 6th and 7th innings sometimes because the manager will view it as this is our highest leverage situation. We're going to our highest leverage arm. And in some cases, that's a Class A or whoever, and you see them out there earlier than you expect.
Everything that I approach with the Cubs this season is from the lens of you're going to be playing October baseball. What gives you the best chance to win series?
Yep.
An elite arm at the front of the rotation is the thing that gives you the best chance.
Yep.
Period.
100%.
Could you do it without it? Sure. Could you go on a crazy offensive run and score 7 runs a game in the playoffs and just hit your way to a World Series? Of course. But I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I had an elite arm, an ace. Unfortunately, mine died in April. So this is the nature of the beast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's where you are. Unfortunately, the Steele injury happens, but now this is why you've got a farm system. It's when catastrophe strikes, you have got the ability to continue to build your roster. All right, let's talk a little football here because the Bears wrapped up their final OTAs yesterday with rookies, but also Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze in attendance as well. And you framed up an interesting question for us before the show started today.
I was listening to Kap Abdalla this morning talk about the outlook of the season, and Kap said he would be disappointed if the Bears are not playing playoff football. And I think it's fair. We'd all be disappointed if the Bears aren't playing playoff football. But the way he was saying it was like there's an expectation.
You know, the I'm not mad, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
No, Cap sounded like he would be mad if they didn't make the playoffs.
Mount Kaplan, as Hoodie likes to say, will hit the roof if the Bears aren't playing playoff football. Mm-hmm. And I just started to wonder, is this like this team feels well built enough? I have concerns on the defensive line, but for the most part, you look at the roster and go, not a lot of holes here. You've got a ton of wide receivers. You have a ton of offensive threats. You've rebuilt your offensive line. We all believe Caleb Williams is going to be really good. We love the secondary. The linebackers we think are pretty good. Defensive line's the only real question, and they addressed it to an extent in the offseason. It's hard to find glaring holes in this roster. Mm-hmm. You brought in the best head coach on the market, who is the play caller, who turned Goff from dead asset to MVP finalist. Mm-hmm. Is this a pass-fail year one for Ben Johnson, where pass is make the playoffs and fail is miss the playoffs? Is that fair?
I don't know if that's a fair question to ask, because I don't think it is, by your definition of if playoffs is pass and missing the playoffs is fail. I don't think that is. I don't think it would necessarily be a fail. Like if this team wins 9 games and it is 9-7 heading into Week 18 and loses to who do they play? Detroit Week 18, I believe. If you lose that game to Detroit Week 18, I don't think that's a failure. 9-8, a 4-win jump from the prior season. I don't view that as a failure. Now, could you make the playoffs with 9 wins? Yeah, it's happened 6 times ever since the playoffs expanded to what it is, and the schedule expanded to 17 games over the last 4 years. But I just look at the Bears are such, to me, they've got the largest gap between their ceiling and floor, I think, in the NFC.
Okay. What's their ceiling in your mind?
I think their ceiling is if everything goes right this year, if Ben Johnson is the stud play caller and head coach that we think he can be, if Caleb Williams looks like everything he was advertised coming out of college, you've got some playmakers on the outside. You've rebuilt the offensive line. You've got one of the top defensive play callers on the other side. Like, ceiling for this team, I think, can be, and this is like a fantasy world that we're living in, but ceiling could be like 12 or 13 wins. Okay. If all of this stuff hits. But if it doesn't, if there's a lot of like early growing pains for Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, and they're playing catch up the whole time, and the defense maybe isn't as good as we thought it could be, and left tackle is clearly a big issue, and who knows what else could happen in between there. Could they repeat at 5 wins? Maybe.
So here's what I want
to do. If Caleb doesn't develop, then you could very well be back where you were last year.
If they're a 5-win team, it's an unmitigated colossal failure.
For sure.
In my
100%.
mind. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I think it's make the playoffs or the season with a failure. I don't know that I believe that's true. I think there's nuance. You can win 9 games. You could win 10. Last year, 10 wins didn't get Seattle in. Mm-hmm. Like, you could live in another anomaly season where there are just so many teams winning so much, and the bad teams are so bad that 10 wins doesn't get you in.
Yeah.
I can't sit here and say a 10-win season would be a failure. Like I don't operate that way. So my question would be 312-332-3776. Year 1 Ben Johnson, what would constitute a passing grade in your mind? Could be anything. Could be 10 wins. Could be make the playoffs. Could be Caleb throws for 4,000 yards. It's up to you. But I want to hear from you, the Bear fan, 312-332-3776. What constitutes a passing grade for Ben Johnson in year 1?
For me, it's 9 wins. Like I need to see it 9 wins and a quarterback progressing. Because, to be honest, I'll be a little disappointed if this team, if you're not seeing growth out of Caleb Williams. Because that's what ultimately this is all about. A 9-8 season, and it's guided by the defense, and Caleb looks a lot like what we saw last year from the Badlands. It'll feel like a win the battle, lose the war type of deal where, and I know we talk about like, oh, how important is sustained success, but I think the one thing about sustained success in football is if you've got a quarterback who's a dude, your window is open. Mm-hmm. Ask Buffalo. Ask Kansas City.
Yep.
Ask Baltimore. Like all of these teams who have elite Cincinnati, all of these teams that have elite level quarterbacks feel like their window is open, and you go into the season thinking you've got a chance to win it all. And that's, to me, the most important thing is, as a Bears fan, I need to see that Caleb Williams is a guy that we go into every season thinking we've got a chance to win the Super Bowl this year, or we've got a chance to at least get into the playoffs and make a little bit of noise.
I think it's what I'm hoping for more than anything is that Caleb comes out of this looking like a guy who can be an all-pro quarterback and contend for MVP awards. And much like Jared Goff, end up in the MVP finalist conversation. That's what happened with Jared Goff and Ben Johnson. That's what I want here. Because remember last offseason, people were putting the rose on the casket of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Had a terrible offseason. The defense is no good. Those things were true. But because you have an all-pro quarterback, an MVP quarterback, your window is never shut.
Yes.
Ever.
Mm-hmm. And I think the other part of that, too, is you never know where the division is going to fluctuate year to year. If Buffalo played in a different division last year, are they that Buffalo team? Probably not.
Maybe not.
Maybe they don't even get into the playoffs. If they swap spots with Cincinnati, are they a playoff team? Who knows? But you never know. But because they have Josh Allen, you go into every single year thinking, all right, we've got a chance here. And I think on top of that, raw talent, raw ability in the division, who has the most raw talent quarterback? It is the Chicago Bears. Is there skins on the wall? No. But the pedigree of what the Bears have at quarterback versus the other three teams in the division, it is the Chicago Bears with the most talent. I'm not saying most productive because production-wise, he's third. But in terms of what he can be, the ceiling on a quarterback, Caleb is by far and away number one.
So for me, I think a passing grade on Ben Johnson is going to be a top 15 offense. Okay. I'm not worried about wins and losses too much. I think a repeat of the 2018 season where everything's held together with duct tape and glue and you work your way to winning 12 games and you get into the postseason and then it ends, unfortunately. That's not, to me, best case scenario. I want to see a top 15 offense. Part of that is I have so many questions about their ability to get pressure that I think you can have a top half of the league offense and still not manage to win 10 or 11 games. But it will show us that the pieces are there and they're working. Yeah. And that you have something to build on going forward and you know what to address in the offseason. If you don't have a top 15 offense with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, you got problems.
Yeah.
And passing with flying colors, I would hope, top 10.
Yeah. I will say this, though. Playoffs, if we're talking from the Ben Johnson lens, you get into the playoffs year one, that's a pass.
Pass with flying colors,
yeah,
of course.
You feel really good about
that.
But
again, the way it looks will be a part of it. If you get it, it would be shocking if this team got into the playoffs on the back of their defense. To me, it would be stunning. But if that's the way it happens, I'll still have heavy concerns on the quarterback and the offensive side.
312-332-3776, Lewis and Lyle. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, guys. Shea, I'd like to answer your question. It's kind of there's three criteria that I have for me. I like your idea of the top 15 offense. However, I would say minimum Caleb has to throw 3,700 yards with a completion percentage over 65 and a yards per attempt over 8.3. That's about what Joe Burrow was throwing last year. And granted, he was leading the league, but he was also putting up. What was it, near 5,000? How many yards did he pass for?
4,700, I want to say, off the top of my head.
Yeah, but their entire offense ran through Joe Burrow. I think that our running game is going to be a whole lot better than Cincinnati's, and we have to remember that he had
Cincinnati had a pretty good running game last year.
How about this? It ran through their offense. I was mistaken to say their running game wasn't the best, but you have to remember their entire offense.
I think the thing I'm most on board with there is the completion percentage, and I actually would like it to be even a little higher. I'd like to see 67%.
Higher than 65? 65 is pretty damn good.
Anymore, though, you see most of these guys are in that range. In this day and age, if you're completing 60% of your passes, you're a bum. I'd like to see 67%, personally.
What was he last year,
62.5 or 63? Okay. I mean, we're living in a world where Josh Allen completes over 70% of his passes. Joe Burrow's close to 70% year in, year out.
I think part of that, though, is you've got backs who can receive, and I don't know if the Bears are all the way there with that.
That might be true.
65% would put, if you look at last year's stats, that would have put Caleb at 8th in the league.
Okay. Yeah, so top 10 completion percentage, that's fine. I still, give me a little higher than that, and I'd be really impressed. Yeah. Like, my whole goal this season is to come out of it feeling like you have an offense and a quarterback and a head coach that year in, year out, you trust will be in the top 15 in the league scoring.
Denise in Wilmington. What's going on, Denise?
Hi, gentlemen. I think an 8 or 9 win season would be good. You know, top percentage and this or that would make me very happy, but I want it all to come together and wins. And my only concern, Ben Johnson seems marvelous, but it's his first year. So I think there's a huge learning curve there for him. I could be wrong, but...
No, listen, it is a fair point, Denise. Like, there is a big step that goes from being a coordinator to a head coach, but I feel like if the Bears are going to have a eye-popping number or a satisfactory win total, it will be because of the offense, and nobody has their fingerprint more on the offense than him.
And the advantage, and this is hope, and hope isn't a strategy, but the advantage you have is that you have a former head coach as an assistant in Dennis Allen who can help bring along a first-year guy.
Yep. That's why I think that was the most important hiring outside of the head coach of the offseason, was bringing in a guy like Dennis Allen. All right, when we come back, it is Waddle's world. You have cooked up an absolute I don't even know what you've got in the cauldron right now.
I've got a few things.
But it could get a little dangerous when we come back. We're live at Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Advantage Dealer Group and number 14 Bourbon. Waddle's World with Shea Norling coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Set sail this June for a boundless bounty at Potawatomi. Come aboard, and you might win a share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Boundless Bounty this June at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Present that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
All right, welcome into Waddle's world. What are we calling this? Snorling Solar System?
I've always vouched for the Shea Shed.
Shea Shed is good. I did an odds couple podcast with Mike North, and he brought up Shea Shed, and he likened it to the breeding shed in horse racing. I got really uncomfortable. So I'm a little out on Shea's Shed because on odds couple it was compared to the breeding shed in horse racing.
Okay.
I didn't like that.
We can scrap the shed. I've heard Norling's Neighborhood has been suggested to me before.
That's not terrible. I wish I could.
But here's the thing: whenever I hear neighborhood, that's true. Whenever I hear someone's neighborhood, I always default to Mr. Rogers, and you are the furthest thing from Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, that is true.
You've got Mr. Rogers, calm, cool, collected, everything's mellow. And then we've got Cannonball Norling over here, who's ready to explode at any given moment.
That's true. I am no Mr. Rogers. We have workshopped an alliterative nickname for something that I would hope that I eventually get.
Yeah.
So I don't know if people saw this on social media. It went a little viral. The healthcare assassin Luigi Mangione, alleged, I should say,
legal here.
wrote a document, the 27 things he's thankful for as he awaits his trial. One of the 27 things was, quote, Latinas for Luigi.
So what do you want to
He's grateful for that community.
What do you want for you?
I brought this up pre-show, and you told me we got to get Nordics for Norling.
Yeah. What do you think?
How do we start this movement?
I think people just tweet the hashtag and bring awareness to it, right?
How do we start the Nordics for Norling movement?
Can you imagine if your wife saw that?
Listen, I'm not necessarily saying it's like women, like Luigi is he's a looker, according to a group of women online.
What are you saying about yourself?
I'm not that. And also, I'm not, like, soliciting women to want to sleep with me. I'm thinking we can bring everybody under the tent. Anybody
walking around the house
Nordic
hanging
descent.
dong.
Thank you. Anybody of Nordic descent, male or female, who just wants to be a fan. Nordics of Norling.
A fan
Nordics
of Shea
for Norling.
Nordics for Norling.
Yeah, it's great.
That would be, I'm trying to think, like, if you could run for office somewhere, like.
Oh, it'd be brilliant.
Nordics for Norling.
Yeah, I'll get all the Scandinavian folk under my umbrella. I'll run for city alderman and under the Nordics for Norling campaign.
That'd be good.
27 things that Luigi is grateful for.
What is this? Is this like some Thanksgiving macaroni project he's doing in the cellar right now?
It's like a printed up document. Here, let me pull that up because I just go through some of them.
How is the message getting out?
I'm curious, Tyler, because there was also, somebody was grateful for PCA. What's the one thing you're the most grateful for in Chicago sports right now? If you had to print up 27 things you were grateful for, what would be number one?
Number one, probably be PCA. I think I agree with a certain Cutler.
McGrath?
It's hard not to answer PCA. Maybe Kyle Tucker. What else is there?
It's all Cub related?
Like,
They're
what
the
else
only
could it
team
be?
that's
Like,
winning.
Nobody's choosing Ben Johnson?
Ben Johnson, maybe.
Hasn't done anything yet. Do something and I'll be grateful for him.
Yeah, like Ben Johnson has given me one day of joy as a Bears fan. The day he was hired, that's it.
Norling's Nonsense has been offered in the Twitch chat.
Kind of like that.
I'm on board.
I think that's a winner.
Norling's Nonsense is a winner. That's Waddle's World today. One of the 27 things that
what
Luigi
about
mentioned.
S heading with Shea?
What?
S heading with Shea. We'd have to bleep it, but.
Oh, I see.
Like little
I was trying.
Little blank head Saturday that you and I are known to indulge in every once in a while.
Bleep heading with Shea would make more sense. One of the 27 things he was thankful for, I'm trying to pull it up, was he put on here, my parents for redacted. My personal life is not your business. That was number 2 on his list. Thanks for sharing.
Potsy's chimed in. He wants Shea's solar system. We put Potsy to sleep earlier.
Yeah,
we
disrespectful.
Found this out.
So when we were talking about Pottinger, we told him to make sure he was listening. If you missed it in our first hour, Justin Pottinger believed that the cart girl here at Seven Bridges was into him. So we brought the interns on to find out if this was true. They were with him at the time.
They were ushering him around.
They said it wasn't true, and we discovered Pottinger is likely the guy who goes to a strip club and thinks like she's extra into him, or the guy who leaves his number for the bartender because he believes she was flirting extra with him. The cart girl was not into him. And we told him, make sure you're listening because we're going to talk about you. This guy falls asleep on his way home. I would have rather said he didn't put us in his ears.
In our medium, is that the most insulting thing you can tell someone?
Yes. I would rather tell me you forgot to listen than tell me you popped us in your ears and we put you on a snooze fest.
I would rather you say, I don't listen.
Oh, yeah, I just put the old AirPods in with your show and I took a siesta. That's the most offensive thing you could ever say to me.
And then he sends us a picture of his hand. He's like, dude, here's the sleep marks. Of like the inseam of whatever from his hand.
He didn't take a nap. He was out. Like, you have to be sleeping so hard to give yourself a sleep mark.
I wonder what position he was in where he gave himself a mark on his wrist and he fell asleep like that in an Uber.
Oh, Potsy. What are we going to do with him?
Did you see Sabrina Carpenter's new album cover?
Oh, did I?
Boy, is Carmen DeFalco going to be clutching his pearls.
I have a feeling that's one he will not be buying the vinyl for his
I think
daughter.
he may actually go and buy every physical copy so that his daughter cannot get her hands on it.
What is that? Isn't there like some TV show or something where like they try to buy all the inventory so it never gets released or something like that? I'm trying to remember, trying to jog my memory here. But
while you think on it, I'll explain the album cover for those who haven't seen it. So Sabrina Carpenter this summer will release a new album, the title of which is Man's Best Friend. I saw this as an alert, Sabrina Carpenter's new album titled Man's Best Friend. And I wonder, what do dogs have to do with it? So I pull up the article, and the photo
Take a guess.
is Sabrina Carpenter on all fours with an unidentified man to her left, photographed basically waist down, holding her hair like a leash while she pets his thigh.
Woof, woof.
I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah, this is.
She is really leaning into the bit.
I mean, it is. You've got a 2-horse race right now between Sabrina Carpenter and Sydney Sweeney for like putting themselves out there.
Well, I mean, listen, the bathwater soap is insane. Have you seen what some of that is selling for on eBay?
Ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, $30,000 people are trying to get for the soap that is reportedly infused with Sydney Sweeney's bathwater. Is nothing sacred? Chardog, take it easy. I mean, my God.
You got Charlie howling at the moon back there. My goodness.
Charlie, it's not even 5 o'clock yet.
Sun's still up.
We need the blood in your head, buddy. We need all your blood upstairs. How quick did he get? I'm not trying to rile you up. Chardog, did you try to purchase Sydney Sweeney's bathwater soap?
I did not. Sold out.
But you did try. Like, you just didn't get a chance.
Win.
I honestly didn't know that was actually that was a real thing. That's a crazy move by what is it? Sasquatch?
Squatch. It's
just
Squatch.
Squatch.
Yeah.
I mean,
is it true, by the way? Because I've seen this on TikTok.
I was going to ask you the same question.
People are freaking out because allegedly you unbox the soap, the bathwater soap. I'm not making this up. There's a hole in the middle of the soap.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is true.
I don't think that's real.
That's not real.
Okay. Hannah, are you sure? Because if that were real, then we've crossed into gratuitous. If it's not real, then people are making stuff up and being extra. If it were real, I'm like, okay, that you've crossed the line.
You probably fell for AI. It sounds like an a TikTok AI thing.
I just saw people talking about it and saying it was gross.
He's hitting you with the old.
Don't you? Are you okay boomering me?
You may have just been hit with the old. I'm not going to lie. I had to question it, too. I didn't know if I was getting got either.
Sorry. Like, anymore, you got to confirm. Is this AI or not? Or are people just making stuff up?
That's quick shipping, too, by the way.
Yeah, it's speedy.
Yeah.
$30,000 on eBay you got to pay for the bathwater soap. It's absurd. How up against it are we? Should we take a break and come back with more?
Why don't we take a break? We'll take a break here. You've got more in the Norling Nonsense folder here. We're at Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Advantage Dealer Group and number 14 Bourbon. More of Norling's Nonsense when we return.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
FanDuel isn't happy with Illinois' newest tax on sports wagering, and it's making bettors pay up. The company this week said it will add a 50-cent transaction fee to every sports bet placed in Illinois on its platform starting September 1st. It's a response to state lawmakers last month creating a 25-cent tax on all of a sportsbook's first 20 million wagers and 50 cents per bet after that. FanDuel said it would remove the fee if legislators repealed the law. Rival DraftKings threatened a similar surcharge last fall but scrapped it amid public pushback. FanDuel accounted for about 31% of the $1.49 billion bet on sports across Illinois in March. According to the Illinois Gaming Board, only DraftKings had a bigger market share. And based on last year's activity for those two industry giants, the per-bet tax would have generated an extra $159 million for Illinois. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
That was a classy rejoin. We're about to class down the joint a little bit. Last week...
By the way, Potsy's in the doghouse now.
Yeah, okay, I'll just... Before the break, we were discussing Pottinger again and his antics and the car girl being into him. He has let us know he was listening to the show with his girlfriend. Oops.
Whoops.
Not my fault. His fault, frankly. Also, she wasn't into him. So as far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
And he wasn't into her. He just said, like, he felt like she was.
He's just swinging it.
He got duped by a bartender. It's fine. It's happened to the best of us.
Maybe he needs, like, keeping tabs, though. See what the throwing feelers out.
How scared are you of where I'm about to take this show?
I'm not
McGrath,
afraid.
is your heart pumping a little extra right now?
I mean a little bit, but whenever you're on air, it's pumping a little extra.
I'm going to start by saying I do not care about anything related to the politics of this. It's simply the entertainment aspect. Last week, a very public duel broke out between two public figures, and you know who I'm talking about. One of them, at 3 a.m, bowed out of it. Elon Musk tweeted, "I regret some of my posts about the president last week. They went too far." Soft.
Tap.
That's soft. You can't end a beef this way. You can't do it. The toothpaste doesn't go back into the tube. If I had inferred horrific things about you publicly, could I just come back a week later and say, I went too far and we're all good?
You got to own it. And I think, like, if you're on the losing end of it, just do what Drake did. Like, yeah, some pretty unsavory things said about Drake. He's kind of disappeared.
But imagine if Kendrick Lamar had said, when I said Drake's a pedophile, I was kidding. It wasn't real. You can't. Once you say it, it's out there.
Right.
Leave it out there.
Right.
You can't back down from a beef.
I do think there is something to like did Trump ever address it?
No, not really.
Yeah,
kind of just avoided it.
Yeah, and I feel like the shoes were almost on the other, or I guess no, the shoes were on the same feet. They just kind of let it go, and one guy broadcasted his message on the Super Bowl, and then the other guy was like, tap, tap, tap.
I know, but don't apologize for what you said. Own what you said. 3 in the morning. What are we doing? You're sending a "you up" text? You're trying to rekindle the romance? Like, you can't apologize. You've said it. Leave it out there. Imagine if Tupac had said to Biggie, I actually didn't have sex with your girlfriend, and you're not that fat. Then it wouldn't have been great. It's great because you stay with what you said. This went from all-time political beef to soft. Soft.
It felt like out of the gate, well, once he got removed from the committee, this was like a shot across the way, and now you're like trying to play Switzerland through it. And like, if you're Elon, like now you come back, tail tucked between your legs, and what do you do?
It's I think you made a mistake. You got to stand up and own what you said. You said it.
It's your platform, too.
The greatest rap beefs of all time are great because the person who said the thing stuck with what they said.
Think about it. Him doing that on his own platform, of all places, you could have pumped numbers up at a ridiculous rate.
Imagine if Pusha T had said actually Drake wasn't hiding a child. This is a horrible way to end the beef.
Yeah,
At 3 in the morning, I regret what I said.
You know what?
What are we doing?
You know what I blame? AAU culture.
Yeah, this is our soft-ass society.
This is AAU culture.
This is NIL.
Taking over the world.
Participation trophies.
This is the transfer portal.
Charlie, I'm glad you brought it up because the House settlement, there's nowhere else we can talk about it. Now I got to look at, Arch Manning is the highest paid player in college football. What's he done? He's getting $8 million from Texas. This is the society that gets us to walk back our beefs.
$8 million to be part of the Lucky Sperm Club.
You know who got $2 million? Jackson Arnold.
Who?
He stinks. He's terrible. $2 million player.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotten out of control. Absolutely out of control. But yeah, listen. You got these baseball parents that have infiltrated all parts of society now. There's no going back on it.
This soft ass apologizing for a beef that you started. What are we doing?
What does Kap think of this, huh?
Let's find out. He didn't like our Cade Orton conversation, I'll tell you that much. Here's a little quote from David Kaplan. Please tell me you're not debating trading Cade Orton for Chris Sale. That might be the stupidest bleeping thing I've ever heard.
There's a lot of things where it's the stupidest bleeping thing he's heard.
It's called brainstorming, all right? We're professional brainstormers.
He's a terrific arguer because, I saw him.
Listen, there's an argument to not do it. I get it. I can see both sides of it.
That's the point of having the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I saw him at the turn earlier. Abdalla was out of his mind this morning. Actually, I thought both of you were wrong.
Yes, I agree.
Neither of you were out. Well, Kap maybe a little out of his mind if he thinks Kyle Tucker's taking a sweetheart deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think of the two, Kap was a little more off his rocker.
Yeah, a sweetheart deal.
But I don't think either of them were right.
No, I'm with you. I think both were in the wrong there. But hey, that's the beauty of debate, right?
That's why we do it.
That's why we do it. This is why we play.
How's this stupid clock work? Is it time to break?
Snap it.
That's it for Norling's nonsense today.
All right. Grip it and sip it, presented by Yingling with Zippo and Live Golf, live at Seven Bridges. When we come back, speaking of those Cubs and some trades, they did lose today 7-2 to the Philadelphia Phillies. But we've got a wish list, our trade deadline wish list for the Chicago Cubs. That is coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Summer's here and seasonal businesses are hiring. Everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find qualified candidates fast. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/sports to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Live at Seven Bridges, it's Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling, along with Ivy Hall and American Sale. Tyler Rocky, Shea Norling with you until 6:30 today, leading you into White Sox and Astros, the red-hot White Sox, might I add, as well. This has probably been the best day we've had out at Grip It and Sip It. It feels like we get different branches of the plague every single year on this day.
Last year was the cicadas.
They
were
had
so loud you could hear them through the microphone.
The wildfire smoke the year before. The year before that, it was extreme heat. And, it's hot out here, but it's manageable with the wind. I packed 3 golf towels in my bag today. One for you, one for me, one for Jack, because I thought today was
really kind of
I
you.
thought it was going to be a sweaty one today. And all of a sudden, I don't feel like any of us. I mean, if any of you need a towel, I've got one for you. But I feel like right now we're good to go. We've got a nice breeze coming through here at the Dock Bar and Grill. So,
are you a big sweater?
Huge.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I typically like in heat like this. Last year I went to a Cubs game, and it was probably 86, 87 degrees.
Okay.
And I had to keep going into shade and finding stuff to wipe sweat off. I was like, at some point, I'm just gonna have to go
wear
home.
it, yeah.
No, literally go home. I'm like, I can't sit here and just drench
What
myself.
about tarps off?
No, man, no. I gotta get my running up a little more before I can tarps off comfortably.
Do you ever roll the sleeves up?
On the shirt?
On the shirt,
Oh,
yeah,
like the makeshift tank?
Yeah,
No, I don't.
like
I'm
that.
not big on that.
You wouldn't do that?
Suns out, guns out mentality?
Well,
for
maybe
me.
not. Maybe not guns out, but the suns are out and sleeves are up.
Yeah, suns and pale ass white.
You got
arms.
a nice little farmers going there.
No kidding, man. I almost swore. Yeah, I do. I have a nice farmer's stand going because I don't roll the sleeves up.
Okay.
And I don't tarps off very often.
I remember one time last year
Like a
when I
beach
came
day.
into work, and Shea, you were
Came in
there.
tarps
and
off?
No. I was wearing a polo, and I had been wearing a backpack, and it was one of those hot days, so you could kind of see the sweat through my back, and I came in, and I remember Shea said, as I walked in, he said, "Hey, man, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I just wanted to let you know. You got a lot of sweat on your back today."
I said that?
Yeah, you said that to me. And I was like, oh, thanks, Shea. I don't know what you want me to do about this now.
I'm never beating the bleep hole allegations. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It keeps on rolling in. How long had you been at the station? When
Probably
you said
been, what, last summer would have been like 7-8 months at that
Okay,
point.
so
I had known Shea. We
you
had known
Shea.
each other.
Okay. So it wasn't like because you've been with us about 2 years then, right?
It'll be about a year and a half, a bit more at this point. Yep.
Okay.
I'm also pretty unapologetic. Like, I probably would have said that when you were new, at least behind your back.
I'm not surprised. So yeah, we've been having a good time out here. The weather's cooperating. Everything's been great out here. Everyone's going to be making the turn soon because I believe when we started Waddle's World, they had about 2-3 holes left. So we should start to see people filtering through here. We'll see how the rounds went and everything like that. And
we're going to check in with anybody on the air. I imagine Cap's going to come pick up a mic and scream at us.
Yes,
for the
that'll probably
dumbest
happen.
bleeping thing he's ever heard.
We do need to continue our developing story on the show. Of
I
whether or
wonder
not,
if the interns did their job caught up with Cart Girl.
Because I'll say this, I don't know a single intern in our years of being here that's rolled in audio for our shows. So if there was a boots-on-the-ground interview that took place out there about the allegations from Potsy that the Cart Girl was into him, and we got an exclusive one-on-one interview, then that would be high marks. I don't know if there's exit meetings or who does the exit meetings, but they would get a glowing review from us.
I would be impressed. I hope that
That's
they
ambitious.
pulled up. And if you missed it, first hour today on the podcast, ESPN Chicago app, I hope that they pulled up a headshot of Pottinger and took it to the Cart Girl, and I hope that she had no clue who he was. That's the way I hope.
That's yes. And to be honest, if we're forecasting, that's probably how it's going to go down. If we do end up getting this live report,
I'm minus 1,000 odds. She's got no clue who he was.
All right, so the Cubs lost today 7-2. They dropped back-to-back series, which they've only done one other time this year. But it's been an awesome season for the Cubs. They are comfortably in first place, and even though they went 4-5 during this stretch, you look at the 5 losses, you went up against quality pitchers in each one of them, and then on top of that, you've actually gained a half game in the division over the course of that time. And to me, that's part of why I feel like, as a Cubs fan, and this is major knock on wood, but the division feels wrapped up. I know we're in early June, and I know a 5-game advantage right now for the Cubs in the standings at the moment. But to me, it does feel like this is wrapped up because we've seen what the heater looks like for St. Louis and Milwaukee. They've got 2 of the longest winning streaks of the season, 9-game and an 8-gamer for those 2 teams, and they still can't pick up ground on the Cubs, who their longest win streak this year is 4 games. But they're just consistently winning 4 of 5, 4 of 6. And if you do that over the course of the year, you're going to end up playing about .650 baseball, and that's going to be good enough for you to really make a run.
Yeah, even like they just basically never lose 2 in a row. Even when they lose, they answer with a win the following day.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can keep yourself from having long losing streaks, then you're just going to win your division.
Yeah.
That's a foregone conclusion.
But there is still work to be done, and it is going to be coming down to what does Jed do at the trade deadline. Jed Hoyer's got a lot on his plate, I think, and I'm kind of hoping it's just like one big move and then maybe some little ancillary moves, because that's really what I think this team needs. One big move, get one big fish, and then you fill things out with, okay, bullpen arm here, maybe like a back-end starter here, but it's not like you're really fishing for a bat, despite some of the calls that we've gotten earlier today. Like, to me, where are you putting a bat out there? You've got the best offense in baseball. Yeah. To me, you've got one of the best, if not the best, overall defense in baseball. I'm not looking for that type of addition. This is strictly an arms deadline for the Cubs. I think starter, and then you sprinkle in some relievers along the way. Now, who knows? It's a very weird trade deadline because we don't know exactly who's going to be available, and the guys that we thought would be marquee names that could be available this year haven't performed great. Some have picked it up recently, but if you were drawing out your Chicago Cubs trade deadline wish list for Jed Hoyer, what would be atop your list right now? Well, and I'm talking individual names. Let's get into the nitty-gritty here with the individual names.
We did the Chris Sale conversation.
Yes.
I'm going to leave that alone because the reality of it is still suspect. I don't know if Atlanta's actually going to move him. Mm-hmm. I don't know if this can realistically get done, if the Cubs will have the appetite to do what it takes to get him. So if you're leaving me with more realistic names, the Rangers, I think push comes to shove, they will be somewhat willing to sell, and I do like Tyler Mahle. I like what he's been able to do this year. You fit him in your rotation. He's a 2.5 ERA guy right now. He might not be that the rest of the season, but it's an arm that you know can eat some innings. Could be a 3 ERA guy the rest of the season. You're pretty comfortable with that, and then it gives you another reliable, trustworthy arm to go to when the playoffs start. The whole lens for me is what gets me through a playoff series, because I'm pretty certain the Cubs will be there. It's just about winning it. And if you do end up not getting a top 2 seed and you have to play in a best-of-3 wild card series, I don't care if you're hosting it or not, I need you to have at least capable starting pitching, reliable starting pitching, where I don't feel like you're outclassed on the mound in either of those first 2 games. You do not want a winner-take-all third game in a wild card series. You don't.
Yeah. Because I don't know if this team's got the depth right now to do something like that.
Like Cade Horton taking the mound, or Jamison Tyone, or Matthew Boyd, or whoever it would be in a Game 3 winner-take-all. I don't trust any of those 3 names in that situation.
To me, I don't think he'd even be my number 1 off of Texas, Tyler Mahle. I think I'd rather have Nathan Eovaldi, guy who's been a dog in the playoffs, guy who has come up in big moments time and time again, and he's pitching well. Now, the question is, can you pry him from Texas because he's got the no trade? Is that going to be something that you can get done? Is it enticing enough for Nathan Eovaldi, who just signed in the offseason, to leave a contract that he just signed up for the next couple of years?
It's why I don't look at it as realistically, because he's got, 2 years left after this?
Yes.
And I think the price goes up. Eovaldi's more proven arm. He's finished near the top in Cy Young voting, I think, when he was with the Red Sox. Huge home run limiter. Which helps you certainly with Fangraphs, where it's all they care about for pitching is do you limit home runs. He'd be an awesome piece to add, but I think he's a more expensive piece, and I think he's less likely to move because he just signed, he's got 2 years left, and he's got a no trade.
But I'm willing to get expensive this year. And like there's select guys that I'm willing to get expensive for, but he would certainly be one of them. Now, I'm not saying I'm throwing in a Cade Horton into that trade, but like your top guys, you're talking about your Kevin Alcantara's, you're talking about your Moises Ballesteros. Those are the guys I'm willing to part ways with if you are acquiring this elite level arm. And I think the same can be said for Sandy Alcantara too, because that's a guy you're going to get this year plus 2 more years of relatively cheap control. You've got next year at $19 million, and then you've got a club option for $21 million the year after that. So you've got a guy who's won a Cy Young before. I get it hasn't looked great this year, but it's looked good the last 2 starts. 6 shutout yesterday with 6 strikeouts. I'll take that, albeit it is going up against a Pirates lineup, so you have to factor some of that in.
Well,
but
at least there's pedigree with Alcantara's arm.
Mhm.
He's won a Cy Young. He's been unhittable. And it was a rocky start to this season, but you can sell yourself a little. Bring him here, rehab him, get him with a capable pitching staff, a good pitching coach, see if you can get him back to form. He doesn't even have to be the Cy Young guy that he was, but can you get him better than, what was he at, like a 7 ERA?
Well, I think something that I look at, too, is look at the wonders they've performed on some of these pitchers, right? Drew Pomeranz, another scoreless inning for him this year.
Yep,
like,
scrap heap guy.
The guy still has not allowed a run. Chris Flexen's been great. Brad Keller, Caleb Thielbar. I mean, you're talking about guys who were starting pitchers in this league, and I get that you're building them into the bullpen, but if you can do that with those guys, what could you do with a guy who's got the talent that Sandy Alcantara's got?
And especially if you start to feel like maybe Tommy Hotovy's just got some juice as a pitching coach, that he's one of these guys, like an Ethan Katz even, who can develop pitchers at a high level, then you feel like you can save Alcantara. What I'm not interested in is some of the mid names that have been floated. Like Jim Bowden did a piece in The Athletic and was floating Kyle Freeland.
That's not going to get it done.
No.
Nope.
If Kyle Freeland is your piece at the trade deadline, just fold it up. That would be borderline disgusting to me. That would be not good.
That would be something where I would look at, because, listen, Jed's contract is up, and we heard Jesse on with Waddle and Silvy, I think it was a week ago, say I wouldn't be surprised like All-Star break or trade deadline if Jed Hoyer gets his contract extended then. Because, to be honest, like, trade deadline, the work is done. At that point, the player's got to perform on the field. If they came out of the trade deadline with just Kyle Freeland and maybe like a bullpen arm, I would be woefully disappointed with that. I mean, that would be the absolute sucker punch of all sucker punches, because this team is trending wins-wise. I mean, they're at like almost a 95, 97 clip right now in terms of wins that they're pacing for. Like, this team could be one of the best regular season teams that we see in baseball this year. And if you're going to get limp-armed with me at the deadline, screw that. Like, then you have to show me that everything else works out, because I don't think I could really extend your contract after the trade deadline if that's what you get.
I need a front-end starter. If it's a 2, it's a 2. But the reality is I need Jed Hoyer to accept your ace died in April. For 2025 purposes, gone. Poof. You got to replace it.
Yep.
You have a team that could win the World Series. And there are names that you could pry. Miami's a team you've talked to. If it's Alcantara, if it's Edward Cabrera, God willing, can you pry Ryan Weathers? I'd be stunned by it, and you talk about expensive.
But that's a name I would be interested if we're going to talk a little Cade Horton swap. That's a name that I could be talked into.
I think that one would cost you probably Cade Horton, which is almost a one-for-one kind of flip, but Weathers is doing it right now. He's got 3 ARB years left. It's going to be wildly expensive if you want to make a move for him. You're talking about a guy, I think it was the 7th pick in the draft?
Believe so.
It would be wildly expensive.
I think there's of floundering teams, especially in the NL, of floundering teams, and I'm not saying that all of these guys are on the market, because I don't think they are, but like it's like Weathers, Chris Sale, and then the third one that I would trade for if he were somehow to be made available in a very, very expensive package that I would be willing to include Cade Horton for would be Mackenzie Gore. I don't think Mackenzie Gore becomes available, but if for some reason Washington saw this as a tantalizing option, I could get behind it.
Not that we're doing radio in D.C., but could you imagine if they traded Mackenzie Gore? Like, I look at the Nationals right now as a team that's going to be really good.
Give it 2-3 years.
Maybe even less. They've just – James Wood has hit. They've
C.J.
got
Abrams.
prospects that are hitting. They have absolutely won the Juan Soto deal. And Mackenzie Gore's starting to pitch so well. I'd write that name off. Washington feels a little too much like they're on the rise.
I wouldn't even call it a pipe dream. I'm just saying, like, theoretically, of the floundering teams in the NL right now.
Who's more available, Ryan Weathers or Chris Sale?
I would guess it is Sale. But not by much.
If it's not by much, then I make the move for Ryan Weathers, and I add more because I have 3 years of control on him. He's young. He's shown at the major league level that he can be elite. He'll generate swing and miss. He's just awesome.
Cubs fans, who's on your trade deadline wish list? 312-332-3776. I do think with, like, if we're going to bet on upside here, all right, if you had to bet on the upside of Zach Gallen or Sandy Alcantara, guys who have pedigree but have really struggled this season, who are you going with? I'd bet on Sandy, I feel like. Because, like, that is a guy who's been Cy Young. And then he's starting to trend back up this way, too. And he's coming off of the injury as well. Like, it feels like maybe he just needed a little bit of a more advanced runway, and all of a sudden you could have something. Like, I would, if I'm trading, like, equal packages, if I'm getting Gallen or Sandy Alcantara, I'm going Sandy.
Yeah, I definitely trust Sandy more to bounce back because Zach Gallen has just been a guy, aside from a couple of years ago when he almost won the Cy Young. Mm-hmm. And even then I remember talking about it, like, is Zach Gallen really going to win a Cy Young?
Yeah.
Since then, and this year has been a real struggle. But I think with Sandy, I'd almost want to see a couple more starts like the last two. The last 12 innings, 2 earned runs. He's brought his ERA down over a full run. But it was up at 8.47.
Yeah.
And, like, I need to see a couple more starts like last night and like the start prior.
Is there anything to it that his last 2 starts are Pittsburgh and Colorado?
Yeah. I kind of want to see you go against a competent offense and look good. I can't get the guy who's given up 5 runs to the Angels or 4 to the Rays, 4 to the White Sox, 5 and 7 to the Dodgers. Now, granted, I think that's a tough spot. You pitch against the Dodgers twice in 7 days. Mm-hmm. You're probably going to get beat up.
Yeah.
But I want to see a little more consistency before I start shipping pieces for Sandy Alcantara.
And I don't think it's going to cost you. It'll cost you a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be like overhaul the farm system type of trade. But and listen, there was a trade in place in the offseason, according to some reporting, for Jesus Luzardo, who went up against the Cubs today, ultimately gets shipped to Philly, and it fell through because of the physical that Luzardo presented. And it feels like that's one that where the Cubs and Marlins, they could put this thing together pretty quickly. So
there's familiarity.
And whether it's for Alcantara or whether it's for Edward Cabrera, one of the two, it feels like, all right, we at least know who we like. I think Owen Casey's probably one of the fundamental pieces of that. But we at least know who we like on each other's teams and how we can get a deal done. I could see that one being put together real quick. I could also see it being, listen, we're going to try for this guy and this guy and this guy, and if all of those fall through, we know we can, boom, boom, put together a deal pretty quickly with the Marlins. So maybe Alcantara, Edward Cabrera are one of those trades that gets made like right at the horn.
Ryan Weathers would be the more difficult one to put together.
For sure. That's one that you're starting from scratch with.
If you're here's the other thing. If you're calling up, like if there's any seriousness to the Chris Sale rumors that Atlanta could sell him and Jed wants to get on the phone and see what it would take, and they say it's going to cost Cade Horton, and you get on the phone with Miami and you're looking at what it's going to take to get Ryan Weathers, and they say it's going to cost Cade Horton, don't you at least have to do due diligence, call Pittsburgh and say, we have Cade Horton, Owen Casey, Kevin Alcantara, whoever else you want available, give us Skeens. Like, before you pull the trigger on a Sale or a Ryan Weathers deal, don't you at least have to call Pittsburgh and force them to say no?
Make them hang up the phone. They're not even saying no. They're just hanging up the phone. Like, the thought of Skeens, and he's going to pitch against the Cubs on Friday afternoon, too, against Cade Horton.
I'd like to go to that game, man.
Yeah. That's going to be, I mean, it's not going to happen now, but we all see the writing on the wall, right? It's going to happen with Paul Skeens at some point, and that's the unfortunate nature of where some of these lower market baseball teams are. And I'm sure it pisses Pirates fans off because you see the reports from Nightingale that, like, you open the books, the Pirates are one of the most profitable teams in all of baseball because they don't spend on payroll.
Yep. I wonder if there's a little bit, too, with Cubs fans, like our first hour talking about, would you give up Cade Horton to get Chris Sale and chase a World Series? Is there a part of you that holds off on going all in that way this year? Maybe because you believe you get Kyle Tucker back, but also because there's a feeling like next year could be the year the Pirates move Skeens.
You save the farm?
Save your farm for next year when you could chase Paul Skeens.
But would that be the year they would do it? I feel like they'd still have like another.
Realistically, it's probably 2 years away.
Maybe even. I have
but
to
at
see
the
what
same
his
time,
contract is. But
when do we start talking about this like we did with the White Sox and Garrett Crochet, where yes, you do have term, you have the control over the player, but the longer you take to finally make the decision and make the move, the less your return is going to be.
Because of what the contract situation is.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I could see that. I just don't like. It frustrates me with baseball because we see it so often. They've done it before in Pittsburgh. That's exactly what happened with Garrett Cole. And if those fans have to go through that again with Paul Skeens, that's a slap in the face. An absolute slap in the face. But that, we're obviously talking pie in the sky, but
it's also an organization that does not care about their fans.
No.
They took the fans' bricks out of the building and threw them in a landfill. And then they took the Clemente thing off right field.
Yeah.
They don't care.
No.
The ownership there doesn't care. They aren't interested in winning. They're interested in having no payroll and turning a profit.
It is one of the most tone-deaf organizations in all of sports. So who's on your Cubs wish list? 312-332-3776. Shea's going Tyler Mahle. I'm going Sandy Alcantara. Though it's pitching. If you're offering anything besides pitching, I think you're wasting your time.
Yeah, don't be Chase on the south side. Call up here saying you need a bat. Because for the life of me, where are you putting anybody in the field?
No, I don't get it.
Not replacing Shea at DH. I'm not replacing Happ in left field. Shaw has shown more than enough. I don't need to sell pieces to get a third baseman. You're not putting anybody in the field.
Jack's in Wrigleyville. What's going on, Jack?
Hey, guys. What's going on? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, you're 1,000% right. It's got to be pitching. It's not a bat. This team doesn't need a bat. Number one in run scoring. We all know that. I think first and foremost, though, you have to extend Kyle Tucker if you're going to do anything. You can't move Cassie. You can't move Alcantara unless you have that position locked up for the future. Lock him up, extend him, then move Alcantara, Cassie, and go after Chris Bubich maybe. I know he's the Cy Young candidate right now, and he is one of the best in the game, but 1 year rental deal. Go get the best in the game, and then maybe lock up a reunion with the Roldis Chapman. I'll hang up and listen, guys.
Yeah, listen, Chris Bubich, that feels like Kansas City looks like they're at least trying to win a little bit. Like, you got serious when you handed out the Bobby Witt contract. Now you've got one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Something that we've talked about, because they also have Cole Regans, and something we've talked about, could teams buy and sell at the same time this season?
And they're kind of in that in-between.
Dude, they're so far back in the division. We talk about the NL Central being wrapped up. The AL Central is wrapped up. You're going to have to, if you're one of these teams that's far back in the AL Central, consider moving on from guys that have the rest of the season left and then free agency, and also acquiring talent. And I know it's tough to look at Kansas City and go, well, you just paid Bobby Witt and you just called up Jack Caglione. You're also going to trade Chris Bubich. But if you're not going to pay Chris Bubich, then it does make sense to sell that piece and reload for a little bit down the road.
Now, they are only 1.5 out of the wild card. So
the AL wild card is going to be crazy.
Right. Like, I mean, you look at the bunch up you've got right now. You've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams within 3.5 games of that final wild card spot. Like, 3.5, you only go 2 deep in the NL. So, I think the AL is kind of what's going to be this logjam. You need to see the AL start to disperse a little bit. And the funniest thing is that the furthest away teams in that 6-team cluster are the only 2 of the 6 that have positive run differentials, which is probably one of the better indicators of how good your team really is. So,
yeah, now I'm looking at it too. With Cleveland and Minnesota being directly in front of Kansas City, they at least feel like they control their own destiny in terms of
you're going to play enough games with those teams.
It'd be tough to get them to move on from Bubich.
I do think, though, like, when you're looking at teams that are going to do the bit of, we're going to buy, we're going to sell, like the dueling philosophy at the deadline, which the Cubs were a part of last year. You flip lighter, you get Isaac Paredes. if you do that, I feel like you usually end up selling relief pitching, and you acquire bats, like kind of what the Cubs did last year.
Sure.
I feel like that was probably more, or you look for, because if you're selling, you're not selling starting pitching, because if you're selling the starting pitching, then you're really putting yourself as a deficit once out of every 5 days, and then when you get to the playoffs, like, what do you have?
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
These days, everyone's focused on their health, and rightfully so. You want to feel your best, but maybe you're trying to avoid surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that just mask the pain. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to talk to the person who's hurting right now. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's someone you care about. You've tried everything, but the pain just keeps coming back. You're frustrated, tired, maybe even thinking it'll never get better. Don't give up. QC Kinetics is doing something different. This isn't a temporary fix. This is cutting-edge regenerative treatment that helps your body repair and restore damaged tissue. You'll sit down with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team right here in Chicago. They'll walk you through how these advanced cellular therapies target the root cause of your joint pain. No surgery, no meds, no downtime. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands of people. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call today for a free consultation. Appointments even available on Saturdays. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. While you're resisting.
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Plumbing disaster, power out, furnace or AC failing? These can't wait, and neither should you. Four Seasons guarantees same-day installation with no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call your trusted local expert today at 866-4Seasons.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Flight. It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Live from Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling, along with Swanee's, Incan Law, and Great Clips. It's time for Aki's A-List. Today with Jack McGrath. So we've got...
What did you say we were doing?
We are either jacking around or McGrathing off.
McGrathing off is what I'm going with.
And it's brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth.
Look at Jack got a little nervous. Did you see his face?
By visiting BrandonMrFinance.com.
All right.
That's a wonderful promo.
So in NBA news, we'll start off here.
To the association.
To the association. The New York Knicks don't seem to really have a plan after firing Tom Thibodeau. They've asked about Jason Kidd and have been denied by the Mavericks to interview him. They've asked around to multiple teams and asked to interview their coaches and been denied at every single stop. My question for you guys, if you're the Chicago Bulls and you have Billy Donovan for this year, who's generally a respected coach around the NBA, would you maybe inquire about trading Billy Donovan to the New York Knicks?
Absolutely. Now, I don't know how much the Knicks have to offer me if I'm the Chicago Bulls. You look at their future pick situation, and it is a little bit bleak. It doesn't help that the NBA with the step-in rule and all that makes things difficult as well to trade future picks, and especially for the Knicks who, they trade 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, right? Like, that to me makes it seem like it's going to be tough to make one of these moves because you look at, it depends on the coach you're going for, but I guess oftentimes in the NBA, I think it's happened 10 times, but I'd be looking for a first-round pick if I'm the Bulls. And
they can
if I'm
swap it, right?
You could pick swap, but
I'm going to attach a first-round pick to Billy Donovan, likely be worse than the Knicks, and get one of their firsts back. I think I'm good.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you're only doing the swap if it doesn't help you. If it helps you, get you the better pick. But yeah, to me, like, I just don't know. Like, the Knicks clearly fumbled this. They have no plan. When you're going into a coaching search, you can't be banking on teams letting you interview their current head coaches. They've been turned down by what now? 3 teams in their quest to find their next head coach. Like.
Well, I'm sorry. Why does Jason Kidd want to leave Cooper Flagg gift-wrapped to go and deal with, the city wants Karl Anthony Towns on a raft out of there. They want him on the Hudson River floating out to the ocean. And why would Kidd give up the gift wrap of Cooper Flagg for that?
I mean, and the pressure that comes with going to New York as well. Everything about it's not, I don't see it happening. I wish the Knicks had a little more draft ammo to send your way, because if they did, you could talk me into it. I'm not in the business of shipping out Billy Donovan for a second rounder.
Neither
or
am I.
multiple second rounders.
And it's not even that I'm married to Billy Donovan. Like, I probably love him a little less than most people in the NBA. And I'm sorry, I don't think that the Bulls have overperformed to an extent that we just start praising Billy Donovan for what he's done. I'd be fine with moving on, but I'm not flipping him to New York for a second-round pick, like a lottery ticket player. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Hoodie and Silvy were discussing this earlier today, but I think the question was a good one. It was, other than Caleb Williams this season, who on the Bears has the most pressure heading into next year?
Can I say DeAndre Swift?
I think that's a fair answer.
I was thinking DeAndre Swift. I've got a name that's kind of like in a similar vein there.
I can give you my answer. My answer is Cole Kmet.
I was going to go
Kmet.
Kmet.
Has a possible out in his contract next season. They
got
drafted
an out right now.
Yeah, they drafted a potential replacement for him in Colston Loveland. They brought up DJ Moore as somebody with a lot of pressure, and I think Tyreek Stevenson's up there too.
Yeah, all those guys, I think they're definitely in the pressure cooker right now. I would probably go Cole Kmet just because your replacement has been selected.
But that's why I almost think pressure's off. You're playing for your next deal. It ain't going to be here. Like, I kind of think the future's written for Kmet. I don't see a world where he plays his way into staying on this team long term. So it is what it is.
I mean, but you do have a creative offensive. If Kmet plays well this year, you could look at it as Ben Johnson just acquired another toy. And, all right, we're going to be just 12 personnel demons moving forward. Can we turn this into Gronk and Aaron Hernandez? Like, there are very successful 2 tight end sets out there, and if you've got 2 weapons, you may have something.
I'm looking more at a guy like DeAndre Swift. Tyreek Stevenson's a good pull. But for me, DeAndre Swift, if you don't perform, and obviously you're with an offensive coordinator who didn't care to give you the ball the last time you were together. Like when Ben Johnson was running the offense in 2022, it was Justin Jackson getting carries ahead of DeAndre Swift in certain spots, to the point that it was inexplicable. Like, nobody knows who Justin Jackson is. At least Jamal Williams was scoring. They were giving the ball.
We're in Northwestern country. People know Justin Jackson around here.
You get my point. Broad, nationally, you're giving the ball to a nobody over DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
If that happens again, you are now J.K. Dobbins.
Can I say this?
Where you're going to one-year deal your way through the league, if that.
Well, speaking of J.K. Dobbins signed yesterday with the Denver Broncos. How confident are you in the Bears running back room this year?
Not confident.
But I don't need to be confident in a running back room. Because a guy can pop whenever. Like, who's to say Kyle Monungai doesn't look like, and I know it's the easy pull, but like the other 7th-round Rutgers running back that was recently selected. Like Isaiah Pacheco, I know he was hurt last year, but he was great coming out of the blocks.
Well, my thing, too, is, and I talked about this with Pat the Designer on the Chicago Bears podcast this week, confidence in a running back room is hard to quantify for me. If I don't have Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry, then I'm never really going to be that confident. And I think people conflate having a good running back doesn't mean you have a good running game. And having a bad running back doesn't mean you have a bad running game. Hopefully the Bears have a good offensive line. If you get the tip of the spear going, you can make a good running game out of mediocre running backs. If you don't have a great offensive line, you can have good running back Travis Etienne, but Jacksonville's run game is atrocious.
Yeah.
So the two things aren't necessarily married. I'm not confident that the running back room is great, that you have a difference-making back, but I'm reasonably confident you can find a way to a good running game.
Can we go back to the pressure question real quick? Because we've kind of talked about it in the lens of, will this guy be on the team in 2026? Oh, boy, you just got some bad news, by the way.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What am I missing?
Jackson Jobe, Tommy John.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That's all you got?
Well, I kind of figured it was coming. His velocity was down his last start. They put him on the IL with a forearm thing. It kind of was all trending that way.
All right. Anyway, to
fifth
move
starter
drill,
wasn't going to be the difference
to
in the
move
season.
The drill, but it's a guy you're excited about.
Sure.
To move the drill back to the pressure thing, we've kind of talked about things from the lens of guys who their roster spot may be in jeopardy in 2026 if they don't perform this year. Can I say, guy who's got a lot of pressure on them this year, Montez Sweat, because he has to start living up to the deal that he signed, And then on top of that, too, if Montez Sweat isn't good this year, that defensive line is going to be a real issue.
Yep.
If he is good this year, maybe he helps make Odengbo look better than he is. Maybe he helps make the interior of that defensive line look better than it may be. Because that defensive line has a lot of work to prove this year. And the poster child of the whole unit is Montez Sweat. If he's not living up to his, what has he got, $125 million that he signed for? If he's not living up to that, like, what are we doing?
Can I say Ryan Poles because he built the damn thing? He's the guy that went out and chose Grady Jarrett. Mm-hmm. He's the guy that went out and got Dayo Odengbo. He's the guy that paid Montez Sweat. He's the guy that drafted Jervon Dexter and Zach Pickens. He's the guy that built this defensive line. And you're banking this season on acquisitions who were not top 60 in pressures a year ago. Mm-hmm. None of the guys on your team were top 40 in pressures a year ago.
It felt like they brought in bodies more so than like proven commodities.
If you end up losing 8 games this season, and we can all look at it and go, well, they couldn't generate pressure, and the defensive line was too soft, and that's why they lost these games, it will be Ryan Poles' question to answer. It's not going to be Montez Sweat's. Like, at that point, we'll know what Montez Sweat is, and congrats, you can Yannick Ngakoue your way through the rest of your career. We'll know what Dayo is. We'll know what Grady Jarrett is. He's old. Jervon Dexter, he's a second-round pick. He's a fine player. He's not good enough to carry a D-line. That will be the reality, and it will be at Poles' feet.
For sure.
Let's move to the Cubs now. Ben Brown pitched again today, and he did not pitch very well versus the Phillies in the Cubs' 7-1 loss. He pitched 3 2/3 innings, giving up 6 earned runs. Porter Hodge is supposed to start his rehab assignment and should be back somewhat soon here, which means the Cubs are going to have to clear up a roster spot. Do you think Ben Brown stays on the Major League roster, or is he somebody that could eventually get optioned back to AAA to clear up some space?
I don't think he goes back down to AAA. I think you look at scrapping someone like Robert Brazier or something like that before you're moving Ben Brown, because I think there's an easy move for Ben Brown, and it is bringing him back into the bullpen. Now, you are bringing back Porter Hodge, and you're not really creating – like you still need your 5 guys in the starting rotation. You've got starting rotation injuries right now. Guys are going to come back. Schroeder's going to come back. Hopefully Assad comes back in the near-ish future. Like, you could bring guys back into the rotation, and that's when you start to maybe talk about Ben Brown. But I just think Ben Brown needs to be a bullpen arm until he develops a third pitch. And you're not going to develop a third pitch in the season. I'm sorry. Especially with a contending team like the Cubs are right now. I'm not in the business of we need to work on player development. I'm in the business of we're only going to see playing time from the guys that give us the best chance to win baseball games. And by putting him in the pen, I think he can be a very effective bullpen arm. The problem is you got to go into the offseason with Ben Brown, and you got to go into spring training, and that's when that third pitch development comes in, and that's when you see him slot back into the rotation for next year.
And the other option, too, you could tell Genesis Cabrera, thanks for filling in. Here's your walking papers.
Yeah.
There are a ton of options that aren't Ben Brown. I think the fastball is too electric when it's on to just take him off the roster. And if you have an opportunity to put him in the bullpen, you get an electric fastball with a good breaking ball. You only have to work with 1 inning. You can put him in lower leverage spots. He still showed capability against the Tigers in that start and the start before.
He's a strikeout guy.
High leverage innings, and he can miss bats. That's good in the pen. But you're right on the third pitch. I mean, I keep hearing people talk about Ben Brown. He's working on developing this changeup. He throws it 3% of the time.
Yeah.
He does not have a third pitch, period. He's fastball, curveball. Let him be a 1-inning guy who can come in and miss bats in a lower leverage situation, 6th, 7th inning, eat an inning for you, and then get into the meteor bullpen.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even need him in a lower leverage situation. He's got punch-out stuff. I mean, you're talking about in your rotation, not even in your rotation, regardless of what inning you work, he's their best strikeout guy.
Yeah, and just the way the league is now, if you have a guy with a good fastball that misses bats, you're not finding ways to get him off the roster.
No.
I'm not finding a way to send him to Iowa. I'm finding a way to use him in spots where it puts him at an advantage.
And what's he sitting right now during games? About 96? On his fastball, maybe he gets up to 97. All right, now you're telling me we only need 1 inning out of you? We only need 10 to 15 pitches out of you? Pump that thing up to 99, 100.
the first inning stuff is interesting, why he's struggled so much in first innings. But I think what's even worse, like, as he gets later into the start, you can kind of see people have seen all you got.
Yeah.
It always feels like he's a couple of bats away from erupting.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I'm more comfortable with that guy seeing 3 guys out of the bullpen than I am working him into a starter.
For sure.
NFL jersey sales end-of-year sales list is out. If you guys haven't seen this yet, do you want to?
I have seen it.
All right, Shea, want to give a crack at who the top 5 jersey sales are?
I've only seen number 1.
So this is for the previous season.
So this is year-end. So I believe it's from March 2024 to February 2025.
Saquon Barkley.
Correct.
He's
number one.
Yeah. You always got to think fantasy, guys. Well,
is Caleb on there?
Caleb is 13.
Okay.
What about Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts is number 3.
Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels. You guys are missing a big one here.
I mean, Mahomes.
Mahomes is number 2.
Okay.
Still, man, people are still buying that
Dude,
jersey.
you think, like, that's what I never understand with the Brady jersey back in the day or with the Mahomes jersey. Like, what are you doing? Are you just growing out of them or what?
I know. Like those ones I never guess because you think if you wanted one, you have one.
You have one.
They haven't changed teams.
They haven't changed numbers. The NFL doesn't really come out with new jerseys, really.
Was Jaden Daniels top 5?
Jaden Daniels was number 4.
Okay. So we're missing one more. What position?
Had a bad year last year.
Dak Prescott.
Good rookie season.
Oh.
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud was number 5.
Interesting.
Caleb Williams is the only Bear on the list at number 13. Jordan Love beat him at number 12. So Bears fans get that number up, I guess, because can't have a Packer beating you in jersey sales.
If he's good, that number will go up.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, if Caleb Williams is good, he'll be top 5. Easy.
And that's the list. Nothing really else stood out at me other than a couple defensive players at the top. Aiden Hutchinson was number 7. Micah Parsons number 9.
You know the Lions fans, like, now that you've got a good team, they're going to be shelling out for the apparel.
Well, yeah, and half of them are Michigan slaps despite not going to school there. What? Did I say something wrong?
No. I appreciate the disdain.
What are you going to do? That's why they're buying the jersey. Oh, the hometown kid, he's on the Lions.
Is that how
finished
people
top 10 in the jersey sales. He played like 3 games. Broke his leg.
They bought him out like for the run.
Where was Justin Fields on the list?
Justin Fields did not crack the top 50.
Damn, Steelers fans told me he was the future. Oh, well.
All right. We'll get to some of your Cubs calls and more when we come back. Also, we are live at Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling, along with Swannies, Ink and Law, and Great Clips. It seems like people are off the course. People are starting to filter on back. So we got to get a sense of what the winning score might be, see how the rounds went, all that and more. Coming up next, Tyler, Rocky, Shea, Norling. We're in for Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
All right, Abdalla, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DJ Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey, this is David Kaplan for Apt, your #1 destination for the home. Get ready for summer's high heat. There's no better way to prepare for soaring temperatures than with a new air conditioner from Apt. Explore their collection of window ACs, wall units, portable and whole house central air units, or even ceiling fans that help to circulate air. Whatever the size, discover the right air conditioner for your space with help from Apt specialists. For free delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop ABT.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast. Presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
We're getting barked at right now at Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Ivy Hall, Zippo, and number 14 Bourbon. Apparently,
Man Bun's got things to say.
We ruffled some feathers today.
We wanted the interns to do a little investigative reporting on Pottinger. He was making egregious claims about the cart girl, and they were the witnesses.
ESPN Chicago is supposed to be the greatest teaching classroom, all right? And we gave them a chance to learn something today. And now we're being reprimanded for it. Can you believe that?
God forbid somebody create a little content around here. We should have been playing Ben Johnson's sound. My bad. My bad.
Oh, boy. Here he comes.
I wasn't going to say anything until he said, God forbid someone create content. You are hosting Afternoon Drive in the third largest market because I thought Shea Norling was competent enough to create content.
Yeah, we did.
Let's see who else is in the parking lot that could do your job today, Snorling.
Probably not many people.
I don't know. From what I heard, Vanessa was better than you.
I'll bet you could get somebody to sit down and play Ben Johnson audio for 15 minutes.
Listen, they were better than Eddie on the north side, all right?
That's a low bar. It's a low bar.
I'm just saying.
Jack,
I hear him once a day.
Listen, I trust Jack. Jack, what's your verdict? Were they good, or was it a
The
mistake?
interns did a phenomenal job. They told a great story. They gave good information. Yeah, the segment was all right.
All right.
You are a bleep hole. You are not a good teammate.
Wow.
You were supposed to have our
It was
back.
a good segment.
Jack
All
just
right.
tied us down on the train tracks
I'm now
right
going to
there.
give the microphone to a radio professional who could have done 4.5 hours by himself. Here you go, Chris Bleck.
It's good because the radio professional
I
didn't
love
have
this.
that microphone a second ago.
I love this.
I'll see myself out.
This is great.
I hope the audience enjoys the last time.
This is outstanding. I show up to say hello to my guys, and you guys are getting yelled at.
Yeah.
This is the best.
Well, we're getting reprimanded.
This is great.
What are you going to do? All we wanted to do was have a little fun. God forbid.
God forbid we have some fun.
God forbid.
What a day.
All
What
right.
a great day.
When we come back.
Ben Johnson sound.
Yes. Nothing but Ben Johnson sound. No, we need to hear what happened on the course today. We're live at Grip It and Sip It, presented by
I'm here for a
Yingling
full
with
segment.
Ivy Hall,
All right.
Zippo, number 14 Burp. You can leave if you want. We can
I'll
call
stay.
Abdalla out here.
I'll stay. You don't want that.
We'll hear from Chris Bleck on everything that happened from the. Oh, is he chippy?
Let's get him
Maybe
out.
we want him out
yeah,
here.
if we have feisty Abdalla, let's get him out here.
Ask Danny
Oh,
what
is
just
he-
happened in the parking lot.
And then he says he doesn't. I'm in the office the other day. All Abdalla's doing is whining. And I'm like, Jesus, there's a lot of complaining. Nobody's complaining.
I'm not mad. Don't let the internet know I'm mad. All right, we'll hear from Bleck and maybe a chippy Abdalla when we come back.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Cap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt. Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Cap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, jeez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, tomorrow night at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club, this is the Grip It and Sip It live broadcast, presented by Yingling Flight on ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Tyler said that's for him?
That's it. There's one for Bleck, too. Now he's trying to weasel his way out of this. It's Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling, with Advantage Dealer Group, Live Golf, and Seven Bridges.
Chris Bleck grew a couple shades darker in the break.
And then we got Chipper Jones over here with us,
up,
too.
Y'all? How's it going?
Adam Abdalla joining us. So
What's up?
apparently
I don't know what that means.
you were apparently feisty today.
No, we had a great time. I don't know what you're talking about.
We were told that you got back from the course and you were a little fired up.
No, not at all. I was
this
just
is the
talking
same thing that happened the other day. I walked in, you were complaining. I said, "What are you complaining about?" You said, "I'm not complaining. Nobody's complaining
about anything." I was
just told
I was
you
having
were
a fine
complaining.
conversation, and then I was told outside to come outside and carry you guys through a segment. What do you want?
Oh, so Zetterman's still barking.
Yeah,
huh?
see?
You were with him for 5 hours, Bleck.
Yeah. No, on the course he was great. It was in
God.
the parking lot with Danny where things started to get.
No, Danny said, "Are you coming inside to eat and meet and greet?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm coming in to meet and greet." I'm still full from my great Fry the Coop sandwich. Shout out to Fry the Coop. So I don't need to eat it, but I'm eating. I was pressing the flesh in there, shaking hands. There's
Guys,
no babies
the point is, it was a great day on the course.
It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Great day on the course.
Fantastic
Wonderful
day.
day on the course.
Even par for you fellas?
Yeah. We couldn't hit a putt within 5 feet.
No, except for the last one. The last one went right in, but we didn't hit it. Our good friend from Yingling, Anthony, did.
Okay.
So he hit like a 10-footer to get us back to even.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So you're saving
at this
even.
event, you come in with a plus, you might as well just leave.
I mean, last year we took a penalty shot on a hole because we all hit it into the water.
Oh, boy.
That's how bad we were last year.
How was the water today with all the wind?
We avoided it.
Yeah,
we
really?
avoided the water the entire day. Still didn't help us score.
It's a
but
feather in your cap.
I would say the toughest part of the course today was the greens were insanely fast.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, it's good. The course was in good shape, and we played. I thought we played well. We just didn't hit putts within 5 feet, which if you don't do that, then you're not going to score.
You're not going to win.
How's it? You guys didn't get kicked off the air?
They put interns on earlier, so Danny was out here questioning that. Yeah,
well,
do you know why?
What happened was Pottinger was out on the course with the interns doing the video stuff because he wanted.
No, he wasn't even doing that.
No, he just wanted to get a look at the course.
He was in the fetal position.
The course.
You know what the funniest part about this is how he rode in the cart. I've never seen anyone do this.
Bizarre.
He was in like the fetal position in the bag area. As opposed to like just full on caddy, like hold on to the back. He's in the fetal position.
You guys
in the
get
bag
a picture
area.
of this?
He was holding the strap. He was too far away by the time we could get our phones out and get a photo.
That poor kid.
He was sitting in the bag part, holding the strap.
Oh my God!
with his feet hanging off the back.
He had a rough week.
And then he sends us a text and he goes, "I'm 4 beers in. I'm feeling a
low-key
little
drunk."
tipsy."
Oh my God!
And he said,
"Where is he right now?"
He went home.
He went home. He said, "Cart girl wanted me." And we're like, all right, come on, that's not true. So we pulled the interns
on the air.
Does he
we
know?
pulled the interns on as the witnesses to find out if it was true, and they said no.
Of course it's not true.
Yeah, he's the guy that goes to the bar and thinks that the bartender's into him.
Of course. Well, yeah, and other clubs.
Strip clubs. Yeah.
Strip club.
Yeah.
We can say that.
You can say
Yeah,
it.
you
Yeah.
can say that, yeah.
We're in safe
Oh,
harbor.
the poor girls out
We're
there.
at the golf outing. That's what I was told.
We've got Potsy Predator out there.
Jesus.
Tyler.
I don't know if you can say that.
Tyler. Hopefully Chardog dumped that.
That was a little over the top. Jesus.
Aki, what are you doing?
Elon Aki over here.
We were talking about it, and then he got. First of all, we put him to sleep apparently on his ride home.
He wasn't driving, right?
No, he took an Uber home.
Oh my god.
He took an Uber home?
Yeah.
That's like a 2-hour Uber.
Well, he's scared of public transit, so he had to take an Uber home.
You know how many people are driving back to the city?
Yeah, I mean, he could have gotten a ride with any one of us.
Well, no, but he left. He left at like a little after 2.
I know he took an Uber here from the city, but that was only like 35, 40 minutes. That's a 2-hour ride with a stranger.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
He fell asleep apparently.
So hold on. He thought the cart girl was hitting on him, and he has a girlfriend.
Yeah.
And so he came back here proud to tell you guys.
Well, no, he told us in the
cart
group
girl.
chat,
Yeah.
and then we put it on the air because we're not good friends.
Well, yeah,
You
I mean,
can't release
but
the
also
group
he was so amped that he had to text you guys that she wanted him.
Well, and then he really steps in it because we were rehashing the situation about an hour later after he's gotten home and he's playing it out loud on the app. We start talking about it. Guess who he lives with? Lives with his girlfriend, who overhears all of it.
That's why you guys are bad guys, man.
This is not on us.
No.
That's on him.
Thank you.
That is on him 100%.
No, this goes back to not releasing the text in the group chat. The group chat is sacred. You don't release what's in the group chat.
That's not true.
No.
I've sent plenty of texts that have ended up on the air.
And you shouldn't be.
Of all the things to text today,
What do
that's
you
what
mean?
he's texting?
You can't say the group chat is sacred and then also say I shouldn't be sending texts and not expecting them to end on the air.
There shouldn't be on the air. You need confirmation from everyone that you can read it on the air.
No,
Group
disagree.
chat
No,
etiquette.
Disagree.
When you say something that outlandishly stupid, and it's not like cancelable, boom, fire. It's fair.
It's fair game.
In his apartment, it seems cancelable.
I think she gets what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I don't think she does.
Apparently, she laughed, and then we went to break, and then she brought it back up.
We're really
again.
airing it out now.
Of course.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Of course. She's going to use that for the rest of the week.
She's waiting until he's sober.
Save it for off the air.
You know what? We're better friends to her than to him. We gave her ammo.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we're allies. We
Now,
can be allies.
now she gets one. She can do whatever she wants now. And when
Well,
he says
no.
something, she'll say, yeah, well, what about the cart girl at the golf course?
Next year, Potsy's girlfriend gets to be at the golf outing.
She's going to be the cart girl. And then the cart girl will want him.
Or will
we
she?
bring this full
Or
circle.
will she?
Or will she? Yeah, that remains in question.
Okay, here's the other thought that I had from this. How much time did he spend talking to said cart girl that he thought that
He didn't say a word to her.
Yeah,
So what in the
we
hell
found
is he
out from the
talking about?
interns that they didn't even speak. It was all in the eyes. Was the claim? Yeah, it's just outlandish.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It was a totally stupid thing
All
for him
right.
to say. He should have known better.
Our guy
Absolutely
needs some help.
stepped in it.
That's insane.
Absolutely stepped in it.
That's
It's been,
insane.
like you said, it's been a rough week for him.
I'll say
has
this
been.
though, it's we finished up at about 5:30 and it moved for
I was
a
gonna
5-hour
say-
round. It moved.
Is everybody in at this point?
Yeah.
There's
I
no
think so.
I
stragglers
believe
left
so.
on the course?
I believe
Yeah,
so. I don't think
everyone's
anyone's
in.
out there anymore. But it seemed to move out there, which sometimes it slows down for a scramble, but it was all right. The course is in great condition. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
A little windy at spots, but it wasn't too bad. So
So the wind didn't really affect anything.
Sometimes, some holes. It depends on the,
no, it didn't. I
it
mean,
didn't like change anything,
Yeah.
but there was definitely wind on a few holes.
Okay.
and actually, where it wasn't windy, it was pretty hot.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it was nice that it was a little breezy.
I was gonna say, like, we've had like some really brutal days, like weather-wise, when we've had this outing in years
Yeah.
past. This is probably like the best it's been.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
pleasant.
What do you think the winning score is going to be?
I heard
Like
someone.
minus 16.
Keith told me that the lowest he's heard is 12.
Cap came over and said they were 11.
Do you think
Yeah.
people fib?
Yes,
Yeah, 100%.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't think they necessarily like cheat and say, hey, we're gonna take, we had a bogey and we're gonna say we had a birdie on that hole. I think people will
take more shots.
Take more shots
to then eventually make it.
You know, maybe they move you've got a place where you can move your ball because of whether it's on the cart path and they move it closer to the hole or whatever. Like, I don't think there's
a lot of gimme putts out there.
Yeah, I don't think there's number cheating. I think it's
gimmies from 12 feet.
Yeah, strokes and stuff.
Right. That's a gimme.
Or like if it rolls out, if it lips out, you're like, no, that went in.
Yeah.
That went in.
Yeah, you can tell that we were an honest group because we shot par.
Yeah.
We had what did we have? We had 3 birdies and 4 bogeys, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You think that's like a professional?
No, so we were 4 and 4 then.
Yeah, 4 and 4 birdie because we had that last birdie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's like a professional side hustle? Guys like go to different scrambles and
could
just
be
fudge the numbers.
I mean, yeah, if you want ESPN 1000 prize pack or something, like, what are you hustling for?
I don't know.
I mean, this trophy is pretty sweet.
The trophy's nice, and I think there are some nice prizes in there for first and second place.
Yeah.
But like, that seems like a weird hustle to do.
Do you know what the top prize is this year?
I don't.
No.
I know it's in a thick envelope though.
Oh, really?
$1 million.
Not that. No one got the 25,000 on one of the holes though.
I came
Chris
close.
got close.
Was that for you got to jar it, or what was it for?
No, it was you had to get a hole in one for $25,000. But they said we were the last group on that par.
And you
3.
got the closest.
So what was that? Hole 6.
Yeah.
And I put it within 5 feet. And it went right at it.
Yeah,
it's a
rolled
gimme.
right past it.
It was one of those ones where like it rolls behind the
we
pin
hit
and
the
you
birdie
think it went
putt,
in.
so
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Wait, how close did you put it?
Like
within 5 feet.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think if you guys believe that fibbing
landed,
is happening, you need to start fibbing.
No,
I don't. But I don't care.
Yeah,
like,
I don't care if I.
It's also golf is one of those things where you're only. It's about your integrity. Yeah. Like you assume everyone lies.
No, like
don't have
so. Like if you are
he
lying,
wants to take
like
up golf.
Yeah, I know, right? You would.
That's it.
The golf gods
I'm a
want you to
scratch
take up
golfer.
golf so they can just find different ways to just voodoo torture you.
Mark it in.
Scratch.
No, but you're right. Like if you go out and you go to something like this and you just cheat your way through the course.
Yeah.
Next time you go out with your friends, you're going to have a miserable time.
Yeah.
It's just like golf is the most karmic sport there is.
Yeah.
Now, Abdalla, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I played really well today.
Yeah, it was decent.
Like my
Felt
drive.
like a correction.
No, like my yeah, no, I mean I've been playing poorly recently.
Drives were
but
decent.
My drives were good. I was hitting well.
Good.
Yeah, I mean we didn't make any, but I played well. But as a group, we didn't score. So it is what it is.
It's fine.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not.
Shout out
cheat.
to you two for being honest.
Yeah.
I would say that I would guarantee that either Waddle's group or Cap's group is going to win.
I mean,
we know Cap's group isn't winning because Keith
Yeah,
said he saw
11.
12 and Cap had 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Cap said that he made an eagle.
Yeah.
He said he was in the fairway on a par 5 and used a rescue club and hold it
50 feet out. He said.
Damn. Okay.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And that's one of those ones you're not cheating.
Yeah.
Off of something
We
like
did.
that.
I wonder where that was because we also heard some cheering going on.
Yeah, we did. I wonder if that was the one.
It's probably this par 5, right?
That's where we
Because he
go.
said,
one.
Yeah, he said it was.
You know why? Because the trees down there hang over the fairway, so you can't really attack the green. You have to kind of go under it.
He said he got his drive out to like. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he said,
but like
right off the first set of bunkers right there on the left. He was showing me earlier.
Yeah.
I think we need to be asking you guys questions. What do we miss?
Yeah, what's going on in sports? What do we have in the world of sports?
What happened?
Tyler was trading Kate Horton for Chris Sale.
Did the Cubs win or lose?
They lost.
Oh, that's a shame.
Got pumped.
Why do you hate the Cubs now?
I don't, but my new philosophy on the Cubs is that like it's too good, and I want them to go through a little bit of a strife here.
You need them to see some adversity.
Yeah, I want to see some
find out
adversity.
how good they are.
Yeah, I want to see some. I want to see some rough times.
What is it now? They've lost 5 out of 7, 4 out of 6.
They
That
lost
feels
two
like a little
4 out of
adversity.
6.
Two
Yeah.
series in a row here. Okay. Yeah, let's get some anger. Not everything can be like, oh my God, PCA is so awesome every single day. We need a little anger in the streets. Come on.
It does make for better
Anger
content
in
when
the
there's a little adversity going.
Yeah.
'Cause I am getting tired of like every morning. Well, PCA did another historic thing.
Should they sign Kyle
Can he
Tucker?
win? Yeah, we need a little.
Come on.
We needed a little spice. We
Shea
needed
and
to
I are
trade.
thinking like producers.
We
here.
needed to trade Kate Horton for Chris Sale today.
I still don't think they're trading Chris Sale. That's what I was-
Atlanta?
Yeah, that's what I was arguing with Cap about today, that they're not trading Chris Sale.
I would guess they probably don't, but
If you throw Kate Horton in, then all of a sudden we're playing ball.
Cap's all angry that we even did the topic. That's the stupidest effing thing I've ever heard.
Who does he think they're going to give up for Chris Sale?
That's our point. Like, we asked Jesse about it, and he's like, if you want Chris Sale, they're going to ask for Kate Horton.
Okay.
That's it. That's why we did the topic the way we did.
By the way, Jesse's doing a book signing today in the city. Barnes & Noble in Wicker Park, so if you're in the area, go check it out.
It's good he found out where it was.
We told him the other day when he was in with Carmen on Monday.
Because he didn't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey there, buddy. Look it up, buddy.
I don't know where I'm going, buddy. Got to sell some books.
But yeah, and then Sabrina Carpenter dropped a new album cover, too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's already my favorite album cover of all time.
Oh, let me see.
Is that a list?
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Is that a list?
It is a list.
Album covers?
I don't know if album covers is a list. There's a. I think there's a band logo.
Oh, album covers should be a list.
The problem is, like, that's kind of tough to remember.
No,
all
it's
of
not.
the album covers.
You know the good ones.
Yeah.
Revolver.
Right. It's
Nevermind.
called Man's Best Friend.
Chronic?
All right.
Yeah.
Chronic, Man's Best Friend.
Yeah,
on the list.
That's gonna work.
Yes.
You want to get aroused?
That's gonna move the runner.
That plays at the highest level.
It's gonna
You got a
move the
little
runner.
too excited.
Well, no, I was just saying. Like
They already texted it to Carmen, so he already saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was 6 to midnight. My God. Bent over the
standing
table.
Up. You don't see anything.
That'll work.
Carmen's
You almost
getting a
barked
dog.
like a dog. My God. That'll work.
I didn't know we had the morning zoo.
Yeah, I know, right?
Shop.
Yeah.
Charlie's
Dog's working extra.
You should have heard Charlie. All I did was describe the album cover, and he started hitting the dog drops. All I did was describe the photo.
He takes it to the next level when that dog starts howling at the moon.
That's so
funny.
This girl's holding up the thong.
Yeah, we've clearly done a lot of good, heavy, hardcore sports content today. We talked about the Sydney Sweeney bath water soap.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can sell. You can buy it on StockX and go.
30 grand?
Yeah.
I know.
Not for 30 grand, I don't.
I should have bought some.
It was such an obvious, like,
I know.
hoard this and make money.
Yeah. I
profit
know.
off the creeps.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting yelled at by Jack. We got a break.
Okay.
Thanks, fellas.
Good
Bye,
show,
guys.
guys. Good
Thank
show.
you. Job.
Good
Thank
show.
you.
Great show.
Way to put interns
Great
on
talk.
the air.
Great talk.
We're live at Griffin and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Ivy Hall, Blue Chew, and Zippo. We'll wrap things up and lead you into White Sox baseball coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192. Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with the purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from Seven Bridges Golf Club. This is a live broadcast at the 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic on ESPN Chicago.
Watch us live on YouTube. Follow us at ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
It's Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling with Advantage Dealer Group, Live Golf, and Number 14 Bourbon. Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling in for Waddle and Silvy today. You missed anything, you can check it out on the Waddle and Silvy podcast or the Pick a Side podcast as well on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcasts. Leading you into White Sox and Astros. We have not talked really any White Sox today. They win last night against Houston, and they are playing good baseball right now. Yep. And you are seeing the fruits of the trades right now, and it is exciting to watch because I'm not saying they've got like the potential of what those teams in 2021 in that era of White Sox baseball have. I still think you don't have quite that level of star power. But once we see like the heavy hitting pitching come up, I'm pretty intrigued at what this team can build and what this team can put together.
Yeah, they got a good pipeline, and you're already seeing the fruits of the Crochet trade. Yeah. Kyle Teal's here. Chase Mydroff looks good. This was the reason I wanted them to make that deal the whole time. Mm-hmm. Prior to the trade, Colson Montgomery was the only bat in the pipeline anybody cared about, and we're finding out he might not be that good. So you've picked up Chase Mydroth, you've picked up Kyle Teal. We're probably going to see Braden Montgomery when Luis Robert gets traded.
And he may be the best of the three.
You're at least building an offense. You have a core of bats that people care about. You didn't have that before. And you still have Hagen Smith in the pipeline as a pitcher. Yeah, you lost Crochet. And yeah, Crochet's great. But you have Shane Smith, you have Sean Burke, you have him for term. You have pitchers coming in Hagen Smith, Noah Schultz, Drew Thorpe when healthy. There is something here. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. They have started to what I hope will be a successful rebuild.
It's one of those things too where if I knew Justin Ishbia was the owner, I would have said don't trade Garrett Crochet. But I knew Jerry Reinsdorf was the owner.
Yeah, they weren't going to pay him.
They weren't going to pay him, so you might as well flip him off. And yeah, is that an ownership?
Flip him off.
Yeah. Well, that's effectively what they did to him.
Flip him the bird. Go to Boston.
All right, that's going to do it for us today. We've been live from Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling, along with Swannies, American Sail, Republic Bank, and Seven Bridges. Thanks so much for listening. We will be back with you, us two, Saturday, talking all things, whatever happens between now and then.
Nonsense.
It's been a lot of fun. Thanks to everyone who came out to Grip It and Sip It. For Shea, I'm Tyler. Thank you to Jack, Hannah, and Charlie Bevins back at the shop. We'll talk to you soon.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this
that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No high from you?
What?
No high from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends